Chapter 1. A Game for All? Let me watch a clip first. Feng, the college entrance examination is tomorrow. Get to bed early tonight. Don't be nervous, just perform normally. Your father believes in you. At the dinner table, Lin's father placed a piece of braised pork into Lin Feng's bowl, his face radiating encouragement. Exactly. You're the best, son. I've made soup for you to nourish your mind. Lin's mother chimed in, her eyes filled with maternal affection. Lin Feng stirred the rice in his bowl, feeling a mix of gratitude and pressure. The college entrance exam truly was a significant hurdle in life. Just as he was about to express his appreciation for his parents' concern, a sudden, eerie buzzing sound erupted not from the television, nor from outside, but as if it had, detonated directly within his mind. He felt a wave of darkness wash over him, spinning uncontrollably, as if he had been thrust into a washing machine set to a vigorous spin cycle. The dinner table, his parents, and the warmth of home vanished in an instant. When he finally regained his composure and could see clearly, he found himself standing in what appeared to be a new player village from a video game. Surrounding him were crude, wooden houses, a dirt path underfoot, and in the distance, people clad in coarse garments wandered about, their heads adorned with floating green names. And the label NPC, even more bewildering, was the throng of people standing beside him. Men and women, young and old, all bore expressions of confusion and shock. What on earth? I was just working overtime at the office. Goodness. I was taking a bath. Who pulled me out? Where are my clothes? Wah. Mommy, I want my mommy. Is this a transmigration? A game? A holographic game? When did the technology become so advanced? The cacophony of voices gave Lin Feng a headache. Just then, a grand, cold, and emotionless voice echoed in everyone's minds. Welcome to New Century. All of humanity has been forcibly transported to this doomsday survival game. In this realm, you shall confront endless zombies and unknown dangers. Survival is the sole objective. Now, please select your destined weapon. This will be your essential companion for survival. As the voice faded, each person was presented with a translucent screen, displaying an array of weapons. Please choose your weapon type. 1. Cold weapons: knives, guns, swords, clubs, axes. A variety of stable and reliable options. 2. Firearms: random selection of various handguns. Powerful, but ammunition is required. The moment the screen appeared, the crowd erupted into a frenzy. I choose a knife. A big cleaver. I'll chop those zombies to bits. Bellowed a muscular man. Guns. I must choose a gun. In this age, having a gun is paramount. A bespectacled young man exclaimed excitedly. Clubs. Clubs look cool when wielded. What about bows and arrows? They allow for stealthy ranged attacks. The crowd engaged in animated discussions. Lin Feng, however, gazed at the screen before him, not rushing to make a selection. He noticed a small play button in the bottom right corner of the screen, labeled Game Trailer V1.0. There's a promotional video. Lin Feng felt a flicker of curiosity. Given the frenzied manner in which everyone was selecting their weapons, it seemed he would not have a turn anytime soon. Thus, he decided it would be prudent to first ascertain the nature of this game. While those around him eagerly seized their weapons or shouted in panic, Lin Feng calmly activated the promotional video. Whoosh, the resounding sound effects reverberated through the air. The screen displayed towering skyscrapers collapsing, transforming a once thriving metropolis into a desolate wasteland. Grotesque, sluggish zombies roamed the streets, occasionally overshadowed by a swift and even more fearsome mutant that darted past. Then the scene shifted, revealing the figures of various players. Some wielded long knives, their blades glinting as they cleaved a zombie in two. Others swung sturdy staffs, their strikes powerful enough to shatter the bones of the encroaching undead. There were those who brandished rifles, the rapid rat-a-tat of gunfire echoing as zombies fell lifelessly to the ground. Even more impressive were the players hefting rocket launchers, who unleashed explosive blasts that sent clusters of zombies flying. Wow, this is exhilarating. Lin Feng's eyes sparkled with excitement. While close-quarters combat with cold weapons was thrilling, the distant firepower of hot weapons seemed even more exhilarating. Particularly the rocket launcher epitomized the romance of masculinity. The promotional video, lasting merely around 10 minutes, adeptly showcased the game's backdrop, fundamental gameplay, and character classes. It concluded with a striking logo that read, "Welcome to New Century." Having watched the promotional video, Lin Feng felt enlightened. This game appeared to possess considerable potential. He wondered, however, about his parents. They had undoubtedly been drawn in as well, though he was uncertain of their location in the novice village. Notice, internal communication in the novice village has been activated. You may converse with fellow players through the village chat channel. Cross-village communication and friend messaging require specific conditions to be met. The system's notification chimed once more. Lin Feng glanced at the bottom left corner of the screen, where a chat box had appeared, overflowing with messages. Are there any brothers and sisters in Novice Village? 888? My name is Wang Dayton. Seeking a team. Coordinates 1258. Is anyone nearby? I spotted a lone zombie, but am too frightened to engage. Wow, I want to go home. Where's the shop? I need to buy food. What weapon should I choose? I'm torn. Lin Feng shook his head and dismissed the cacophony of the chat channel. Selecting a weapon should take precedence. Cold weapons or hot weapons? Cold weapons offer stability without the worry of depletion, whereas hot weapons pack a punch but require ammunition. The promotional video had also noted that ammunition is a scarce resource. Lin Feng stroked his chin thoughtfully. As a Suntov High School graduate with a sharp mind, he concluded, he'll choose hot weapons. The reason? They are undeniably cool. A man should wield a gun. As for the issue of ammunition, he would address that later. At worst, he could conserve his shots in the early stages. With determination, he selected the hot weapons option. You have chosen hot weapons, and a random selection is being made for you. Congratulations! You have acquired a golden quality weapon, the Desert Eagle Golden Edition. A complimentary gift. 100 rounds of universal ammunition. Swish! A magnificent, golden, and imposing handgun materialized in Lin Feng's grasp. The weighty firearm shimmered with an opulent glow under the faint light of the novice village. Wow! The Golden Desert Eagle. Lin Feng's eyes widened in astonishment. He had encountered this gun within the game, renowned for its tremendous power, albeit accompanied by significant recoil. Yet, this golden variant was rather ostentatious. He excitedly examined the Golden Desert Eagle in his hands, accessing its attributes. Desert Eagle Golden Edition. Quality, golden. Type, handgun. Power, 5070. Rate of fire, slow. Effective range, 80 meters. Magazine capacity, 7 rounds. Special effect. Intimidation has a certain chance to instill fear in lower-level targets. Current ammunition, 7,193 rounds remaining in inventory. Evaluation, a luxurious yet lethal. Handgun, symbolizing status and power provided you possess sufficient ammunition. Impressive power. Lin Feng felt quite satisfied, although the magazine capacity of merely 7 rounds was somewhat lacking. Furthermore, gazing at the solitary 93 rounds in his inventory, an unsettling realization dawned upon him. Hadn't the promotional video mentioned that ammunition was expensive? He hastily opened the system's rudimentary shop interface, offering only basic supplies, and located the universal ammunition. Price, 10 copper coins per round. 10 copper coins per round. Lin Feng glanced at his character information. Initial funds, 10 copper coins. He felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Thus, his entire fortune was sufficient to purchase just 1 round of ammunition. Once the initial 100 rounds were expended, would he be transformed from a master of firearms into a mere wielder of a firewood stick? What a scam! Lin Feng's mind erupted in frustration. He had suspected that random selections were inherently unreliable. This Golden Desert Eagle appeared formidable, yet it was a voracious money pit. Surely, only a large team could afford to sustain such a weapon. But as a penniless individual, where would he find the funds to procure ammunition? Had he known, he might have opted for a hefty machete, though unappealing. At least he wouldn't have to fret about running out of blue resources. Hey, young man, are you new here too? A hearty voice interrupted his thoughts. Lin Feng turned to see a burly man clad in a work vest. His face adorned. Lin Feng felt a twinge of embarrassment. It was indeed the promotional video that had influenced his choice. And he had only given a fleeting thought to the ammunition issue. Now, he had become a naive fool in the eyes of others. However, the burly man in work attire did not mock him. Instead, he placed a reassuring hand on Lin Feng's shoulder. Young brother, you remind me of my own son just coming of age and knowing little. How about we team up? I've chosen a shield and a one-handed hammer. It'll take the front, and you can focus on dealing damage from the back. It'll guide you through the early stages. And when you find the main group or can procure ammunition, we can reassess. What do you say? The sincerity in the man's eyes suggested he genuinely viewed Lin Feng as a younger relative. A warmth enveloped Lin Feng's heart. In this post-apocalyptic game, where human intentions were often inscrutable, encountering a kind-hearted gentleman was indeed a rarity. However, teaming up, after some contemplation, Lin Feng shook his head gently. Thank you for your kindness, but I would prefer try on my own first. It wasn't a matter of distrust towards the man, rather, he was accustomed to solitary endeavors, and he had an innate belief that the game wouldn't truly lead him to his demise. Very well, everyone has their own aspirations, the man conceded, albeit with a hint of regret. Let's exchange friend requests. I go by Old Wong loves to move bricks. If you ever find yourself in need, don't hesitate to reach out, it'll help as much as I can. All right, I'm Lin Feng, he replied, sharing his name. The game displayed either real names or aliases, and he hadn't made any alterations yet. The two exchanged friend requests. At that moment, a chime echoed in Lin Feng's mind. Ding! Detected that the host has bound their fated weapon. Enchantment entry system has been activated. This system can add various magical entries to the host's weapon and future occupational skills. Newbie benefit. Detected that the host's fated weapon is of golden quality. A free opportunity to draw an enchantment entry is awarded. Please, draw your enchantment entry. Lin Feng's eyes widened in astonishment. The system. My golden finger has arrived, as he had anticipated. As a self-proclaimed protagonist, how could he possibly lack a cheat? He was so exhilarated that he nearly leapt from his spot. Taking a deep breath, he focused his thought on the shimmering draw button. A virtual roulette materialized before him, adorned with 3 glowing squares. The wheel spun rapidly before gradually coming to a halt. 3 options emerged. 1. Blue entry blue flame LV1. Upon striking a target, there is a chance to inflict a burning effect of blue flames for 1 second, dealing minor fire damage. 2. Blue entry split LV1. Upon striking a target, there is a chance to split into 1 shard, causing small splash damage to nearby targets. 3. Golden entry infinite bullets. Your firearms will no longer consume ammunition, granting you endless bullets. Upon seeing the third option, Lin Feng's breath caught in his throat. Blue flame? Burning? That sounds promising. Split? Splash damage? That seems viable too. But infinite bullets? Was there even a choice to be made? This was unequivocally a divine entry tailored for his golden desert eagle. What is ammunition consumption? What is the cost? In the face of infinite bullets, all of it is mere illusion. Choose. I choose this one. Lin Feng declared without hesitation, his mind forcefully pressing upon the infinite bullets option. Selection successful. Applying the golden attribute, infinite bullets to your signature weapon, Desert Eagle Golden Edition. Application successful. Lin Feng felt the golden Desert Eagle in his hand tremble slightly, a faint golden halo seemingly enveloping the gun before vanishing from sight. He hastily checked the weapon's attributes once more. Desert Eagle Golden Edition LV1 Infinite Bullets. Quality, golden. Type, handgun. Power, 5070. Rate of fire, slow. Effective range, 80 meters. Magazine capacity, 7 rounds. Special effects, intimidation, infinite bullets activated. Current ammunition, 7. This weapon no longer consumes ammunition. Next enchantment, weapon level must. Reach LV10. Evaluation, a luxurious and deadly handgun. It has truly become an inexhaustible source of firepower. Unleash your anger without restraint. Gazing at the 7 indicator and the note stating this weapon no longer consumes ammunition, a wild grin spread across Lin Feng's face, nearly bursting into a joyous laugh. Delightful. Absolutely delightful. Chapter 2. Accepting a quest. Now, what he wielded was no longer a mere money-burning toy, but a genuine instrument of destruction. Around him, discussions abounded, with some eager individuals already making their way towards the village outskirts, eager to test their mettle. That old Wong loves to move bricks uncle also exchanged a few words with him before departing with his shield and hammer. Lin Feng composed his expression, taking a deep breath. Novice village, NPCs, quests, maps, zombies. This game had only just begun. His gaze hardened with determination. Mom, Dad, wait for me. I will surely find you. Then, in this damn zombie game, he would carve out a path, blast a bloody trail with his infinite bullet golden desert eagle. Having resolved the greatest challenge regarding his weapon ammunition, Lin Feng's spirits soared with unbridled joy. With the infinite bullet golden desert eagle in hand, it felt as though all the zombies in the world beckoned him, shouting, "Come and strike me." However, impulsiveness is a demon, especially in a game world where lives are as insignificant as weeds. Lin Feng suppressed the urge to dash out of the village and decided to familiarize himself with his surroundings first. He strolled leisurely through Novice Village number 888. The village was modest in size, with a straightforward layout. At the center lay a small square, bordered by a few relatively decent wooden houses. One establishment bore the sign General Store, where a cheerful, plump NPC named Merchant Mary stood at the entrance, her name glowing green above her head. Lin Feng approached and cast a glance inside. The stock consisted of basic items, coarse rations, murky drinking water, and the most rudimentary healing herbs. There were also exorbitantly priced universal bullets, 10 copper coins each, which pricked Lin Feng's mind anew, even though he no longer needed them. Beside him was the blacksmith, where a burly NPC named Blacksmith Barton, bare-chested and muscular, was rhythmically hammering away at something. Here, one could repair equipment and purchase rudimentary white-quality melee weapons, including swords, spears, and clubs, all for a handful of copper coins. Proceeding further, he encountered what appeared to be a bulletin board, next to which stood a serious-looking female NPC clad in leather armor and armed with a bow, known as Quest. Give her Lena. Lin Feng approached and discovered several quests posted on the board. Novice Quest: eliminate the threat. Quest description: the number of undead surrounding the village is increasing, posing a danger to the safety of the Novice Village. Brave adventurers are requested to venture outside the village and eliminate 10 undead. Quest rewards: experience points 50, copper coins 20. Accepted available. Novice Quest: gather supplies. Quest description: Aunt Mary's General Store is in need of supplies. Please collect 5 pieces of tattered cloth and deliver them to her. Tattered cloth can be obtained from the undead. Quest rewards: experience points 30, copper coins 10, rough rations 2. Accepted available. Novice Quest: the blacksmith's request. Quest description: Barton requires some rusty iron blocks to forge weapons. Please gather 3 rusty iron blocks and bring them to him. Rusty iron blocks can be found in the abandoned areas outside the village or may drop from certain special undead. Quest rewards: experience points 40, copper coins 15. Accepted available. These quests were indeed quite basic for beginners, with rewards that were rather meager. Nevertheless, every little bit counts. Lin Feng decided to accept all 3 quests. Even the smallest mosquito is still a morsel of meat. Finally, he arrived at the innermost part of the village, standing before the largest and seemingly sturdiest wooden house. 2 guard NPCs stood at the entrance, and a sign read Village Chief's Office. Tentatively, Lin Feng stepped inside to find an elderly NPC, clad in worn armor, with graying hair yet sharp eyes, seated behind a desk studying what appeared to be a map. Above him, the name Village Chief Old John, number 888 Novice Village, was displayed. "Youth, what brings you here?" Old John inquired, his voice tinged with weariness. "Greetings, old sir. I am Lin Feng, a newly arrived adventurer. Is there anything I can assist you with?" Lin Feng responded courteously, aware of the basic etiquette expected in games, hoping perhaps to trigger a hidden quest. Old John regarded him briefly before sighing. Alas, the village is besieged by those accursed undead, and resources are becoming scarce. Your willingness to help is greatly appreciated. Lena should have tasks for you to undertake. Do your part, young man, and take care of yourself. It appeared there were no hidden quests to be found. Lin Feng felt a twinge of disappointment, but understood, after all, this was merely a novice village. After bidding farewell to Old John, Lin Feng felt he had familiarized himself with the main functional areas of the novice village. Next, he would decide where to train and level up. He activated the map feature embedded within the system. The map was rather simplistic, displaying only the novice village number 888 and a small surrounding area. The village was marked at the center of the map safe zone, with several distinct colored regions indicated beyond its borders. Level 1 zombie-infested area gray. The plains outside the village, characterized by an expansive view where zombies are plentiful yet sparsely distributed. Level 1. Abandoned factory gray. Located to the west of the village, The environment is intricate, with a dense concentration of zombies and possibly a few elite monsters. Level 2. Infected Jungle Green. Situated to the north of the village, the forest is dense and fraught with hidden dangers, featuring zombies of a slightly higher level. Foggy Valley Red. Located to the east of the village, shrouded in thick mist, this area is perilous and is not recommended for novices. The plains would undoubtedly be crowded. Everyone, upon acquiring their weapons, would seek an open space to hone their skills. The jungle, being a level 2 area, will be tantamount to courting death at this stage. The Foggy Valley, marked in red, was a fool's errand. Thus, the abandoned factory remained as the sole option. The environment is complex, and the zombies are dense. Lin Feng stroked his chin thoughtfully. A complex environment could imply the presence of cover, making ambushes less likely. A high density of zombies suggested efficient monster farming. Most importantly, the Blacksmith's Commission quest required rusty iron blocks, which the description hinted might be found in abandoned areas. The name of the factory alone seemed to fit perfectly. Then it shall be the abandoned factory. Lin Feng resolved firmly. He inspected his equipment. Only a level 1 golden desert eagle with infinite ammunition. Armor? Non-existent. He was merely clad in a short-sleeved t-shirt and jeans from his entry. A bit fragile, Lin Feng muttered. Nevertheless, armed with a gun and an infinitemo gun, after the believed he would be fine as long as he maintained his distance. With that thought, he hesitated no longer, gripping the golden desert eagle tightly, and strode confidently towards the west of the village. Passing through the novice village's rudimentary wooden fence, the sights of the outside world opened up, although the air was thick with a pungent stench of decay. The ground was no longer a smooth dirt path, but rather a rough terrain strewn with gravel and unidentified debris. The distant sky appeared dreary, imparting a sense of oppression. Occasionally, faint, guttural growls echoed from afar. Those were the sounds of the zombies. Lin Feng advanced cautiously, keenly observing his surroundings. He noticed several players freshly emerged from the village, scattered across the plains, engaged in skirmishes with the sporadic zombies. Players wielding knives displayed somewhat clumsy movements, yet their strikes still managed to inflict considerable damage upon the zombies. Those with clubs endeavored to maintain their distance, striking methodically. A few archers shot arrows from afar, while one player with a basic pistol cautiously fired 2 shots, dispatching a single zombie before hastily stowing the gun and switching to a backup knife for the finishing blow, clearly conserving ammunition. Witnessing this scene, Lin Feng felt a surge of superiority. With infinite bullets, he could act with impunity. He did not linger on the plain, continuing westward. Soon, the silhouette of a dilapidated factory emerged into view. The rusted iron walls, shattered windows, and a half-collapsed chimney told tales of neglect, while a sign that read Blue Star Machinery Factory, albeit broken and tattered, hung askew at the entrance. The ground surrounding the factory was a veritable wasteland, strewn with discarded parts, oil drums, and tires. The air was thick with a stench of decay, mingled with an acrid scent of rust and machine oil. A few figures, clad in tattered work uniforms and bearing a pale, ashen hue, limped around the vicinity of the factory entrance. Their movements were sluggish, eyes vacant, emitting senseless growls. Zombie Common. Level 1. Health, 100,100. Attack, 5. Defense, 2. Skills, Bite Claw. Description: the most basic type of zombie, slow and weak in attack, yet a scratch or bite from them may lead to viral infection. Lin Feng found a position approximately 50 meters from the entrance, behind a pile of abandoned oil drums that served as rudimentary cover. Taking a deep breath, he raised his Golden Eagle firearm. The golden barrel stood out vividly against the dreary backdrop. He aimed for the head of the nearest zombie. Years of experience in first-person shooter games had taught him that a headshot maximized damage. Bang! The dull, yet powerful gunshot shattered the silence of the forsaken factory. The recoil was more pronounced than he had anticipated, sending a slight tremor through his arm. Nevertheless, his gaze remained locked on the target. The zombie's head burst open like a watermelon struck by a heavy hammer, splattering a grotesque mix of red and white. 135. Critical hit. Weak point attack. A vivid red damage number floated above the zombie's head. Instant kill. The creature had no chance to react, swaying slightly before collapsing, dissipating into a scattering of white light. leaving behind a solitary copper coin and a scrap of tattered cloth. Zombie common killed 1. Experience gained 1. Copper coin obtained 1. Tattered cloth obtained 1. Lin Feng observed the system notification, a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth. The power of the Golden Eagle was indeed formidable. A single shot had dispatched a common zombie with ease. The gunshot, however, had alerted the nearby zombies. Hiss, roar. 5 or 6 zombies immediately turned direction, shambling toward Lin Feng's position. Their pace was unhurried, yet the relentless determination they exhibited in approaching a living target was enough to send shivers down one's spine. Lin Feng remained unperturbed. His position was advantageous, as the zombies would need to navigate around obstacles to reach him. Steadying his breath, he raised his weapon once more. Bang! 68. Hit to body. Bang! 130. Critical hit. Weak point attack. Bang! 70. Bang! 125. Critical hit. Weak point attack. The dull echoes of gunfire reverberated through the desolate factory district. Lin Feng stood resolute like a stationary artillery piece, calmly aiming and firing. The Golden Desert Eagle may not boast a rapid rate of fire, yet it afforded him infinite ammunition, rendering the need for magazine changes obsolete and allowing for unrestrained shooting. As the advancing undead surged forth, each of his precise shots, albeit occasionally faltering, resulted in their heads exploding, collapsing in their relentless charge. Within a mere minute or two, he had dispatched 5 or 6 of them entirely. To a small pile of copper coins and tattered cloth lay strewn across the ground. Lin Feng approached and collected his spoils. 5 copper coins, 3 pieces of ragged fabric. With the first fallen foe accounted for, he now possessed 6 copper coins and 4 scraps of cloth. Progress on the threat elimination task stood at 610, while the resource collection task registered 45. Not bad for efficiency. Lin Feng mused with satisfaction. His gaze shifted to his experience bar. 60, 100. Good heavens. Only 1 experience point per kill? I need to slay 100 to level up to 2? Lin Feng was taken aback. The pace of advancement felt excruciatingly slow. He had anticipated that a few kills would suffice for leveling up. It appeared this game was not as simple as he had presumed. Even with infinite bullets, the path to leveling up was a formidable journey. Notice, weapon proficiency increased. Desert Eagle Golden Edition LV1 Infinite Bullets Experience Points 6. Ah, yes, weapons also possess levels. Desert Eagle Golden Edition LV1 Infinite Bullets. Experience 61000 experience points required to reach LV2. With each creature slain, the weapon 2 gained 1 experience point. To ascend to level 10 would necessitate 10,000 kills. Lin Feng felt a twinge of discomfort. Yet, the journey must be taken step by step, and levels should be attained incrementally. He shook his head, temporarily casting aside such worries. The most pressing matter at hand was grinding for monsters. He raised the Golden Desert Eagle once more, directing his gaze towards the depths of the factory, where more undead roamed. The gunfire served as a clarion call for the hunt. Come forth, experience points. I'm on my way. Lin Feng licked his lips, excitement coursing through him as he ventured deeper into the abandoned factory. His legendary tale of infinite ammunition was set to commence today, right here in this level 1 undead zone. As for the next enchantment requiring both player and weapon to reach level 10, there was no rush. He possessed both the bullets and the time. Chapter 3. Elite Monster? Just a few more shots. Lin Feng now felt akin to a mobile arsenal, one that required no logistical support. With the Golden Desert Eagle in hand and an infinite supply of ammunition, the sensation was utterly exhilarating. He cautiously ventured deeper into the abandoned factory. The environment here was even more dilapidated than outside, with dim lighting casting shadows upon the scene. Broken conveyor belts, collapsed massive mechanical arms, and scattered metallic fragments painted a picture of a post-apocalyptic factory. As he rounded a rusted, oversized machine, several shambling corpses staggered into view. Lin Feng, now somewhat experienced, raised his weapon, aimed, and targeted their heads. Bang! 128. Critical hit. Weak point attack. Bang! 65. Hit to the torso. Bang! 131. Critical hit. Weak point attack. The gunfire echoed continuously. although the recoil of the Golden Desert Eagle was substantial, causing his arms to rise with each shot. He was gradually acclimating to this rhythm. After all, being young endowed him with good coordination and adaptability. The advantage of infinite ammunition was an exceptionally high margin for error. Missed a shot? No matter, try again. The damage to the body insufficient? No worries, fire a few more rounds. With each burst of gunfire, Lin Feng even began to narrate his actions, finding it rather exhilarating. After dispatching several waves of zombies, his experience bar steadily increased, and the kill count for the eliminate threats task had long surpassed 10. He collected the copper coins and tattered fabric that littered the ground, completing the gather supplies task as well. Zombie killed, normal, 1. Experience gained 1. Obtained copper coin 1. Golden Desert Eagle LV1. Infinite ammo, experience 1. Such notifications flooded the screen. Only a few rusted iron pieces remained to be found for the blacksmith. Lin Feng remained vigilant as he rummaged through the heap of discarded parts. It seemed ordinary zombies did not drop such items. Just then, he turned into what appeared to be the former workshop manager's office. Inside, the furniture was toppled and documents were strewn across the floor. Suddenly, a roar, significantly louder and more ferocious than that of a regular zombie, emanated from the shadows in the corner of the office. Almost instantaneously, a figure larger than the typical zombie lunged forth. This creature was clad in a tattered, oil-stained foreman-s uniform, its body more robust and one arm grotesquely enlarged, suggesting some form of mutation. Clutched in its hand was a rusted, oversized wrench. Its eyes were murky red, brimming with a savage aura. Mutated foreman elite, level, 1 health, 500 attack power, 15 defense, 8 skills, heavy strike, wrench throw, raging charge description, a factory foreman deeply infected by the virus. Retaining a portion of his former combat instincts, his strength and defense far surpassed those of ordinary undead, making him a formidable adversary. By heavens, an elite monster! Lin Feng exclaimed in shock, instinctively retreating 2 steps while raising his golden eagle. The presence of this elite creature was markedly different. Its 500 health points were 5 times that of a typical undead. Moreover, it possessed 3 skills. Roaring, the mutated foreman wasted no time for Lin Feng to ponder. Charging forward with heavy strides, significantly faster than the ordinary undead. Bang! Lin Feng hastily fired his weapon. The bullet struck the foreman's chest. -58. The damage indicator floated up, yet it was evidently lower than that inflicted upon a common undead, clearly due to its superior defense. Moreover, this shot seemed to have utterly enraged it. A howl erupted from the mutated foreman as it abruptly halted, swinging its massive arm and hurling the large wrench it held directly at Lin Feng. Whoosh! The wrench sliced through the air. Goddamn! Lin Feng's pupils dilated, and he quickly executed a roll to evade the incoming wrench with great difficulty. Clang! The wrench crashed into the iron cabinet behind where he had just stood, producing a thunderous sound and leaving a distinct dent. What close call! Lin Feng's heart raced. Had he been struck, he would have suffered considerable damage. He was currently clad in novice garments, flimsy and vulnerable. Seeing its throw miss, the mutated foreman immediately activated Raging Charge, its colossal form barreling forward like a small tank. Is this never-ending? Lin Feng's temper flared. Relying on his relatively agile physique, he swiftly maneuvered around the collapsed furniture in the office, firing his golden eagle incessantly. Bang! 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 The gunfire reverberated within the cramped office, deafening. However, a dilemma arose. The recoil of the golden eagle, compounded by his rapid movement and continuous shooting, became amplified. Lin Feng felt as though he wielded a pneumatic hammer. With each shot, the muzzle jerked upwards or veered off course uncontrollably. He struggled to maintain control, but to little avail. -59, miss. -25, hit non-critical area. -62, miss. A series of damage indicators and misses flickered above, illustrating his dismal accuracy. Most of the bullets seemingly vanished into the void, and the damage inflicted upon the foreman's body was disappointingly low. Good grief. My shooting is atrocious. Lin Feng couldn't help but berate himself. typically adept at aiming with a mouse and keyboard in games. How had he transformed into a mere anatomical sketch artist in this reality? Roar. The mutated foreman was struck by several bullets. Although none were fatal, the pain was palpable. Enraged, it smashed a nearby desk to smithereens, sending splinters flying. "I'll fight you," Lin Feng declared, determination surging within him. There was no escaping now. The confines of the office were too small. He halted, crouching slightly, using his left hand to steady his right wrist that held the gun, striving for precision. Hit, hit, hit. He concentrated, aiming at the foreman's relatively large head, and began to pull the trigger repeatedly. Bang, 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 bang. A barrage of 7 bullets was unleashed in rapid succession. The cumulative recoil nearly numbed his shoulder, but the results were significant. -120, critical hit. Weak point attack. -60, -115, critical hit. Weak point attack. Miss. -63. Despite 1 bullet going astray, 3 struck the foreman's head, inflicting massive damage. With a final, defiant roar, its enormous body swayed before crashing to the ground, swiftly dissipating into white light. The remnants left behind were far more substantial than those of an ordinary zombie. A small pile of gleaming copper coins, tattered scraps of cloth, and a rusted iron piece emitting a faint glow, accompanied by a pair of worn gray gloves. Killed mutated foreman, Elite 1, gained experience 50, acquired copper coins 30, acquired tattered cloth 3, acquired rusty iron piece 1, acquired worn foreman gloves white 1. Panting heavily, beads of sweat dripped from Lin Feng's forehead. Defeating an elite monster had proven to be quite exhausting. He glanced at his character status. Fortunately, he had not lost any health, though his mental state was somewhat strained. This elite monster was indeed formidable. As he gathered the spoils from the ground, he contemplated the challenge. With 500 health points, skills, and considerable attack power, any ordinary player would have found it significantly more difficult, even in a team, potentially leading to failure. However, Lin Feng weighed the golden eagle in his hand. After all this time, he felt he had adapted somewhat to the recoil of the gun. Perhaps he had improved his marksmanship, albeit through a rather chaotic process. Ultimately, he had managed to overcome this elite foe on his own, and the satisfaction was gratifying. He cheerfully collected his loot. Worn foreman gloves, quality. White type, hand armor defense. 1 durability. 2020 required level. 1 description, a pair of greasy old gloves, offering minimal protection. "Hey, my first piece of equipment," Lin Feng exclaimed. Although the attributes were meager, the added point of defense was not to be dismissed, and he equipped them without hesitation. At present, his task progress is as follows: eliminating threats, completed gathering supplies, completed blacksmith's commission, 1-3, still in need of 2 rusted iron blocks. These items are dropped by elite monsters, indicating that he must delve deeper in search of them. Lin Feng felt invigorated. If he could handle elite monsters, what else in this abandoned factory could possibly obstruct his relentless advance, armed with infinite ammunition? He tightened his grip on the golden eagle and ventured further into the deeper, darker recesses of the factory. Chapter 4. A bountiful return. Having gained experience from his encounter with the elite mutant foreman, Lin Feng's subsequent monster hunting expedition became considerably more fluid. He no longer charged recklessly as before. Instead, he paid closer attention to utilizing the cover within the factory, such as crumbling walls, the bases of massive machinery, and towering heaps of debris. When faced with ordinary zombies, he strategically positioned himself within range, striving to practice headshots, aiming to eliminate them with a single or at most 2 shots, thereby saving time while enhancing his weapon proficiency. The potency of the Golden Desert Eagle was more than sufficient to deal with the common undead. Bang! -133, critical hit. Weak point attack. Zombie, ordinary, killed 1. Experience gained 1. Desert Eagle, Golden Edition. LV1, unlimited ammo. Experience 1. When confronted with a more robust or slightly swifter quasi-elite zombie, he adopted a more cautious approach, initially targeting the body and waiting for the right moment to aim for the head as the creature drew nearer. After all, with unlimited bullets, there was no hesitation in his shots. Bang, bang, bang. 65, 68, 128. Critical hit. Weak point attack. Strong zombie killed 1. Experience gain 2. Desert Eagle, Golden Edition. LV1. Unlimited ammo. Experience 1. He discovered that the depths of this abandoned factory indeed yielded a greater abundance of rusty iron blocks. Occasionally, he would find them near some corroded machinery, while at other times they would drop from defeated special zombies adorned with chains or wielding iron rods. Before long, he had collected the 3 rusty iron blocks required for the blacksmith's task. Blacksmith's commission mission completed. Thus, he had successfully accomplished all 3 quests he had accepted in the novice village. Moreover, his personal level steadily rose with each continuous kill. After he once again dispatched an ordinary zombie with a single bullet to the head, the long-awaited system notification finally chimed. Ding! Congratulations! Level increased to LV2. All attributes receive slight enhancement. Gained free attribute points 5. Health points maximum increased. Mana points maximum increased. A gentle white light emanated from Lin Feng, swiftly melding into his being. He felt a warm surge within him, significantly alleviating his prior fatigue and seemingly enhancing his strength just a touch. He had finally leveled up. Filled with excitement, Lin Feng opened his character panel. Name, Lin Feng. Level 2. Occupation, none. Can change class at LV10. Health, 120 mana, 50-50 attack, 150, enhanced by agility and firearms. Defense, strength, 6, affects carrying capacity. Agility, 7, affects attack power. Attack speed, movement speed, and evasion. Stamina, 6, affects health and defense. Spirit, 5, affects mana and spell resistance. Unallocated attribute points, 5. Equipment, Desert Eagle, Golden Edition, LV1, infinite ammo. Experience, 105, 1000. Tattered forming gloves, white. Experience points, 5 300. 300 experience points required to reach level 3. Is it really that I need 300 experience points to advance to level 3? Lin Feng observed the change in the experience bar, noting that it had tripled compared to leveling up to 2. The difficulty of leveling up has escalated rather quickly. As for attribute points, what should he allocate them to? He pondered over the 5 precious unallocated points. For firearms user, enhancing agility would undoubtedly boost weapon attack power, as well as attack speed, movement speed, and evasion. Strength would increase melee attack power, but the efficacy of firearms primarily relies on the weapon itself. He wondered how significant the strength enhancement would be. Stamina would augment health and defense, thus enhancing survivability. As for spirit, it seemed rather useless. Agility it is, Lin Feng concluded. To run swiftly, strike quickly, and evade effectively. After careful consideration, he decided to invest all 5 attribute points into agility. Agility, 712. Once he completed the allocation, he felt a newfound lightness in his body. Having reached level 2 and completed all tasks, he should theoretically return to the village to turn in his quests. However, Lin Feng glanced at the experience bar, which read only 5 300. The weapon experience had just surpassed 100. No, I must seize the momentum. Continue grinding. The thrill of leveling up was simply exhilarating. He felt invigorated. Moreover, he sensed his mastery over the Golden Desert Eagle was steadily improving. Although he was still far from being a sharpshooter, he no longer experienced numbness in his arms after firing a few rounds, nor did he struggle to aim. Thus, Lin Feng resumed his expedition through the factory. Time slipped away amidst the resounding gunfire and the spectral light of fallen zombies. He methodically cleared wave after wave of the undead within the factory. His experience bar, albeit slowly, climbed ever upward. Indeed, the experience required to progress from level 2 to 3 had significantly increased, after nearly an hour of relentless grinding. Fortune smiled upon him as he encountered a solitary mutated foreman, as well as countless ordinary and robust zombies. Finally, after dispatching yet another robust zombie, ding! Congratulations! You have leveled up to LV3. All attributes have received a slight enhancement. You have gained 5 free attribute points. Health limit increased. Another radiant glow of upgrade enveloped him. Exhilarating. Lin Feng could not help but exclaim in delight. Name, Lin Feng. Level, agility, 13, 5 from leveling up. Unallocated attribute points, 5. Experience points, 12, 500. To reach level 4, 500 experience points are required. This time, he allocated all 5 attribute points to agility, raising it to 18. Upon reaching level 3, Lin Feng felt a marked enhancement in his strength. He surveyed his surroundings. The area was largely cleared of zombies. Venturing further in might lead him to a zone inhabited by more formidable monsters. With his quest completed and his level elevated to 3, he found a new pair of gloves in his equipment slot and his backpack brimming with copper coins, roughly several hundred, and some useless white trash gear that the zombies occasionally dropped. It could be said that his haul was substantial. Just then, a distinctly audible rumble emanated from Lin Feng's stomach. He patted his belly, a hint of embarrassment creeping onto his face. It dawned on him that since entering the game, he had been wholly engrossed in exploration, combat, and leveling up, neglecting even a sip of water. Now that he relaxed, an overwhelming hunger surged through him. He had to return to the village swiftly to find some food. The gnawing sensation of hunger rendered him unable to concentrate. Furthermore, it was time to report back, check for new quests or information. With this thought in mind, Lin Feng ceased his lingering and turned towards the exit of the derelict factory. On his way back, he encountered several scattered zombies, effortlessly dispatched by his golden sand eagle. Currently, he found battling these level 1 monsters exceedingly easy. He also noticed other players cautiously maneuvering with melee weapons or conserving ammunition while dealing with the zombies, appearing quite beleaguered. In contrast, a sense of superiority swelled within Lin Feng. Unlimited ammunition truly is a boon. Soon, he exited the confines of the abandoned factory, returning to the relatively safe plains outside the village, and crossed the wooden fence to once again enter novice village number 888. The village bustled with activity, yet most players bore expressions of fatigue and tension, clearly indicating that the outside world was not as simple as it seemed. Lin Feng inhaled the comparatively fresh air of the village, at least devoid of a pungent stench, and patted his still grumbling stomach. First, he would turn his quest, followed by a visit to Aunt Mary to purchase some food. He strode towards the quest giver, Lina, with a spring in his step. This venture outside the village had yielded immense rewards. Not only had his level increased and quest been completed, but most importantly, he now possessed a clearer understanding of this world and his capabilities. His aspiration was to reach level 10 as swiftly as possible, complete his job change, and then enchant his profession with extraordinary attributes. With this thought, Lin Feng's gaze ignited with fervor. Chapter 5. Returning to the village for rest and astonishing discoveries. Lin Feng, brimming with bountiful rewards and a rumbling stomach, strode back to the novice village number 888 with a light heart. In contrast to the treacherous, abandoned factories outside, the novice village, though bustling with noise, exuded a sense of safety. He made his way directly to the bulletin board where the quest issuer, Lina, was stationed. Lina maintained her usual stern demeanor, merely nodding in acknowledgement as Lin Feng approached. "Madam Lina, I am here to submit my quests," he stated, deftly opening the quest panel. Quest: Eliminate threats completed. Quest: Gather supplies completed. Quest: Blacksmith commission completed. Excellent. Adventurer, Lina remarked in a tone devoid of excitement. Yet the system notifications were undeniably rewarding. Quest: Eliminate threats completed. Experience points 50, copper coins 20. Quest: Gather supplies completed. Experience points 30, copper coins 10. Quest: Blacksmith's commission completed. Experience points 40, copper coins 15. Your reputation in novice village number 888 has slightly increased, with a flurry of rewards credited to his account. Lin Feng felt his experience bar advance a notch. Although he remained far from the 500 points required for leveling up to level 4, his purse had certainly grown heavier. After completing his tasks with Lina, he hurried to the general store to meet Aunt Mary and handed over the tattered cloth. "Oh, brave child, thank you for bringing the cloth." Aunt Mary beamed as she presented him with his reward. "You have received rough rations too." Lastly, he visited the blacksmith Barton, presenting him with 3 rusty iron pieces. "Ah, not bad, young man. These iron pieces will come in handy," Barton replied in his deep voice, rewarding Lin Feng in turn. With all 3 novice quests accomplished, it was time to manage his spoils. While battling the creatures in the abandoned factory, Lin Feng had collected not only copper coins and quest items, but also some white-quality trash equipment dropped by the zombies, such as tattered leather armor shards, rusty knife, and worn-out cloth shoes, whose attributes were negligible and merely cluttered his inventory. He promptly sold all these useless items at Aunt Mary's general store. Though they were considered white trash, even the smallest morsel counts, and collectively, they fetched him nearly 20 copper coins. Once that was settled, Lin Feng began to tally his total assets, starting with 10 copper coins, plus the 3 quest rewards, 20, 10, 15, totaling 45 copper coins. He had acquired an additional 30 copper coins from defeating the elite foreman, and another 20 copper coins from selling the junk equipment. Next, considering the copper coins dropped by the monsters, he estimated that from level 1 to level 3, including his encounters with elite creatures, he had slain nearly 200 various zombies, averaging 1 copper coin per creature, amounting to close to 200 copper coins. Putting it all together, a delightful total of over 300 copper coins. Lin Feng felt elated. This would be sufficient to purchase 30 bullets. He recalled seeing the cheapest white weapons in the shop priced at several dozen copper coins. Ah, the joy of infinite bullets is unparalleled, and the money flows swiftly. Lin Feng reveled in his newfound fortune. With wealth in hand, the first order of business, of course, is to address the issue of sustenance. Aunt Mary, bring me 10. No, 20 of those coarse rations, Lin Feng declared grandly. Each ration appeared to cost 2 copper coins, totaling a mere 40 copper coins for 20. Hardly a significant sum. Course ration effect gradually restores a small amount of hunger. Evaluation, edible, and that is all. Upon receiving the rations, Lin Feng, disregarding his image, found a corner and tore open one to stuff into his mouth. The taste was indeed rather uninspiring, dry, hard, and a bit scratchy on the throat, but to his ravenous belly, it was a rare delicacy. After consuming 3 rations, the protest from his stomach finally subsided. As he munched on the 4th, he opened the chat channel of the novice village, curious to see if any useful information awaited him. To his astonishment, he was met with a flurry of frantic messages. Help! It's dark outside. The zombies have gone mad. I can't believe it. Just moments ago, I was slaying the undead, and now that darkness has fallen, their speed has doubled. Their attack power has surged as well. I nearly got 1 shot. Everyone, do not venture out at night. You will die. I mean it. One of my teammates was obliterated by a zombie in the darkness. Just like that, he vanished. I don't know if he was kicked from the game or if he truly perished. Is this for real? Do zombies become stronger at night? Why wasn't there a system alert? Who knows? What I witnessed was terrifying. What kind of ridiculous game design is this? We can't level up at night. Are we expected to just sit idle? As Lin Feng observed the myriad cries and panics within the chat channel, his brow furrowed with concern. At night, zombies become stronger? Their attributes doubled? He quickly glanced at the sky outside the village. Initially, he hadn't paid much attention, but now he noticed that the light had significantly faded and night was quietly descending. Torches and oil lamps had been lit within the village. Yet the world beyond had succumbed to darkness. No wonder he had sensed a shift in illumination upon his return. A chill ran through Lin Feng. If what was being said in the chat was true, zombies with doubled attributes at night, then at his current level 3, armed only with a golden eagle, he would be in grave danger. If ordinary zombies doubled their attributes, their health would rise to 200 with an attack power of 10 and a defense of 4. Although he could still fight, it would undoubtedly be far less manageable than during the day, and the danger would escalate tremendously. Should he encounter an elite monster, the thought of its attributes doubling, health at 1,000, attack power at 30, defense at 16, was enough to instill fear. It seemed that venturing out at night was indeed ill-advised. Lin Feng dismissed the notion of continuing to grind levels while the iron was hot. Safety was paramount. He casually clicked on a leaderboard feature within the system interface. Previously overlooked, it was now an opportune moment to explore. The leaderboard was categorized into several sections: level rankings, wealth rankings, reputation rankings, and so forth, but at present, only the level rankings seemed to hold any intrigue. Rankings of Novice Village, no. 888, first place. Qin Shiming, LV4, second place. Lin Feng, LV3, third place. Long Ao Tian, LV3, fourth place. Feng Qinyang, LV3, fifth place. Ba Dao, LV2, sixth place. Bing Xuan Wang, LV2. 100th place. Xiao Tu Ming, LV1. Is there truly someone with a higher level than mine? Lin Feng was slightly astonished to see that Qin Shiming had reached level 4. He had assumed that, with his advantage of infinite bullets, he would level up the fastest, only to discover that someone was ahead of him. How did this individual manage to practice so effectively? Could it be that he encountered some fortuitous event? Or perhaps he assembled a remarkably efficient team? Lin Feng stroked his chin, a flicker of competitive spirit igniting within him. Moreover, the leaderboard displayed solely the names of protagonists. Qin Shiming, Longyi Ao Qiang, Feng Qingyang. Lin Feng gazed at these names, feeling somewhat speechless. Regardless of the world, there are always those who favor such flashy or juvenile names. Second place isn't too shabby either, he reassured himself. After all, with his cheat, surpassing Qin Shiming was merely a matter of time. Since he couldn't venture out to grind levels at night, he ought to find a place to rest. Wandering aimlessly in the village was hardly advisable. Furthermore, after wielding that powerful golden sand eagle for most of the day, his arms were undeniably sore and in need of proper rest. As he wandered through the village, he noticed a small inn-like establishment nestled near the village chief's office, with a sign reading Adventurer's Lodge. An astute-looking old man with a goatee sat behind the counter. "Can I rest here?" Lin Feng inquired as he approached. "Of course, adventurer." The old man squinted at him, assessing his appearance. "It's dark outside, not a safe time to be wandering. We offer secure accommodations, ensuring you a good night's sleep. Just 50 copper coins per night." 50 copper coins? Lin Feng clicked his tongue. That price was rather steep, enough to purchase 25 rations. However, considering the attribute doubling zombies outside and the ache in his arms, he gritted his teeth and said, "All right, I'll take a bed." After paying 50 copper coins, the old man handed him a simple wooden key and pointed to a room upstairs. The room was modest, containing several basic wooden beds side by side. With only a couple of players resting, clearly exhausted, Lin Feng chose an empty bed and lay down. The bed was quite hard and uncomfortable, but at least it provided a safe haven. Yet, as he reclined, sleep did not come immediately. He began to strategize for the following day. His level was still too low. He needed to reach level 10 swiftly to transition to his profession and unlock job enchantments. That Qin Shiming was already at level 4. He couldn't afford to fall too far behind. The monsters in the abandoned factory offered meager experience. So tomorrow he would venture to the northern region, the level 2, infected jungle. Although it posed greater danger, the experience would undoubtedly be more rewarding. My agile attribute allocation ensures flexibility, while unlimited ammunition serves as a guarantee for sustained output. As long as one exercises a modicum of caution, there should be no issues. Chapter 6. The down-and-out uncle and unexpected assistance at the break of dawn the next day. Lin Feng was roused by a cacophony of voices. The other players in the Adventurer's Lodge were gradually awakening, engaging in lively discussions about the news they had heard the previous night and their plans for the day. Filling the room with a vibrant buzz, Lin Feng sat up and stretched, having spent a night on the hard wooden bed. Though not particularly comfortable, he felt significantly rejuvenated, and the soreness in his arms had notably diminished. The system seemed to imply that resting would restore one's condition without any special buff for recovery. He retrieved the provisions he had purchased the day before and, accompanied by the murky water from his canteen, initially provided by the system, managed to prepare a simple breakfast. Today, he resolved to explore the infested jungle. After making up his mind, he tidied himself, primarily polishing his golden sand eagle, and then exited the Adventurer's Lodge. The novice village appeared even more bustling and tense than the day prior. Numerous players hurried about. Some were replenishing their potions and food supplies, while others congregated at the village entrance to form teams, each face bearing an expression of solemnity. Clearly, the news from the night concerning the enhanced strength of the zombies had cast a significant shadow of anxiety over them. As Lin Feng prepared to leave the village for the northern jungle, a familiar figure caught his eye from the corner of his vision. There, at the neglected base of a wall, sat a middle-aged man clad in a work vest, his head bowed, grasping a slightly damaged small round shield, with a small hammer lying beside him. He appeared utterly dispirited and downcast. It was none other than the man who had invited Lin Feng to team up yesterday, Old Wang, the brick mover. Lin Feng paused for a moment before approaching. "Uncle, what brings you here?" Upon hearing his voice, Old Wang looked up, and a bitter smile creased his face as he recognized Lin Feng. "Ah, it's you, Xiao Feng. Nothing much, just taking a break." Observing his demeanor, Lin Feng sensed that it was far from a mere break. He noticed that Old Wang was still at level 1. Moreover, his complexion seemed somewhat pallid, and his lips were chapped. "Uncle, you haven't been leveling up? Have you encountered some trouble?" Lin Feng could not help but inquire. Old Wang sighed, his voice gravelly. "Ah, don't mention it. After leaving the village yesterday, I quickly found a party of 4. They needed someone to tank, and, seeing my shield, they invited me to join. Isn't that a good thing?" Lin Feng replied, somewhat puzzled. "What good is it?" Old Wang shook his head, his gaze dimmed. "At first, it was fine. We ventured outside the village to slay zombies. But, at my age, my reflexes can't keep up with you youngsters. They charged ahead, and with my old limbs, I sometimes lag behind. I couldn't raise my shield in time, or fail to hold back the monsters." He paused, his expression filled with helplessness and embarrassment. "On 2 occasions, the creatures bypassed me and nearly harmed the archer behind. Eventually, they felt I was a liability and kicked me out of the team. They even said, at my age, I should be home cuddling my grandkids instead of playing games." As he spoke, Old Wang's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Listening to him, Lin Feng felt a profound ache in his heart. He could vividly imagine the scene and comprehend the team's fervor for efficiency. Yet the words spoken were undeniably hurtful. This game had ensnared humanity on a global scale. It was not a mere choice to partake. So where was the notion of returning home to embrace grandchildren? He gazed at the elder gentleman, who, due to his age and slower reflexes, sat in solitude in the corner, bearing the brunt of disdain. Memories of the previous day flooded back, when the man had graciously invited him and likened him to his son, exuding sincerity and kindness. An inexplicable wave of compassion washed over him. "Dear sir," Lin Feng inhaled deeply, resolutely making up his mind. "They may not want you, but I do. If you do not mind, how about teaming up with me?" Old Wang abruptly lifted his head, astonished as he looked at Lin Feng. "Xiao Feng, are you serious?" "But what is there to hesitate about?" Lin Feng patted his chest. "You see my weapon. It boasts great power and far range. Battling monsters alone can be quite tedious, and I could use a companion. You need only follow closely and safeguard yourself. There's no need to take hits directly. If danger arises, just raise your shield or keep an eye on my back. What do you say?" He endeavored to present it lightly, wishing not to burden Old Wang with undue psychological pressure. Old Wang, captivated by Lin Feng's earnest gaze and the gleaming desert eagle in his hands, felt a rekindling of hope. "Xiao Feng, you truly wish to accompany this old fellow?" "What old fellow? You are still in your prime?" Lin Feng chuckled. "It is settled then. I formally invite you to join my team." He promptly dispatched a team invitation through the system. Old Wang hesitated for a moment, but ultimately, with trembling hands, he accepted. "Player Old Wang loves brick moving has joined your team." As they formed their team, Lin Feng noticed that Old Wang's complexion remained poor, his lips parched and cracked. After a moment of contemplation, he retrieved 2 rough rations from his backpack and offered them. "Old sir, are you hungry? Please have something to stave off the hunger." Old Wang stared at the rations presented before him, momentarily stunned. Though the provisions were modest, in such an environment, food was a precious resource. Many struggled to feed themselves, let alone share with others. His eyes welled with emotion, nearly spilling over with tears as he hurriedly accepted the rations. Thank you, Xiao Feng. I am deeply grateful." He devoured the food voraciously, as if starved for an eternity. Lin Feng watched him eat, feeling a sense of relief. If he could lend a hand, he would, for having companions was always advantageous. Moreover, he sensed that this seemingly ordinary elder might possess depths beyond appearances. At the very least, his character was trustworthy. Old sir, please eat. Once you finish, we shall prepare to set forth. I intend to explore the northern infected jungle. The monsters there are of a higher level and yield greater experience, Lin Feng announced. The infected jungle? A level 2 area? Old Wong paused mid-bite. Concern etched across his face. Isn't that too perilous? I've heard the monsters there are formidable. Rest assured, dear sir. Lin Feng confidently patted the golden sand eagle, assuring, with me here, there will be no unforeseen events. Let us test the waters at the edge of the jungle. If it proves too perilous, we shall retreat. We must venture forth, for otherwise, our progress will stagnate. Old Wong observed Lin Feng's self-assured demeanor and nodded, saying, very well. I shall heed your counsel. My life is entrusted to you today. After consuming their rations, Old Wong's complexion visibly brightened, and his spirits were considerably lifted. Rising to his feet, he grasped his shield and small hammer. Though his equipment remained rudimentary, the despondency in his eyes had dissipated. Let's go, Xiaofeng. We shall brave the infected jungle. With a smile, Lin Feng set off alongside his newly joined companion, Old Wong, towards the northern gate of the novice village. Chapter 7. A New Threat. As Lin Feng and Old Wong strode toward the northern gate of the village, preparing to step into the unknown, a sudden and piercing alarm echoed across the skies of the 888 newbie village. The sound, distinct from the prior system prompts, was imbued with urgency and peril, tightening the hearts of all who heard it. Following this, a grand and chilling system voice resonated in every adventurer's mind, carrying an unprecedented seriousness. Emergency announcement. Attention all adventurers of 888 newbie village. A massive horde of zombies has been detected gathering. The target is our village. In 10 days, a wave of the undead will assault our village. The subsequent scale and frequency remain unknown. All adventurers are urged to enhance their strength, gather resources, fortify defenses, and prepare for battle. I repeat, this is not a drill. Survive. Upon this announcement, chaos erupted within the village. What? A zombie horde? In 10 days? Is this a joke? We're only level 4 at best. How can we defend ourselves? It's over. Is this game designed for us to perish here? 10 days. We must find a way to level up quickly. Otherwise, we are doomed. Defend? No. We should find a place to hide. Hide? Where can you hide? This is a global game. Quick. Form teams. Find strong allies. Otherwise, we will all be finished. Panic. Despair. Anger. Determination. A multitude of emotions spread through the crowd. The chat channel of the newbie village was instantly inundated with cries for team-ups, pleas for allies, curses against the system, and discussions of strategies. Players, recently recovering from the fears of the night, were plunged back into deeper anxiety by this sudden revelation of the impending horde. Lin Feng and Old Wong halted, exchanging glances that revealed the gravity of the situation in each other's eyes. A zombie horde. This is troublesome. Old Wong's complexion paled, his grip on the shield tightening instinctively. As an ordinary retired worker striving to adapt to this harsh game, he felt a primal fear in the face of a disaster that could annihilate the entire newbie village. Lin Feng's heart sank as well. 10 days. The time was too short. He was only level 3. Even if he leveled up quickly, how many levels could he possibly achieve in 10 days? Level 10? Level 15? Would that be sufficient against a massive horde? However, unlike pure panic, a flicker of excitement stirred within Lin Feng, alongside the pressure. A horde? It sounded exhilarating. Moreover, a large-scale zombie invasion meant an abundance of experience points? If they could withstand the onslaught, would it not be a celebration of leveling up? Of course, the prerequisite was survival. Don't worry too much, Uncle. Lin Feng breathed deeply, forcing himself to regain composure. There were still 10 days left, ample time for preparation. Now, more than ever, they must seize the opportunity to strengthen their abilities. Old Wong observed Lin Feng, who, despite his serious demeanor, exhibited no signs of panic. Rather, his eyes sparkled with a fierce determination, which instilled a sense of calm in Wong's heart. You're right. There's no use in fear. Let's hasten to level up. The unexpected announcement of the zombie tide only solidified their resolve to venture into the infected jungle. It became clear that swift leveling, alongside acquiring superior equipment and skills, was their only hope of surviving the impending onslaught 10 days hence. With no further hesitation, the duo quickened their pace and exited through the northern gate of the novice village. In stark contrast to the desolation and decay of the abandoned factory to the west, the north unfolded into a lush jungle. Towering trees interlaced their branches, casting a significant shadow that rendered the forest floor somewhat dim and damp. The air was thick with the scent of decaying vegetation mingled with earth, while the distant sounds of unknown insects and birds, accompanied by the faint, ominous growls of zombies, echoed around them. "This place feels far more sinister than the factory," Old Wong murmured, gripping his small hammer tightly, cautiously surveying their surroundings, with his shield raised before him. "Indeed, this is a level 2 area, certainly more perilous than the level 1 zone. Let us remain vigilant along the periphery." Lin Feng heightened his alertness, clutching his golden sand eagle with his finger poised on the trigger, ready to fire at a moment's notice. They proceeded along a narrow path worn by footsteps, gradually venturing into the jungle's edge. As they delved deeper, the trees grew denser, and the layer of fallen leaves thickened, crunching underfoot. After approximately 7 or 8 minutes, the underbrush ahead suddenly rustled. "Careful," Lin Feng hissed, raising his gun and aiming intently. 2 figures emerged from the thicket. Unlike the zombies encountered in the factory area, these creatures bore an unhealthy dark green hue to their skin, entwined with withered vines, and exhibited slightly more agility than their level 1 counterparts. Jungle zombie, common. Level 2 health, 150 attack power, 8 defense power, 5 skills. Claw strike, infectious scratch description. Zombies mutated within a jungle environment, displaying a certain adaptability to their surroundings, making them more challenging than ordinary zombies. "It's a level 2 monster," Old Wong exclaimed, immediately raising his shield. "I will draw their attention." He struck his shield vigorously, producing a resonant clang to lure the monsters. The 2 jungle zombies were indeed attracted by the noise, howling as they lunged towards Old Wong. "Uncle, be careful," Lin Feng shouted, promptly opening fire. Bang! -95. Headshot. A bullet struck one of the jungle zombies squarely in the head, significantly depleting its health, yet it did not succumb as easily as the level 1 zombies. "They are certainly tougher," Lin Feng thought, feeling a jolt of unease. The other zombie had already lunged at Old Wong, clawing towards his shield. Clang! Old Wong steadied his shield to absorb the blow, though the force pushed him back a step, causing a slight decrease in his health. The shield mitigated most of the damage, but could not render him entirely impervious. Bang! Bang! Seizing the opportunity, Lin Feng fired 2 more shots. -55. With a decisive strike to the body, the first zombie met its demise, its health fully depleted, vanishing into a radiant light. Killed jungle zombie, normal 1. Gained experience points 1. 5. Desert Eagle, Golden Edition, LV1, unlimited bullets, experience 1. The experience points had increased slightly. It seemed that teamwork had yielded some shared rewards. The remaining zombie continued its struggle with Old Wong. Although Old Wong was somewhat sluggish, he managed to handle the situation with relative ease. Lin Feng quickly adjusted his aim. Bang! Bang! 2 shots rang out, both finding their mark on the zombie's head. -98. -101. Critical hit. The second jungle zombie fell lifelessly to the ground. Killed jungle zombie, normal, 1. Gained experience points 1-5. Desert Eagle, Golden Edition, LV1, unlimited bullets, experience 1. With a sigh of relief, Old Wong lowered his shield and wiped the sweat from his brow. Indeed, those level 2 monsters proved to be quite formidable. If it weren't for your remarkable marksmanship, I might have struggled to withstand the onslaught just now. Lin Feng nodded in agreement, acknowledging the greater challenge posed by these foes. Their thicker health and higher defense made them considerably tougher to confront. "Uncle, next time we encounter a monster, there's no need for you to deliberately draw their ire. Simply stay behind me, assisting by keeping an eye on our surroundings. If any threats approach or attempt a sneak attack, just provide a shield for me. I will handle the damage output." Old Wong pondered for a moment and concurred that this strategy appeared to be more prudent. Given his age, his reflexes and operational skills were indeed his weaknesses. Forcing himself to be the primary tank would be overly ambitious. Supporting and coordinating would likely suit him better. All right, I shall heed your advice. The two briefly delineated their roles, then collected a few scattered copper coins from the ground, continuing their cautious exploration deeper into the jungle. Chapter 8. Leveling up upon entering the fringes of the infected jungle, Lin Feng and Old Wong, this temporary duo, embarked on their leveling journey in the new territory. Drawing from their prior experiences, their cooperation gradually became harmonious. To the left front, three figures emerged. Lin Feng's keen eyes swiftly identified the three jungle zombies staggering out from behind the trees. Good. Old Wong immediately raised a shield, refraining from the reckless charge of before. Instead, he positioned himself at an angle to protect Lin Feng's left front, simultaneously striking his shield with his hammer to produce a sound that drew the attention of the nearest zombie. Bang! Bang! Seizing the opportunity, Lin Feng unleashed the Golden Desert Eagle first. He prioritized eliminating the zombie slightly off the periphery, one that was less likely to be drawn in by Old Wong's initial engagement. Two shots found their mark in its head. -105, critical hit. -99, zombie killed, normal, 1, experience gained 1-5. Golden Desert Eagle LV1, unlimited ammo, experience boosted to LV2. Slight increase in power. Almost simultaneously, the zombie attracted by Old Wong lunged forward, clawing frantically at the shield. Clang! Clang! Old Wong gritted his teeth, steadfastly blocking with his shield. Each impact sent jolts through his arms, yet he dutifully fulfilled his role of drawing fire and protecting his ally. Meanwhile, the remaining zombie, howling, charged towards Lin Feng from another direction. Without a glance at the creature grappling with Old Wong, Lin Feng calmly turned his aim to the approaching zombie. Bang! 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 3 rapid shots. His high agility allowed for swift adjustments to his aim and stabilization of his weapon. -102, critical hit. -60, body hit. -97, the zombie fell, its head exploding just a few meters from Lin Feng. Zombie killed, normal, 1, experience gain 1-5. Finally, Lin Feng redirected his aim, effortlessly assisting Old Wong in dispatching the zombie still struggling against the shield. Bang! Bang! Zombie killed, normal, 1, experience gained 1-5. The skirmish concluded in under 20 seconds. Phew, splendid. Old Wong lowered his shield, a smile gracing his face. Your shooting skills are becoming increasingly precise, Xiao Feng. Teaming up with you is quite reassuring. Lin Feng chuckled. Uncle, you defended well. I hope you weren't hurt. Not at all. This level of impact, my old bones can still withstand. Old Wong patted his chest, slightly out of breath, yet brimming with vitality. The level 2 jungle zombies indeed provided twice the experience of their level 1 counterparts, significantly enhancing their leveling efficiency. Though each creature required a few more shots, the overall pace was much quicker. Thus, they cautiously advanced along the jungle's edge, clearing every wave of jungle zombies they encountered. Lin Feng's experience bar steadily rose, propelling him toward level 4. After approximately an hour of gleaning experience, Old Wong was suddenly enveloped in a radiant glow of advancement. Ha! I've leveled up. I too have ascended. Old Wong felt an exhilarating surge of power within him, akin to a child brimming with excitement, sensing his strength had significantly increased. Lin Feng mused to himself. It seems that the uncle had a rather arduous time yesterday. With Old Wong advancing to level 2, his fundamental attributes were enhanced, and his survival capacity improved somewhat, allowing Lin Feng to feel a modicum of reassurance in his offensive capabilities. As time flowed amidst their relentless battles, 2 hours slipped by in a blink. They found a relatively safe haven, leaning against a sturdy tree, where they sat down to replenish their energy with provisions and water. While Old Wong munched on his rations, his gaze fixated on Lin Feng's almost incessantly firing golden eagle, and he could no longer contain his curiosity. Little Feng, may I ask you something? Sure. Uncle, Lin Feng replied, taking a sip of water. Is your firearm, Well stocked with ammunition? Old Wang inquired cautiously. I've noticed you fired at least several hundred rounds since morning. ISNT ammunition rather expensive and rapidly consumed in the realm of firearms? Should we perhaps return to town for a resupply? His eyes reflected a blend of curiosity and concern. He found it hard to fathom how a player at this stage could sustain such a level of ammunition expenditure. Lin Feng felt a pang of anxiety. He knew this question would inevitably arise. His infinite bullet capability was undoubtedly his greatest secret and trump card, one he could not afford to reveal, even to the seemingly trustworthy Old Wang. Trust is a fragile construct, especially in this apocalyptic game world, where having an extra safeguard is invaluable. His mind raced, yet his expression remained impassive, feigning a nonchalant demeanor, tinged with a hint of pride as he replied, "Oh, about the bullets? No worries, uncle, I have plenty." He paused, launching into his fabricated narrative. "Yesterday at that abandoned factory, I fortuitously dispatched an elite monster. What was it called? The mutated foreman. That creature dropped a considerable haul. Aside from that worthless scrap of metal, it yielded several materials and equipment fragments of modest value. Coupled with the copper coins I had painstakingly amassed earlier, I managed to seize an opportunity on my way back to the village yesterday to sell all those useless items to Aunt Mary at the general store." He continued to embellish. "Believe it or not, I exchanged them for quite a hefty sum of copper coins. Then, I resolutely decided to convert most of that money into bullets. I procured several hundred rounds of generic handgun ammunition. Initially, I felt a twinge of regret. But considering I need to navigate the level 2 area today, it was prudent to stock up on ammunition. So, as long as we use them sparingly and avoid waste, we should be just fine until we return this evening." His words were a blend of truth and fabrication. The encounter with the elite monster, accumulating copper coins, and selling items were factual. However, the amount acquired from selling worthless equipment was grossly exaggerated, and it was implausible to obtain several hundred rounds of ammunition without several thousand copper coins. He intentionally obscured the specifics of the quantities and values, merely emphasizing that he had exchanged for a substantial amount of ammunition, thus rendering his narrative more credible. Upon hearing this, Lao Wang displayed an expression of sudden enlightenment, followed by a visage brimming with envy and reflection. "So that's how it is. Now I understand. You, my friend, are indeed fortunate to have stumbled upon something of great value. Alas, unlike me, who toiled for half a day with that team only to find the copper coins I earned insufficient even to purchase medicine. It seems that engaging with these firearms truly requires substantial capital." He evidently accepted Lin Feng's words without reservation, as he was already aware of Lin Feng's prowess in vanquishing elite monsters, and it was entirely plausible that Lin Feng's formidable weaponry could yield treasures of worth. Chapter 9. Driven by the fear of death, he invests all in agility. As for the precise value and the number of bullets, as a mere novice among the common players of the starter village, he lacked the inclination to delve into such complexities. He chuckled, feeling a sense of relief wash over him, having successfully navigated the situation. It seemed prudent to exercise caution in the future, to avoid appearing overly invincible, and to occasionally feign a reload after expending a magazine. "All right, my friend, we've rested enough. Let us proceed," Lin Feng declared, rising to his feet and brushing off the dust. "Our goal today is to strive for level 5. We still have quite a distance to cover in terms of experience, and we must return before nightfall. The jungle is far more perilous than the factory after dark." "Absolutely. I'm determined to help you reach level 5. Old Wang responded, invigorated once more, gripping his shield and hammer tightly. Although his pace of advancement was slow, he understood that following Lin Feng, whom he viewed as an inexhaustible source of firepower, was undoubtedly the best choice available to him. The two of them immersed themselves once again in the demanding yet monotonous endeavor of battling monsters. The afternoon hours swiftly passed in a blur of relentless and efficient hunting. Lin Feng and Old Wang's cooperation grew increasingly harmonious, with a slight enhancement in attributes from reaching level 2 and the experience he had gradually amassed. Old Wang became adept at assessing situations, utilizing his shield to block critical attacks, thereby creating a safer environment for Lin Feng to unleash his attacks. Meanwhile, Lin Feng devoted all his focus to offense and positioning. His marksmanship improved noticeably with each of the countless practical engagements. Though he was still far from becoming a sharpshooter, his headshot rate had significantly increased, and he was able to handle the substantial recoil of the Golden Sand Eagle with greater ease. His elevated agility allowed him to move nimbly, consistently eliminating foes before they could close the distance. The 2 experience points provided by the jungle zombies, while double that of a level 1 creature, also meant that the experience required for leveling up escalated incrementally. To progress from level 3 to 4 necessitated a total of 300 experience points, which implied he would need to vanquish 200 jungle zombies. Lin Feng fought tirelessly, his finger perpetually squeezing the trigger. Finally, after dispatching another small group of 3 jungle zombies, the long-awaited chime sounded once more. Congratulations! You have reached LV4. You have earned 5 free attribute points. A surge of warmth coursed through his body, dispelling much of the accumulated fatigue. Yes, I'm level 4, Lin Feng exclaimed, clenching his fist and without hesitation allocating all 5 free attribute points to agility. Agility, 1823. In that instant, he felt his body become lighter, his reaction speed seemingly quickening ever so slightly. Name, Lin Feng, level 4. Agility, 23. Unallocated attribute points, 0. Experience, 800. 800 experience points required to reach level 5. To advance to level 5 requires 800 experience. Lin Feng marveled at the experience bar, astonished. The demands for experience had escalated remarkably. This indicated that he would need to vanquish nearly 520 level 2 creatures to level up. This is truly exhausting. He couldn't help but voice his frustration. There is no helping it, Xiao Feng. Upon hearing Lin Feng's lament, Old Wang chimed in from the side, stating that in a game, the difficulty invariably escalates as one progresses. With your guidance, my pace has already been remarkably swift. Many in the village are still struggling in the level 1 zone, unable to advance a single level in a whole day. Lin Feng reflected on this and recognized his own tendency towards humble bragging. With the infinite ammunition hack, and alongside Uncle Wang, his efficiency had far surpassed that of the ordinary player. Indeed, let us press on. Lin Feng rekindled his spirit. The objective was level 5, and it was imperative to achieve it. The ensuing hours were filled with the monotonous task of grinding monsters. They ventured a bit deeper into the jungle, where the undead seemed to respawn at an accelerated rate, occasionally encountering groups of 4 or 5 zombies. The intensity of combat had increased, yet for Lin Feng, who had already reached level 4 with an agility of 23, handling the situation had become even more effortless. His movement speed had surged, his evasion capabilities had strengthened, and his shooting frequency and accuracy were continuously honed through practical experience. During this time, his Golden Desert Eagle finally amassed enough experience, emitting a faint glow. Your weapon Desert Eagle, Golden Edition, LV2, Infinite Bullets, has leveled up to LV3. Weapon base power has received a slight increase. Weapon experience, 2,000 points of experience are required to reach LV4. Although the enhancements from the weapon upgrade were minimal, they were certainly better than none. Lin Feng was now able to dispatch a zombie with a single shot. As time passed, the sunlight filtering through the trees transitioned from bright to gentle, gradually taking on an orange-red hue. Both Lin Feng and Old Wang felt a sense of fatigue, particularly Lin Feng, whose right arm was noticeably sore from the intense and continuous shooting. Nevertheless, he gritted his teeth and persevered, his gaze fixed on the experience bar. Just a little more to go. Roar! Another jungle zombie lunged forward with a shriek. Lin Feng's eyes sharpened as he raised his hand. Bang! A precise headshot. Killed jungle zombie, normal, 1. Gained experience 1-5. Now is the moment. Ding! Congratulations. Level has risen to LV5. All attributes have received a slight increase. Earned free attribute points 5. Maximum health has increased. The radiant glow of leveling up enveloped Lin Feng, significantly alleviating the fatigue that had plagued him throughout the day. Phew! Level 5. Lin Feng let out a long sigh of relief, his face lighting up with the joy of success. He promptly allocated the 5 attribute points to agility once more. Agility, 23-28, and agility nearing 30. This was indeed a considerable figure, especially in the early stages of the game. He felt a rush of exhilaration as he imagined himself running with the wind. Excellent work, Xiao Feng. You've reached level 5. Old Wang genuinely rejoiced for him, wiping the sweat from his brow and gesturing towards the sky. However, look at the sky. The sun is about to set, and the light in the forest will fade swiftly. Shouldn't we consider heading back? It's surely 1 TB safe here at night. Lin Feng looked up, and indeed, the golden hues of the setting sun filtered through the treetops, casting a soft amber glow upon the forest floor. The surrounding light visibly dimmed, and the sounds of insects, previously dormant in the daylight, began to resonate, while the air turned refreshingly cool. Yes, the elder was right. It was time to return. Lin Feng nodded in agreement. The day's objectives had been accomplished, and there was no need to linger here, risking the perils of the night. Moreover, he was genuinely fatigued, and his arms required respite. Let us depart and make haste. The two companions lingered no longer. After orienting themselves, they commenced their journey back along the path they had traversed. The jungle under the setting sun presented a unique spectacle. It also emanated a sense of eeriness and unease. As they ventured further, the darkness deepened, prompting both individuals, eager to return home, to quicken their pace. Chapter 10. Ambushed as Lin Feng and Old Wang were on the verge of exiting the infected jungle, with the outlines of sparser trees and brighter light ahead becoming discernible. An unexpected turn of events unfolded. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 figures suddenly emerged from behind the trees and bushes flanking the path, forming a triangular formation to block their way. These 3 individuals were players, 2 men and 1 woman. The leader was a tall man with a scar across his face, wielding a rusted machete. To his left stood a lanky figure armed with a rudimentary short bow, an arrow already nocked. To the right was a woman clad in ill-fitting leather armor, gripping 2 daggers with a cold glare. Their equipment appeared quite ordinary, suggesting they were players struggling to make ends meet. Yet, having tasted the extraordinary abilities that came with power upgrades, their eyes gleamed with greed and malice. Stop right there. The scar-faced man brandished his machete at Lin Feng and Old Wang, his voice coarse. This road is mine, and these trees are my own. If you wish to pass, you must pay the toll. Old Wang, startled by this sudden turn of events, quickly raised his shield in front of him, nervously eyeing the trio. What do you want from us? Lin Feng, however, furrowed his brows, a surge of anger welling up inside him. What the hell? Are they really robbing us? He cursed inwardly. He had anticipated the high degree of freedom within the game might lead to player conflicts. But he had not expected to encounter such a situation so soon, especially in such an isolated location devoid of any civilization. The excessive freedom of this game was proving to be a double-edged sword, allowing players to ambush and rob others of their hard-earned rewards. Lin Feng felt a wave of disgust at the sight of these obviously ill-intentioned players. The scar-faced man chuckled maliciously, revealing a set of yellowed teeth. What's the matter? We're just borrowing a few things to spend. Look at you two, a senior citizen and a young lad. After a whole day in a level 2 area, you must have gathered quite a haul, right? If you're sensible, hand over all the copper coins you've collected today, along with anything valuable in your bags. Otherwise, he waved his machete threateningly, his intent clear. The lanky archer chimed in ominously. Don't even think about running or resisting, or my arrow 1T spare you. Suppressing his fury, Lin Feng endeavored for one last that beside him stood an elderly man with delicate skin, clearly someone who had never faced hardship. It was evident that his backpack contained a substantial amount of provisions. Hand it over swiftly, or I shall not hesitate to send you both on your way. And we shall take what we need. The woman accompanying him sneered, indeed. In this world, only those with strength prevail. Why delay? Let's seize it by force. Upon hearing her words, Lin Feng felt the last vestige of hope vanish. He discerned that these 3 individuals had no intention of reasoning. They were nothing more than ruthless thugs seeking to gain at the expense of others' suffering. Lin Feng's gaze turned icy. He hesitated for a moment, recognizing that killing a player was an entirely different matter from slaying mindless zombies. Yet the words of his adversaries served as a stark reminder. In a post-apocalyptic world, benevolence would not ensure survival. To show mercy to those who willingly inflict malice was to be cruel to oneself and one's allies. Since they dared to rob, they must also be prepared for retribution. Prepare yourself, uncle, Lin Feng commanded sharply, ceasing any further discourse. Understood. Old Wang, though anxious, recognized that retreat was no longer an option. He immediately braced his shield firmly in front of him. Fools! Charge! The scar-faced man roared, leading the assault with a cleaver raised high. The female thief swiftly followed, maneuvering to flank Lin Feng, while the lanky archer knocked an arrow, aiming at Lin Feng. The battle was on the brink of erupting. Just as the cleaver was about to strike Old Wang's shield, a resounding boom echoed. Lin Feng's golden eagle unleashed a furious roar. With an impressive agility of 28, his reflexes and aiming speed reached their zenith. His first target was the most threatening distant archer. Almost simultaneously with the release of the arrow, Lin Feng's bullet found its mark, striking the archer squarely in the head. -155. Critical hit. Weak point attack. The archer had no time to scream. His body stiffened, and he fell back, dissolving into a wisp of white light. His arrow veered off course, grazing Lin Feng's arm and inflicting a negligible amount of damage. A swift kill. At that moment, the cleaver of the scar-faced man crashed violently against Old Wang's shield. A deafening clang reverberated through the air. Old Wang staggered back under the immense force, his health diminished slightly, yet he gritted his teeth, refusing to relinquish his shield. He successfully withstood the initial onslaught. Having dispatched the archer, Lin Feng swiftly redirected his aim towards the flanking female thief. Clearly taken aback by Lin Feng's rapid response and marksmanship, she was paralyzed with fear as her companion fell in an instant. And the golden muzzle of Lin Feng's weapon now bore down upon her. Instinctively, she sought to retreat, but it was too late. Bang! Bang! 2 shots rang out, both striking her head with pinpoint accuracy. -148. Critical hit. Weak point attack. -152. Critical hit. Weak point attack. The female thief met the same fate as the archer, vanishing into a radiant light. From the onset of the battle to the demise of the 2 adversaries, the entire sequence transpired in the blink of an eye, lasting no more than 3 seconds. Only the scarred leader remained, frozen in place. He had just retrieved his knife from Lao Wang's shield when he realized that both of his companions had vanished. Why you? The scar man gazed at Lin Feng's dark, foreboding gun muzzle, his eyes betraying a flicker of fear for the first time. He could not fathom how this seemingly inconspicuous individual possessed such terrifying prowess. The trio had aimed a train to level 3 today, and, on a whim, intended to ambush a few unfortunate souls. Yet unexpectedly, they themselves had become the victims. In the next life, perhaps I shall be a better person. Lin Feng's gaze was frigid, devoid of any compassion, as he pulled the trigger aimed at the scar man's head. Bang! -160. Critical hit. Weak point attack. The final obstacle was reduced to a wisp of white light. The battle concluded. An instant silence enveloped the surroundings, leaving only the heavy breaths of Lin Feng and Lao Wang, alongside the lingering scent of gunpowder in the air. At the site where 3 corpses had vanished, a scattering of copper coins and a few tattered white items remained. Xiaofeng, you killed them all? Lao Wang lowered his shield, staring into the emptiness ahead, his voice trembling, his face a canvas of shock and disbelief. Lin Feng inhaled deeply, suppressing the subtle turmoil stirred by his first act of killing, and spoke solemnly. They sought to rob us, and they should have anticipated this outcome. This world is no longer the one we once knew, uncle. To show mercy to foes is to be cruel to oneself. He stepped forward, swiftly collecting the scattered copper coins and the worthless gear from the ground. Though deemed trash, they could still fetch a few coins. We must leave quickly. Darkness is approaching, and this place is no longer safe, Lin Feng urged. Lao Wang regarded Lin Feng's still somewhat youthful visage, now imbued with an unwavering resolve, opened his mouth, but ultimately merely nodded, silently following in his wake. The two ceased their conversation and hastened away from the jungle's edge, where a robbery had just transpired, racing toward the distant glow of lights from the newbie village number 888. The last rays of the setting sun vanished beyond the horizon, and the heavy cloak of night enveloped the earth. In the jungle, unsettling sounds characteristic of the night began to echo. Meanwhile, Lin Feng's heart bore the indelible mark of this inaugural clash between players, a brutal struggle for survival. Chapter 11. Seeking warmth as Lin Feng and Old Wang, both on high alert, sprinted toward the flickering flames and sturdy wooden fence of Novice Village number 888. A profound sense of relief washed over them. The night had completely enveloped the land, and the world outside the village seemed consumed by an endless darkness, punctuated only by the distant, more frenzied and resonant roars of zombies, serving as a chilling reminder of the terrors that lurked in the night. The number of guarding NPCs at the village entrance had evidently increased, and the torches blazed brighter. A few players, appearing to be of considerable level and equipped with relatively good gear, were engaged in hushed conversation with an NPC resembling a guard captain, creating a somewhat tense atmosphere. The flow of players entering and exiting the village had significantly diminished, with only a handful of adventurers hastily returning in pairs, their faces betraying a lingering terror. Finally, they had returned to safety. Old Wang wiped the cold sweat from his brow, casting a cautious glance back at the ominous entrance of the pitch-black forest. In the wilderness at night, even a moment felt unnervingly prolonged. Lin Feng nodded in agreement, acutely aware of the intangible pressure that the night imposed. While he felt confident in his ability to handle various situations with unlimited ammunition at his disposal, the zombies, whose attributes were doubled, posed a heightened risk. Particularly under the constraints of limited visibility, it was prudent to avoid unnecessary dangers whenever possible. Having endured the intense leveling session earlier that day, followed by the heart-stopping ambush in the evening, both men felt utterly exhausted. Lin Feng guided Old Wang back to the adventurer's lodge in the village. "Old man, 2 beds, please," he stated without hesitation, producing copper coins. "All right, that will be 100 copper coins." The goat-bearded elder promptly accepted the payment and handed over 2 keys. Noticing Lin Feng's straightforwardness in paying for both beds, Old Wang felt a bit embarrassed. "Xiao Feng, I still have some copper coins saved up." Uncle, there's no need for formality between us." Lin Feng waved his hand dismissively. "You should save your coins to buy some potions or repair your gear. I've just had a little windfall." He referred to the several copper coins dropped by the 3 bandits he had just dispatched, which, while modest, served as a perfect pretext. Seeing Lin Feng's insistence, Old Wang relented, casting a grateful glance at him, cherishing this bond in his heart. They ascended the stairs with their keys in hand. The large room upstairs was even livelier than the previous day. Nearly all the beds were occupied, and many players, lacking accommodations, were resting against the walls or sitting on the floor, engaging in quiet conversations. The air was thick with a mixture of sweat, the metallic scent of blood, and the aroma of cheap flatbreads. It was clear that everyone understood the necessity of staying indoors at night. Lin Feng found 2 adjacent empty beds, and he and Old Wang lay down. Rather than succumbing to sleep immediately, he perked up his ears to listen to the surrounding players' discussions while accessing the Novice Village chat channel. Unlike the daytime chatter, which was rapid and abundant, the nighttime conversations bore a noticeable shift in tone. Rampant Dragon Guild is recruiting. The goal is for all members to reach level 8 within 10 days. Let us unite to withstand the zombie tide. Brothers with strength, act swiftly. Iron Blood Alliance is seeking formidable melee players, requiring a minimum level of 3, ready to follow commands. Generous benefits await. Let's fight together for survival. Are there any players who wish to slay zombies without taking risks? Our Flame of Hope team is in need of logistical support. Exceptional compensation offered. Coordinates XXXX indicate a suspected resource respawn location. Is there a large team willing to clear it? Just how immense is the zombie surge? Can our several thousand players withstand it? Who can say? We shall do our utmost and leave the rest to fate. Swiftly leveling up is paramount. Lin Feng observed that nearly all the information revolved around the zombie tide. Team formations, leveling up, and resources. The player community, which had been relatively scattered during the day, began to consolidate either spontaneously or through organization under the immense pressure of the zombie onslaught. A plethora of team names, some resounding and others somewhat juvenile, began to emerge. As approximately 3,000 players in the 888th Novice Village seemed to be swept into the tide of forming large alliances within the span of a single day. Recruitment cries echoed throughout the village. Some of the more capable and charismatic players had evidently become leaders of various teams, actively strategizing their actions for the next 10 days. In contrast, Lin Feng and his companion, Old Wang, appeared somewhat isolated as a duo. A large team, perhaps, Lin Feng mused, stroking his chin. Joining a larger group might afford greater resources and information, and allow for a shared burden in the face of the zombie tide. However, it would also impose constraints and management on his actions, potentially sacrificing his freedom. Moreover, his ability to wield infinite bullets could become more conspicuous in the bustling crowd of a larger team. Thus, he had no immediate intentions of joining any team. Habitually, he opened the level leaderboard. 888th Novice Village level leaderboard. First, Qin Shiming, LV6, second. Long Ao Tan, LV5, third. Feng Qinyang, LV5, fourth. Ba Dao, LV5, fifth. Ice Queen, LV5, sixth. Liao Hua, LV5, seventh. Lone Wolf, LV5, eighth. Lin Feng, LV5, ninth. Iron Hand, LV4, 10th. His ranking had plummeted from second to eighth. Although he had successfully leveled up to level 5 today, it was evident that those ahead of him, particularly the already level 6 Qin Shiming, were progressing at a faster pace. The leaderboard was nearly dominated by level 5 players. Dropped to 8th, Lin Feng gazed at his name, feeling a slight twinge of frustration, an undeniable sentiment for a young man who harbored a modicum of competitiveness. After a brief contemplation, he discerned the reason. Primarily, he had been leveling up alongside the older man, resulting in a dilution of experience points. Otherwise, given his efficiency after reaching level 5 today, he ought to have advanced significantly further in experience. The team formation mechanism in games typically operates as follows. The larger the group, the slight increase in total experience provided by individual monsters may be apparent. However, when this experience is divided among the members, the rate of acquisition often pales in comparison to solo endeavors or small teams, unless the team composition is exceptionally optimized, where efficiency in combat can compensate for the dilution of experience caused by greater numbers. In this case, alongside Old Wang, the latter currently contributes little in terms of damage output, primarily serving as a mobile shield and a warning system. Consequently, the efficiency of experience acquisition is naturally inferior to his solo efforts. Nevertheless, this notion was fleeting. So be it, 8th place it is. Lin Feng soon reconciled himself to the situation. He shook his head and smiled silently. Rankings are but illusions, while true strength is paramount. With the remarkable ability of infinite bullets at his disposal, he knew he would eventually catch up in levels. Moreover, although leveling with the older gentleman was somewhat slower, it provided a substantial sense of security, as having someone to watch his back allowed him to handle unexpected situations with greater composure. This arrangement was certainly not a loss. For him, the current levels and rankings held far less significance than the potential of the future. When he reached level 10 and unlocked the class enchantments, that would mark his true ascent. The present disparity in levels was inconsequential. He harbored no resentment towards Old Wang for the shared experience, having committed to the partnership. He maintained the awareness that came with it. Having come to this realization, Lin Feng felt a sense of tranquility wash over him. Reflecting on the day's experiences, reaching level 5, teaming up with Old Wang, receiving news of the zombie tide, and enduring his first player kill, it had indeed been a fulfilling and exhilarating day. As for tomorrow, he planned to check in with the village chief regarding the zombie tide news. There might be new quests or vital information available. After that, he would decide where to grind for levels. With his eyes closed, Lin Feng began to map out his itinerary for the following day, allowing the sounds of other players' snores and murmurs to lull him into a deep slumber. Chapter 12. The Blessing of Ancestors. The morning sun struggled to pierce through the lingering haze above the novice village, rousing the entire settlement from the tranquility of night. However, what awaited Lin Feng and Old Wang was an atmosphere even more tumultuous and tense than the day before. The hall of the Adventurers Guild, the village square, and even the entrances of various NPC shops were teeming with hurried players. The air was filled with boisterous recruitment calls, fervent tactical discussions, and a clamor of haggling transactions. What had merely taken shape as nascent large teams the day prior had swiftly burgeoned like a snowball, with tattered makeshift banners bearing names such as Frenzied Dragon, Iron Blood, and Starlight fluttering amidst the crowd. The 10-day countdown to the zombie tide loomed like an invisible whip, cracking at every player's nerves. And the instinct for survival compelled the previously scattered players to coalesce at an unprecedented pace. After a simple meal of rations at the Adventurers Guild, Lin Feng and Old Wang surveyed the scene before them, feeling the weight of an intangible pressure. Xiao Feng. Today Old Wang hesitated as he gazed at the throngs of departing players. Let us first visit the village chief, Lin Feng interjected, his gaze directed towards the chief's office. With the news of the zombie tide, there must be new arrangements or tasks in the village. It would be prudent to ascertain the situation first. All right, Old Wang nodded in agreement. The two men navigated against the tide of villagers heading outside. Arriving at the village chief's office, the atmosphere within was even more solemn than the previous day. Old Chief John appeared considerably haggard, engaged in a fervent discussion with several captain guards around a large map, where the red-marked danger zones seemed to have expanded further. Upon noticing Lin Feng's entrance, Old John wearily waved his hand, signaling the captains to step outside. "Adventurer, you have arrived." Old John's voice was laden with deep concern. "The situation is dire. The energy fluctuations in the Misty Valley to the east are growing stronger. We must act swiftly, or else." Lin Feng felt a stir within, sensing the pivotal moment. "Chief, is there something we can do? We are willing to try anything that might bolster our chances of defending the village." A glint of resoluteness flickered in Old John's eyes. "Excellent. I require brave young souls like you. According to ancient records, we can summon the blessing of our ancestors through a perilous ritual, granting us the blessing of ancestors buff to combat the darkness. However, initiating this ritual demands proof of courage. Therefore, I am issuing a special, heroic task number 888 for the novice village." He elaborated on the task rules. "This task is open to all adventurers. Yet, only the first valiant individual to complete it will receive the blessing of ancestors buff, significantly enhancing their combat prowess when the zombie tide strikes. Thus, your assigned task," Old John's gaze sharpened as it fixed upon Lin Feng, "is to venture into the perilous, Misty Valley and slay 100 ordinary blood corpses. There are level 5 zombies that lurk within the valley. Do you dare accept this challenge?" System prompt. "Do you accept the task, hero task of novice village number 888? Task objective: proceed to Misty Valley and defeat ordinary blood corpses 0-100. Task difficulty: dangerous. Task reward: the first player to complete the task will receive the blessing of ancestors buff, effective during the corpse tide. Note: all players can accept this task, and the reward is unique. Misty Valley, 100 level 5 blood corpses. The unique savior buff." Lin Feng's heart raced. He instinctively clenched his fists. The risks were immense, yet the rewards were equally astonishing. This buff would undoubtedly be a divine skill during the corpse tide. Moreover, the very challenge ignited a fervor within him. His gaze swept over his attribute panel, an astonishing 28 points in agility. This bestowed upon him unparalleled speed and flexibility. Swift movement greatly enhanced his survivability and granted him the capability to kite and manipulate enemies. Coupled with the infinite bullets of the golden sand eagle, perhaps it would be more suitable for me to venture alone? A thought flickered through his mind. The environment of Misty Valley was unknown, and the foes were level 5 monsters. Lao Wang was only level 3, his reactions and defenses inadequate. If they entered as a team, Lao Wang might become a liability, and to protect him, Lin Feng's agile advantage would be compromised. This task was a gamble for him. If he succeeded, he would acquire the buff, significantly increasing their chances of survival during the corpse tide. If he failed, with his speed, he could always flee at any moment. But he had to try. With this resolve in mind, Lin Feng took a deep breath and made his decision. However, he did not immediately agree with the village chief. Instead, he turned to Lao Wang, who wore an expression of tension and anticipation. Uncle, Lin Feng's tone bore a hint of regret and seriousness. This task is exceedingly perilous. Level 5 blood corpses along with the unknowns of Misty Valley. I would have to exert all my strength in the fog to survive. It's a matter of life and death. He looked at Lao Wang earnestly and continued, to be honest, I rely solely on my speed and marksmanship now. Alone, my targets are manageable. If I cannot defeat them, I can still escape. But if I bring you along, I fear I may not only be unable to protect you, but also be hindered by distractions, potentially trapping us both. Lao Wang's anticipation swiftly morphed into shock, which then transformed into understanding. He was not a fool. Lin Feng spoke the truth. He was acutely aware of his own situation, a level 3, equipped with subpar gear, and reactions that could not keep pace with the younger generation. Accompanying Lin Feng into Misty Valley would not only fail to assist, but might even exacerbate the difficulties. Lin Feng continued, moreover, Uncle, isn't the village currently forming large teams? You should seek out a reliable team to join, train safely with them in secure areas, enhance your strength, and prepare resources. That would be the most prudent and correct choice. Following me into danger is far too unwise and perilous for you. He refrained from mentioning the distribution of experience points, instead persuading from a standpoint of safety and a better option. Old Wang's gaze was somewhat intricate. He remained silent for a moment, then let out a heavy sigh, his face betraying a hint of bitter amusement, but more than that, understanding. Xiaofeng, you are right. Uncle, indeed cannot keep pace with you anymore. My presence would only be a burden. He recognized that Lin Feng's intentions were rooted in concern for him. Forcing himself to accompany Lin Feng to the Misty Valley would undoubtedly be a hindrance. Indeed, various teams were emerging now. Old Wang patted Lin Feng on the shoulder, his expression resolutely firm once more. Then, this heroic quest is entrusted to you. Venture forth boldly. Uncle will not hold you back. He wore an encouraging smile. I will see if I can find a suitable team. You must be exceedingly cautious in the Misty Valley. It is no trifling matter. Remember, if you cannot prevail, retreat. Do not strain yourself. Surviving is paramount. Understood, Uncle. Please take care of yourself. Lin Feng felt a surge of emotion and nodded vigorously. All right, I shall seek a team. Await good news. Old Wang imparted one last piece of advice before turning to leave the village chief's office, heading toward the larger teams in the village that were currently recruiting. Watching Old Wang's departing figure, Lin Feng felt a swirl of conflicting emotions. Yet, he understood that this was the best choice for both of them at this juncture. He turned back to face old John, the village chief, his gaze transforming into one of unwavering sharpness and determination. Chief, I accept this mission. Old John regarded the resolute young man before him. Excellent. Young adventurer, your courage is commendable. Please exercise utmost caution. The hopes of the entire village may rest upon your shoulders. Lin Feng spoke no further, striding purposefully out of the office. Outside, a bustling crowd awaited. Various teams were eagerly preparing for departure, and perhaps among them lay a group destined for the Misty Valley. Chapter 13. The entrance to the Misty Valley after parting ways with Old Wang. Lin Feng did not immediately rush towards the Misty Valley. Faced with level 5 monsters and an unknown environment, thorough preparation was essential, especially considering his decision to venture into the dragon's lair alone. He first visited the general store, where he spent his dwindling copper coins to replenish his supplies with several portions of coarse rations and a few jugs of murky drinking water. After a moment's hesitation, he splurged on 10 doses of hemostatic herbs. Acting alone, without the support of teammates, these supplies were his last line of defense. He refrained from inquiring further about the Misty Valley from others, aware that such questions would yield little useful information and might draw unnecessary attention. Instead, he quietly regulated his breathing, ensuring he was in peak condition, and then resolutely set off towards the eastern side of the village. The journey to the Misty Valley felt markedly different when undertaken alone. Without Old Wang's occasional conversations and warnings, The surroundings seemed eerily silent, heightening his vigilance. However, thanks to an impressive agility score of 28, his speed was remarkable. His footsteps were light, allowing him to cover the distance that would typically take over half an hour in under 20 minutes. Standing once more before the dark red mountain pass, which appeared stained with blood, he gazed into the swirling, living white mist. Lin Feng's heart quickened. Without teammates, all dangers lay solely on his shoulders. With determination, he took a deep breath, gripping the golden sand eagle tightly, and stepped into the fog. The familiar sensation of constricted vision and distorted sound enveloped him instantly. Visibility was severely limited to a mere 5 or 6 meters ahead. Beyond that lay chaos. The map function was rendered utterly useless, forcing him to rely solely on instinct and a general sense of direction to progress. Lin Feng immediately quickened his pace, not in a reckless straight line, but rather with a flexible, agile gait that allowed for swift changes in direction while maintaining his bearings. His eyes, sharp as a hawk's, scanned the dense fog ahead and to the sides, while his ears perked up, attuned to any unusual sounds hidden within the mist. The surrounding silence was profound, broken only by the faint rustle of his own footsteps on the damp ground. This extreme quietude felt more unsettling than any cacophony. After approximately 5 minutes, Lin Feng abruptly halted. He heard an exceedingly faint sound, reminiscent of fingernails scraping against rock, emanating from the dense mist just ahead and to his left. He swiftly raised his firearm, crouching slightly, his focus zeroed in on that direction. In the next moment, a dark red figure, deeper in hue than the surrounding mist, lunged forth with astonishing speed, aiming directly at him. A strong, acrid scent of blood as the tremendous impact caused the blood corpse's assault to falter momentarily. Seizing this opportunity, Lin Feng exerted force beneath his feet, swiftly retreating to create distance, while simultaneously raising his weapon, aiming at the grotesque, blood-glowing head of the blood corpse. Blood corpse common, level, 5 health, 750 attack power, 40 defense power, 25 skills, bloodthirsty claw strike, bloody charge, basic regeneration, minor continuous healing. Description: a terrifying zombie infected by aberration in the Mist Valley, with an extreme thirst for blood and a notably aggressive nature, possessing a degree of regenerative capability. As Lin Feng observed the approaching blood corpse, a faint, cold smile crept across his lips. Competing in speed? I fear you not. He ceased his retreat and instead commenced a rapid circular motion around the blood corpse. His steps were agile and swift, maintaining a distance of approximately 7 to 8 meters. The perfect range that allowed him to fire with composure while avoiding easy proximity to his foe. Bang, bang, bang. The gunfire resounded rhythmically. He did not unleash a continuous barrage as before. Rather, he moved at high speed, seeking the optimal angle and moment to shoot, keeping his aim firmly locked on the blood corpse's head. This was the confidence derived from his fully enhanced agility. The high-speed movement conferred not only evasion capabilities, but also unparalleled battlefield maneuverability. The blood corpse, with its 40 points of attack power, could not even graze the hem of Lin Feng's attire. Time and again, it launched charges and claw strikes, yet Lin Feng effortlessly evaded by mere inches. It resembled a bull being toyed with, spinning wildly in place, unable to close the distance to the elusive foe who moved like a specter. Meanwhile, Lin Feng's shot struck with the precision of a maggot burrowing into bone. Accurate and lethal. -130, critical hit. Weak point attack. -128, critical hit. Weak point attack. Miss. Occasional misfire during rapid movement. -135, critical hit. Weak point attack. -131, critical hit. Weak point attack. His headshot rate was astonishingly high. After thousands of practice shots and the stability and aiming speed gained from an impressive agility score of 28, he found that when targeting the relatively large weak point of the head, at least 8 out of 10 shots found their mark. Approximately 80 headshot rate. The minor healing effect from the blood corpse's basic regeneration was utterly insufficient against Lin Feng's relentless headshot barrage. Its health was persistently dwindling. Finally, after yet another futile charge that missed its mark, and receiving yet another powerful bullet to its head, the ferocious blood corpse let out a reluctant wail, its massive body collapsing to the ground, transforming into a puddle of dark red slime that swiftly merged into the mist. Blood corpse, common, killed 1, gained experience 10. Quest, number 888 Newbie Village Hero Quest, progress, 100. Lin Feng paused, breathing heavily, a fine sheen of sweat appearing on his forehead. 10 experience points. That is 5 times that of a level 2 monster. This reward is quite generous. Yet this battle proved to be far more exhausting than the previous encounters in the jungle. The entire experience demanded acute mental concentration, coupled with relentless high-speed movement and precise shooting, which took a considerable toll on both stamina and psyche. These blood corpses were indeed formidable. Lin Feng gazed at the spot where the blood corpse had vanished, leaving behind a solitary copper coin and a small, dark red crystalline fragment, likely mere refuse. With a health pool of 750, 25 points of defense, and the ability to regenerate health. Had it not been for my complete investment in agility, along with this firearm and boundless ammunition, any other level 5 player would undoubtedly face significant challenges, even when teamed up, and might even encounter a disastrous defeat. He contemplated that, although this solo endeavor was taxing, it was in fact remarkably efficient. Through the strategy of kiting and achieving a high headshot rate, he had managed to eliminate a level 5 monster almost without sustaining any damage. This greatly bolstered his confidence. Excellent. This approach is viable, though it does wear down my shoes. Lin Feng glanced down at his nearly worn-out sneakers, chuckling to himself in self-mockery. He stepped forward to retrieve the copper coin and the item labeled Desiccated Blood Clot, a piece of refuse, then instinctively pretended to reload his golden eagle while cautiously surveying the deeper, mist-laden shadows. 100 blood corpses, and he had merely accomplished 1% of the task. In Lin Feng's gaze, the previous tension had dissipated, replaced by a hunter's calmness and a trace of exhilaration. He relished this challenge. Chapter 14. The gunfire that attracts monsters and the perfect shooting range. As Lin Feng ventured into the misty valley, he resembled a solitary specter of a hunter, engaging in a deadly dance with the blood corpses. He maximized his agility to its fullest potential. In every encounter with the blood corpses, he opted not for a direct confrontation, but rather employed nimble footwork, playing a perilous game of hide-and-seek with these ferocious level 5 monsters amidst the dense fog. His movements were ghostly, flitting between rocks and withered trees, maintaining a delicate distance from the blood corpses that allowed him to ensure the effective range and headshot probability of the Golden Desert Eagle, while simultaneously rendering the blood corpse's formidable attack power of 40 points ineffective. Bang! 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 The gunfire reverberated through the mist. Each shot was often accompanied by the explosive demise of a blood corpse's head. His astounding headshot rate of 80, combined with the immense power of the Golden Desert Eagle, yielded remarkable efficiency. Kill blood corpse, normal, 1, experience gained 10. Quest, hero quest no. 888 from Novice Village, progress, 100, Desert Eagle, golden version, LV3, unlimited ammo, experience 1. Current weapon experience, 16,000 bang, bang. Kill blood corpse, normal 1. Experience gained 10. Quest, hero quest number 888 from Novice Village, progress, 100. Thus, relying on his exceptional personal skills and extraordinary enhancements, Lin Feng steadily advanced through the quest. However, this came at a significant cost. His concentration had to be razor-sharp, always alert to any disturbances that might emerge from the fog, while continuously engaging in rapid movement and precise shooting, leading to considerable physical exhaustion. After dispatching merely 5 or 6 blood corpses, he felt beads of sweat forming on his forehead, and his breath became slightly labored. This location for monster hunting was far more exhausting than the outside world. Lin Feng muttered to himself while cautiously changing positions. More troublingly, he soon identified a new issue. The gunfire of the Golden Desert Eagle was exceedingly loud, although the fog somewhat muffled the sound, rendering it a bit dull in the stillness of the valley. The incessant banging was as conspicuous as a lighthouse in the night. Initially, it was manageable. He encountered only solitary blood corpses, or perhaps two, or THR, yet simultaneously confronted by three adversaries in this obscured and treacherous locale. Lin Feng understood the peril. Should any one of them ensnare or obstruct his movements, the other two would swiftly rend him to shreds. The formidable attack power of 40 was no trifling matter. With the wisdom of the 36 stratagems, retreat was the optimal strategy. Without hesitation, Lin Feng disregarded the scattered loot beneath him and turned to flee. He propelled himself with utmost speed, his form akin to a wisp of smoke, vanishing swiftly into the dense fog. The menacing growls of the three bloodthirsty corpses reverberated behind him, their heavy footfalls and furious roars echoing through the mist, rendering this pursuit utterly harrowing. Lin Feng dared not afford himself a moment's respite. He harnessed his extraordinary bodily control, deftly maneuvering over the rugged terrain of the valley, constantly altering his trajectory in an effort to elude his relentless pursuers. At times, he even turned back to fire a few shots, momentarily stalling the closest of the blood corpses to gain himself a sliver of space. The thick fog served as both a shroud and an impediment to his vision, causing him to narrowly avoid colliding with suddenly materializing rocks or dead trees on several occasions. Just as he felt the weight of fatigue bearing down on him and sensed his pursuers closing in, he suddenly caught sight of a vast and steep shadowy silhouette looming ahead within the mist. It resembled an almost vertical cliff face, or perhaps a colossal, solitary stone pillar. A spark of opportunity ignited within Lin Feng. Typically, zombies possess poor climbing abilities, particularly these seemingly cumbersome and bloodthirsty types. No longer hesitating, he surged toward the shadow with all his might. As he approached, it became clear that it was indeed a towering stone pillar, standing over 10 meters high, its surface relatively smooth, lacking any obvious footholds for ascent. The top of the pillar appeared to boast a somewhat level platform. Arriving at the base of the pillar, Lin Feng gazed upward, estimating its height and potential grip points. Taking a deep breath, he temporarily sheathed his golden eagle and, employing both hands and feet, began to ascend with remarkable agility and strength. While the pillar was steep, years of weathering had left behind minor crevices and protrusions. For an ordinary individual, the climb might prove daunting, but for Lin Feng, whose agility had soared to 28 points, it was a challenge he could surmount, albeit with some exertion. As he ascended halfway, the three blood corpses arrived at the base of the pillar. They glared up at Lin Feng, unleashing furious roars, frantically clawing at the pillar in a desperate attempt to scale it. However, as Lin Feng had anticipated, their clumsy forms and lack of skill rendered them incapable of effective ascent on such a steep rock face, leaving them to circle below in frustration. With a sense of relief washing over him, Lin Feng quickened his movements, leveraging his strength to finally succeed in reaching the summit of the pillar. The platform, though modest in size, approximately a dozen square meters, was relatively flat. He stood at the edge, gasping for breath as he peered down. Below, the three blood corpses congregated, continually raising their heads to roar at him, some even attempting to leap. Yet the formidable height of over 10 meters was an insurmountable chasm for them. Head dumbfounded. "Aren't you?" Lin Feng gazed down at the frantic blood corpses below, a triumphant smile gracing his countenance. Suddenly, it dawned upon him. He had inadvertently stumbled upon an absolutely perfect vantage point, a high point inaccessible to zombies. A natural, perfect, and safe shooting range. Lin Feng hesitated no longer. With resolute determination, he retrieved his golden desert eagle and strode to the platform's edge, towering above like a predator surveying its prey. He took precise aim at the bloodied corpse below, an effortless target. Bang! The bullet whistled through the air, striking the decaying skull of the corpse with unerring precision. The blood corpse let out a wretched howl, as crimson blossoms erupted from its head. The blood corpse below appeared even more agitated, yet it remained utterly powerless against Lin Feng on the platform. Bang! 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 Lin Feng was in high spirits as he commenced his target practice. He no longer needed to contemplate positioning or evasion. Instead, he could devote his entire focus to aiming and shooting. This was undoubtedly a most effortless endeavor. 3 blood corpses that had pursued him swiftly transformed into dark red sludge under his calm and unhurried gunfire. Killed blood corpses, normal, 3. Earned experience points 30. Task progress, hero mission of Novice Village number 888. 6100. Having dealt with the pursuers, Lin Feng did not hastily depart from this auspicious location. He discovered that from this vantage point, despite the lingering fog, his field of vision was considerably broader than when on the ground, allowing him to observe a more extensive area surrounding him. To his astonishment, he noticed that the gunfire he had just discharged seemed to have attracted some indistinct red figures in the distance, which were now advancing towards the stone pillar. Is it possible for this to occur? Lin Feng's eyes sparkled with excitement. This was truly an automatic monster gathering and spawning point. He immediately felt invigorated. The panic of being pursued has been completely swept away, replaced instead by the exhilaration of discovering an exceptional spot for monster spawning. He stood leisurely on the platform, observing the bloodied corpses drawn by the gunfire gathering beneath the stone pillars, and then began his relaxed yet efficient endeavor of monster hunting. Bang! A headshot! Bang! Another headshot! Bang! Bang! It matters not if I endure physical blows, for they cannot ascend. In an instant, the sound of gunfire echoed beneath the stone pillar, interspersed with the anguished cries of the dying and the roars of the fallen. Lin Feng's progress on his mission began to ascend at an unprecedented pace. Task No. 888 Newbie Village Hero Mission Progress 7100. Task Number 888 Newbie Village Hero Mission Progress 8100. Task No. 888 Newbie Village Hero Mission Progress 25100. Task Number 888 Newbie Village Hero Mission Progress 26100. As Lin Feng effortlessly vanquished the monsters, he mused, indeed, engaging in a game necessitates employing one's intellect and discovering strategies. This is truly delightful. He understood that as long as he maintained this position and completed the task of slaying 100 blood corpses, it was merely a matter of time. Moreover, it was virtually devoid of risk. Chapter 15. Sword Mastery. As Lin Feng found a prime location within the Misty Valley, efficiently dispatching blood corpses and rapidly advancing his quest progress, a well-equipped and cohesive team was engaged in their heroic mission at the far end of the 888th Novice Village, deep within the western, Level 1, abandoned factory area. The leader of this team was none other than the player who firmly held the top position on the level leaderboard, Qin Shiming. At this moment, Qin Shiming had reached Level 6, adorned in splendid novice gear, wielding a long sword that shimmered with a faint azure light. His countenance was stern, eyes sharp, exuding an indescribable confidence and grace in every gesture. He had chosen the long sword as his fated weapon. While this was a conventional choice, melee weapons, though stable in the early stages, often required perfect coordination with teammates when facing hordes of zombies or formidable elite monsters. However, Qin Shiming harbored a secret unbeknownst to others. When the game had just commenced, and everyone was in a frenzy, selecting weapons or studying the system, he was captivated by the exquisitely crafted game trailer V1, watching it no fewer than 10 times. His intent was to glean more information about this game world. Yet to his astonishment, upon completing the 10th viewing and opting for the long sword as his fated weapon, a peculiar prompt resonated in his mind, detected your profound focus on exploring the world's background. Your understanding of sword seems to have reached a revelation. Hidden Talent Sword Heart Enlightenment Beginner has been activated. Based on the Talent Sword Heart Enlightenment Beginner, you have comprehended the fundamental skill, Sword Mastery, Novice. Sword Mastery, Novice. This skill allows you to expend a small amount of mental energy, or stamina, to manipulate your fated long sword for short-range flight and piercing attacks, with power contingent upon your mental or strength attributes and the weapon itself. As proficiency increases, more techniques will be unlocked. It was this serendipitously acquired skill, akin to the legendary sword techniques found in immortal novels, that granted Qin Shiming an unparalleled advantage over other melee players in the early game. He could use the flying sword for mid-range attacks, compensating for the typical shortcomings of close combat, and even achieve a degree of area damage. Coupled with his commendable skills and combat awareness, he distinguished himself among countless players, leading the rank with unmatched progress and securing the coveted first place. At this moment, he was leading a meticulously selected team of 4 companions, forming a 5-person elite squad. Each of these teammates was a notable contender on the leaderboard. One was a shield warrior, remarkable for his formidable defense. Another was an archer with impeccable accuracy and agile movements. And yet another was a berserker wielding a massive axe, known for his explosive power. The path of the heroic quest assigned to them diverged from that of Lin Feng. Old villager John seemed to allocate different trials based on the player's strengths, positioning, or some unknown logic, all vying for the singular blessing of the ancestors' buff. The mission assigned to the Qin Shimming squad was to eliminate 30 elite zombies. Specifically, the mutated foreman, elite, lurking deep within the abandoned factory. For this well-coordinated and formidable elite team, the inherent difficulty of the task was not excessively daunting. Utilizing Qin Shimming's sword control technique, in conjunction with his teammates' crowd control and damage output, they could typically dispatch an elite creature swiftly with minimal cost once located. However, they now faced a rather awkward and vexing predicament: the scarcity of elite monsters. "Captain, there is still no activity at point 3, reported the archer, returning from reconnaissance with a look of resignation. "What about point 2? Qin Shimming inquired, his brow furrowed in concern. "The shield warrior is stationed there and also reports no signs of movement. We just eliminated one half an hour ago. The respawn rate is far too slow," the archer lamented. Qin Shimming's expression darkened. Although the abandoned factory was vast, the spawn points for elite creatures were limited, and crucially, the respawn time for elite zombies was exceedingly long, often requiring an hour or more for a single one to reappear. No matter how strong their team was, it was futile if they could not find any targets. They had already spent a considerable portion of the day on this task, yet their progress stood at a meager 8:30. "This won't do," exclaimed the berserker, abruptly resting his massive axe on the ground in frustration. "At this rate, by the time we finish off 30 elite monsters, the opportunity will be long gone. That blessing of the ancestors buff will surely be claimed by someone else." Qin Shimming was acutely aware of this reality. He glanced at the leaderboard. Although he maintained his position at level 6, firmly at the top, several level 5 players were closing in on him. He also noted that Lin Feng, who had dropped from 2nd to 8th yesterday, seemed to be regaining momentum today, acquiring experience at an impressive pace. Did he also accept the hero mission? What task had he chosen? A flicker of doubt and competition crossed Qin Shimming's mind. "We can't wait any longer." A fierce determination gleamed in his eyes. He could not bear the thought of someone potentially outpacing him in completing the hero mission. That blessing of the ancestors buff must be his. "We're moving now," he declared decisively. "The abandoned factory is too extensive. There must be other elite spawn points we have yet to uncover. Xiao Wu, Ali, you two scout the western district. Xiaoya de Zhuang, head to the southern district. I'll lead the team to explore the core workshop in the north. Stay in contact. Report any elite sightings immediately." "Wait, split up?" The team hesitated, aware that dividing their forces would heighten the danger. "What? Are you afraid?" Qin Shimming shot them a cold glance. To survive in this apocalypse, amidst the tide of the undead, one must embrace risk. The sword control technique is powerful, yet it requires your support. The more elites we find, the faster we can complete this mission. Otherwise, when that buff is seized by others, we shall all regret it. His words were a blend of encouragement and coercion, and the team members exchanged glances before ultimately gritting their teeth in agreement. "All right, we shall heed Brother Qin's counsel. Let's proceed at once." Before long, this elite squad, the finest in the novice village, dispersed, each heading towards different sectors of the factory in search. Qin Shimming gripped his azure sword tightly, his eyes brimming with confidence and an unwavering determination. "No matter who it may be, no one shall take my first place." Chapter 16, Achievement of 100 Kills. "This buff is reserved for me." In the misty valley upon a rocky platform, Lin Feng felt akin to an aged worker on an assembly line, one equipped with an automatic feed, comfortably reclining at the edge of the rocks, while maintaining a prudent distance. His golden desert eagle felt as if it were affixed to his hand. With rhythmic precision, he raised it, aimed, and fired. Bang! From the dense fog below, a blood corpse ambled forth, unaware of its fate, only to have a burst of crimson erupt from its head. It convulsed in despair before collapsing and dissipating into light. Kill. Blood corpse. Normal. 1. Experience gained. 10. Quest. Hero task number 888 from the Novice Village. Progress. 3100. Desert Eagle. Golden Edition. LV3. Unlimited ammo. Experience 1. Current weapon experience. 43, 2000. Next. Lin Feng blew away the non-existent gunpowder residue and calmly surveyed the area below. Ever since he discovered this fortuitous spot where zombies could not ascend, the difficulty of the hero task had plummeted. Previously, he had to be utterly focused, skillfully maneuvering and pulling aggro just to deal with a single level 5 blood corpse. Now, he chuckled, it was no different from target practice. A fixed target at that. All he needed to do was sit here and wait for those delightful blood corpses to wander out of the mist and into his line of fire, where he would serve them a scalding peanut. Although a few astute blood corpses occasionally attempted to jump and howl beneath the cliff, trying to distract him with psychological warfare, Lin Feng remained unfazed. Bang! Kill. Blood corpse. Normal. 1. Experience gained. 10. Quest progress. 45,100. Weapon experience 1. 58, 2000. Ah, invincibility, how lonely it is. Lin Feng mechanically fired while humming a little tune in his mind. This monster grinding process was indeed safe and highly efficient, yet it felt somewhat monotonous. Initially, he had been quite exhilarated, feeling as though he had outsmarted the game by uncovering a bug, though it was merely a clever use of terrain. However, after several hours of performing the same action, even his nature began to feel a touch numb. He wondered how Uncle Wong was faring. Had he found a reliable team yet? And his parents, they were surely striving to level up as well, right? What the player at the top of the leaderboard, Qin Shiming? What was his hero task? How was his progress? Lost in thought, his hands never faltered. Muscle memory had taken over. Raise gun, aim, shoot. Watch experience increased by 10, all in one fluid motion. He even felt as though his right arm was becoming a formidable weapon in its own right, and he would need to massage it well upon returning. Time flew swiftly in this tedious, yet efficient monster grinding. The pile of blood corpses accumulating below the rocky platform. He couldn't be bothered to collect the copper coins and junk materials left behind after their dissolution. Intending to retrieve them upon completing the task, grew ever larger. Bang! Another shot. Slain blood corpse, normal, 1. Experience gained, 10. Quest, hero quest now. 888 in Novice Village, progress. 99,100, weapon experience 1. 113,2000. Only 99 left. Lin Feng's spirit surged. He was finally on the verge of completion. He immediately focused all his attention, his gaze fixed intently below. Hurry, just one more. It seemed as if his summons were answered. Shortly after, a blood corpse, slightly more robust than the others, or perhaps it was merely an illusion, staggered out from the dense fog. This is the one. Lin Feng took a deep breath and steadied his aim. This final shot must carry a sense of ritual. It must be a headshot. He held his breath, his crosshairs firmly locked. Bang! The bullet whistled forth, striking precisely at the corpse's forehead. -158. Critical hit. Weak point attack. The blood corpse had no time to let out a scream, its head exploding instantly, its massive form collapsing to the ground. Almost simultaneously. Ding! A remarkably crisp and melodious system notification resonated in his mind, louder than the level up alert. Congratulations! You have successfully slain 100 ordinary blood corpses. Quest, hero quest now. 888 in Novice Village is complete. Please return promptly to Novice Village number 888 and seek out the village chief Old John to submit your quest. The first adventurer to submit will receive a unique reward, ancestral blessing buff. Your heroic deeds will be remembered. It's done. Lin Feng leapt up from the ground, excitedly pumping his fist. It wasn't easy. Although he had found a shortcut, it was still the result of his arduous efforts throughout the day. He quickly opened his status panel to take a look. Level, LV5. Experience, 1004-1500. Weapon level, LV3. Experience, 113-2000. Killing 100 level 5 monsters still hadn't allowed him to reach level 6. Lin Feng gazed at the experience bar with a hint of regret. To ascend from level 5 to 6 required a total of 1,500 experience points. This quest had provided 110,1000 experience, leaving him nearly 500 points shy of leveling up. However, that was not the crux of the matter. The focal point was, the quest was completed. That unique, ancestral blessing buff was beckoning him. He must return to submit the quest immediately. Lin Feng did not wish to delay for even a moment. Who knew how other players or teams were progressing? Especially that Qin Shiming. If someone else got there first, all his hard work today would be in vain. He looked up at the sky. It was now dusk. The last rays of the setting sun barely pierced through the fog above the valley, casting a dim light. Night was about to fall once more. Time was of the essence. Lin Feng hesitated no longer, carefully surveying his surroundings to confirm no blood corpses were nearby, then swiftly slid down from the rocky platform. He swiftly cleared the spoils accumulated beneath the rocks, primarily consisting of copper coins and some desiccated clots of blood, before discerning his direction and racing towards the exit of the misty valley. Meanwhile, in the core area of the abandoned factory, a player wielding a massive axe bellowed in frustration. Damn it! Another pile of broken parts. Where are the elite monsters? Beside him, a female player armed with a pistol wore a troubled expression. Chingu, we've been searching for nearly an hour. Yet not even a shadow of an elite monster has appeared. We've only managed to slay a number of ordinary zombies. The communications channel of the team echoed with similarly disheartened reports from two other members, who found their search areas equally barren. Standing upon a high platform, Qin Shiming's face was as grim as the depths of water, the azure sword in his grasp clattering ominously. Since they had dispersed to search, their efficiency had scarcely improved. The abandoned factory was vast, and the spawn points for elite monsters were already scarce, compounded by the lengthy respawn times. After a day of relentless effort, they had only managed to defeat a meager 20 elite monsters. Quest, Heroic Task number 888 in the Novice Village. Progress, 2630, only 4 more to go. Yet these last 4 seemed to be deliberately evading them, as if mocking their pursuit. With the daylight dwindling and nightfall imminent, the prospect of locating elite monsters became increasingly dire, and their own safety was now in jeopardy. Damn it, just a little more. Qin Shiming was consumed by anxiety and resentment, having squandered an entire day chasing after elite monsters. He could not tolerate the thought of failing the quest, nor could he allow that coveted buff to be claimed by another. As the sun sank completely below the horizon, the last vestiges of light in the misty valley were engulfed by darkness. Lin Feng, relying on his remarkable agility and keen sense of danger, navigated through the oppressive fog just before twilight fell. Glancing back, he beheld an endless expanse of darkness and mist, akin to a gaping maw waiting to devour. He exhaled deeply, wiping the sweat from his brow. Ahead, the flickering lights of Novice Village number 888 swayed in the night, resembling beacons of hope. Ancestral blessing buff. Here I come. Lin Feng no longer lingered, dashing with fervor towards the village. This race against time was one he must win. Chapter 17, Buff acquired. Attributes doubled. What delight. Task completed. Heroic quest. The first. These 4 phrases incessantly swirled in his mind, igniting his nerve endings with fervor. He was consumed by a singular thought. Charge. Rush back to the village. Seek out old John. Secure that unparalleled blessing of the ancestors firmly in his grasp. He unleashed a staggering agility attribute of 28 points to its fullest potential. It was as if he had transformed into a shadow, skimming the ground, racing along the rugged mountain path. All he could hear was the roaring wind, while the scenery on either side blurred past in a swift retreat. As he sped past several other player teams also heading towards the village, they could only catch a fleeting glimpse of a dark figure whizzing by. the gust of wind nearly knocking them off balance. What just flew by? Was that a player? That speed is astonishing. Could it be one of the top-ranked players? Lin Feng had no time to heed the astonished murmurs of the bystanders. His focus was solely on the increasingly close, warm glow representing the 888th novice village. Faster, even faster, he fervently urged himself within, desperate to not be outpaced by others. At this critical moment, no mishap could occur. At last, the familiar wooden fence came into view. The guard at the village entrance, startled by the rapid approach of a dark figure, nearly sounded the alarm. But upon recognizing Lin Feng, he let out a sigh of relief, albeit with eyes wide in astonishment. Lin Feng didn't even have time to greet the guard. He burst into the village like a tempest, disregarding the surprised gazes of surrounding players, and sprinted straight towards the village chief's office. "Make way. Clear the path. Urgent business," he shouted as he ran, startling players along the way, who quickly sidestepped to avoid him. Bang! Lin Feng nearly crashed through the door of the village chief's office, entering with a whirlwind of dust and breathless urgency. Inside the office, old John, the village chief, was engaged in a discussion with several captains regarding defensive fortifications. Startled by this sudden intrusion. "Who? Oh, it's you, Lin Feng." Old John squinted, his brow furrowing slightly, yet he patiently inquired, "What brings you here at such a late hour?" Lin Feng leaned against the doorframe, panting heavily, yet his face radiated an uncontrollable excitement and exhilaration. He raised his hand high, though empty, the gesture imbued with fervor, and shouted with all his might, "Chief, the quest, the heroic quest, I have completed it. 100 blood corpses in the Misty Valley, all vanquished." As he proclaimed this, he summoned the task panel with his mind, showcasing the shimmering completed status of the heroic quest of Novice Village 888 to Old John. The office was instantly enveloped in a profound silence. Old John's eyes widened, his mouth agape, nearly dropping the map he held. The nearby captains wore expressions akin to witnessing a ghost, their eyes nearly bulging from their sockets. What? Old John's voice had taken on a tremulous tone as he pointed with shaking fingers at Lin Feng's task panel, scarcely able to believe his own eyes. "You claim to have completed it. Killed 100 blood corpses. In the Misty Valley. Alone. How is this possible? That is the Misty Valley. Those are level 5 blood corpses. Even the most elite guard squad in the village would tread carefully, suffering heavy losses. This lad only accepted the task this morning, and today, he has completed it all by himself. It's absolutely genuine. Village Chief, look at the system notification." Lin Feng, suppressing a smile, pointed to the 3 bold, golden characters proclaiming completed on his task panel. Old John hurriedly leaned in closer, rubbed his eyes, and ultimately had to accept this seemingly fantastical reality. The system notifications could not be deceiving. This young man had truly accomplished what he deemed an almost impossible task single-handedly. Moreover, in such a brief span of time. Good. How splendid. Old John's face flushed with excitement as he slapped his thigh, his previous worries and fatigue vanishing, replaced by unparalleled exhilaration and hope. Truly, the heavens have favored our novice village number 888, our ancestors above. Among your descendants, a true hero has finally emerged. He grasped Lin Feng's arm, shaking it vigorously. "Child, you are indeed the great savior of our village. Quickly, we must hold a ceremony. We must summon the blessings of our ancestors." Old John retrieved from his pocket an ancient-looking dark golden metal token inscribed with peculiar patterns, murmuring incantations under his breath, his voice deep and solemn, as if imbued with a power transcending time and space. At that moment, a sound rang out, ding, a notification louder and more resounding than any before, echoing across the entirety of Novice Village, number 888. Village announcement. Congratulations to player Lin Feng. He has become the first warrior to successfully complete the hero task of Novice Village 888. His fearless courage and extraordinary prowess have awakened the slumbering spirit of our ancestors. Village announcement. Player Lin Feng has received the unique blessing of Novice Village number 888. Blessing of the Ancestors. Duration, 8 days. The light of the ancestors will protect true heroes from the encroaching darkness. Village announcement. All adventurers are encouraged to take this as an example. Strive to enhance their strength, unite, and collectively prepare for the impending wave of corpses challenge in 10 days. Currently 8 days remaining. The 3 consecutive village announcements detonated like thunder, instantly igniting the entire novice village. What the hell? What's happening? Lin Feng. He completed the hero task. Is this a joke? It's only been a day. Was the task in the Misty Valley really that simple? How could he have succeeded? The only blessing of the ancestors? He took it. What significance does our hard work on tasks hold now? Who exactly is Lin Feng? Is he perhaps the favored child of the game developers? Damn it, where's the great master Qin Shiming? Was it not said that the Mad Dragons, were the most promising? How could they be outmaneuvered? The chat channel of a novice village erupted in an instant. A tidal wave of shock, skepticism, envy, and jealousy surged forth. Countless players just returned to the village for respite, including the leaders of large teams actively recruiting members, were left stunned by this unexpected announcement. Especially Qin Shiming, who had just returned to the village, intending to rest before embarking on a quest for the final 4 elite monsters the next day. Upon hearing the announcement, he felt as if struck by lightning, frozen in place. The arrogance on his face transformed into disbelief and overwhelming rage. Qin Shiming clenched his fists tightly, his nails nearly embedding into his flesh. He could not accept that he, the so-called chosen one, could have the most significant buff snatched away by an obscure individual. At this moment, Lin Feng, at the center of the storm, basked in a soft and warm golden glow. As old John chanted and the system announcement echoed, the ancient token radiated dazzling light, and a golden beam descended from the heavens, enveloping Lin Feng entirely. He felt an indescribable, overwhelming warmth surge through his limbs, as if every cell in his body was rejoicing. The fatigue accumulated from previous battles dissipated, replaced by an unprecedented sense of power. As the radiance faded, Lin Feng eagerly opened his status panel. At the very top of the panel, a shimmering golden buff icon appeared. Blessing of the Ancestors, type, special status buff effect. Unlocks physical potential, communicates with ancestral spirits, grants a doubling of all attributes. Duration, 7 days, 23 hours, 59 minutes. 50 seconds, countdown in progress. Note, this blessing is only effective within the 888th Novice Village area and during the zombie tide. It becomes ineffective upon leaving the area or after the tide ends. This is a unique blessing, non-stacking and cannot be dispelled. Holy moly! When Lin Feng comprehended the 6 words in the effects section stating doubling of all attributes, his eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. His heart felt as if it might cease to beat. Doubling of all attributes? What kind of divine buff is this? His agility, now at 28 points, will become 56 points when doubled. Though strength, stamina, and spirit were added less, they would still increase by 7 or 8 points, resulting in 15 or 16 points. Holy moly, holy moly, holy moly. Lin Feng was so excited he almost bounced off the ground. He felt an explosive power surging within him. He tried clenching his fist, feeling as if he could knock a cow dead with one punch, a delusion. He attempted to jump in place, feeling he could soar 2 meters into the air with ease. This was simply extraordinary. Lin Feng's mouth nearly watered, his face adorned with a foolish grin. All the previous toil, monotony, and danger. At this moment, it was all worth it. This blessing of the ancestors buff was extraordinarily powerful. It was unrivaled. He immediately thought of the most crucial question, damage, with all attributes doubled. Although the primary enhancements are to agility, strength, and stamina, the overall increase in combat prowess is undeniably formidable. Enhanced speed, greater strength, and elevated health and defense. This not only augments survival capability, but also significantly amplifies offensive potential. It is unequivocal that his current damage output is at least twice what it was before. The Blood Corpse, with 750 health and 25 defense. Lin Feng quickly calculated. Previously, a headshot dealt approximately 130 to 160 damage. Now, with the enhancements, could it not yield 260 to 320 damage? This implies that to defeat a single blood corpse, he now requires merely 3 headshots. Or, with a stroke of luck, 2 consecutive critical hits might suffice. Arriving at this conclusion, Lin Feng trembled with excitement. The efficiency, the exhilaration, what once necessitated cautious and prolonged efforts to defeat a blood corpse can now be accomplished in just 3 shots. If he returns to the Misty Valley, won't he be able to stride through with ease? The monster-slaying speed has soared to new heights. Leveling up, he must proceed to level up immediately. Lin Feng's eyes gleamed with fervor. To squander this opportunity while the buff is active, even though it lasts for another 8 days, would be sheer folly. Tomorrow, at the break of dawn, no, the moment the first light appears, he shall return to the Misty Valley. He will grind until the world is shrouded in darkness, and the sun and moon are obscured. He intends to reach level 10 within a day and complete his class transition. What the Qin dynasty? What the dragon overlord? Once he transitions, he will leave them all in the dust. Lin Feng was brimming with boundless motivation and confidence. He bid farewell to the still excited old village chief, filled with satisfaction and a hint of arrogance. With the awe, envy, and jealousy of the NPCs and players who had gathered to witness the spectacle upon him, he strode proudly out of the village chief's office. Chapter 18. Unstoppable Buff. Tonight's goal, level 7. Lin Feng felt an overwhelming surge of power within him, as if he possessed an inexhaustible source of energy, nearly bursting into a Thomas full rotation in sheer excitement. Glancing at the ordinary players in the hall, weary and bloodied, who were content with a handful of copper coins or a piece of mediocre equipment, he contrasted their exhaustion with the explosive vigor coursing through him. A wild grin spread across Lin Feng's face as he nearly laughed like a pig in delight. What a thrill! This sensation was akin to winning a billion-dollar lottery. He could hardly contain himself, yearning to rush outside and unleash a triumphant roar to express his exhilaration. His peculiar antics, a mix of foolish laughter and fist pumps, startled the nearby players, who cast him wary glances, retreating to distance themselves from what they presumed to be a madman. Realizing he had lost his composure, Lin Feng quickly reined in his expression, yet the excitement bubbled within him, refusing to be quelled. Rest? Sleep? Absolutely not. One must seize the joyous moments of life. With a buff like this, he must grind. He felt invigorated beyond belief, far from feeling fatigued. He could run a marathon through the Misty Valley and perform 300 push-ups without breaking a sweat. The ancestral blessing not only doubled his attributes but seemed to restore his mental state and stamina to their peak, even surpassing it. The Grind Emperor mode was activated. Lin Feng resolved to forego sleep tonight, determined to capitalize on the momentum of this buff and propel his level upward with fervor. However, before he could embark on this leveling spree, he needed to address his logistical concerns. He inspected his backpack and discovered that his copper coins were dwindling after purchasing potions. He needed to offload some local specialties, memories of the large pile of dried blood clots he had collected beneath the rocky platform in the Misty Valley, and the few useless whiteboard items dropped by the bandits he had dispatched flooded his mind. Without hesitation, Lin Feng sprang into action. Ignoring the bewildered stares of fellow players, he energetically exited the Adventurers Guild, heading straight for the general store. Aunt Mary, yawning as she prepared to close up shop, was taken aback to see Lin Feng again. "Oh, brave child, is it you? What brings you here so late?" Auntie, I struck a bit of luck and came to offload some local specialties." Lin Feng grinned widely as he dumped the dried blood clots and several pieces of junk equipment onto the counter. Dried blood clots, gray trash material, appears to be a product of some creature's coagulated blood, emitting a faint odor, possibly useful for certain special alchemy or forging. Aunt Mary pinched her nose as she examined the items, casually tossing him a handful of copper coins. "These, well, considering your recent achievements, I suppose I can take them." "Thanks a lot, Auntie." Lin Feng beamed as he collected the coins. Though the amount was modest, it, combined with his previous coins, was sufficient to purchase some provisions. He bought 10 rations and stuffed them into his backpack. With everything sorted, Lin Feng wasted no time. Turning on his heel, and sprinting towards the village's east gate. The night had deepened, and most players in the village had succumbed to slumber, with only a few remaining awake to discuss strategies or organize their gear. The guard at the village entrance, upon seeing Lin Feng, resolutely set out alone, especially towards the perilous Misty Valley in the east, was taken aback. "Hey, adventurer, it's night. The outside is fraught with danger, especially the plague town." One guard could not help but shout out. Lin Feng turned back, flashed a grin, and made an okay gesture with his hand. "No worries. I'm just going out for a stroll to digest," he declared, and without waiting for the guard to utter another word, his figure swayed and vanished into the night like a wraith, leaving the guard in a state of bewilderment. A stroll? In a Misty Valley? Has this kid lost his mind? The night outside the village was even more sinister than the day. Visibility was non-existent, as only a sliver of the waning moon cast a feeble glow. The wind howled ominously, and the rustling of the foliage hinted at unseen dangers. The occasional frantic growl of a zombie echoed through the air. The malevolence intensified compared to the daylight. In the past, Lin Feng or any ordinary player would have been utterly alarmed in such wilderness, every step laden with trepidation. However, the present Lin Feng felt entirely different. With all attributes doubled, his night vision appeared to have been enhanced, allowing him to discern shapes in the darkness. More crucially, with an astonishing agility of 56 points, he felt as light as a feather, his speed akin to the wind, frighteningly swift. Roar! Not far from the village, a Nightwalker zombie, evidently much stronger than by day, detected Lin Feng and lunged at him with a terrifying howl. Lin Feng didn't even break his stride. He merely raised his hand in a casual motion while in full flight. Bang! The golden sand eagle emitted a muffled thud. The head of the doubled attribute Nightwalker zombie exploded instantaneously. A swift kill. Killed Nightwalker zombie 1. Gained 2 experience points. TSK too easy. Lin Feng smirked, maintaining his speed as he continued his dash towards the Misty Valley. With the buff active, the ordinary monster zones of the night posed no threat to him whatsoever. Before long, he arrived once more at the eerie entrance of the Misty Valley. The fog here seemed thicker in the nighttime, interspersed with a chilling sensation that sent shivers down one's spine. Lin Feng inhaled deeply, resolutely stepping forward once again, utilizing his memory and familiarity with the terrain. Coupled with his extraordinary speed and perception, he deftly avoided several areas where blood corpses might be lurking, making his way directly to the precious location he had previously discovered, the rocky platform. With a few agile leaps, he effortlessly ascended to the summit of the platform. Gazing down, he beheld the pervasive fog below, shrouding the area in silence. The blood corpses he had vanked, the dull yet resounding gunfire reverberated through the tranquil valley, akin to a stone cast into the serene surface of a lake, shattering the profound silence in an instant. He even shouted at the top of his lungs twice. "Dinner is served. My dear experienced babies. Your beloved Uncle Lin Feng has returned to indulge you. Don't miss out as you pass by. Freshly baked delights, available for complimentary tasting." Such an audacious method of attracting monsters could only be executed by someone as brazen as him. The results were immediate and striking. Within a few minutes, a cacophony of increasingly frenzied and enraged roars erupted from the dense fog below, more tumultuous than during the day. Roar, roar, roar. Figures cloaked in deep crimson, rendered even more menacing by the nocturnal haze and mist, were drawn from all directions by the sound of gunfire, converging beneath the rocky platform. They are indeed the blood corpse, nocturnal form. Lin Feng focused his gaze intently. The blood corpses of the night appeared unchanged in form, yet their dark crimson hue had deepened profoundly. The scarlet glow in their eyes burned with an even more ravenous and frenzied intensity, radiating an aura palpably more formidable than their daylight counterparts. System notification. During the night, the monster's attack and defense power are doubled. Blood Corpse Night. Level. 5 health points. 750 attack power. 80 defense power. 50 skills. Bloodthirsty Claw Strike. Bloody Charge. Basic regeneration. Provides minor continuous healing. Lin Feng gazed upon the frenzied, night-dwelling blood corpses below, their fierce roars and clawing attempts proving utterly futile against him. A joyful expression of harvest spread across his face. How splendid! The more the merrier, because he himself is also in a state of doubled attributes. Although the monster's defense has doubled to 50 points, Lin Feng's attributes related to attack power have also doubled. Under the ebb and flow of circumstances, he felt as if engaging in a confrontation during the day would be no different. No, it should be even swifter. He estimated that after doubling his damage, it would take approximately 3 shots to the head to eliminate a regular blood corpse. Now, facing a Night Stalker blood corpse with double defense but unchanged health. Let's give it a try. In Lin Feng's eyes, a glimmer of brilliance flashed as he raised his gun, aiming at the head of the most vociferous Nightwalker blood corpse below. Bang! Critical hit. Weak point attack. Damage numbers soared into the air. Although the defense has improved, resulting in a figure slightly lower than his anticipated range of 260 to 320, it remains an exceedingly terrifying number. Indeed, the damage is still explosive. Lin Feng felt a profound sense of reassurance in his heart. After the nocturnal blood corpse was shot in the head, a significant portion of its life force vanished instantaneously. Bang! 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 Lin Feng, undeterred, fired 3 more precise shots. Critical hit. Weak point attack. -110. Struck the torso. -222. Critical hit. Weak point strike. After 3 shots, the night-walking blood corpse, possessing 750 health points and 50 points of defense, did not even have the opportunity to fully utilize its basic regeneration before it was reduced to light and vanished completely. Defeat a blood corpse night. Gain experience points 10. The task of Hero Quest in Novice Village number 888 has been completed, rendering the acquisition of experience impossible. This line is automatically ignored. Desert Eagle, Golden Edition, LV3, Infinite Bullets, Experience 1. Current weapon experience, 114-2000, 4 shots. Merely 4 shots to the head can vanquish a Night Stalker. A glimmer of determination ignited in Lin Feng's eyes. This speed, it is simply extraordinary. It is worth noting that this is a level 5 monster with night attributes doubled. Other players would not dare to approach. They would steer clear. Yet here he stands, comfortably perched on a high platform, dispatching foes with 3 or 4 shots, akin to slicing through vegetables. The blessing of ancestors, buff, is indeed terrifying. Upwards. Whoa! Lin Feng was utterly exhilarated. He felt an inexhaustible energy coursing through him. His goal, to reach level 7 tonight. He had set himself a target that would seem utterly fantastical to others. Advancing from level 5, approximately 2/3 of the experience needed, to level 6 would require about 500 experience points, and to ascend to level 7, following the pattern of increase, would necessitate approximately 2,500 to 3,000 experience points. In total, he would need around 3,000 to 3,500 experience points. Each Night Stalker yields 10 experience points, which implies that he must slay between 300 to 350 Night Stalkers tonight. This is an exceedingly daunting number. For anyone else, it would be unthinkable. But Lin Feng, he possesses infinite bullets. He has a safe terrain. He is blessed by the ancestors. He simply needs to grind it out. A fierce battle spirit and the fire of a devoted gamer ignited in Lin Feng's eyes. He once more lifted the searing golden desert eagle, embarking on a frenzied journey of leveling up through the night. Bang! 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 The gunfire erupted like firecrackers in the tranquil night sky. One after another, the Night Stalkers were lured forth, only to meet their demise beneath the rocky platform. Experience points soared as if propelled by a rocket. Kill Night Stalker, Night 1. Gain experience 10. Weapon experience 1. Kill Night Stalker, Night 1. Gain experience 10. Weapon experience 1. At last, after an indeterminate duration of intense gunfire, ding! Congratulations! You have leveled up to LV6. All attributes receive a slight enhancement. Gain 5 free attribute points. Maximum health increased. The radiance of leveling up enveloped him once more. Without hesitation, Lin Feng allocated the 5 points once again to agility. Agility reached 28,533 points, doubling to a staggering 66 points. But this was not the end. Onward. Lin Feng felt he could continue fighting for another 300 rounds. His gaze turned toward the experience bar, which indicated a considerable distance to level 7. The knight was still young, and his journey of leveling had just commenced. The entire Misty Valley seemed to transform into his personal leveling dungeon. This knight was destined to be one of wakefulness. The objective, level 7. Charge forth. Chapter 19, Dawn's Light. Level 7 achieved. Epic gear unlocked. Lin Feng found himself immersed in a peculiar state akin to that of a sage. This was not the contemplative kind of sage pondering the meaning of life, but rather that of a dedicated gamer. Who am I? Where am I? Why do I incessantly pull the trigger? Since the onset of night, when he returned to this place, at least 6 or 7 hours had passed. What had he been doing during this time? The answer was simple. Shooting, shooting, and more shooting. The night walking blood corpses below were astonishingly punctual, arriving with the regularity of clocking in for work, as soon as the old ones disintegrated. New ones staggered forth from the mist, their heads raised, roaring angrily at him, only to be dispatched with 3 or 4 precise shots to the head, leaving a chaotic scene of copper coins and blood clots in their wake. The double attributes conferred by the ancestral blessing were indeed formidable, rendering him oblivious to physical fatigue, and even invigorating him further with each shot. However, he was still human, not a perpetual motion machine. The monotonous repetition of the same action for an extended period inevitably led to mental exhaustion. At this point, he relied entirely on instinct and muscle memory. His eyes were half closed, his left hand supported the gun's frame, primarily to appear more professional, while his right index finger rhythmically pulled the trigger, the muzzle steady and unwavering. Bang! Kill blood corpse, Knight, 1. Experience gain 10. Weapon experience 1. 285-2000 next. Lin Feng yawned, a few physiological tears welling in the corners of his eyes. The experience bar was slowly yet steadily climbing. Since reaching level 6, he had slain over 200 night-walking blood corpses. The distant target of level 7 was finally drawing nearer, just as he felt himself merging with the golden desert eagle in his hand, transforming into an emotionless shooting machine. A faint blush of dawn appeared in the eastern sky. The dense night that had persisted throughout the evening began to retreat, and the mist in the valley seemed to lose its chilling bite, with visibility subtly improving. Could it be that dawn was approaching? Lin Feng's spirits soared. Once daylight broke, the blood corpses lurking in the valley would lose their nocturnal double attribute enhancements, and he would relish the advantage. Presently, there were no blood corpses around. No, he couldn't rest just yet. A strong urge surged within him at the thought of the impending loss of the blood corpse buff. He resolved to annihilate them with a barrage of gunfire once the buff expired. Thus, he reclined on the rocky platform, watching as the sky gradually brightened. Occasionally, he would fire a couple of shots, hoping to lure the zombies. Come forth, my experienced treasures. The final sprint is at hand. Perhaps his murmurs stirred something, or perhaps it was the night's last frenzy. But from the depth, the trunk of the body fell to the ground with a thud as the first night-walking blood corpse succumbed. You have slain a blood corpse, Knight, earning 10 experience points. The experience bar surged forward, tantalizingly close. Lin Feng's heart raced with anticipation. He swiftly redirected his aim towards the second night-walking blood corpse. At that moment, the first ray of genuine warmth, sunlight piercing through the mist above the valley, illuminated the rocky platform. Simultaneously, the last remaining night-walking blood corpse below suddenly faltered, its frenzied aura seemingly reverting to a daytime state. Now was the moment. Lin Feng seized this rare opportunity. Bang! The bullet precisely penetrated its eye socket. -320. Critical hit. Weak point attack. A crisp and melodious system notification resonated in his mind. Congratulations! You have leveled up to LV7. You have gained 5 free attribute points. Your maximum health has increased. The golden light of his upgrade cascaded down like divine radiance, enveloping Lin Feng. In an instant, all fatigue, drowsiness, and mental strain were swept away by this warm glow. He felt invigorated once more, as if he could shatter the rocky platform with a single punch. "Ah, I've reached level 7. Lin Feng exclaimed joyfully, gazing skyward. He promptly opened his attribute panel and, without hesitation, allocated the 5 attribute points to agility. Agility, 33-38, doubled due to buff, reaching an astonishing 76 points. This agility, I feel almost superhuman. Lin Feng marveled at his attributes, nearly drooling with excitement. Yet, the surprises were not over. As he reveled in the exhilaration of his upgrade, he noticed that the last blood corpse he had slain, now bathed in the first morning light, had transformed into a common blood corpse and left behind an unusual deep red glow. Something dropped? Not copper coins or blood clots. Lin Feng's curiosity piqued, and he carefully descended from the platform. Upon closer inspection, he discovered 3 pieces of equipment lying quietly within the dark red glow. One was a crimson leather chest piece, another a matching pair of trousers, and a sturdy-looking pair of boots. Each piece shimmered with a faint sanguine light, indicating they were no ordinary items. No way. As he struck gold, Lin Feng's eyes widened in disbelief. After a night of hunting, slaying over 300 blood corpses, he had only seen copper coins and worthless materials. This was the first time he had encountered equipment drops, in 3 pieces at once. Moreover, they appeared to form a set. He rubbed his hands together in excitement and hurriedly collected the 3 pieces of gear. Bloodstained chest plate, quality, blue type, chest armor required level, LV5 defense, 15 stamina, 3 special effect, blood binding when attacked. There is a chance to inflict a minor bleeding status on the attacker for 3 seconds. Set. 1-3 Embrace of the Blood Corpse, Bloodstained Pants, quality, blue type, leg armor required level, LV5 defense, 12 agility, 2 special effect. Blood Step, slightly increases movement speed on bloodstained ground. Set. 1-3 Embrace of the Blood Corpse, Bloodstained Boots, quality, blue type. Foot armor required level, LV5 defense, 10 movement speed, 5 special effect. Trample, upon landing from a jump, delivers a minor shockwave to nearby enemies. Set. 1-3 Embrace of the Blood Corpse, set bonus. Embrace of the Blood Corpse, 2-3. Effect, maximum health 100 set bonus. Embrace of the Blood Corpse, 3-3. Effect, lifesteal 3 wow. A blue set. Lin Feng gazed at the attributes of these 3 pieces of equipment, drooling with excitement. Although merely of blue quality, it constituted a set. Furthermore, the attributes were remarkably favorable, enhancing defense, stamina, agility, and even movement speed. The special effects were all quite practical, especially the lifesteal effect when all 3 pieces were gathered. Though it was only 3, for someone with his high rate of fire, the sustainability would undoubtedly see a significant boost. What a windfall! Lin Feng, without hesitation, promptly discarded his tattered initial attire and donned the complete, bloodstained set. The dark red leather armor, pants, and boots adorned him, and combined with his golden desert eagle, he exuded an unexpectedly cool and flashy aura. His defense had escalated tremendously. After equipping the gear, Lin Feng felt as if he had traded in a toy gun for a cannon. Confidence surged within him. He casually aimed at a regular blood corpse that had just emerged from the mist, restored to its daytime state, and fired a few rounds. Bang! Bang! Dash 155. Critical hit. Dash 162. Critical hit. In just 2 shots, a headshot was delivered. The unfortunate regular blood corpse, merely clocking in for work, was instantly dispatched. Kill blood corpse, normal, 1. Gain experience 8. Weapon experience 1. Why has the experience decreased? Lin Feng noticed the change in experience points. Previously, killing 1 granted 10 points, but now it had dropped to 8. After a moment's contemplation, he understood. As one's level increased, defeating lower-level monsters resulted in diminishing returns on experience. He was now level 7, while the blood corpse was only level 5, a 2-level discrepancy. According to most game mechanics, as the level gap widened, the experience provided by lower-level monsters would be reduced. It seemed the value of this favorable ground was nearing its end. Lin Feng stroked his chin contemplatively. Although the pace of killing has accelerated, the efficiency of experience acquisition has begun to diminish. Remaining here to grind level 5 monsters no longer offers a favorable cost-performance ratio. It is time to venture into broader horizons. The target, the most perilous area of the novice village, where level 5 to 10 monsters dwell. A gleam of ambition sparkled in Lin Feng's eyes. With his current level, level 7, equipment, the bloodied set, and buff, blessing of the ancestors, he felt confident in challenging higher-level territories. However, before embarking on this journey, Lin Feng glanced at his nearly overflowing backpack, filled with dried blood clots and scattered copper coins. He decided it was prudent to return to the village, clear out these local specialties, and replenish his supplies. With determination, Lin Feng cast one last look at the rocky platform that had consumed his day and night, then turned and made his way toward the exit of the Misty Valley. Approximately half an hour later, a makeshift team of 4 players cautiously entered this area of the Misty Valley. They had accepted a standard quest requiring them to gather a specific material, and, having heard of the dangers here, each of them was on edge. "Captain, is this really the level 5 monster zone?" A small player wielding a wooden shield asked, his voice trembling. "Of course. It's marked on the map. Stay alert. The blood corpses are formidable." The captain, a robust man wielding a 2-handed axe, spoke sternly, though he too felt a twinge of fear within. They proceeded cautiously, ready to confront any impending blood corpses. Yet, after 10 minutes, nothing appeared. After 20 minutes, still nothing. A half-hour passed, and apart from the dense fog, there was only silence. Not even a ghostly shadow in sight. Captain." The archer player couldn't help but speak up. "This doesn't feel right. Where are the blood corpses? We can't see a single one. It's excessively quiet." "Indeed, is this truly a level 5 danger zone? It seems less populated than the level 2 jungle we visited yesterday." The others in the party echoed their confusion. The captain was at a loss as well. He scratched his head, surveying the impenetrable fog and the glaringly red level 5 danger zone marker on the map. Could it be that the intel was erroneous? Or had they taken a wrong turn? Yet this was clearly the quest location. Unbeknownst to them, this area had recently undergone a ruthless, near-extinction level cleansing. Some relentless player had repeatedly swept the original inhabitants from existence. This unfortunate team was destined to continue their aimless journey through the mist. Meanwhile, their unknowing culprit, Lin Feng, hummed a cheerful tune, feeling elated as he exited the Misty Valley, inhaling the fresh air outside and striding toward Novice Village number 888. His backpack was full. His level had risen. His equipment had been upgraded. Buffs were in place. Chapter 20. A Triumphant Return. Has the esteemed figure encountered a roadblock? The morning sun dispelled the gloom and chill that lingered in the Misty Valley. Lin Feng hummed an off-key tune, striding with an air of indifference, swaggering along the path back to the Novice Village 888. At this moment, he felt like the most dazzling figure on the entire street. Level 7, Ancestral Blessing, buff activated. All attributes doubled. He had indeed upgraded from a mere firearm to a formidable weapon, adorning himself in a rather impressive bloodied set. My irresistible charm knows no bounds. Lin Feng, in a moment of vanity, brushed aside his non-existent bangs, mindful that he must strike a pose to match his inflated mood. He could vividly imagine the expressions of astonishment, envy, and even resentment on the faces of fellow players upon his return to the village, witnessing his splendid attire and soaring rank on the leaderboard. Low profile? What a foreign concept. Could it be consumed? I am, after all, the beacon of hope for the entire village, the man destined to save the world. Well, perhaps it is too soon for such grand proclamations, but at the very least, I am the bearer of ancestral blessing. I must command some respect. Silently, propelled by the buff that augmented his agility to a staggering 76. Lin Feng moved like a gust of wind, swiftly returning to the familiar surroundings of Novice Village 888. Indeed, as he strode into the village clad in his dark crimson, bloodied set, which shimmered ominously, he immediately captured the attention of all around him. Goodness, look at that person. What kind of gear is he wearing? It certainly doesn't appear to be basic equipment. Wow, that color, that luster. It must at least be of blue quality, right? Who is he? I don't recall seeing this character yesterday. Wait, Look at his level beside his name. Level 7. It's truly level 7. 7. Am I seeing things? ISNT, the highest level currently held by the esteemed Qin Shiming at level 7? When did this person also reach level 7? Hold on. Quickly, check the leaderboard. Someone shouted, prompting the surrounding players to frantically open the rankings. The next moment, a cacophony of incredulous exclamations erupted from the crowd. Level leaderboard of Novice Village 888, first place, Qin Shiming, level 7, experience, 55, second place, Lin Feng, level 7, experience, 8, third place, Long Aoyan, level 6, fourth place, Feng Qingyang, level 6, second place. He has climbed to second place. My heavens, wasn't he ranked 7th or 8th just yesterday? In a single night, he ascended to second place and reached level 7. He left the village last night? Such prowess. Could it be that ancestral blessing mentioned in the village announcement truly belonged to him? No way, my friend. It was publicly announced. It can't be false. It must be him. Otherwise, there's no way he could level up so swiftly. This fellow is a werewolf. The gaze of the players directed at Lin Feng had utterly transformed. From initial curiosity and scrutiny to shock, reverence, and an undercurrent of deep-seated jealousy. In just one night, from level 5 to level 7, he had also obtained that one-of-a-kind ancestral blessing. It was as if he had activated a cheat code, though they remained oblivious to the fact that Lin Feng had indeed activated a cheat. Amidst the gazes that regarded him as a monster and the murmurs that surrounded him, Lin Feng's heart brimmed with satisfaction. Yes, precisely. Indulge in your envy and resentment. I am indeed remarkable. He suppressed the urge to burst into laughter and simply maintained a demeanor of nonchalance and inscrutability as he strode directly toward the general store under the watchful eyes of his followers. First, he needed to offload the local specialties in his backpack and exchange them for hard currency. Aunt Mary, I have returned. Come and see what treasures I have brought for you. Lin Feng confidently approached the counter and emptied the mountain of dried blood clots from his backpack, nearly submerging Aunt Mary's counter under the heap. Even Aunt Mary, seasoned as she was, found her eyelids twitching at the sight of the blood clots that could almost form a small hill. My Holy Mary, child, have you just cleared out the blood corpse nest in the Misty Valley? She was fully aware of the nature of these blood corpses. Just how many had to be slain to accumulate such a quantity of blood clots? The astonishment in Aunt Mary's gaze toward Lin Feng was palpable. Just a small feat. Lin Feng feigned a casual demeanor. After regaining her composure, Aunt Mary examined the blood clots with great care, although they were merely low-quality refuse materials. The sheer volume was impressive. Ultimately, she offered Lin Feng a rather substantial sum. These blood clots, though of low quality, are plentiful enough to serve as a base for special dyes or potions. I shall give you 500 copper coins. 500 copper coins. Lin Feng's eyes sparkled, coupled with what he had previously saved and picked up along the way. Didn't that mean he now possessed a fortune of 700 or 800 copper coins? He had undoubtedly become a small tycoon in a novice village. Thank you, Aunt. You are exceedingly generous. Lin Feng sweetly complimented her and happily pocketed the copper coins. Suddenly, he felt as though he had struck it rich. With a wave of his hand, he purchased 50 rough rations and several jugs of fresh water before departing the general store, feeling utterly satisfied. Next, he faced the decision of where to continue his extraordinary journey. The level 5 blood corpse area in the Misty Valley had seen a decline in experience yield and was no longer cost-effective. His target was the most perilous region of the novice village, the level 5 to 10 zombie zone. He opened the map and studied it intently. The marked advanced areas on the map were scarce. Deep in the infected jungle, LV3, LV6 home to elite monsters, but the expanse was vast, making monster hunting potentially tedious. Deep in the Misty Valley, LV6, LV8, marked as extremely dangerous, even more terrifying than the outskirts, possibly housing stronger blood corpses or other monsters. Abandoned Mine, LV5, LV9, marked as dangerous, located in the southwest direction of the village, rumored to be densely populated with mining zombies and featuring a complex terrain, yet resource-rich. The Plague Town, level 7 to 10, marked as deadly, located directly south of the village. This once thriving human settlement is now overrun by terrifying zombies, marking it as the highest level area currently known. Lin Feng's eyes sparkled with excitement at the prospect of venturing into the plague town. If he were to embark on an adventure, it would be to the most perilous of places. With his current strength, a level 7 enhanced by buffs, he was determined to challenge the level 7 to 10 zones. Though fraught with risks, the potential rewards were undeniably enticing. Resolute in his decision, Lin Feng ceased his hesitation, organized his backpack, and set forth toward the southern gate of the village. Yet, it appeared that this world was never short of troubles. Just as Lin Feng stepped beyond the southern gate and onto the desolate dirt path leading southward, he was suddenly confronted by a large group of players blocking the way. Upon closer inspection, he was taken aback. There were at least 15 or 16 players. They stood haphazardly, brandishing an assortment of weapons, their levels generally ranging from 3 to 5. They had organized themselves to obstruct the path, their faces adorned with malicious grins, their eyes scanning the passing players. One amongst them, a burly man with a scar running across his face, another scarred villain, is this a standard for antagonists? Seemed to take particular notice of Lin Feng as he approached alone, especially drawn to the flashy blood-dyed set he donned. His eyes gleamed with anticipation. Ah, a big catch has arrived. The scar man sneered and, flanked by a dozen cohorts, stood defiantly in front of Lin Feng. "Stop right there," he commanded, brandishing a machete in Lin Feng's direction. With an air of arrogance, he continued, "Look at your attire, boy. You must have gathered quite a fortune. Understand the rules. If you wish to pass, leave behind a toll. Hand over half of your copper coins and that fine equipment of yours. Otherwise," the raucous laughter of his accompanying henchmen echoed around. "Did you hear that, kid? We are from the Black Wind Camp. This territory belongs to us. Be wise and pay up, or you'll get a taste of our strength." "Huh, this kid looks soft and tender, and his gear is quite impressive. He has surely an easy target." Lin Feng surveyed the ragtag group before him, fighting back laughter. "Really, gentlemen? Again?" He rolled his eyes in disbelief. He had just dealt with 3 troublesome fools, and now he was faced with an even more brazen assembly. It was evident to him that these ruffians had gathered in anticipation of the impending zombie horde, seeking to exploit the fear of others by resorting to thievery, preying on solitary players like himself, engaging them in combat. Lin Feng contemplated his options. Given his current capabilities, dispatching these 15 or 16 players, none exceeding level 5, would indeed be a trivial task. Utilizing his speed advantage and the power of the Golden Sand Eagle, he estimated it would take mere minutes to send them all back to the village. However, he shook his head. Firstly, it was a waste of time. He was in a hurry to level up in the plague town. Why squander precious moments with these petty thugs? Secondly, there was no benefit to be gained. It seems that slaying players yields no experience, and the spoils are merely a handful of copper coins and worthless equipment, rendering the endeavor fruitless. Thirdly, he is not a murderer. While he shows no mercy to those who provoke him, there is no necessity to eradicate every single one simply because they uttered foul words or attempted, albeit unsuccessfully, to rob him. A lesson can be imparted, but complete annihilation is unwarranted. With this in mind, Lin Feng resolved to address the situation in a manner that was not only more efficient, but also befitting of his self-proclaimed status as the second most powerful player. "Hey, what are you dawdling for? Want to die?" The scar-faced man bellowed impatiently, raising his cleaver as he observed Lin Feng's lack of response. Other players from the Black Wind village encircled him, attempting to exert pressure. At that moment, Lin Feng suddenly smiled. He gazed at the scar-faced man and leisurely remarked, "Do you wish to stop me?" The scar-faced man was taken aback. "What nonsense! Hurry up! Next life!" Before he could finish, Lin Feng's figure abruptly blurred, his agility, enhanced by the blessing of the ancestors, igniting a surge of 76 points. He seemed to transform into a bolt of lightning, faster than an arrow. He opted not to take a detour, instead charging directly toward the weakest point in the encirclement. "Stop him!" The scar-faced man shouted in alarm, realizing the urgency. The surrounding players instinctively swung their weapons, attempting to block his path. However, it was all in vain. Lin Feng moved like a specter, sidestepping the cleaver of one player just before it struck, and slipping through the opening of another player's spear thrust, even narrowly avoiding an arrow that shot in from an unknown direction. His movements were a pinnacle of speed, as fluid as flowing water. The players of Black Wind Village were left bewildered, feeling a gust of wind as Lin Feng, clad in a dark red ensemble, effortlessly traversed their encirclement, materializing 10 meters behind them like a phantom. Where did he go? He ran? How could he be so fast? Damn it! Chase him down. Don't let him escape. The scar-faced man yelled furiously, leading his group in pursuit. Yet, how could they match Lin Feng's unparalleled speed? By the time they took their first steps, he had already sprinted dozens of meters away, leaving only a graceful silhouette behind, accompanied by a mocking farewell. Farewell, everyone. Thinking of robbing your father? Train for another 100 years. His voice echoed, drifting into the distance as his figure swiftly vanished from sight. The remaining 15 or 16 players from Black Wind Village stood in stunned silence, exchanging bewildered glances before erupting into a flurry of frustrated curses, utterly helpless. They hadn't even comprehended how he had escaped. Meanwhile, Lin Feng, having successfully evaded capture, continued his journey with a buoyant spirit. A bunch of pathetic fighters. Do they think they can stop me? He chuckled with satisfaction. My aspirations reach the stars and the seas. No, I'm at the Plague Town. Leveling up is the true path. He patted his blood-stained attire, clenched his fist, and felt the surging power within him, bolstered by the confidence bestowed by his buffs. As he surged forth at full speed towards the southern region, renowned as the most perilous territory in legend. Chapter 21. A direct assault on the Yellow Dragon. The initial experience in the Plague Town, after elegantly extricating himself from the clutches of the oblivious ruffians at the Black Wind stronghold, Lin Feng's spirits soared to a resplendent high. With such meager skills, they dare to attempt robbery? They ought to practice for another 100 years. As he ambled along with a buoyant step, he relished the thought, chuckling inwardly. The recent maneuver had been executed with such fluidity, akin to a serene stream flowing through a multitude of adversaries. He had escaped with ease. The exhilarating sense of control brought forth by his augmented agility of 76 points intoxicated him. He now possessed a clearer understanding of his capabilities. While engaging a horde of players head-on might still pose a challenge, he was confident that if he wished to flee, there were few in this novice village who could impede his escape. However, the immediate priority was not to bicker with those petty minions, but rather, leveling up. His destination was the Plague Town, situated to the south of the village, the fabled realm where monsters ranging from level 7 to level 10 resided. As he journeyed southward, distancing himself from the clamor of a novice village, the surroundings began to grow increasingly desolate. The ground transformed from a smooth dirt path to a terrain strewn with gravel and withered weeds. Occasionally, he would encounter dilapidated fences and abandoned farmlands, remnants of past human activity, now left in ruin. The air was thick with an unsettling odor, a disconcerting blend of decay and chemical scents, which was quite unpleasant to inhale. Lin Feng activated the heightened perception bestowed by the blessing of the ancestors, vigilantly surveying his surroundings. After a while, he stumbled upon an area that appeared to be a spawning ground for the most rudimentary level 1 monsters. The terrain was flat, and only a few of the most ordinary walking corpses meandered aimlessly. One such corpse had wandered directly into his path. At this moment, Lin Feng regarded this lowest-tier monster with complete indifference. With a casual motion, he raised the golden desert eagle. Bang! A muffled thud resonated as the bullet struck the corpse's chest, instantly depleting its pitiful 100 health points. The corpse staggered slightly before dissolving into a wisp of white light. Lin Feng glanced at the system notification. Defeated walking corpse, common. 1. Level suppression too high. Unable to gain experience. Desert Eagle, Golden Edition, LV3, unlimited bullets, experience 1. Current weapon experience, for 182000. No character experience for defeating low-level monsters, but weapon experience is still awarded? Lin Feng stroked his chin, a flicker of contemplation crossing his gaze. This revelation was quite intriguing. While character experience was restricted by level, Weapon experience appeared unaffected. Could it be that he could find a level 1 monster spawn point and leisurely grind for weapon levels? His thoughts took a whimsical turn. This idea is rather splendid. He made a mental note to revisit it later when he found himself with idle time. This small interlude did not consume too much of his time, and he continued his journey southward. After approximately half an hour of travel, a silhouette finally emerged on the horizon. It was a cluster of buildings shrouded in a murky fog, exuding an aura of desolation. The dilapidated houses, the collapsed bell tower, the crooked streets, and the ubiquitous remnants of barricades, as if some barrier had been forcibly breached. The air was thick with a noxious blend of decay and chemical scents, mingled with a faintly nauseating stench. A rusted, illegible sign lay abandoned by the roadside, where the words Hope Town could barely be discerned. Yet now, despair reigned supreme. Area alert. You have entered Plague Town, LV7, LV10. Warning, this area is extremely perilous. Exercise caution while exploring. At last, he had arrived. Lin Feng's gaze sharpened, and he slowed his pace. The scene before him was more ruinous and bizarre than he had envisioned. The streets lay deserted, save for the mournful wails of the wind as it whistled through shattered windows. Dark green, repugnant growths resembling either moss or mold clung to the exteriors of some houses. The ground was strewn with assorted debris and mysterious stains. An ominous atmosphere enveloped the entire town. Lin Feng cautiously stepped into the precincts of the town, his golden eagle poised and ready. As he ventured into the first street, he encountered the local inhabitants. Gurgle, ugh. A wave of nauseating retching emanated from behind an overturned trash bin ahead. Moments later, a grotesque humanoid creature, hunched and with waxy yellow skin, its belly swollen as if bearing a heavy burden, staggered into view. Its head was disproportionately small, with facial features crammed together, its mouth open sporadically to emit dry heaves, with green slime clinging to its lips. It was clad in tattered protective gear, stretched to the point of tearing, revealing its inflamed, suppurating flesh beneath. Obese infected, level 7 health, 1200 attack, 55 defense, 15 skills, disease spit, toxic explosion, self-destruct upon death, inflicting area poison damage and slowing effects. Description: a mutated entity deeply infected by an unknown plague. It moves sluggishly, yet harbors lethal toxins within. Proximity is exceedingly hazardous. Good heavens! The sight was a true test of my stomach. Lin Feng suppressed his discomfort. He noted that its defense was a mere 15 points, significantly lower than the Nightwalker Blood Corpse he had struggled to defeat the previous night, whose defense was 50. Such low defense? Let me assess the damage. Lin Feng immediately distanced himself, raising his gun to aim at its diminutive head. Bang, bang, bang. The bullet struck true. -315. Critical hit. Weak point attack. -328. Critical hit. Weak point attack. -160. Hit to the torso. Enormous damage numbers floated into view. Lin Feng's eyes sparkled with excitement. Goodness! The damage had indeed increased significantly. Engaging this creature was far more gratifying than battling the Nightwalker Blood Corpse from last night. The enhancement from his doubled attack attributes was unmistakably pronounced. The obese infected let out a tortured howl, lumbering toward Lin Feng with heavy steps, spewing forth a small jet of green liquid from its mouth. It still wished to spit? Lin Feng, with his extraordinary agility, effortlessly evaded as he continued to fire. Bang! Bang! Another 2 shots to the head. -310. Critical hit. Weak point attack. -322. Critical hit. Weak point attack. This level 7 creature, possessing 1200 health points, succumbed to Lin Feng's terrifying headshot damage after merely 5 shots, 4 of which were headshots, reaching its limit. Its body suddenly swelled. Farewell. Without hesitation, Lin Feng swiftly retreated. Boom! A muffled explosion resounded. The bloated plague bearer's body erupted violently. Green toxic liquid and flesh splattered in all directions, creating a toxic mist area with a diameter of 7 to 8 meters. Killed a bloated plague bearer 1. Gained experience 20. Desert Eagle, Golden Edition, LV3, unlimited bullets, experience 1. Current weapon experience, 419-2000, a swift gain of 20 experience points. Killing was indeed quite rapid. Lin Feng stood outside the toxic mist, feeling immensely satisfied. This leveling efficiency was remarkable. He was poised to advance and collect the spoils once the mist dissipated when he suddenly heard a rapid, grating sound from behind him. He spun around abruptly, spotting a gaunt creature, crawling on all fours like a beast, darting out from the shadows of a dilapidated house. The creature's skin was a dark hue, emaciated with a sharply arched spine, its head drooping like a ragged sack, with a mouth split to the ears, filled with sharp teeth, emitting a continuous sound of retching and growling. Its speed was astonishing. Retching Ghoul, level, 8 health, 800 attack power, 65 acid spray, ranged attack. Inflicting continuous corrosion damage, defense, 35 skills, rapid crawling, leaping bite, acid spit description, a human twisted by plague, possessing incredible speed, adept at ambush and ranged acid attacks, making it a highly troublesome hunter in the plague-ridden town. An 8-level monster, with a defense of 35, higher than the fat one, yet still significantly lower than that of the Night Stalker. Lin Feng assessed swiftly. Whoosh! The cunning retching ghoul, upon emerging, opened its mouth wide, shooting a stream of green acid toward Lin Feng. A mere parlor trick. Lin Feng pivoted, his form shifting like a specter, effortlessly dodging the acid. The ghoul, missing its attack, quickly propelled itself, crawling along the wall to strike from an awkward angle, attempting to close the distance. Not a chance. Lin Feng's gun was already locked on. In the instant, the ghoul leaped down from the wall. Bang, bang, bang. 3 shots in rapid succession, all struck true to the head. Dash 285, critical hit. Weak point attack. Dash 298, critical hit. Weak point attack. Dash 277, critical hit. Weak point attack. The damage numbers remained gratifying. Although slightly lower than that against the fat one, 3 shots were more than sufficient to eliminate this 800 health ghoul. This level 8 creature, renowned for its speed and ambush tactics, could not withstand even a single round against Lin Feng's swifter pace and superior firepower, swiftly meeting the same fate as the corpulent one, dissolving into a wisp of white light. Slain, Ghoul 1, experience gained, 25. Desert Eagle, Golden Edition, LV3, unlimited ammo, experience 1. Current weapon experience, 420-2000, a splendid 25 points of experience. Lin Feng blew on the muzzle of his weapon, a habitual gesture, feeling increasingly adept with it. He hastily advanced to collect the dropped items, a handful of copper coins and a corroded minion, then patiently awaited the dissipation of the poisonous mist to retrieve the items dropped by the corpulent one. Just from these 2 waves of monsters at the entrance of the town, he had amassed 45 points of experience. This efficiency far surpassed that of his previous encounters with level 5 blood corpses in the Misty Valley. It seemed that this plague town was precisely where he was meant to be. Excitement sparkled in Lin Feng's eyes. The monsters were of a higher caliber. The experience was abundant. Moreover, their defenses were relatively low against him. It was as if this place had been tailor-made for his leveling endeavors. He chuckled. Ah, little monsters. Your emperor. No. Your esteemed Lin Feng has arrived. Chapter 22. A frenzied leveling up. The first encounter with the top 2 rankings. Upon entering the pestilence town, Lin Feng felt as if he had fallen into a granary, like a hapless mouse. Here, the monsters boasted formidable levels, LV7, LV8, and substantial experience points, 20, 25 per creature. And most importantly, their defensive capabilities were relatively low, at least in comparison to the nightmarish night-walking blood corpses, defense 50, that had caused him considerable frustration the previous night. The bulging pestilent, defense 15, and gagging corpse eater, defense 35, were nothing short of fragile chickens. Moreover, with the blessing of the ancestors bestowing him with a double attribute buff, the entire perimeter of Pestilence Town had transformed into his personal slaughterhouse. Bang, bang, bang. Before a LV-7 bulging pestilent could even approach, Lin Feng dispatched it with a few precise headshots, causing it to explode into a cloud of green mist. Experience 20. Delightful. Whoosh bang, bang, bang. A LV-8 gagging corpse eater had just emerged from the corner, spewing forth a mouthful of acidic liquid that Lin Feng effortlessly evaded, only to be sent back to its origin with 3 soul-piercing bullets. Experience 25. Exquisite. Lin Feng felt as though he had been possessed by the god of war. The golden eagle in his hands had transformed into a laser cannon. Wherever he aimed, he struck true. Every shot was lethal, primarily targeting the head. He moved like an efficient harvesting machine through the dilapidated streets of the town, systematically clearing the incessantly respawning zombies. His figure darted like a specter amidst the ruins of the buildings, the sound of gunfire never ceasing. These monsters were far more delightful than the blood corpses. At least their low defenses made the encounters exhilarating. He chuckled to himself, thinking, I feel less like a monster slayer and more like a collector of experience points. At this pace, he would reach level 8 today, level 9 tomorrow, and perhaps, in the day after, he could achieve level 10 and undergo a job change. The more he fought, the more exhilarated he became, as the experience bar soared at a visible rate. This rocket-like speed of leveling up was utterly intoxicating. He was completely immersed in the thrill of this frenzied, leveling experience, as time seemed to lose all significance. He only knew to continuously seek targets, aim, shoot, and collect the occasional dropped copper coins and scrap materials before moving on to the next target. His weapons experience was also steadily increasing. Although the journey to LV-4 remained distant, it was gradually accumulating. Just as Lin Feng felt he was on the verge of losing his sanity from the slaughter, he precisely blew off the head of another gagging corpse eater. Ding! A golden light of level up descended from the heavens, enveloping him. A warm current surged through his body, enhancing his strength. Name, Lin Feng. Level 8. Occupation, none can change at level 10. Title, health, 820 mana, 220 attack power, 362. Defense, 51. Strength, 11 buff, 22 agility, 43 buff, 86 stamina, 13 buff, 26 spirit, 9 buff, 18 unallocated attribute points, 0 status, ancestor's blessing, remaining time, approximately 7 days, 15 hours, equipment, bloodstained set, 3-3. Golden Sand Eagle LV-3, infinite bullets, experience, 652-2000. With an impressive agility of 86 points, Lin Feng felt as though he could be swept away by a mere breeze. This speed was absolutely extraordinary. Having reached level 8, he was one significant step closer to transitioning to level 10. Lin Feng felt a sense of satisfaction, pondering that Qin Shiming was likely still hovering around level 8, perhaps just above it. Soon he would catch up. Lost in the joy of leveling up and eager to seek out the next wave of experience points, Lin Feng suddenly caught sight of several shadowy figures emerging from a dilapidated corner nearby. Players? A flicker of alertness surged within Lin Feng as he directed his gaze towards them. The foremost figure stood tall, exuding a cold demeanor, clad in reinforced leather armor, and wielding a long sword that shimmered with a greenish light. With steady steps and sharp eyes scanning the surroundings, it was evident that this individual was also a player of considerable prowess. Almost simultaneously with Lin Feng's realization, the other player noticed him as well. Their gazes met in the air, each detecting a hint of surprise and wariness in the other's eyes. In the next moment, both discerned the names and levels hovering above each other's heads. Qin Shiming LV-8, Experience 11. Lin Feng LV-8, Experience 3. What the heck? Qin Shiming. Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. How did this guy end up in this forsaken, plague-ridden town? And he was level 8 too. Lin Feng. Upon seeing Lin Feng's name, Qin Shiming's pupils constricted sharply. This was the person who had stolen the ancestor's blessing that rightfully belonged to him. How had he also reached level 8? Moreover, the dark red equipment he wore was evidently not ordinary. Could it be that the buff not only doubled attributes, but also enhanced drop rates or experience gains? For a moment, neither spoke, merely sizing each other up. As an invisible, tense atmosphere enveloped the air, Qin Shiming tightened his grip on the green glowing sword, a fleeting glint of coldness flickering in his eyes. He was rapidly contemplating. This Lin Feng, having been the first to complete the hero task, surely possessed remarkable qualities. The effects of the buff he bore were unknown, but they were undoubtedly potent. If he were to strike now, what were the odds of defeating him? And if he succeeded, would that buff vanish? Or rather, will it be obtained by me? This thought is incredibly enticing. A unique buff. If I could seize it. Qin Shiming's mind began to stir, a murderous intent quietly blossoming within. Meanwhile, Lin Feng sensed the faint hostility emanating from his opponent. He was not foolish. Encountering the first and second ranked players in such a location hinted at the underlying thoughts swirling in their minds. This fellow, does he intend to make a move? Lin Feng remained vigilant. The crux of the matter was that he had no desire to engage in battle. Firstly, it was unnecessary. Even if he triumphed, he would not acquire the opponent's ultimate weapon. At most, he might earn some equipment and copper coins, which was hardly worthwhile. Secondly, it would be a waste of time. His goal was to swiftly reach level 10 and transition his class. What purpose did lingering here with Qin Shiming serve? Thirdly, he wished to keep his trump card hidden. Infinite bullets were his greatest secret, and there was no need to expose it in a meaningless conflict against a potential formidable foe. Moreover, should a battle attract more players or powerful monsters, it would escalate into chaos. With monster spawn points nearby, this was not a place to linger. The fellow appeared to wear an expression of "I am formidable, and I want to stir trouble." It was time to make an exit. Lin Feng swiftly made his decision. Just as Qin Shiming hesitated between testing the waters or launching an attack, Lin Feng suddenly flashed him a broad smile, revealing a set of gleaming white teeth. "Hey, buddy, you're here to, enjoy the scenery too? This place is nice, though the wind's a bit strong. I'll take my leave now." Without waiting for Qin Shiming's response, Lin Feng propelled himself forward with a sudden burst of energy. Whoosh, his agility, soaring to an impressive 86 points, ignited in full force. His figure transformed into what seemed like a teleportation, leaving behind a nearly imperceptible afterimage, even stirring a small whirlwind as he darted deeper into the town. Right under Qin Shiming's astonished gaze, he adeptly maneuvered through the dilapidated buildings lining the streets as cover, executing a few swift movements before vanishing entirely from Qin Shiming's view. Qin Shiming stood there, dumbfounded, still poised to draw his sword, his expression a vivid tableau of emotions ranging from astonishment to disbelief, ultimately settling into a dark scowl. What kind of speed is this? He hadn't even caught a glimpse of Lin Feng's precise trajectory. The other appeared like a gust of wind, arriving and departing at will. Chase, don't be absurd. With such speed, did he expect to pursue with his own head? Damn it! Qin Shiming struck the crumbling wall beside him with a fierce punch. What on earth is the effect of that blessing of the ancestors? How could bestow such swiftness? He had just reached level 8 and ventured into this higher level area, filled with confidence, even beginning to devise plans to widen the level gap, leaving Lin Feng in utter despair. Yet, this encounter had instead showcased Lin Feng's astonishing speed, robbing him of any opportunity to strike. This left the perpetually self-assured Qin Shiming feeling deeply thwarted and a hint of trepidation. Lin Feng, I shall remember you. Should we meet again, I will not let you escape. Qin Shiming cast a cold glance in the direction where Lin Feng had vanished, gripping his long sword tightly. He did not linger any longer and chose another path, embarking on an exploration of the plague-stricken town in search of suitable monsters to enhance his skills. The brief encounter between the first and second on the leaderboard concluded amidst an atmosphere that was both somewhat ludicrous and charged with tension. Meanwhile, Lin Feng had long since relegated this chance meeting to the recesses of his mind. He chuckled to himself. Are you stunned? Thinking of making a move? Not a chance. As he swiftly navigated the dilapidated streets, he felt a sense of triumph, reminding himself that leveling up was of utmost importance. Deep within the plague town, here I come. Chapter 23. Into the town, having shed the troublesome Qin Shiming, Lin Feng felt as if the world had been cleansed. He had no desire to engage in the theatrics of love and rivalry with someone so evidently aloof. His aspirations were singular and clear. Level up, and once more, level up. With the extraordinary speed and perception granted by his buffs, Lin Feng traversed the outskirts of the plague-ridden town as if strolling through his own backyard. Although this backyard was rather dilapidated and repugnant, he navigated through the periphery with ease, advancing towards the town center, which was marked on the map as a region of presumably higher levels. The deeper he ventured, the more harrowing the sights became. The houses flanking the streets grew increasingly decrepit. Many had entirely collapsed, revealing darkened, mold-covered remnants within. The air was thick with a stench that seemed almost tangible, while the ground bore witness to dark crimson stains, scattered bones, and grotesque growths resembling tumors or festering abscesses. In some corners, he even spotted contorted, lifeless bodies of ordinary zombies, seemingly torn apart or consumed by a more powerful entity. The monsters here began to evolve as well. In addition to the still common LV-7, bulging infected, and LV-8, gagging corpse eater, Lin Feng encountered new, more bizarre, and perilous beings. A piercing, almost eardrum-shattering shriek from a female figure unexpectedly emanated from the ruins of a half-collapsed church ahead. Startled, Lin Feng immediately looked up. Behind the shattered stained glass of the church, a translucent figure clad in tattered white garments floated in midair. Her hair was disheveled like parched grass, obscuring much of her face, revealing only skin devoid of color, an ashen pallor. Her form existed in a state between the corporeal and the ethereal, moving soundlessly like a specter. Screeching Wraith level, 9 health, 900 attack power, special, sonic attack, accompanied by stun confusion effects, defense, 40 skills, wailing spirit, ethereal float. Mental shock description, an undead entity born from the fusion of intense resentment and the power of the plague, adept at mental and sonic assaults, possessing low physical defense but proving exceedingly elusive. Goodness, a level 9 creature, a flying specter, no less. Lin Feng felt a shiver run down his spine. Such incorporeal entities that employed mental attacks were typically quite formidable. The wailing wraith had evidently noticed him. A silent fissure seemed to split her already indistinct face. And then she unleashed an even more ear-piercing shriek. Eek! The intangible sound waves expanded like shockwaves. Lin Feng felt as though his head had been struck by a heavy hammer. Darkness enveloped his vision momentarily, plunging him into a brief state of dizziness. Though it lasted less than half a second, it was perilously close to fatal. Fortunately, Lin Feng's ancestral blessing doubled all attributes. Although the enhancement to his mental attributes was modest, it nonetheless doubled, significantly bolstering his mental resistance. Coupled with his lightning-fast reflexes, he managed to stabilize himself the instant the stunning effect took hold. That was a close call. Lin Feng shook his head, the dizziness dissipating, and he promptly raised his weapon to retaliate. The shrieking banshee, having landed a hit, immediately let out a triumphant cackle, its form darting through the air like a wraith, attempting to evade Lin Feng's aim. Trying to flee? Lin Feng scoffed. Void float may appear impressive, but against his remarkable agility of 86, it was utterly insufficient. His gun remained firmly locked onto the banshee's translucent, erratically swaying head. Bang, 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 bang. A rapid succession of shots fired. Dash 245, critical hit. Weak point attack. Dash 238, critical hit. Weak point attack. Miss. The target's rapid movement caused a miss. Dash 252, critical hit. Weak point attack. Dash 236. The Banshee's defensive capabilities, 40 points, were slightly superior to those of a ghoul, 35 points. Yet Lin Feng's damage output remained terrifying. Despite missing one shot, 4 headshots were sufficient to deplete 900 of its health points. Accompanied by an agonizing shriek, the Banshee's form erupted in mid-air, disintegrating into motes of dark resentment that faded away. Banshee slain 1, gained experience 35. Weapon experience 1, a gratifying 35 points of experience. Lin Feng nodded in satisfaction. Indeed, the experience from this level 9 creature was considerably higher, though its attack method was somewhat distasteful. Throughout his subsequent explorations, Lin Feng encountered several more banshees and level 9 enhanced ghouls, all of which he dispatched with his formidable strength and agile maneuvers. His experience bar steadily progressed towards level 9, and his weapon experience surpassed the 700 mark. As he ventured deeper into the heart of the town, the atmosphere grew increasingly oppressive and perilous. The buildings here remained relatively intact, yet the foul stains on the walls and the pungent stench in the air hinted at the area's ominous nature. He arrived at what seemed to be the town's central square. At the center stood a massive, long immobile fountain, now dry, its basin filled with black sludge and white bones. Beside the fountain stood a grand yet dilapidated church, its doors ajar, revealing a pitch-black interior that seemed to lead to the very gates of hell. The moment Lin Feng cautiously stepped into the square, an overwhelming and suffocating sense of pressure surged from the direction of the church. What? Lin Feng's pupils constricted, his body bristling with alarm. He felt as though he were being scrutinized by some terrifying entity. He abruptly looked up at the church's gaping maw of a doorway. Thud! 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 The heavy, resounding footsteps echoed from deep within the church. Each step felt as if it were crushing Lin Feng's heart. A colossal figure emerged slowly, step by step, from the shadow of the church. It was a terrifying creature, nearly 3 meters tall, resembling a diminutive giant. Its body was grotesquely bloated, as if countless decaying corpses had been forcibly stitched together. The skin exhibited a horrifying hue, a mingling of dark purple and deep green, its surface riddled with pulsating, enormous pustules, some of which dripped a foul, yellow liquid. Its head appeared relatively small in proportion to its body, yet a massive, glowing green eye was embedded in its face. This singular eye radiated an aura of brutality, chaos, and destruction. Its limbs were disproportionately thick, one hand wielding a fearsome mace fashioned from massive bones and rusted iron chains. As it fully stepped out of the church's shadow and into the dim light of day, Lin Feng's system notification chimed in promptly. Plague Lord, level 10 health, 2,500, 2,500 attack power, 95 plague stomp, area damage slow, defense, 65 skills, devastating strike, raging charge. Toxic Nova, periodically releases area poison gas. Ghoul summon, summons a small number of low-level plague creatures. Description, one of the core sources of infection in the plague-ridden town. A terrifying entity formed from countless vengeful souls and the essence of disease, possessing immense power and devastating area attack capabilities. The absolute ruler of this domain. Holy moly, a level 10 monster, and a boss. Lin Feng gazed at the imposing creature before him. After an initial shock at the overwhelming presence of the Plague Lord, Lin Feng quickly regained his composure. The attributes of this level 10 behemoth were indeed formidable, with over 2,500 health, an attack power exceeding 95, and a defense rating of 65. Had it been him without the ancestral blessing, buff, or any other level 8 player from the village, they would likely have turned tail and fled, meeting their demise if they lingered too long. But who am I? I am the chosen one, endowed with the blessings of my ancestors. An attack power of 95? Is that impressive? I possess an agility of 86. Can you even touch me? A defense of 65? Is that formidable? My attack exceeds 300. Smashing your head would be a mere trifle. 2,500 health. Is that substantial? I have unlimited bullets and could stand still for you to strike. Perhaps I should reconsider that. My defense is too low, and I could easily perish. Lin Feng swiftly assessed the strengths and weaknesses of both himself and his adversary in his mind. His greatest advantage lay in his unparalleled speed and boundless firepower. As long as he maintained distance, continuously maneuvered, and utilized his high headshot rate for damage, defeating this giant would merely be a matter of time. The pressure was manageable. Stay steady, and victory would be his. Roar. The Plague Lord did not afford him much time for contemplation. After a missed, devastating strike, its enormous eye once again locked on a Lin Feng, and its massive form suddenly crouched down, charging forth like a locomotive with a raging charge. Here it comes. Lin Feng curled his lips in a smirk, his feet seeming to glide effortlessly as he transformed into a fleeting shadow, skillfully evading to the side. The onslaught of the Plague Lord once again met with failure, crashing violently against the ruins at the edge of the square, sending debris scattering in all directions. Meanwhile, as he deftly maneuvered, the golden sand hawk in his grasp commenced its performance with a series of resonant thuds. Bang, 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 bang. Chapter 24. The Boss Battle? The experienced baby production machine. He no longer pursued the extreme precision of headshots as he did when facing lesser foes. The boss, being a colossal entity, moved swiftly yet clumsily, providing him with ample opportunities to strike. Moreover, he needed to swiftly deplete the boss's health. Bullets rained down as if they were free. Well, they indeed were. Some struck with pinpoint accuracy upon the head, dealing substantial critical damage of -220, -235. Others hit the boss's massive form, inflicting reduced damage, -105, -98. It was better than nothing. The Plague Lord roared in fury, relentlessly swinging its enormous bone club or launching into Plague Stomp to close the distance or control Lin Feng. The ground trembled and the foul, pestilent energy spread. However, Lin Feng, endowed with extraordinary speed and reflexes, consistently evaded these onslaughts at the last possible moment. He danced around the lumbering Plague Lord like an agile sprite, shooting and employing the kite-flying strategy to perfection, although the encounter appeared perilous. With the fierce wind from the bone club grazing his scalp and the shockwaves from the Plague Stomp causing his health to surge, he sustained no significant injuries. This was the margin for error afforded by high agility. As long as he was not instantly killed, he could showcase his skills. Under Lin Feng's tempestuous assault, the Plague Lord's health bar dwindled at a visible pace. 80%, 70%, 60%, almost there. As Lin Feng observed the boss's health nearing the halfway mark, a thought struck him. He slightly reduced his firing rate, focusing intently on precise headshots. Bang! Another accurate shot to the head. -230. Critical hit. Weak point attack. The Plague Lord's health finally dipped below 50. Just then, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. The immense form of the Plague Lord trembled violently, emitting an even more furious roar. A dark purple shield, akin to an energy barrier, enveloped it in an instant. Lin Feng instinctively fired another shot. Ding! The bullet struck the shield, producing a sharp metallic clang before being deflected. A vivid red immune floated above the boss's head. What? Invincible? Lin Feng was taken aback. This boss has a health lock mechanism. System alert. The Plague Lord has entered a state of frenzy, gaining a 10-second invulnerability shield. Only 10 seconds? What a scare. Lin Feng, upon reading the alert, breathed a sigh of relief. However, before he could fully relax, an even more astonishing event occurred. The invulnerable Plague Lord suddenly slammed its massive bone club onto the ground. The earth cracked beneath it. Then, it opened its disproportionately small mouth and emitted a strange, low growl. Immediately, 5 dark green magical patterns resembling miniature teleportation arrays materialized on the ground around it. A flash of light heralded the sudden appearance of 5 emaciated, drooling, gagging ghouls, LV8, on the battlefield. As soon as they emerged, they locked their sights on Lin Feng, emitting a shrill roar and preparing to launch an assault. The Plague Lord has activated the skill, Ghoul Summon. Goodness, it can summon minions. And 5 at once? Lin Feng was momentarily taken aback. This boss lacks chivalry. If it can't fight, it resorts to calling for help. Instinctively, he thought to raise his gun and eliminate the 5 troublesome ghouls. But just then, a flash of inspiration struck him. A bold and somewhat mischievous notion surfaced. Wait a moment. He abruptly glanced at the 5 charging ghouls and then at the Plague Lord, who was still in an invincible state, standing foolishly in place. Ghouls. LV8. How much experience did one yield again? He quickly recalled. 25 points. Each one grants 25 points of experience. There are 5 here. That amounts to 125 points of experience. Lin Feng's eyes instantly sparkled, brighter than two 200-watt light bulbs. He couldn't take on the boss right now. But these 5 little monsters were moving experience bundles. Moreover, they were delivered right to his doorstep by the boss itself. This was not a boss battle. It was clearly a production line for experience points. Lin Feng was so exhilarated he nearly leaped up. He envisioned countless experience points beckoning to him. The slight tension and pressure brought on by the boss summoning minions was instantly supplanted by overwhelming delight and greed. Ha ha ha! What a splendid turn of events! He immediately altered his strategy. Forget about the boss. Time to farm a small fry for experience. Those 5 LV-8 gagging ghouls, which might pose a significant threat to other players requiring careful handling, were nothing more than trivial nuisances in front of Lin Feng, an esteemed level 8 player with buffs. No less. He couldn't even be bothered to kite them. Instead, he charged directly at the oncoming ghouls, his golden hawk unleashing a staggering rate of fire. Bang, 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 bang. The gunfire resonated like a symphony. The ghouls' 35 points of defense were as insubstantial as paper against his formidable 300 points of attack power. Each shot nearly delivered close to 300 points of critical damage. Killed Gagging Ghoul 1. Gained experience 25. Weapon experience 1. Killed Gagging Ghoul 1. Gained experience 25. Weapon experience 1. In mere 7 or 8 seconds, just as the Plague Lord's invincible shield was on the verge of dissipating, the 5 ghouls that had just been summoned, unable to exert any influence, were swiftly and decisively eliminated by Lin Feng with headshots. They transformed into 5 beams of white light. Experience 125. Weapon experience 5. What a thrill! Lin Feng observed as his experience bar surged forward with remarkable speed. This experience came far too easily, too delightfully. At that moment, the invincible shield above the Plague Lord's head dissipated. It seemed utterly oblivious to the fact that its minion had been obliterated in an instant, continuing to roar in fury, poised to engage Lin Feng in yet another protracted battle. However, the expression in Lin Feng's eyes had undergone a complete transformation. He no longer regarded it as a formidable adversary, but rather as a diligent hen capable of laying golden eggs, experience eggs? My dear lord, your efforts are commendable. How do you feel? Would you care to summon another wave of minions to stretch your limbs? Lin Feng silently mocked in his mind while wearing a benevolent smile on his face. Defeating the boss? There was no rush, not in the slightest. What could be more satisfying than farming experience points? A bold plan began to take shape within his mind. Chapter 25. Boss? My experience, baby commander. The invincible time of the Plague Lord has come to an end, and its massive form is once again exposed to Lin Feng's gunpoint. It roars in fury, dragging its bone club, ready to launch another assault, intent on smashing this slippery human into a pulp. However, to its astonishment, the previously fierce human has ceased fire? Indeed, Lin Feng not only refrained from attacking while the creature was vulnerable, but instead stood leisurely at a distance, even whistling at it with apparent interest. Lord, do not be so agitated. Violence only breeds resentment. Lin Feng thought to himself as he deftly evaded the Plague Lord's bone club, mentally exclaiming, yes, that's right. Allow your emotions to simmer. Summon more minions. I shall cheer you on. What is he doing? He is waiting. He awaits the Plague Lord to employ its ghoul summon ability once more. The delightful sensation of gaining 125 experience points from the swift dispatch of 5 ghouls in mere seconds was simply too intoxicating. In comparison, the arduous task of whittling down the boss's substantial health bar seems woefully inefficient. Although he is unaware of the cooldown for the ghoul summon skill, nor whether the boss will continue its summoning, he speculates based on recent events that this may well be a new mechanism unlocked when the boss's health dips below 50. Furthermore, the timing of the earlier summons coincided perfectly with the end of its invulnerability phase. Thus, could it be interpreted this way? A sudden realization strikes Lin Feng. Once the boss's health falls below 50, it might periodically enter a brief state of invulnerability while summoning minions during that time. If this holds true, it would be a divine boon for experience farming. To validate his hypothesis, Lin Feng initiated his audacious strategy. He ceased his fierce assaults on the boss's critical points and instead opted to fire a few shots at its massive form intermittently. Each shot skillfully avoided vital areas, inflicting minimal damage, yet sufficient to maintain its ire and ensure the boss pursued him relentlessly, without affecting its health regeneration. Concurrently, he maximized his speed advantage, engaging in a playful cat-and-mouse game with the Plague Lord across the plaza. The Plague Lord's attacks repeatedly went awry, inciting it to bellow in frustration, the fury in its single eye nearly erupting. Yes, this is the anger I seek. Anger ignites potential. Hurry, summon your minions. Let them share in your anguish experience. Lin Feng furiously orchestrated the scene in his mind. Time trickled by, and approximately a minute later, just as Lin Feng felt he was on the verge of distorting the boss's emotions, an unexpected event transpired. The Plague Lord abruptly halted, emitting an even louder roar. That dark purple invulnerability shield astonishingly reappeared around it. System notification. The Plague Lord has entered Rage Shield status, gaining 10 seconds of invincibility. Subsequently, it resumed its previous tactics, striking the ground with its bone staff and emitting peculiar syllables. On the ground, 5 dark green magic circles illuminated once more. It has come. It truly summoned again. Lin Feng was so exhilarated that he almost leaped with joy. Just as he had surmised, this summoning skill indeed had a cooldown. Moreover, it was utilized in conjunction with its invincibility. Oh, my lord, you are simply remarkable. I adore you. Lin Feng nearly felt compelled to give the boss a thumbs up. In the next moment, 5 brand new, drooling level 8 ghouls made their appearance. They howled and lunged towards Lin Feng. Yet Lin Feng wore a triumphant smile, as if his cunning plan had succeeded. Employing the same tactics once more, he completely disregarded the Plague Lord, who was still in a state of invincibility, and unleashed his full firepower upon these 5 experience-laden creatures. Bang, 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 bang. The gunfire resonated like popping beans. With the enhancement of buffs and his familiarity with the ghoul's weaknesses, eliminating these 5 minor foes was exceedingly effortless. In merely 7 or 8 seconds, the 5 ghouls met their demise once again, transforming into white light. Experience 125. Weapon experience 5. Delightful. Truly exhilarating. Lin Feng felt his experience bar advance a notch. The invincibility period of the Plague Lord concluded just in time. It surveyed the desolate surroundings, glancing at the unharmed human who was even smiling at it. A hint of bewilderment seemed to flicker in its enormous single eye. Where are my minions? What has become of the 5 lively companions I just summoned? How could they have vanished? The scene then turned somewhat bizarre and comical. Lin Feng had thoroughly mastered the art of farming experience. He no longer rushed to attack the boss directly, but instead, like a patient fisherman, occasionally fired a few shots to maintain aggro. He then focused intently on evading the boss's attacks, awaiting the cooldown of the next ghoul summon skill. Meanwhile, the unfortunate Plague Lord resembled a programmed machine, casting its invincibility shield approximately every minute, then summoning 5 ghouls, only to watch helplessly as those minions were obliterated by that detestable human within seconds. Again and again, it roared in fury, launching futile attacks, yet could never land a hit on the slippery foe. Instead, it dutifully served as a relentless source of experience points for Lin Feng. In his heart, Lin Feng was elated. Ha ha ha, my lord is truly a model worker. The speed of summoning, the volume of experience. I absolutely adore it. Slaying bosses is so tedious and requires effort. This method of farming minor monsters is far more leisurely. If only my lord could summon a few more varieties of minions. Perhaps those that drop equipment? Oh, the poor boss. If it were aware that its summoning actions were merely gifting me experience, would it not be infuriated enough to explode on the spot once more? As Lin Feng diligently accumulated experience points, he couldn't help but mentally express his exuberance. He was on the verge of ecstasy. His experience bar surged rapidly in this virtuous cycle, steadily progressing towards level 9. Meanwhile, his weapon proficiency was also steadily increasing. Utilizing the summoning mechanism of the Plague Lord, he had vanquished nearly 10 waves of ghouls. 10 waves, amounting to 50 level 8 ghouls. This endeavor had granted him a total of 250 experience points and an additional 50 points of weapon experience. Having completed the 10th wave, Lin Feng sensed that the frequency of the Plague Lord's summons seemed to be slowing, perhaps indicating an impending cooldown for its abilities. While slaying these minions had proven lucrative in terms of experience, the boss itself was bound to drop valuable loot as well. Surely, one could not treat this formidable boss as a mere pet that laid no eggs. Thank you for your generosity, my lord. Now, it is time to send you on your way. A glint of cold light flashed in Lin Feng's eyes as he ceased his playful dodging and concentrated all his firepower on the Plague Lord's critical head region. Bang! 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 The golden desert eagle unleashed its most ferocious roar. Each bullet carried Lin Feng's accumulated gratitude, forcefully piercing into the Plague Lord's skull. Dash 235. Critical hit. Dash 228. Critical hit. Dash 240. Critical hit. With only 30 to 40 of its health remaining, the Plague Lord could not withstand Lin Feng's relentless assault for long. Its movements grew increasingly sluggish, and the pus-filled boils on its body ruptured, oozing a repugnant liquid. Eventually, with a cry filled with reluctance and despair, the Plague Lord's massive form erupted spectacularly. Yet this explosion was not akin to the bloated plague bearers. Instead, it melted away like a wax figure, swiftly dissolving into a bubbling, foul-smelling dark green sludge before vanishing entirely into the air. Congratulations! You have successfully slain the level 10 boss, Plague Lord. Experience points earned, 500. Coins earned, 200. Obtained Plague Core, 1. Obtained Rotten Lord's Gauntlets, blue 1. Obtained Venomous Ring, blue 1. Obtained Skill Book, Plague Tread, usable by Warriors Night 1. Your reputation in Novice Village number 888 has slightly increased. A cascade of system notifications flooded the screen. Wow, what a bounty! Lin Feng gazed at the gleaming treasures scattered across the ground, his eyes wide with excitement. 500 experience points, 200 coins, a seemingly impressive core material, 2 pieces of blue equipment, and a skill book. This boss had certainly proven worth the effort. Lin Feng felt as though he had struck gold this time. He eagerly rushed forward, gathering all the spoils into his backpack. Standing in the center of an expansive square, permeated by a faint odor of decay, Lin Feng felt the surging power within him. Gazing at the dramatically increasing experience bar and his overflowing backpack, a profoundly satisfied smile spread across his face. The core boss of the plague-ridden town had been vanquished. Experience gained was exhilarating. The equipment had been secured. Now, it appeared he could contemplate striving for the coveted level that all players yearn for. Level 10. Class Advancement. Chapter 26. Unexpected gains and merchant potential. He began to inspect his harvest, starting with a peculiar core roughly the size of a fist, emanating an eerie green luminescence. Its surface icy and slightly viscous. Pestilence core, quality, special type, material description. The power core of the level 10 boss, the Pestilence Lord. Infused with immense and chaotic pestilential energy. It appears to be a rare material, suitable for the forging of high-level equipment, alchemy, or special quests. Note, proximity may induce discomfort. What a remarkable find. Lin Feng's eyes sparkled. Although he was uncertain of its specific utility, the core dropped by a boss, by its very name, promised great potential. He decided to stow it away for now. Next, he discovered 2 pieces of equipment. The first was a pair of gauntlets, crafted from dark red leather, reminiscent of the bloodstained set he wore, yet exhibiting a craftsmanship of superior quality. Twisted seams and metallic rivets adorned the surface, releasing a faint odor of decay. Rotten Lord's Gauntlets, quality, blue type, hand armor required level, LV 10 defense, 18 strength, for stamina, for special effect. Resilient flesh, slightly enhances resistance to toxins and diseases. Wow. Level 10 blue gauntlets. Lin Feng exclaimed in astonishment. The attributes far surpassed those of his current white, worn foreman's gloves, which merely provided 1 defense. The added strength, stamina, and resistance were exceptional. Regrettably, he lacked the requisite level to equip them. He needed to reach level 10. Darn it, just 2 levels short. Lin Feng felt a pang of frustration, but could only swallow his disappointment, carefully placing the exquisite gauntlets into his backpack. The second piece of equipment was a ring, entirely black, set with a green gem the size of a grain of rice, surrounded by a delicate pattern resembling serpent scales. Viper's ring quality, blue type, ring required level, LV10 intellect, 5 special effect, toxic infusion, 5 chance to poison the target upon a successful normal attack, dealing minor damage per second for 5 seconds, a ring, and it has a special effect. Lin Feng was once again thrilled. Equipment for the ring slot was exceedingly rare. Although the intellect boost was not particularly useful for him, the toxic infusion effect was impressive, with his high rate of fire and infinite ammo. The triggering probability should be substantial. It would prove invaluable for boss fights or PvP. However, it too required a level 10 to equip. All right. I see you're both high-tier items. Lin Feng resignedly tucked the ring away. Once I reach level 10, I shall adorn myself with all of you. Finally, and most eagerly anticipated, was a skill book lying quietly on the ground, its cover made of dark green leather, adorned with a twisted rune drawn in blood. He carefully picked up the skill book and examined its attributes. Skill book, Pestilence Stomp, type, Warrior Knight, active skill book learning requirements. Level LV10, profession must be Warrior, Knight, or a related advanced class. Skill effect, consuming a modest amount of stamina, the user forcefully stomps the ground, inflicting 100 strength 50 points of physical damage to all enemies within a 5-meter radius, while also applying the Plague Slow effect, reducing movement speed by 20 for a duration of 3 seconds. Cooldown, 15 seconds. Description: this skill, imbued with a fragment of the Plague Lord's power, is both straightforward and formidable, serving as an excellent area control and damage skill for melee classes. It is a remarkable area attack and control ability for warriors and knights. Lin Feng gazed at the skill description, gasping in astonishment. This skill, it is undoubtedly a superlative technique at this stage. Players currently lack effective area attack and control methods, making it arduous to engage in group fights or confront numerous monsters. The emergence of this Plague Stomp is akin to a timely boon for warriors and knights. Indeed, it is like being gifted a radiator and a down jacket amidst a snowstorm. Moreover, this could very well be the first professional skill book to surface in the entire newbie village number 888, and perhaps the game at large. Lin Feng instantly recognized the immense value of this skill book. He had struck gold. He was so exhilarated that his hands trembled as he clutched the skill book. Sell it? Should he sell it now? Absolutely not. The entrepreneurial spark in Lin Feng's mind ignited. What level are most players at currently? Hardly anyone has even reached level 10 to change classes. Who would he sell the skill book to? Even if someone wished to stockpile it early, how much could they possibly offer? A few hundred copper coins? 1,000 copper coins? That would be a tremendous loss. Lin Feng shook his head vigorously. This is one of a kind. At least for now, a core skill book for the profession. How could he possibly part with it for such a paltry sum? He let out a villainous chuckle. He must wait. He would hold on until the majority of players reached level 10, completed their class changes, and the demand for skill books peaked. Furthermore, he needed to ensure that they had some savings. Lin Feng stroked his chin, his thoughts becoming increasingly lucid. At present, everyone was financially strapped, and even if they desired it, they could not afford it. In a few days, when everyone's levels increased and they earned more from monster hunting, or when those large guilds began to consolidate resources, at that time, he would display the skill book prominently in the village square. An on-site auction. Wouldn't the warriors and knights go into a frenzy? Those affluent magnates and guild leaders would be eager to bid fiercely to enhance the strength of their core members. What is 1,000 copper coins? The starting bid would be at least 10,000 copper coins. No, 10 times that. The more Lin Feng envisioned it, the more splendid it appeared, as if countless gleaming copper coins were flying toward him. It was settled. Lin Feng carefully stored the skill book and 2 pieces of blue equipment like treasured artifacts, his heart brimming with joy. This strategy, he mused, is to hold onto valuable assets and wait for the right price. Let the bullets fly for a while. Wait for the players, or the esteemed leaders, to amass more wealth. With his financial plan set, Lin Feng felt even more motivated to level up. It's just reaching level 10. It's just waiting a few days. For the sake of his future aspirations, he must grind. He absolutely must grind. He immediately retracted the smile of a cunning merchant, transitioning back into his dedicated mode. After checking his status, he noted that the blessing of the ancestors buff still had over 7 days remaining, ample time for him to indulge in his endeavors. His next target, level 9, Lin Feng once again raised the golden sand eagle, setting off to explore other regions of the small town. Although the boss in the central square had been defeated, this plague-ridden town was vast, surely harboring numerous level 8 and level 9 creatures awaiting his attention. Experience points. Here I come. He transformed into a swift shadow, vanishing at the end of the dilapidated street, leaving behind the wreckage in the square and a faint, lingering stench. Chapter 27. Level 9 achieved. Even the great ones require a balance of work and rest. In the ensuing hours, Lin Feng transformed into the relentless harbinger of purification within the plague-ridden town. Armed with the extraordinary speed and perception bestowed by the blessing of ancestors, along with his inexhaustible supply of ammunition from the Golden Eagle, he charged through the treacherous LV-7-LV-10 territory with unparalleled fervor. Upon encountering the LV-7, bulging plague-bearer, a few precise shots to the head dispatched it, as he deftly maneuvered to evade the explosive toxic mists. Effortless and exhilarating. Experience 20. When faced with the LV-8 gagging corpse, regardless of its wall-climbing or acid-spewing antics, 3 shots to the head sent it to the underworld. Experience 25. Confronting the LV-9 shrieking female corpse, the sonic attacks were indeed bothersome, inducing a fleeting disorientation. Yet, in the face of Lin Feng's doubled mental resistance and lightning-fast reflexes, that brief moment of dizziness was inconsequential. He endured the disorientation and shot it down from the sky. Experience 35. He resembled an unstoppable top, spinning wildly through the desolate town, reaping his rewards. Streets, alleys, abandoned shops, collapsed homes. Every corner bore witness to his footprints and gunfire. The ground was littered with the radiant remnants of vanquished zombies. His experience bar surged at a pace that left all other players in the dust. 50%, 70%, 90%. The threshold of LV-9 was drawing ever closer. During his conquest, he scavenged some derelict buildings, but the spoils were meager. The plague town had evidently been deserted for an extended period, and coupled with the ravages of disease, the items he could find were scant, mostly worthless debris or tattered fabrics. The most valuable finds were the occasional copper coins and gray materials dropped by the zombies. Never mind. Focusing on monster slaying is the true path. Scavenging does not align with my stature as the second-ranked powerhouse. Lin Feng swiftly dismissed the notion of forging and immersed himself in the infinite cycle of battle. Time continued to slip by unnoticed as the daylight waned into dusk. The remnants of the setting sun cast an eerie crimson hue upon the lifeless town. Lin Feng could no longer recall the number of zombies he had dispatched. All he knew was that his backpack was teeming with worthless materials like corrupted minions and toxic abscesses. At last, after vanquishing an unfortunate shrieking female corpse, his experience bar reached a critical point. Ding! The radiance of leveling up enveloped him. A warm and potent force surged once more within him. Congratulations! Level has risen to LV-9. All attributes receive a slight enhancement. Acquired free attribute points 5. Maximum health capacity increased. Splendid. Level 9 attained. Lin Feng exclaimed in exhilaration. Without hesitation, he allocated all 5 attribute points to agility. Name, Lin Feng, level 9. Occupation, none can transfer at LV-10. Title, none health points, 900 mana points, 250 attack power, 382 defense power, 52 strength, 12 buff 24, agility, 48 buff 96, stamina, 14 buff 28, spirit, 10, buff 20, unallocated attribute points, 0. Status. Ancestor S blessing. Remaining time, approximately 7 days and 8 hours. Equipment. Bloodstained set 3-3. Golden Sand Eagle LV-3. Unlimited bullets. Experience. 1100-2000. With an astonishing agility of 96 points, Lin Feng felt as though he could soar with a mere leap. It was utterly absurd. Just one more level. Just one more level until he could transfer. Lin Feng gazed at his level, his heart ablaze with fervor. Level 10 transfer would mark a watershed moment for all players. He could hardly contain his eagerness to discover how formidable he would become post-transfer, as well as unlock the enchantments for his profession. The sky had completely darkened. The night in the plague-ridden town appeared even more sinister and eerie. Lin Feng assessed his condition. Thanks to the Ancestor S blessing, buff, he felt no trace of fatigue, even brimming with an excess of energy. Should he pull an all-nighter and push to level 10? A tantalizing thought flickered in his mind. Given his current efficiency in monster hunting, coupled with the hours of the night, it seemed plausible to reach LV-10 before dawn. However, another voice echoed in his mind. Even a diligent player requires rest. From yesterday morning until now, aside from a few hours idling at the Misty Valley platform, he had scarcely paused. Even the sturdiest body could not withstand such relentless exertion. While the buff could mask physical fatigue, the tension on his mind would eventually take its toll. Moreover, his backpack was nearly full. Shouldn't he clear out those worthless materials and copper coins? And achieving level 9 was a significant milestone. How could he not return to the village to boast on the leaderboard? Let those fellows experience despair. Two little figures clashed fervently in Lin Feng's mind. One shouted, "Charge forward, grind until dawn." The other urged, "Hold on, balance work, and rest to go further." In the end, the figure advocating for moderation prevailed by a narrow margin. Never mind, sustainable progress is the true path. Lin Feng exhaled deeply, making his decision. Today would be sufficient. A day and night of grinding was more than enough. Furthermore, he glanced at the 2 pieces of blue equipment that required LV-10 to equip, along with the invaluable skill book in his backpack. He resolved to return, get a good night's sleep, recharge his spirit, and tomorrow he would come back to cleanse. To clear the town. Simultaneously, he would contemplate how to maximize the benefits of these treasures. Moreover, he indeed needed to return to tidy up his backpack and take a moment to observe any new developments in the village. With this thought, Lin Feng no longer hesitated. He cast one last glance at the depths of the plague-ridden town, where he had struggled for most of the day, filled with opportunities. Then he turned, and with his exceptional agility and adaptability to the darkness, he stealthily moved towards the village like a ghost traversing the night. Chapter 28. Abundance and the Hurdles of Advancement. As Lin Feng stepped through the gates of Novice Village number 888, greeted by the first rays of dawn, he felt akin to a victorious general returning from the battlefield, albeit with only himself in command and engaged in a rather unceremonious skirmish. More akin to bullying children, referring to the ghouls summoned by the Plague Lord. The village had fully awakened, buzzing with an even greater fervor than the previous night. Members of various teams were donning their gear, rallying their companions, eager to make the most of the night ahead now that they had leveled up. Adorned in his bloodied set, stained as if with virtual blood and radiating an aura of imagined prowess, Lin Feng ambled through the entrance with hands clasped behind his back, primarily to project an air of composure, effortlessly capturing the attention of the entire village once more. "Look, it's Lin Feng, the Great One." He asked back. "Wow, that equipment he s wearing it seems even cooler than before. Wasn't he at less striking yesterday?" "Of course. Haven't you seen the leaderboard? He is already at LV-9. 9 levels. That is faster than a rocket. 9 levels. Is that for real?" Many hurried to check the leaderboard, gasps of astonishment filling the air. "Holy moly, he really is at level 9. Didn't he just reach level 7 this morning? In just one day, he leveled up twice more. This is outrageous. We've worked tirelessly just to gain half a level. Is this the power of the Ancestor S blessing buff? It's terrifying. Such prowess. Waves of awe, envy, and jealousy converged upon Lin Feng, making him feel invigorated, as though he were walking on air, nearly unable to suppress a display of nonchalance befitting a true master. Stay calm, stay calm. Maintain composure. Everyone take a seat, Lin Feng silently chanted within, striving to maintain an expression of serene detachment, while internally he reveled in joy. Ignoring the surrounding clamor, he made his way directly to the Adventurer S Guild. Lin Feng opted for a private room, allowing himself a moment to alleviate his fatigue, primarily mental. Then came the thrilling moment of unboxing, no, rather, the inventory of his spoils. He found a corner in the room and emptied his backpack in one swift motion. Clatter. First came the mountain of various gray junk materials. Items such as corroded minions and toxic pustules, all fruits of his laborious slaughter. Next were the prized possessions. Rotten Lord S gauntlets, toxic ring, skill book, plague trample, and that plague core. Each gleamed with an enticing glow, blue and special radiance. Lin Feng beheld these treasures, releasing a chuckle reminiscent of a cunning merchant. He carefully stowed these 4 items away, resolutely deciding not to part with them just yet, waiting for the right moment when the crops were ripe for harvesting. Next, he would attend to the disposal of the junk materials. It was evening now, and the general store would surely be open. However, Lin Feng gazed at the mountain of materials before him, feeling somewhat disinclined to make another trip to haggle with Aunt Mary. He attempted to explore the system interface and discovered, to his surprise, that within his backpack, next to the great-quality trash materials, there was indeed an inconspicuous option to quickly sell to the system recycling price. Oh, such a feature exists? Lin Feng's eyes sparkled. Let me see what the recycling price is. Sell. All of it. With a sweeping motion, Lin Feng chose to sell all the great-quality materials. System notification. Sold corroded minion 112. Gained copper coins 112. System notification. Sold toxic pustule 85. Gained copper coins 85. A plethora of trash materials omitted. A flurry of system notifications flooded the screen. In the end, Lin Feng gazed at the long string of golden numbers in his inventory, his eyes transforming into the shape of copper coins. He meticulously counted. Originally, he had approximately 750 copper coins left. The Plague Lord had dropped 200 copper coins, and he had picked up around 400 copper coins along the way, as high-level monsters indeed had a higher drop rate, albeit not guaranteed. The rapid sale of trash materials had netted him roughly 550 copper coins, 1,900 copper coins. Lin Feng was so exhilarated that he nearly leaped into the air. Ha ha ha, close to 2,000 coins. I am undoubtedly the wealthiest in the 888 novice village. No one else can compare. He felt as if he could now strut about with an air of superiority. Who dares cross me? I shall crush them with my copper coins. Of course, merely a fleeting thought. Aunt Mary's provisions. I could buy her out. No, I can take over her entire shop. With hands on his hips, Lin Feng proudly spun around in his room, envisioning a life of luxury with a chicken leg in one hand and a fine liquor, which he did not possess, in the other. The euphoria of sudden wealth left him somewhat lightheaded. With money, buffs, and levels. The next step is to rush to level 10. Complete the job change. By then, all those like Qin Shiming and Long Out Yen can step aside. With a spirited heart, he opened the level panel, eager to discover how much experience was required to ascend to LV10, a milestone level. Then, he was left dumbfounded. Experience points, 12,000. To progress from LV9 to LV10 requires 12,000 experience points. It felt as though a bucket of icy water had been poured over him. The earlier sense of pride vanished without a trace. He stood frozen in place. 12,000 experience points. Lin Feng felt a pang of frustration. He quickly calculated. Currently at LV9, the most efficient monster to farm at his level, the Wailing Female Corpse, yielded only 35 experience points. 12,200 experience points meant he would need to defeat approximately 343 Wailing Female Corpses. This was under optimal conditions. If he accounted for running around, locating monsters, and occasionally battling the lower experience, yielding LV8 ghouls, he would need to slay at least 400 monsters. Oh my goodness, 400 level 9 monsters. Lin Feng felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. Even though he currently possesses a buff that accelerates his monster-slaying speed, it will still take an extensive amount of time. Even with a stroke of luck and through relentless effort without rest, it would require at least an entire day, if not two, to reach level 10. Lin Feng calculated this, and his face turned pale. He had originally believed that being at level 9 meant that level 10 was within reach, achievable with a little effort overnight. However, reality dealt him a harsh blow. The experience gap from level 9 to 10 is astonishingly vast. It is nothing short of an exponential increase. This is truly frustrating. Lin Feng felt tears welling up at his eyes. It seems that ascending to greatness in one leap is impossible. The path of leveling up remains arduous and long. He gazed at the unattainable experience bar of 12,000, then glanced at the exquisite equipment and skill books in his inventory, all requiring level 10 to equip, and let out a deep sigh. The revolution has yet to succeed. Comrades must continue to strive onward. Chapter 29, Strategic Adjustment. Target, Weapon Proficiency. After being profoundly impacted by the staggering 12,000 experience points, Lin Feng's heart, which had swelled due to consecutive upgrades and newfound wealth, finally began to settle. He sat cross-legged on his bed, engaging in serious contemplation regarding his forthcoming course of action. The notion of charging directly into the plague-ridden town to grind up to level 10 was swiftly dismissed. No. He shook his head repeatedly. 12,000 experience points were far too daunting. Even if he was in prime condition and could dispatch monsters rapidly, he would still need to remain in that perilous locale for at least a day and night, in a state of heightened tension. Too great a risk. Should an error occur and he be swiftly eliminated, the loss would be catastrophic. Although the ancestor's blessing was formidable, it only lasted 8 days. And over a day had already elapsed. The remaining time must be utilized judiciously. Mindlessly grinding for levels did not seem to be the optimal solution. Then perhaps he should pursue other endeavors? Lin Feng stroked his chin, his gaze falling upon his weapon information. Desert Eagle, Golden Edition, LV3, Unlimited Bullets, Experience, 1123-2000, Weapon Level. Of course, his eyes gleamed. Elevating the weapon's level would directly augment its base damage. This was a substantial enhancement for someone like him, who relied heavily on weapon damage. While the experience required for weapon upgrades was considerable, 2,000 points to advance from LV3 to LV4. It seemed far more attainable compared to the daunting 12,000 for character experience. Most importantly, he recalled a significant discovery from before. Although slaying low-level monsters did not yield character experience, it did provide weapon experience. This mechanism was perfectly tailored for him. With character upgrades not an immediate priority, why not take advantage of the remaining buff and focus on enhancing his weapon level? A completely new plan began to take shape in his mind. Currently, with an attack power of 340, venturing into the area populated by level 1 monsters would allow him to dispatch the shambling corpses with a single shot. No need for precise aiming. He could hit whatever he pointed at. The grinding would undoubtedly be swift. Furthermore, the level 1 monster zone was safe. He could grind with his eyes closed, entirely devoid of concern for failure. Perhaps he could even ponder the meaning of life. While at it? Yes, that's the plan. The more he considered it, the more feasible this idea appeared. Although leveling up his character was undoubtedly important, his weapon was fundamental. By elevating his weapon level first and increasing his base damage, he would be better prepared to confront higher-level monsters or bosses in the future, thereby enhancing his efficiency. This is what one might call sharpening the axe without delaying the work of cutting wood. A strategic adjustment. Objective, weapon proficiency. Lin Feng clenched his fist, commending his own cleverness. With the plan determined, he could hardly sit still. Rest? Absolutely not. The grinding emperor never sleeps. While the buff still lingered, he needed to seize every moment. He required a zone dense with level 1 zombies, one that respawned quickly and was relatively safe. The open plains outside the village? No. Too vast, and the monsters were too scattered. The abandoned factory? There were plenty of monsters there, and he was familiar with the terrain. Lin Feng immediately resolved to head to the abandoned factory, where his journey had first begun. He inspected his backpack, ensuring he had ample provisions and water. With enough copper coins for expenditure, albeit for the moment, they served little purpose. With renewed vigor, he departed from the Adventurers Guild, this time heading towards the western gate of the village. The hour was still deep in the night, or rather, the early hours of dawn, with most parts of the village shrouded in silence. Only a handful of players burning the midnight oil or patrolling guards glanced at Lin Feng as he exited the village, their expressions reflecting a mix of incredulity and bemusement at his relentless spirit. Lin Feng paid them no heed, and with remarkable speed, he swiftly arrived at the periphery of the familiar abandoned factory. The factory appeared even more sinister under the cloak of night, with rusted steel glimmering coldly in the faint moonlight. The air was thick with the pungent scent of rust and decay. Lin Feng stealthily infiltrated the factory's interior, quickly locating a workshop where he had frequently ground monsters teeming with zombies. Indeed, within the workshop, a dozen or so LV-1 zombies aimlessly wandered. Ah, my little experience treasures. Or rather, my weapon experience treasures. Here I come. A joyful smile spread across Lin Feng's face as he raised his golden desert eagle. What followed was a massacre devoid of any technical finesse, bordering on the mundane. Bang! Desert Eagle, Golden Edition, LV3, unlimited ammo, experience points 1. Mot hai bon, hai kong kong kong, bang! Desert Eagle, Golden Edition, LV3, unlimited ammo, experience points 1. 1125, 2000 bang! Desert Eagle, Golden Edition, LV3, unlimited ammo, experience points 1. 1126, 2000, he did not even need to aim for the head. A casual shot to the body of a zombie sufficed to dispatch them effortlessly. Bullets struck those frail forms as if they were mere tofu. Lin Feng felt as if he were engaged in a game of whack-a-mole, effortlessly targeting monsters wherever they appeared. Relishing in the ease of it all, he even had the leisure to attempt some flamboyant shooting styles, such as shooting with his eyes closed, though he missed, or mimicking the one-handed gun spins from movies, which nearly twisted his wrist. Invincibility. So simple yet tedious, Lin Feng sighed with a hint of irony, just as he was reveling in his exploits. Several cautious heads poked in from the entrance of the workshop. They belonged to a genuine novice team comprised of 3 or 4 players, all at levels LV-1 or LV-2, armed only with initial knives or wooden sticks provided by the system, their faces reflecting palpable tension as they surveyed the workshop's interior. Upon witnessing the sight of a figure clad in an impressive dark red ensemble, the bloodstained said, effortlessly dispatching zombies with a mere shot, as if slicing through vegetables. Their astonishment was palpable. Whoa, what on earth is that person? A legend. Absolutely a legend. Look at that gear. And that golden gun. My heavens. He slays zombies. It's as easy as swatting flies. 1 shot per zombie. Is he leveling up here? But shouldn't he, a legend, be in higher zones? Could it be that the esteemed individual is experiencing life, or perhaps testing weaponry? A few novices huddled in a corner, whispering amongst themselves, their gazes toward Lin Feng filled with awe and admiration. Lin Feng noticed them as well, but merely cast a fleeting glance before dismissing them entirely. He had little interest in explaining anything to these fledgling enthusiasts, refocusing instead on diligently honing his weapon proficiency. Desert Eagle, Golden Edition, LV3, infinite ammunition, experience points 1. 1258, 2000, Desert Eagle, Golden Edition, LV3, infinite ammunition, experience points 1. 1259, 2000. The weapon experience bar steadily ascended, albeit at a leisurely pace. Indeed, quite satisfactory. Though the progress was slow, the comfort was undeniable. Lin Feng observed the gradual rise of the experience bar, a unique sense of fulfillment blossoming within him. With over 700 points of experience remaining until LV4, it meant he needed to vanquish just over 700 more undead. Time to grind. He immersed himself once more in this monotonous yet purpose-driven endeavor. First, let him set a modest goal, to elevate his weapon to LV4. Chapter 30. The Self-Cultivation of the Liver Emperor. The path to weapon upgrades. As Lin Feng plunged into the abandoned factory in the dead of night, embarking on the tedious endeavor of amassing weapon experience, He could scarcely foresee the duration of this strategic adjustment. He was acutely aware that the lofty experience requirement of 12,000 for reaching level 10 was currently unattainable, while the prospect of evolving his weapon to level 5, along with the fundamental power enhancement offered by level 4, represented a more practical and pressing necessity. Thus, from that tranquil, soundless night, the level 1 zombie respawn zone of the abandoned factory bore witness to the arrival of a Terminator whose efficiency was nothing short of astounding. Bang! Desert Eagle, Golden Edition, LV3, Unlimited Bullets, Experience 1. Một ba hai bốn, 2000, bang! Desert Eagle, Golden Edition, LV3, Unlimited Bullets, Experience 1. 1325, 2000. Lin Feng's figure darted through the various workshops, warehouses, and scrapyards like a wraith. His remarkable agility, boasting a staggering score of 100, rendered him nearly invisible in motion. Even ordinary zombies were incapable of tracking his trajectory. The golden Desert Eagle in his grasp transformed into the Scythe of Death. Before the might of his impressive 340 points of attack power, level 1 zombies crumbled like fragile paper, requiring no precision aiming. A mere shot to the torso would instantaneously obliterate them. He even devised a streamlined operational mode, swiftly moving to a respawn point, raising his hand, and dispatching all visible zombies in a flurry of shots without pausing. Charging directly to the next respawn point, simultaneously performing a sleight of hand to reload, primarily a flourish with the firearm to appear more professional, arriving at the new respawn point and repeating the shooting. The entire process flowed seamlessly, devoid of any interruptions. Such efficiency was truly off the charts. He seemed to possess the hacks of monster attraction and instant kills, leaving naught but desolation in his wake, or rather, a complete absence of corpses. Within the abandoned factory, there were other novice players who had also chosen to endure the night or rise early to grind for experience, their levels generally ranging from 2 to 4. Initially, they reveled in having discovered a prime location teeming with rapidly respawning monsters. However, it wasn't too long before despair set in as they realized that their painstakingly gathered horde of monsters vanished before they could engage, replaced by a fleeting golden flash. And then, the monsters were gone. Only a scattering of unclaimed copper coins remained on the ground. Lin Feng couldn't be bothered to collect a single copper coin dropped by the level 1 monsters. What the heck? Is it haunted? Haunted my foot. It was that golden flash of a figure that just zipped past. What an impressive player. But dear esteemed player, could you perhaps leave us a shred of opportunity? We've been grinding for ages and can't even lay claim to a single monster. How are we supposed to level up now? Let us go. Let us go. We need to find another place. This factory is uninhabitable. Thus, unbeknownst to Lin Feng, or perhaps indifferent to it, he single-handedly dissuaded all competitors attempting to encroach upon his business within the abandoned factory, effectively establishing a monopoly over this first-tier zone. Time swiftly elapsed in this rapid, efficient, and exceedingly monotonous cycle. Lin Feng was entirely engrossed in the exhilarating sensation of accumulating weapon experience, primarily captivated by the rising experience bar to the extent that he failed to notice the passage of time. The ancestral blessing buff rendered him impervious to any physical fatigue, while his concentration kept his mind sharply focused. Bang! Desert Eagle, Golden Edition, LV3, Unlimited Bullets, Experience Points 1. 1999-2000. It arrived. Lin Feng's spirit surged. He swiftly zeroed in on the nearest zombie within his field of vision. Bang! Desert Eagle, Golden Edition, LV3, Unlimited Bullets, Experience Points 1. 2000-2000-ing. A crisp notification chimed. Your weapon Desert Eagle, Golden Edition, LV3, Unlimited Bullets, has leveled up to LV4. Weapon-based power has been enhanced. Experience required for the next level. 4000, oh ho. LV4. Lin Feng exuberantly pumped his fist. To ascend from LV3, 1123 experience, to LV4, he needed a grind for 2000 to 1123, 877 experience points, which meant he must vanquish 877 zombies. Casting a glance at the time, he realized that since he began grinding, merely a little over 3 hours had elapsed. Over 3 hours, he had defeated nearly 900 monsters. Such efficiency, if shared, would surely be met with disbelief. How much had his power increased? Lin Feng weighed the firearm in his hand, sensing it had become more stable and powerful. He casually fired at a freshly spawned zombie. Bang! The zombie fell as if struck down by an unseen force. Yet Lin Feng sensed the bullet had inflicted greater devastation. It seemed to have obliterated half of the creature's body. Goodness, it's more violent now. I like it. Lin Feng nodded in satisfaction. The joy of leveling up did not deter him from his pursuit. LV-4 was merely the beginning. His ultimate aim was LV-5. He still required 4,000 experience points, which translated to 4,000 zombies. Lin Feng calculated that, at his previous pace, he would need perhaps another 10 or so hours. 10 or so hours. It sounded lengthy, yet for Lin Feng, who had entered a state of fervent dedication, it seemed not entirely unacceptable. Grind. For evolution. For strength. Continue grinding. Once more invigorated, he pressed on. With the buff in effect, he felt no fatigue. With infinite bullets, he harbored no concerns. And besides, idleness was not an option. Thus, Lin Feng's figure once again transformed into a golden whirlwind, resuming his massacre within the desolate factory, all in pursuit of that 4,000 points of weapon experience, embarking on a new round of slaughter. As time continues to flow, the sun gradually tilts towards the west. Lin Feng's relentless endeavor of monster hunting is still in full swing. The zombies in the abandoned factory have certainly encountered a stroke of misfortune today. Chapter 31. Dual Pistols. Evolution. Zombie Slayer. As night fell over the abandoned factory, Lin Feng felt a creeping sense of disorientation. He was not fatigued. The buff from Ancestral Blessing still invigorated him, making him feel as though he could run, jump, and fight for 3 days and nights without a moment's rest. Instead, he was numb. Since he had resolved to grind weapon experience late last night, he had been incessantly repeating the motions of raising his gun, shooting, and moving in this level 1 zone countless times beyond measure. He felt as if he could accurately hit those swaying zombies, even with his eyes closed. He could even gauge their respawn times and moods based on their walking postures. Desert Eagle, Golden Edition, LV-4, Infinite Ammo, Experience 1. 3,998, 4,000. Desert Eagle, Golden Edition, LV-4, Infinite Ammo, Experience 1. 3,999, 4,000. Finally. It was almost time. Lin Feng gazed at the experience bar, on the verge of overflowing once more, and a glimmer of hope reignited in his eyes. The final sprint, like a surge of adrenaline coursing through him. He hastened his pace in clearing the area. Bang! The last one. Desert Eagle Golden Edition, LV-4, Infinite Ammo, Experience 1. 4,000, 4,000. It came. The long-awaited chime did not resonate. Instead, a dazzling golden light erupted from the Desert Eagle in his hands, a brilliance tenfold stronger than during its LV-4 upgrade. Buzz! A powerful humming accompanied by a scorching wave of energy swept through the air. Lin Feng felt as though he could barely maintain his grip on the gun. Instinctively, he wanted to release it, only to discover a peculiar force firmly anchoring the weapon in his grasp. Immediately thereafter, amidst the blinding golden radiance, the Desert Eagle began an astonishing transformation. The gun's body flowed like molten gold, reconfiguring and splitting apart. When the light finally dissipated, Lin Feng stood in a state of astonishment, staring at his hands. In his right hand, the familiar golden Desert Eagle remained. Yet astonishingly, his left hand bore an identical weapon, radiating the same luminous glow. Want to become two? What on earth? Lin Feng was genuinely taken aback. He blinked vigorously and pinched himself, confirming he was not dreaming. The evolution to weapon LV-5? Was it truly this? Directly splitting into two, he hurriedly checked the weapon information. Twin Desert Eagles Golden Edition LV-5, Infinite Ammo, Quality, Golden Type, Dual Handgun Single-Wield Power, 70 to 90, base power has increased once more. Rate of fire, slow, single-wield, fast theoretical rate of fire for dual-wield, effective range, 90 meters magazine capacity, special effects, infinite ammo. Heart of Twins, passive. When dual wielding, accuracy significantly increases and recoil is greatly reduced. Experience required for next level. 8,000 evaluation. Double the joy, double the flair. With his pair of deadly dancers, let the symphony of demise resound gloriously in the apocalypse. Twin Desert Eagles. Power enhanced. Range extended. A more formidable, dual-wield passive ability has emerged. Lin Feng gazed at the new attributes, nearly drooling with excitement. The passive skill, Heart of the Twins, astonishingly enhances precision and significantly reduces recoil. This perfectly addresses the greatest issue of dual wielding. He immediately grasped both firearms, their weight instilling a profound sense of power. How splendid! The prestige, instantly elevated to its zenith. He attempted to fire both guns simultaneously at a distant wall, producing 2 resounding shots. Bang! Bang! The gunfire nearly overlapped. The recoil, indeed, felt considerably less than anticipated. Moreover, the stability of aim with both hands was exceptionally remarkable. This evolution is incredible. Lin Feng was exhilarated, although he still perceived that, for one blessed with infinite ammunition, the practical significance of dual wielding was somewhat limited, as the firing rate remained capped. However, the substantial enhancement in precision and reduction in recoil signified he could execute more accurate dual pistol shots. The explosive power was undoubtedly far superior to that of a single weapon. More importantly, how stylish. One firearm in each hand, golden desert eagles. The visual spectacle, the aura, which man could possibly resist. Just as Lin Feng reveled in the joy of acquiring dual pistols and prepared to test his new weapons on some oblivious zombies, a crisp system notification, distinct from the weapon evolution's luminous effects, resonated within his mind. System notification. Congratulations, player, Lin Feng. The system has detected that you have achieved a milestone by slaying 5,000 ordinary zombies. Unlocking a special achievement. You have earned the title 5,000 Zombie Slayer. Please check the title section for the new title effects. What? Another unexpected surprise? The title of 5,000 Slayer? Lin Feng was momentarily taken aback, then filled with elation. He hurriedly opened the title section. Title: 5,000 Zombie Slayer. Equip effect. All attributes 5. Inflicts an additional 10 damage to zombie-type targets, including various mutated zombies. Description: the souls of 5,000 have cemented your renown. Every gesture or trigger pull you make signifies the end for the undead. All attributes 5. An additional 10 damage to zombies. Lin Feng's eyes sparkled once more as he beheld the attributes of his title. Although it may not possess the grandiloquence of 10,000 souls revered, the attributes of 5,000 Zombie Slayer were undeniably substantial. All attributes 5, which, when doubled through ancestral blessing, translates to an extra 10 points in total attributes. Furthermore, the 10 increase in damage against zombies is an exceptionally practical enhancement for someone like him, who frequently needed to purge various undead. Upkeep. He must equip it. Without hesitation, Lin Feng adorned himself with the title of 5,000 Zombie Slayer. Boom. He felt an even clearer surge of power integrate into his being than during previous upgrades. His base attributes received a permanent boost. Weapon evolution. Dual pistols acquired. And an unexpectedly powerful title to boot. Lin Feng felt extraordinarily formidable. He even entertained the illusion that, should he encounter that level 10 Plague Lord again, he might dispatch it within mere seconds. Invincible. Truly invincible. From a moment he resolved to grind for weapon experience late last night, approximately 15 to 16 hours of relentless combat had elapsed. During this period, he remained utterly focused, vanquishing nearly 5,000 undead creatures and elevating his weaponry from level 3 to an astonishing level 5. He even unexpectedly triggered evolution and title rewards. The magnitude of these achievements was simply beyond imagination. As he glanced at the sky, he realized it was already deep into the night, although the buff rendered him tireless. After such an intense period of effort, even a stalwart individual needed to unwind mentally. Enough is enough. Today's endeavors would conclude here. Lin Feng, satisfied, sheathed his dual pistols. Despite the temptation to continue showcasing his prowess, even a dedicated player must balance work and rest. It was time to return for a night's slumber. Tomorrow, he would venture to the plague-ridden town, hoping to elevate his level to 10. With one last look at the desolate factory he had ravaged for a day and a night, he turned and walked towards the novice village, filled with abundant rewards and a joyous heart. Chapter 32. Return to the plague town. Sprinting to level 10. After indulging in a few blissful hours of slumber on the rigid wooden bed at the Adventurers Guild, Lin Feng was roused by the cacophony emanating from outside. A new day had dawned. He opened his eyes, stretched luxuriously, and felt an exhilarating surge of power coursing through him. The effect of the ancestors' blessing, buff, remained potent, not only doubling his base attributes, but seemingly bestowing him with remarkable energy recovery as well. He felt in exceptional form. Today marks my ascent to level 10. With unwavering confidence, Lin Feng sprang from his bed. He first conducted his customary check of the leaderboard. Ranking of newbie village levels: first, Lin Feng, LV9, experience, 5, second, Qin Shiming, LV8, third, Long Ao Tian, LV7, fourth, Feng Qingyang, LV7, Has that fellow Qin Shiming yet to reach level 9? Lin Feng raised an eyebrow, concluding that he must have struggled to find a suitable spot yesterday. Clearly, I am a superior player. Seeing himself firmly in the lead, with a 2-level gap between him and the third place, a sense of pride bubbled within him. However, he also noticed the countdown to the impending zombie tide. Time remaining until zombie tide. 5 days, 2 hours. Time is of the essence. Lin Feng quelled his pride, feeling a sense of urgency. He must reach level 10 swiftly, complete his job transition, and enhance his self-preservation and combat capabilities amidst the zombie onslaught. He quickly got up, organized his backpack, ensured he had ample supplies, and strode purposefully towards the southern gate of the village. His destination, the plague town. Yet, upon his return to the outskirts of the plague town, he was taken aback by the transformation since his departure the previous day. Numerous players had appeared. Groups of 3 to 5 had formed temporary teams, cautiously engaging in combat with the sporadically respawning, bulging infected, and gagging ghouls. The players' levels ranged predominantly from LV7 to LV8, and their equipment was notably superior to that of ordinary players. Clearly, these are the stronger individuals from the village, finally mustering the courage, or perhaps compelled by the pressure of the zombie tide, to explore this perilous LV7-10 zone. Why are there so many players now? Is there no room left for me to hunt monsters in peace? Lin Feng observed the struggling teams battling the creatures, his lips curling in mild displeasure. He was pressed for time and had little interest in competing for monsters, nor did he wish to reveal his strength in front of them. Some players also took notice of Lin Feng, donned in a striking dark red ensemble, boldly venturing alone into the plague town. Look, it's Lin Feng, the Great One. Level 9. Is he going to hunt monsters again? Alone? That's astonishing. The monsters here are no trifles. The players whispered among themselves, their eyes brimming with awe and curiosity. Lin Feng chose to disregard the gazes directed at him, for he had no time to indulge in such vanity. A brief observation revealed that the players primarily congregated along the outskirts of the town, while the deeper areas remained largely uninhabited. Very well. They may amuse themselves at the periphery. I shall venture into the heart of this place. As for the unknown peril marked on the map, Lin Feng hesitated to tread alone into those territories. Despite his significant surge in strength, the unknown remains the most daunting of threats. Who could tell what level 10 monsters, or even more insidious mechanisms, lurked within? It would be prudent to thoroughly explore the plague-ridden town before delving into the unknown. He first took a detour to the central square, where he had vanquished the plague lord 2 days prior. The square lay desolate. The level 10 boss evidently yet to respawn. The respawn time for a boss was not so swift, and Lin Feng was not surprised. He had relinquished any hopes of encountering the boss again in the near future. Thus, he hesitated no longer and bypassed the areas bustling with other players. Plunging into the deeper recesses of the plague town, where he had yet to explore. The environment here was even more dilapidated and foreboding, with a higher density of monsters. Level 8, Gagging Ghoul, and Level 9, Wailing Corpse were omnipresent, with occasional sightings of wandering Level 7, Bulging Infected. This was it. My experience. I have arrived. Lin Feng's eyes sparkled with determination as he brandished his dual golden desert eagles, initiating a new wave of frantic carnage. Bang! Bang! The two golden eagles roared in unison. The bullets, as if guided by fate, struck a wailing corpse that had just peeked out from a window. -295. Critical hit. -310. Critical hit. The damage numbers erupted. The level 9 wailing corpse barely had time to unleash its wraith's wail before being reduced to a pile of ashes, dissolving into dark smoke. Experience 35. Ha ha ha. Dual wielding is exhilarating. High damage, rapid fire, and so stylish. Lin Feng was enamored with his new weapons, although he had previously deemed dual wielding somewhat insignificant. The instantaneous power and visual spectacle were utterly irresistible. With dual guns, titles, buffs, and a formidable level 9 status, Lin Feng now strode through this realm dominated by level 8 and level 9 monsters with unparalleled confidence. He moved like a tiger among sheep, gunfire echoing at every turn as zombies fell in droves. Gagging Ghoul slain 1, experience 25. Wailing Corpse slain 1, experience 35. Bulging Infected slain 1, experience 20. His experience bar surged at a visible rate, drawing him ever closer to the coveted level 10. Throughout the depths of the plague town, the rhythmic gunfire of his desert eagles resounded, as if heralding an epic anthem for his ascent in levels. Time flew by, and soon another day had passed. Lin Feng had nearly settled deep within the heart of the plague-stricken town. Aside from the essential acts of consuming food and water, which depleted the supplies in his backpack, he devoted nearly all his time to an unending cycle of combat and slaughter. The ancestors' blessing, buff sustained his body like an eternal engine, rendering him impervious to fatigue. His insatiable thirst for advancement and anticipation of a level 10 job change kept his spirit in a perpetual state of exhilaration. He could no longer recall how many level 8 ghouls and level 9 banshees he had slain. All he knew was that his backpack was once again filled with worthless materials, the quantity of copper coins was gradually increasing, and the experience bar for his weapon, twin desert eagles, had made significant progress, though he was still far from the 8,000 points required for level 6. Most importantly, his character's experience bar, representing the arduous journey from level 9 to level 10, which demanded a staggering 12,000 points, was on the verge of being filled through his relentless efforts and frenzied carnage. Chapter 33, Level 10, New Equipment, and then, bewilderment, just a step away. At this moment, it was already the afternoon of the second day since Lin Feng entered the plague-stricken town. He was entangled in a fierce battle with 3 level 9 wailing banshees. These 3 banshees exhibited remarkable teamwork, taking turns to unleash Wraith's wail, attempting to disrupt Lin Feng's rhythm with their psychological assaults. Their forms flickered in the air, making them exceedingly difficult to capture. Had been a day prior, Lin Feng might have found himself in a flustered state facing such an onslaught. However, now having ascended to level 9, adapted to the rhythm of dual pistols, and enriched with combat experience, he was able to respond with composure. His footsteps danced like a specter, weaving skillfully through the gaps of the wailing sound waves, while the dual desert eagles in his hands resembled 2 golden venomous serpents, continuously spitting forth lethal bullets. Bang! Bang! -288. Critical hit. -295. Critical hit. The first banshee exploded in response. Bang! Bang! -275. Critical hit. -282. Critical hit. The second banshee followed suit. Only one remained. Its health was nearly depleted. This was it, the experience gem for leveling up. A glimmer of determination flashed in Lin Feng's eyes as he unleashed a barrage with both guns. Bang! Bang! -290. Critical hit. -305. Critical hit. The last wailing banshee emitted a piercing scream before dissipating into black smoke. Wiped out wailing banshee 1. Gained experience points 35. Ding! A golden beam of light, more resplendent and magnificent than any previous upgrade, suddenly descended from the heavens, enveloping Lin Feng entirely. A warm, comforting, and powerful sensation surged through his limbs and bones, as if both body and soul had undergone a profound transformation. Congratulations! Level has been raised to LV10. You have reached the current stage's level cap. You meet the foundational requirements for class awakening. Please seek a career mentor promptly to embark on your professional journey. Level 10. I have finally reached level 10. Lin Feng, feeling the overwhelming power coursing within him, let out an exultant roar towards the sky. He felt invincible. What of the Qin dynasty? What of the Plague Lord? They were all mere trifles. With excitement, he rubbed his hands together, eager to open the career panel and discover which extraordinary hidden profession he could embrace. Gun god? Ammunition expert? Or, wait, Lin Feng suddenly recalled the pieces of equipment dropped by the Plague Lord earlier, and it seemed the last banshee had also dropped a gleaming item. First, let me examine the equipment. He suppressed the urge to change classes and collected his spoils. The final banshee had dropped a helmet, crafted from an unknown black metal. Its design fierce, with a skull-like visor that radiated a blue glow. Plague Iron Guard helmet, quality, blue type, head armor required level, LV10 defense, 20 stamina, 5 special effect. Indomitable will, increases minor mental resistance and reduces the duration of control effects. Another level 10 blue item. And it's a helmet, enhancing defense, stamina, and mental resistance. Lin Feng was overjoyed. Now, he could almost replace his entire set of armor. He promptly retrieved 3 carefully prepared level 10 blue items from his backpack. Rotten Lord S gauntlets, hands, defense 18, strength 4, stamina 4, poison resistance. Venomous ring, spirit 5, attack adds poison damage. Plague Iron Guard helmet, head, defense 20, stamina 5, mental resistance. Equip. Akib. Lin Feng could hardly contain his excitement as he removed the worn, tattered Foreman S gloves and donned the imposing, Rotten Lord S gauntlets. He then slipped the dark, venomous ring onto his finger. Finally, he placed the Plague Iron Guard helmet atop his head. In an instant, Lin Feng's entire demeanor transformed. Previously clad in a blood-stained outfit resembling a nimble assassin, he was now enveloped in heavy blue metal armor, complemented by dark red leather armor and boots. Along with the gleaming twin Desert Eagles in his hands, he resembled a heavily armed, somewhat eclectic heavy firepower warrior. Ha ha ha! Handsome. Absolutely stunning. Lin Feng spun around twice, nearly dizzy from his own allure. He quickly opened his character panel to admire his now extravagant attributes. Name, Lin Feng. Level, class, none, pending promotion. Title, 5,000 Corpses Slayer. Health, 1250 mana, 380 attack, 452 defense, 85 agility, 55 buff, 110 strength, 21 buff, 42 stamina, 24 buff, 48 spirit, 20 buff, 40 unallocated attribute points. 0 status, Ancestor S blessing, remaining time approximately 5 days. Equipment, Twin Desert Eagles LV5, unlimited ammo. Bloodstained set, 3. Rotten Lord S gauntlets, Plague Iron Guard helmet, Venomous ring, TSK. What a panel. Who could rival him? Lin Feng gazed at his formidable attack power of 380, nearing 100 in defense. Though it only exceeded 100 with buffs, the base was still respectable. And the terrifying 110 agility. He felt like a boss. Well, equipment changed. Attributes checked. Next, the most crucial step. Lin Feng took a deep breath, filled with excitement and anticipation, ready to seek out the legendary promotion button or system prompt. Promotion. Promotion. I want to promote. He fervently shouted in his heart. System. Please arrange for me the most extraordinary hidden class. Something like Dragon Knight, Magic Swordsman, or Time Ranger. Hurry up. As he uttered these words, a system notification finally appeared before him. albeit rather belatedly. However, system notification, congratulations. You have reached LV10. You have met the initial requirements for class change. However, you are currently in a special period pre-zombie tide newbie village lockdown, and the class change portal is not yet open. System notification. Please strive to survive the impending zombie tide. Once you successfully overcome the first trial of the zombie tide and arrive at the main city, City of Hope, you may officially proceed with your class change at the vocational mentor. System notification. After reaching the LV10 level cap, you will temporarily be unable to gain any character experience points before completing your first class change. Lin Feng. Lin Feng. Lin Feng. He remained in a state of shock, staring blankly for a good 10 seconds. Then, he rubbed his eyes vigorously and read the notifications once more, particularly the last one. Not only was he denied a class change, but now he couldn't even earn character experience? Puff! At this point, Lin Feng was genuinely infuriated, nearly suffering a heart attack. No, this cannot be. A cry filled with despair and indignation echoed through the air. Chapter 34. Level lock? Then let us continue to grind for weapons. Are you playing with me? Huh? System, are you toying with me? Lin Feng was so furious that he felt like smashing something, but all that surrounded him were the remnants of desolation. I have toiled tirelessly, sleepless for 2 days and nights. Finally, I have ascended to level 10. And you tell me this? A level cap? And I cannot even gain character experience? What was the point of achieving this level at all? Just to have a more appealing interface. It would have been one thing if the class transition channel was under maintenance, but to withhold experience entirely, is there no justice? Is there no law? I want to file a complaint. I want to report this. I want to... Never mind, this broken game has no one to manage it. Lin Feng felt as though he was about to ignite, not from excitement, but from rage. From a state of ecstatic joy, he plummeted to the freezing depths of despair. The immense contrast left him feeling nauseated with frustration. He had originally hoped to reach level 10, transition to a remarkable class, learn a plethora of divine skills, and then slay amidst the horde of corpses, reveling in his might. Instead, the system had imposed a forced withdrawal and prohibited him from engaging in any work. What kind of nonsense is this? Standing still, he gazed at his splendid equipment and attributes, realizing that without a class, it all seemed rather lacking. He looked at the experience bar that had filled but ceased to rise, alongside the grayed-out, unclickable class section, with tears of frustration welling up. It felt as though he had been on the verge of unleashing a world-shattering ultimate move, only to discover that not only was he out of mana, but his skill hotbar had been locked as well. Well, here we are. He had reached level 10, yet the crucial class was absent, and even experience was stripped away. In the upcoming horde, he could only remain a tribute-laden gunslinger without any class skills? Calm down. Calm down. Lin Feng, you were the chosen one. How could you be defeated by such trivial setbacks? After a period of frantic pacing, Lin Feng finally forced himself to regain composure. Given the circumstances, cursing at the system would be futile. He needed to devise a solution, or, rather, discover new avenues for enhancement. With character levels currently unattainable and experience unobtainable, he began to assess the areas where he could still improve. Equipment? He had just acquired the level 10 gear. It was unlikely he could find something better in the short term. Skills? Without a class and skill books, that avenue was also blocked. So what remained? Lin Feng's gaze fell once again upon his weapon information. Twin Desert Eagle's Golden Edition LV5, infinite ammo, weapon level. His eyes lit up suddenly. Of course. How could I have forgotten this? While character levels were locked, weapon levels were not. Moreover, based on previous experience, grinding low-level monsters could still yield weapon experience. Raising the weapon level would directly enhance its base power. For someone like him, who relied solely on firearms, this was the most immediate and effective means of improvement. Additionally, leveling the weapon to LV10 would also allow for enchantment. Lin Feng recalled the hints regarding the enchantment system. Although uncertain whether weapon enchantments or class enchantments were superior, having an additional enchantment slot could only be beneficial, right? What if I were to encounter twisted terms such as bullet tracking, headshot, or double damage? The more he pondered, the more he felt like a deviant. Moreover, there was the title. He recalled the newly acquired 5,000 corpses slaughtered. Killing zombies could upgrade titles, but what about slaying other types of undead? Or perhaps eliminating greater quantities? Titles enhance all attributes. Such an improvement could be significant. The thought process became crystal clear. Since the system denied him the elevation of character level, he resolved to max out his weapon level and titles. By the time he could change classes, he would boast a character level of LV10, a graduation weapon of LV10, and an array of divine titles. Oh, the image was too beautiful to behold. Frustration vanished, replaced by an invigorated zeal. The decision was made. His goal, weapon level 10, along with the complete annihilation of various killing titles. Without hesitation, Lin Feng, a man of action, set forth. He even felt no need to return to the village for rest. After all, the buff rendered him impervious to fatigue, and briefly contemplated his next destination. Where to grind? He stroked his chin. Perhaps, back to where it all began? He chuckled, once again locking his sights on the abandoned factory. It was filled with LV1 code zombies, safe, mindless, abundant, and respawning rapidly. An absolute perfect machine for harvesting weapon experience. With determination, Lin Feng set off. With an impressive agility of 100 points, he glided away from the plague-ridden town like a specter in the night, swiftly making his way toward the familiar abandoned factory. Upon his return to the factory, dawn had just begun to break. The place still bore its dilapidated visage. Yet the pervasive stench, upon his return from the plague town, felt oddly refreshing. He navigated expertly to the workshop where the zombies had been most concentrated. Indeed, overnight, a number of swaying, experience-laden zombies had respawned. Hey there, my adorable little ones. I'm back. Lin Feng smiled warmly, and then raised his dual guns. Bang! Bang! 2 zombies fell lifelessly to the ground. Golden Twin Desert Eagles LV5. Unlimited ammo. Experience points 2. Shooting with both guns resulted in double the weapon experience? Lin Feng was pleasantly surprised. Although it was merely an additional point of experience, the efficiency had indeed doubled. System, you have finally accomplished something worthwhile. Lin Feng's spirits soared. This would expedite his grinding even further. Thus began a new round of even more frenzied and monotonous slaughter. With Golden Desert Eagles in hand, Lin Feng moved through the workshop like the graceful reaper waltzing elegantly, navigating, spinning, and shooting. Bang! 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 The gunfire was relentless. Waves of zombies collapsed. The weapon experience bar surged at an unprecedented rate. He found that killing these LV1 zombies was akin to child's play. One need not aim with precision. Merely directing the barrel of the gun towards the general vicinity of the target suffices, as the bullets seem to find their mark instinctively. Zombie, indeed. I have activated my attraction. Such is the overwhelming dominance afforded by absolute strength. Lin Feng no longer felt engaged in mere monster hunting. Instead, he perceived himself as a champion of a grand purification endeavor. Purifying this factory, purifying these wretched souls, not really. He completely liberated himself, even experimenting with an array of intricate and flamboyant shooting maneuvers. Firing from behind, blind shots, executing a 360-degree spin in midair, nearly losing his balance. Although his accuracy left much to be desired, the abundance of ammunition rendered this inconsequential. After all, each shot resulted in instantaneous demise. He reveled in his unrestrained joy. The entire abandoned factory transformed once more into his personal playground. In Slaughterhouse, Chapter 35, The Factory is My Home. The massacre of the undead achieved. Time flies. The sun rises and sets. Lin Feng has completely transformed the abandoned factory into his abode. Tirelessly, he traverses this realm, slaying foes from the eastern district to the western, sweeping through southern warehouses to northern scrapyards. When hunger strikes, he nibbles on some rations. When thirst beckons, he quenches it with a few gulps of cool water. Fatigue? That is non-existent. The blessing of ancestors, buff remains steadfast, sustaining him in peak condition. The only reminder of time's passage is the incessantly fluctuating numbers on his weapon's experience bar. Bang! Twin Desert Eagles Golden Edition LV5. infinite ammo, experience 2, 7,998, 8,000. So close. Lin Feng's spirit surged. LV6 is within reach. Bang. Twin Desert Eagles Golden Edition LV5, infinite ammo, experience 2, 8,000, 8,000. Ding. The radiance of weapon upgrade illuminates the surroundings. Your weapon Twin Desert Eagles Golden Edition LV5, infinite ammo, has leveled up to LV6. Base weapon power has been enhanced. Experience required for the next level. 0, 12,000. Splendid. LV6. Lin Feng excitedly brandished his twin pistols. He could distinctly feel the surge of power coursing through the gun's body. The basic power had risen once more. Upon discovering that ascending to LV7 required a staggering 12,000 experience points, he couldn't help but smirk. The system is indeed utterly unrelenting. However, this did not deter his resolve to grind on. The target is LV10. What is LV6 in the grand scheme of things? Onward. Meanwhile, as Lin Feng indulged in the noble pursuit of weapon experience, the other players in Rookie Village number 888, particularly the lower-level novices, were in utter despair. The abandoned factory had once been one of their most vital leveling and quest locations. Yet now, it had transformed into a veritable wasteland. Big Brother, for mercy's sake, grant us a chance to survive. Our team accepted a quest to kill 10 zombies, and we have waited here for nearly an hour, only spotting 2. They both spawned right next to that golden light big shot, and were obliterated the moment they appeared, lamented a novice player. His face a mask of sorrow in the regional channel. Who can argue with that? We were grinding here just fine yesterday, and today there are fewer monsters than players. Does that dual-wielding big shot reside here? How tyrannical. Tyrannical? It's akin to a locust swarm. I just witnessed him sprinting from the western district to the eastern, and in mere minutes, the entire street of zombies vanished. How can we play like this? We can't even complete our novice quests. Report him. We must report his resource monopolization. Yet, there was no place to file a complaint. Complaints aside, none dared to confront Lin Feng. After all, that LV10 status, the dazzling equipment, and his elusive speed, coupled with the ability to annihilate anything in his path, were enough to deter any ill-intentioned souls. Several prominent factions within the village, such as the Wild Dragon and the Iron Blood Alliance, have developed a keen interest, tinged with dissatisfaction, towards the suddenly emerging and domineering Lin Feng. They had previously attempted to dispatch individuals to the factory area to apprehend him, either to probe his background or to issue a warning for him to temper his audacity. However, the results were disheartening. Boss, the target was just in workshop A, but as we surrounded it, he vanished. Boss, gunfire has been reported from warehouse B. We are heading there. Boss, there's no one in warehouse B either, only a scene of carnage. He has moved to the scrapyard in Area C. His speed is too swift. We cannot keep up. The elite squads dispatched by various factions, composed mainly of levels 5 to 7, roamed the abandoned factory for the better part of the day, failing to catch even a glimpse of Lin Feng. Instead, they found themselves utterly confounded by his elusive monster-hunting routes, ultimately returning empty-handed. They encountered neither the elusive figure nor the spoils. It was a complete failure. Unbeknownst to Lin Feng, even if he were aware, he would merely scoff at the notion. A bunch of amateurs, thinking they can catch me? He remained steadfast in his pursuits, immersed in his own world of monster hunting. As the 9th day drew to a close, Lin Feng felt as if his fingers might ignite from the incessant pressing of buttons. He glanced at the weapon experience bar. Twin Desert Eagle Golden Edition LV6, unlimited bullets, experience. 11998, 12000. Another upgrade was imminent. At that moment, he received an unexpected system notification. System notification. You have reached a milestone of 10,000 ordinary zombies killed. The title 5,000 Slayers has been upgraded to 10,000 Slayers. Title upgraded. Please check the title panel for new effects. 10,000 already? The title has leveled up. Lin Feng's heart leapt with joy as he hastily checked. Title 10,000 Slayers, replacing 5,000 Slayers. Equip effect. All attributes 10. Inflicts an additional 15 damage to all undead creatures, including zombies, skeletons, ghosts, etc. There's a low chance to instill fear in low, to mid-level undead creatures. Description: piles of bones have constructed your throne. Your renown is enough to make the deceased tremble. All attributes 10. 15 increased damage to undead creatures. A chance to instill fear. Lin Feng's eyes sparkled with excitement. This enhancement surpassed 5,000 slayers significantly, particularly the increased damage to all undead creatures. It was tailor-made for him. He promptly switched his title. His power surged once more. Basic attributes elevated again. Now, his monster hunting would accelerate. In high spirits, he unleashed a barrage of shots at the last few zombies before him. Bang, bang, bang. Ding. Your weapon twin Desert Eagle Golden Edition LV6 Unlimited Bullets has been upgraded to LV7. Weapon base power has been enhanced. Experience required for the next level. 18,000. Achieving weapon LV7. The title has also leveled up. A double blessing. Lin Feng felt an unprecedented surge of strength. Just 3 more levels, and his weapon could reach LV10. Onward. He showed no signs of pausing, determined to press on with unwavering resolve towards LV8. 18,000 kills. This staggering figure sent shivers down his spine. Yet, he hesitated not. Onward he marched. Time continued its relentless march. On the afternoon of the 10th day. Evening, deep into the night, Lin Feng felt himself slipping into a state of semi-consciousness, guided by an automatic navigation and shooting mode, sustained solely by the stamina provided by the buffs and his fervent obsession with acquiring the LV10 weapon. He was so engrossed in his relentless slaughter that he barely noticed the astonishing milestones of his cumulative zombie kills quietly surpassing one after another. 20,000, 30,000, 40,000. Finally, around noon on the 11th day. System alert. You have achieved a total of 50,000 ordinary zombie kills. Your current title, Mass Zombie Slayer, has been automatically upgraded to 50,000 Zombie Slayer. Title upgraded. Please check the title tab for new effects. 50,000 already. This notification sound abruptly jolted Lin Feng from his stupor. He hurriedly checked. Chapter 36. Achieving 50,000 Slays. The panel shatters and the journey home. Title: 50,000 Slays, replacing 10,000 Slays. Equipped effect: all attributes 15. Inflicts an additional 20 damage to all undead creatures. There's a certain chance to instill fear in mid-level undead beings. Description: 50,000 bones have paved your path. Your very existence mocks death itself. All attributes 15. Damage increase of 20. The fear effect has also been enhanced. Lin Feng gazed at this brand new, more powerful title, and his weary spirit surged with renewed vigor. His base attributes had risen once more. The doubling of the buff rendered it even more formidable. Splendid. With this title, his farming speed had accelerated significantly. He immediately equipped the new title, feeling the power of his dual pistols surpassing their previous might. The annihilation of the undead became swifter and more decisive. The upgrade of the title invigorated him anew. He pressed forward towards the goal of reaching weapon level 8. 18,000 experience points. This was undoubtedly a lengthy journey. Lin Feng continued to grind until the evening of the 11th day, just as the last rays of the setting sun were about to vanish, heralding the onset of night. Bang bang. Twin Sand Eagles Golden Edition LV7. Infinite Bullets. Experience 2. 18000. 18000. Ding. The radiance of weapon upgrade shone once more. Your weapon Twin Sand Eagles Golden Edition LV7. Infinite Bullets has leveled up to LV8. Weapon base power has been enhanced. Experience required for the next level. 25,000 LV8. At long last, Lin Feng exhaled deeply, feeling as if his shoulders could barely lift. His weapon power had risen again. The title had also reached its peak for now. His base attributes soared due to the elevation of the title. However, Lin Feng glanced at the 25,000 experience points required for level 9. Approximately 60,000 undead would still be needed. He then looked at the remaining time for the Blessing of Ancestors buff, which had less than a day and a half left. 60,000. even if I toil day and night. Completing this within a day and a half is surely unattainable. Lin Feng's heart sank. His original grand ambition, to elevate his weapon to level 10 before the buff expired, hoping for new evolution or enchantment opportunities, now seemed utterly impossible before the impending tide of corpses. Sigh, am I being too greedy? Lin Feng shook his head in resignation. Though his weapon had only reached level 8, this was already an astonishingly swift advancement. Not to mention the unexpected boon of the 50,000 slays, extraordinary title. One must learn to be content. Moreover, the most pressing concern was time remaining until the tide of corpses descends. Less than 6 hours. Tonight, the tide will arrive. Lin Feng eagerly opened his attribute panel, eager to discover the terrifying extent of his current power. Character panel name, Lin Feng level 10, experience locked. Awaiting class change, class, none. Awaiting class change, title, 50,000 corpses slayer. Equipped effect, all attributes 15, damage to all undead creatures 20. With a certain chance to instill fear in mid-level undead creatures. Status, ancestral blessing, effect, all attributes doubled. Remaining time, approximately 1 day and a bit. Base attributes, strength, 32, buff, 64, agility, 68, buff, 136, stamina, 42, buff, 84, spirit, 31, buff, 62, combat values. Health, 15, 50, 15, 50 mana, 460, 460 attack power, 503 defense, 95 equipment. Weapon, Gemini Sand Eagle Golden Edition LV8. Infinite bullets, experience, 25,000 head. Plague Iron Guard helmet, blue, LV10 chest. Bloodstained armor, blue, LV5, legs. Bloodstained pants, blue, LV5 feet. Bloodstained boots, blue, LV5, hands. Rotting Lord's gauntlets, blue, LV10 ring. Venomous ring, blue, LV10. Important items in backpack. Skill book, Plague Tread, blue, LV10, Warrior Rider. Plague Core, special material. 2,800 copper coins, several consumables. By the heavens, by the heavens, by the heavens. Lin Feng gazed at his freshly minted, undeniably luxurious attribute panel, saliva practically dripping to the ground. He trembled with excitement, feeling his blood boil. These attributes, they were utterly explosive. Confronting the Plague Lord again, if he were to encounter it now, he could likely face it head-on without the need for kiting. A direct assault would surely obliterate it. Lin Feng thought, no, I must maintain some decorum. What if I encounter a setback? A slight repositioning is in order, just to be cautious. Qin Shimming? Long Out Yin? Who else is there? Who would dare to provoke me now? With my 2 prize Sand Eagles, a single shot. Oh no, a double shot would send them and their gear soaring to the afterlife. Lin Feng felt invincible. He felt unique. He was the most radiant. Oh no, the most formidable being in this novice village. The only minor drawback was the damned level cap and class change restriction. Lin Feng made a resolute decision. He cast one last glance at the abandoned factory he had claimed for nearly 3 days. Farewell, my experienced treasures. Once I vanquish the undead tide, level up, and acquire divine skills, I shall return. He sheathed his twin guns, turned away, and departed from the forsaken factory that had solidified his reputation as the 50,000 corpses slayer, striding towards the brightly lit, yet tense atmosphere of the 888th novice village, where the air was thick with the anticipation of battle. The most pressing matter now was no longer the monotonous grind for weapon experience, but rather, heading home, prepare for the impending onslaught of the undead. He holstered his twin pistols and turned to stride towards the village. As Lin Feng's silhouette reemerged at the entrance of Novice Village number 888, he was met not with the usual clamor and the carefree shouts of players, but rather an atmosphere thick with tension and solemnity. The village entrance had been reinforced with hefty logs and rudimentary metal sheets, allowing players to pass freely. Yet an unmistakable sense of impending battle hung palpably in the air. Within the village, the ambience was even more serious. Players hurried about, their faces a tapestry of anxiety, excitement, and fear. No longer did they meander in small groups, indulging in idle chatter. Instead, they formed clusters of varying sizes, engaged in hushed discussions. The glint of weapons occasionally flickered among the crowd, accompanied by the soft clinking sounds of clashing gear. The countdown to the horde was under 6 hours. This time, it seemed they were truly facing annihilation. No doubt about it. Just look at the village's preparations. Even food and drink were being distributed for free. This was undoubtedly a fight to the death. Aunt Mary was handing out black bread and fresh water, along with bandages, for anyone to take. Chapter 37. The Southern Gate? The boss. A young master's target practice. While the results may be mediocre, it comes at no cost. Hurry and claim some. Alas, I wonder if we can withstand this. I've heard whispers of an unprecedented tide of corpses. The zombies outside are rumored to surge upon the village like a frenzy. What is there to fear? Our village now boasts formidable individuals. On the leaderboard, there are already 50 or 60 level 10 elites. The formidable Cheen from the Mad Dragon Guild, the mighty Tai from Iron Blood Alliance, and several lone wolves have all reached level 10. So what? Have you not seen the top ranker, the illustrious Lin Feng? He has long since attained level 10. He persistently occupies the pinnacle, never budging. Now, that is a true powerhouse. Hiss, that Lin Feng? The one who soloed the boss of Plague Town just a few days ago? The one who cleared out the abandoned factory? Indeed, that is he. It is said he dons divine gear and wields dual pistols, effortlessly dispatching foes with a flurry of shots. Alas, he remains shrouded in mystery, rarely glimpsed by others. Listening to the discussions around him, Lin Feng could not help but smile faintly. 50 or 60 level 10s. Quite the swift progress, I must say. He mused to himself, yet, in comparison to me, they are still lagging behind. I have locked my experience bar for several days now. Had I not been waiting for my class change, I would likely be nearing level 15 by now. Lin Feng felt no tremor of awe or envy toward the player's admiration. Rather, he found it amusing. A gaggle of mortals, still reveling in their level 10 achievements, utterly oblivious to what it truly means to be a master. He strolled casually to the supply distribution point at the village South Central Square. Several NPC matrons clad in aprons were diligently handing out basic supplies to the queue of players. Finding a relatively secluded corner, Lin Feng sat cross-legged. He first activated the system's recycling function. Recycle. Lin Feng focused his thoughts. System notification, recycling. Obtained 387 copper coins. System notification, recycling. Obtained 304 copper coins. System notification, recycling. A continuous stream of notifications flashed by, and Lin Feng watched as the number of copper coins in his backpack surged upward. After vanquishing the Plague Lord, he had over 2,800 copper coins remaining. And with the scattered drops from recent skirmishes and the items he just recycled, his total now exceeded 4,000. It reached an astonishing 4,128 coins. Well, it seems I've unwittingly become a little fortune. Lin Feng nodded in satisfaction. Although there are no immediate expenditures, having an abundance of wealth is never a disadvantage. After clearing out his backpack, he felt a refreshing lightness. Aside from the skill book, Plague Tread, the Plague Core, a few reserve potions, and several unwearable blue items he had previously acquired, all that remained were the food and water he had just collected. He picked up a piece of dark bread and expressionlessly took a couple of bites. The texture is firm, quite chewy, though it is a tad gritty. He grumbled as he washed it down with a few gulps of water, swallowing the bread with it. Though endowed with the blessing of ancestors, he scarcely felt hunger or fatigue. Nonetheless, it was prudent to consume something and replenish his hydration. With the impending battle, maintaining one's peak condition was paramount. Just as he finished a piece of bread and was about to reach for another, an NPC clad in the village guard uniform hurriedly approached him, halting before him and offering a respectful bow. Hero Lin Feng. Indeed, you are here. The guard's face bore a hint of urgency, yet his tone was exceedingly respectful. Village Chief Old John requests your immediate presence at the village center's council hall. There are urgent matters to discuss. Oh, the chief is looking for me? Lin Feng raised an eyebrow. He had long suspected that. Given his current status as the top-level player known for soloing bosses, the chief would seek him out before the tide of corpses descended. After all, with great power comes great responsibility, or rather, great utility. Very well, lead the way. Lin Feng rose, brushing crumbs from his trousers and stowing the remaining food in his backpack. He was eager to discern what schemes the old chief had in mind. Did he desire Lin Feng to assume the role of a primary combatant, or was there a particular mission at hand? Guided by the NPC guard, Lin Feng navigated through the crowd towards the village center, where the largest and sturdiest stone building stood. Players along the way recognized him, casting curious, awed, and even somewhat obsequious glances, instinctively parting to create a path. Look, it's the esteemed Lin Feng. Is he going to meet the chief? Could it be that he is to be entrusted with a significant task? Undoubtedly, he is the strongest in our village. Before long, they arrived at the council hall. The heavy wooden door swung open at the guard's behest, and Lin Feng stepped inside. The interior was somewhat dimly lit, with a long wooden table at its center. Village Chief Old John occupied the main seat, his brow furrowed, and his face etched with deep concern. Seated on either side of the table were several well-dressed individuals, likely village officials or wealthy merchants, as well as familiar NPCs such as the blacksmith Barton and the grocer Mary, all bearing equally grave expressions. Upon Lin Feng's entrance, the previously hushed murmurs ceased abruptly, and all eyes converged upon him. Old John's wrinkled visage contorted into a somewhat strained smile as he stood. "Brave warrior Lin Feng, you have arrived. Please take a seat." His tone conveyed a deliberate warmth and reliance. Lin Feng, unperturbed, settled into the vacant chair opposite Old John, crossing his legs with an air of impatience, as though he were eager for the matter to be addressed. Old John seemed unfazed by Lin Feng's somewhat irreverent demeanor, or perhaps the urgency of the situation overshadowed such trivialities. Clearing his throat, he spoke gravely. "Warrior Lin Feng, you are undoubtedly aware that we have less than 6 hours before the system's forewarned tide of corpses descends, according to fragmented intelligence and ancestral records. This impending tide is of extraordinary significance, both in scale and intensity, far surpassing any previous siege of undead. Though our novice village number 888 has undergone some fortifications, I must confess that I harbor no certainty about its ability to withstand the impending onslaught." Old John sighed, his gaze laden with concern. Lin Feng smirked inwardly, thinking, of course there's uncertainty. If there were certainty, it wouldn't be called survival in the apocalypse. Old John paused momentarily before continuing. "We have devised a preliminary defense plan. The village is equipped with 4 main gates: east, south, west, and north. The eastern and western gates face relatively less pressure, and we have organized the village's elite guard along with most of the level 10 adventurers, led respectively by President Qin Shiming of the Mad Dragon Guild and President Tai Shui Dan Xin of the Iron Blood Alliance, for joint defense. The northern gate, adjacent to the forest, will be defended by Master Barton and the blacksmith's apprentices along with a contingent of adventurers." At this juncture, Old John's expression grew particularly solemn as he fixed his gaze on Lin Feng, articulating each word with gravity. "The most perilous threat lies at the southern gate. Beyond this gate lies an open expanse devoid of any terrain for cover. According to prophecy, based on speculation, the main force of the undead tide, and perhaps even a formidable boss of the undead tide's sovereign level, may emerge from the south. Thus," Old John inhaled deeply. "Rest assured, you will not face this challenge alone." He quickly added, "The village's most elite 50 NPC guards will be under your command. They are seasoned veterans, unflinching in the face of death. As for the other adventurers," Old John's demeanor shifted to one of awkwardness. "To be frank, we all recognize the danger posed by the southern gate. Those willing to assist in its defense are rather few." Upon hearing this, Lin Feng's lips curled into a sardonic smile. "Few? Perhaps there aren't any at all? This group of players is exceptionally astute, who would willingly venture to the most perilous location to face formidable challenges. They would undoubtedly flock to the larger teams heading east, west, or north, following a larger group. Even if one cannot take advantage of the chaos, at least one feels a semblance of safety. To head to the southern gate? To follow a lone wolf like Lin Feng? What a jest! Should the boss truly appear, no matter how formidable Lin Feng may be, could he withstand such a threat? At that moment, they might find themselves perishing alongside him, like mere collateral in a catastrophic encounter. Old John bowed deeply to Lin Feng. The surrounding NPCs also rose in unison, paying their respects to him, their eyes brimming with hope. Observing the spectacle, Lin Feng nearly burst into laughter. A life-and-death situation? Perhaps for others, but for me. He glanced at his panel, displaying an astonishing attack power of 503, augmented by a 20 increase against undead creatures from 50,000 corpse slashes, coupled with the all-attribute doubling effect from Ancestral Blessing. A boss? The sovereign of the undead tide? I hope you possess tough skin, for otherwise, it may not suffice to withstand the onslaught of my prized twin guns. He rose, stretched lazily, yawned, and declared nonchalantly, "Very well. The southern gate it is? A trivial matter. However, allow me to express my concerns up front." Lin Feng cast a cursory glance at the NPCs present. Those 50 guards must comply entirely with my commands. If I instruct them to head east, they cannot venture west. Do you have any objections? No objections whatsoever, Old John promptly affirmed, entrusting the southern gate's defense entirely to the valiant Lin Feng. All spoils of war will likewise belong solely to you, brave warrior. We shall not interfere in the least. That is reassuring. Lin Feng nodded in satisfaction. I shall proceed to the southern gate now. The tide of corpses will not arrive for several hours. I must familiarize myself with the terrain and make necessary arrangements. With that, he did not wait for Old John to utter another word and turned to stride out of the council chamber, leaving a room full of NPCs exchanging glances, their emotions a complex tapestry. Chapter 38. The Uncle's Notification. As Lin Feng stepped out of the office, the twilight had thoroughly descended upon the world outside. The atmosphere in the village felt even more oppressive and tense than before he entered. The flickering flames of the torches illuminated the solemn faces of both players and NPC guards. He was headed to the southern gate, and the news spread like wildfire, swiftly reaching every corner of Novice Village 888. It was said that several major teams had put pressure on the village chief, and indeed, the esteemed Lin Feng had been dispatched to guard the southern gate. He was accompanied by 50 NPCs. Incredible. Is this for real? Wasn't this clearly a death sentence? Rumor had it that a boss would spawn at the southern gate. Who knows? Perhaps the leader was simply confident. Regardless, I wouldn't dare to go. I'll stick with the Mad Dragon Guild at the eastern gate, where it's safer due to the larger crowd. I too have joined the temporary team of Iron Blood Alliance to head to the western gate. The southern gate is far too perilous. You don't understand. This is a case of the capable taking on more responsibility. Or perhaps, as the saying goes, a tall tree attracts the wind? Chill. Mind your words. Be cautious of inviting trouble. The discussions arose in a cacophony of admiration, reverence, sympathy, and schadenfreude, a tapestry of emotions interwoven. Lin Feng, however, paid no heed, striding resolutely towards the southern part of the village. He had long grown accustomed to being the center of attention and had little interest in the thoughts of these mere mortals. Upon his arrival at the southern gate, he found 50 elite NPC guards already lined up under the command of Captain Carl. Upon seeing Lin Feng, the one-eyed Carl immediately knelt before him. Reporting the situation, no other players had come to report. Lin Feng was not surprised. He waved his hand casually, permitting them to rise before issuing commands to establish defenses. Although the NPC guards harbored some doubts about the young commander, their discipline compelled them to execute orders meticulously. Just as Lin Feng reached the center of the city wall, preparing to draw his prized dual pistols and savor the impending hunt, a somewhat breathless yet familiar voice called from behind, "Xiao Feng, wait!" Lin Feng turned sharply, a look of astonishment crossing his face. In the dim glow of the torches, he saw a sturdy figure clad in slightly worn chainmail, one hand gripping a shield nearly as tall as himself, while the other bore a plain, short-handled warhammer. The man was hurrying towards him, his honest and simple countenance now etched with urgency and concern. It was none other than Old Wang, who had once teamed up with him before choosing to depart in search of a larger team. "Old Wang, what brings you here?" Lin Feng was genuinely surprised. He recalled that Old Wang had left in search of more stable team support. Why had he ventured to this notoriously perilous southern gate, a place where few players dare to tread? Moreover, a glance at Old Wang's equipment and level revealed he was around level 6. having gained a few levels since leaving, yet still outclassed by the level 10s that roamed the land, indicating he hadn't fared particularly well. Old Wang reached Lin Feng, resting his hands on his knees as he gasped for breath, sweat glistening on his darkened face. He cast a glance at the fierce-eyed NPC guards surrounding him, then turned to Lin Feng, who stood alone atop the city wall, and spoke anxiously. "Lin, my dear brother, have you truly been assigned to guard the south gate?" I hurried over as soon as I heard the news. "Indeed, it is a task assigned by the village chief, especially since I have obtained the blessing of our ancestors," Lin Feng replied, nodding. Observing the urgency in Old Wang's expression stirred something within him. "Weren't you supposed to seek out a larger team? What brings you here? This is hardly a safe place." "Oh, do not even mention it," Old Wang exclaimed, stamping his foot in frustration, his face a mixture of anger and disdain. "I had indeed been considering joining a larger guild, thinking that strength in numbers would afford us greater safety when the tide of corpses arrives. I went to inquire about the situation at the Furious Dragon Guild, hoping to join some outer squadron," leaning in closer and lowering his voice, his eyes darting cautiously around. Though there was no one else aside from the NPCs, he continued, "You want to believe what I overheard. I heard that several core members of Furious Dragon, along with a few managers from Iron Blood Alliance, were secretly conferring. They said you, Lin, are far too conspicuous, with the highest level, exceptional equipment, and monopolizing so much attention and resources. You've obstructed their path. They are aware that the South Gate is the most perilous, likely to spawn a boss. So," Old Wang's voice grew increasingly agitated, his fists clenching tightly. "They have devised a wicked scheme. They are waiting for you to engage in a life-and-death struggle with the tide of corpses and the boss. Ideally, they want you and your NPC guards to perish here. And then," Old Wang continued, his fury unabated, "then their main forces can effortlessly come through another gate to clean up the mess. By that time, even if the boss isn't defeated, it will be nearly exhausted, allowing them to swoop in for an easy kill, claim the loot, and publicly proclaim that they heroically saved the village. Not only will they eliminate you, their thorn in the side, but they will also reap both fame and fortune. Those scoundrels, their hearts are so dark." Old Wang's ire intensified, his chest heaving with emotion. Lin Feng listened in silence, his expression impassive, yet his gaze gradually grew colder. "Ah, so it is thus," he murmured softly, a humorless smile gracing his lips, a smile devoid of warmth, imbued instead with a chilling intent. He had thought those guilds merely envious or seeking to recruit him. Little did he realize their schemes were so insidious, aiming to use him as a pawn to meet his demise at the hands of the tide of corpses and the boss. A group of oblivious fools, Lin Feng scoffed inwardly. Did they believe he was a soft target? Did they think the South Gate would become his grave? How laughable! They were utterly unaware of the terrifying prowess he now possessed. They were even more oblivious to the fact that before his twin Sand Eagles, the so-called boss was merely a moving repository of experience and loot. "Little Feng," Old Wang observed Lin Feng's icy demeanor with concern. "You must not act impulsively. They are numerous, and confronting them head-on would be unwise. Perhaps we should not hold our ground," Lao Wang contemplated, considering a retreat to another gate. However, upon witnessing Lin Feng's calm yet confident gaze, he swallowed his words. "Thank you, Lao Wang," Lin Feng suddenly spoke, his tone softening. Regardless of the peril he faced by approaching him at this moment, Lin Feng appreciated the bond that had formed. He regarded Lao Wang, this elder who, fully aware of the extreme danger at the South Gate, one that the guild might even abandon, chose to remain and fight alongside him. A warm current flowed gently within Lin Feng's heart. Arriving in this brutal world of apocalyptic games, he felt, for the first time, a touch of humanity beyond the cold system and survival instinct. "All right," Lin Feng nodded, refraining from any overly sentimental remarks. He simply patted Lao Wang on the shoulder. "Stand by my side. Take care of yourself." "Understood." Lao Wang smiled broadly, revealing a set of white teeth, and promptly positioned himself like a loyal guardian, wielding his tower shield at Lin Feng's left. Although his equipment and level seemed incompatible with Lin Feng and the surrounding NPC guards, His upright posture and resolute gaze could not be overlooked. Lin Feng redirected his attention towards the outside of the city. Come forth. Let me witness what you, the so-called great guilds, and this so-called tide of corpses are truly capable of. Do you wish for my demise? Not in this lifetime. Beside him, Lao Wang gripped his warhammer and tower shield tightly. Taking a deep breath, his eyes filled with determination. On the city walls stood a top-level player brandishing a legendary artifact, an unassuming yet valiant shield warrior, and 50 elite NPC guards, forming a seemingly fragile yet incredibly resilient line of defense. Together, they would confront the inexorable tide of death surging forth from the shadows. Time remaining until the tide of corpses descends. 2 hours 48 minutes. Chapter 39. The Surge of the Undead. The South Gate is my home. Anyone who approaches will be met with fury. Upon the formidable walls of the South Heavenly Gate in the novice village number 888, Lin Feng stood alongside 50 vigilant allies. The air was thick with an oppressive atmosphere, reminiscent of an impending storm, mingled with the increasingly pungent stench characteristic of the undead. Gulp. Beside Lin Feng, Old Wang anxiously swallowed hard. He gripped his shield and war hammer tightly, his palms slick with sweat, though resolved to stand shoulder to shoulder with Lin Feng. The imminent approach of the horde instilled genuine fear within him. As merely a level 6 novice player, clad in a mismatched assortment of white and blue gear, he felt like a fragile vessel adrift amidst a tempest, at the mercy of the overwhelming tide of the undead. Yet, he steeled himself against the fear, straightened his posture, and cast a determined gaze toward the endless darkness beyond the walls. For Lin Feng stood beside him, the young man radiating an aura of undeniable prowess, reigning supreme at the top of the level rankings. Despite occasionally appearing rather eccentric, his calm demeanor and unwavering confidence provided an inexplicable sense of reassurance. Lin Feng, seemingly at ease, even yawned. After several days of relentless monster hunting, although the buffs alleviated physical fatigue, his mind craved stimulation, and the impending horde appeared to be the perfect remedy to invigorate his senses. He lightly tapped the cold stone bricks beside him, his gaze sweeping over the desolate battleground below, soon to be transformed into a gruesome melee. Are we all prepared? Lin Feng inquired, turning his head toward the one-eyed NPC captain of the guard, Carl. Reporting, Hero Lin Feng. The first line of defense at the South Heavenly Gate is fully prepared. All 50 warriors are in position, ready for battle. Despite having only one eye, Carl's gaze was sharp as an eagle's, his voice steady and powerful, imbued with the fierce spirit of a soldier. These 50 NPC guards, all level 5, donned standardized iron armor and wielded long spears and shields. Though merely NPCs, their fearless demeanor far surpassed that of the loosely assembled player teams outside. Lin Feng nodded in satisfaction. Excellent. Remember what I just said? Your sole task is to block the passage. Under no circumstances must any undead breach the village. Leave the rest to me. Yes, we shall defend the South Gate to our last breath. Carl and the other guards responded in unison, their voices resonant with resolve. Lin Feng then turned to Old Wang, smiling reassuringly. Uncle, try not to be too tense. Just stand beneath this tower and keep an eye on our rear. If any stragglers attempt to scale the walls or mount a sneak attack, fend them off for me. All right, rest assured, young Feng. With me, Old Wang, no fly shall dare approach from behind. Old Wang declared, thumping his chest and slamming his tower shield onto the ground with a solid thud, bolstering his own courage. With arrangements finalized, Lin Feng ceased further words. He took a deep breath and slowly retrieved from his inventory, well, actually from his item pouch, his dazzling and formidable pair of twin Desert Eagles, Golden Edition LV8. As these exquisitely designed and powerfully impressive handguns emerged atop the low wall, both the NPC guards and Old Wang could not help but gasp in astonishment. What? Such beautiful guns! The resplendent gold clearly signified their extraordinary nature. Lin Feng proudly weighed the dual pistols in his hands, relishing the cold, familiar texture and the formidable power radiating from the gun bodies. A confident smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Come on, let the storm rage even fiercer. I can hardly wait to feast. Time slipped away in the suffocating silence, second by second. At last, a long and piercing horn echoed from the distant darkness. It was as though hell itself had sounded the call to arms. Immediately following, a series of thunderous booms reverberated, like a stampede of countless hooves or the rumbling of ominous thunder. The earth began to tremble slightly. The torches atop the city wall flickered violently, and debris cascaded down. They are coming. Every heart raced to the throat. Lin Feng's pupils constricted suddenly, his gaze sharp as lightning, fixated on the endless darkness to the south. In the faint glow of the torches, he could vaguely discern a writhing black line appearing at the horizon's edge. That line was rapidly thickening and widening, surging toward the direction of Novice Village 888. Roar! Hee-hee! Caw-caw-caw! A cacophony of terrifying zombie shrieks, a blend of diverse sounds, surged forth from the darkness like an overwhelming tide. Closer and louder it became. Soon, illuminated by the encroaching flames, the first wave of cannon fodder finally revealed their grotesque visages. The most numerous and densely packed were those LV-1 walkers Lin Feng had previously faced, tattered and slow. Yet their endless numbers coalesced into a gray, despair-inducing ocean. Following closely were the LV-2 jungle walkers with dark green skin entwined with vines, moving slightly quicker and standing out among the ordinary zombies. Some wore tattered work attire, their robust bodies belonging to LV-1 mutant foreman, ordinary version, and strong walkers, wielding rusted wrenches or iron rods, emitting low, guttural growls. Lin Feng's keen eyes even caught sight of a few LV-5 bloodwalkers with dark red skin, more agile in their movements, lurking among the lower-tier zombies like wolves hidden among sheep. This wave of undead was converging from several regions, with an increasing number of lower-level zombies. Like a true tide, they sought to submerge everything before them entirely. My heavens, so many? Old Wang gazed upon the dense and boundless mass of corpses outside the city, his face paling with fear as his hand trembled slightly around a shield. The sheer number could possibly be tens of thousands. With only over 50 NPCs and Lin Feng alone, could they truly hold the line? The NPC guards, though grim-faced, remained composed due to years of training and discipline, steadfastly gripping their weapons and fixing their sharp, blade-like gazes on the front. Steady. Do not panic. Lin Feng's voice, though soft, resonated clearly in each ear, imbued with a convincing power. Remember, they are merely numerous, pathetically low in level, just a horde of moving experience packs. He paused momentarily, a bloodthirsty smile curling at the corners of his lips as he raised his twin desert eagles. Now, it's time to feast. No sooner had he spoken than he commanded Captain Carl, directing his brethren to secure the passage. Free fire. Oh no, free slashing. Yes, Carl bellowed, drawing his long sword. Brothers, for the village, for glory, kill. The 50 NPC guards surged forth like tigers descending a mountain, swiftly forming a formidable shield wall, staunchly blocking the passage at the south gate. Simultaneously, Lin Feng stood atop the arrow tower of the city wall, a makeshift shooting platform, surveying the black tide of corpses surging from the outside. His gaze sharpened with unwavering focus, the powers of ancestors' blessing and slaughter of 50,000 corpses coursing through him. Buzz, golden light flickered restlessly along the twin desert eagles, as if they could hardly contain their thirst. Thus, the first shot, Lin Feng inhaled deeply. Aiming at the forefront of the tide, a densely packed swarm of LV-1 zombies. Bang bang. Two golden streaks of light pierced the night sky instantaneously. The bullets, imbued with unmatched might, accurately penetrated the horde. Splatter, splatter. The horrific sound of flesh tearing resonated. The two bullets, akin to threading through a sugar-coated hawthorn, forcefully pierced through the bodies of the first 7 or 8 zombies. The struck zombies, whether in head or torso, exploded as if hit by cannon fire, sending flesh and bones flying in all directions. The line of zombies was obliterated as if swept away by an invisible giant hand, instantly cleared. Zombie kills 8. Level suppression too high. Unable to gain character experience. Twin Desert Eagles Golden Edition LV8. Infinite bullets. Experience points 16. What the hell? Such penetration. Lin Feng himself was taken aback. With the weapon upgraded to LV8 and coupled with the enhancement from titles and buffs, his firepower now far exceeded that of ordinary bullets. Hitting these fragile LV1 zombies felt akin to striking through paper. One shot, a string of kills. Ha ha ha. Delightful. Absolutely delightful. Lin Feng laughed exuberantly. No longer hesitating, the twin guns unleashed a relentless barrage upon the densely packed horde below. Bang bang. Bang bang. Bang bang. The gunfire rang out in a continuous symphony. Golden projectiles traced deadly arcs across the night sky. Each shot struck true. Every bullet claimed the lives of countless lowly zombies. Zombies below level 8 stood no chance against his marksmanship. Whether you were a level 1 walker, a level 2 jungle zombie, or even a level 5 blood ghoul. Once targeted, it was essentially a one-shot kill. Moreover, it often took down unfortunate companions in the process. Beneath the city walls, the first wave of the undead had surged forward. The shield wall formed by the NPC guards stood resolute like a fortress, staunchly resisting the onslaught of zombies. Spears thrust forward, blades glimmered. Countless walkers fell before the shield wall. Yet, the sheer number of zombies was overwhelming. They charged fearlessly, trampling over their fallen comrades in a frenzied assault on the defense line. The NPC guards faced immense pressure, suffering injuries as their shields bore the marks of clawing and biting. However, just as they were on the brink of collapse, fire support from above rained down like divine intervention. Bang! A row of jungle zombies attempting to flank the shield wall was instantly obliterated. Bang! Several robust zombies, having reached the front of the shield, met their demise as their heads exploded. Bang! A level 5 blood ghoul, stealthily mingling within the horde, was swiftly dispatched the moment it revealed itself. Lin Feng's twin Desert Eagles functioned as precise and efficient artillery, systematically eliminating the most significant threats to the NPC defense. Although his rate of fire was not top tier, after all, they were handguns. He compensated with unparalleled accuracy and unlimited firepower. Each shot was lethal. Each round penetrated. At the base of the walls, the bodies piled higher, forming a grotesque barricade of zombie remains. The stench of blood stained the ground. Yet, more zombies continued to surge forth from the darkness, seemingly endless. Standing atop the Arrow Tower, Lin Feng wielded his dual pistols like a deity of death. His expression was cold and focused. Each trigger pull signified the obliteration of another undead wretch. The experience bar for his weapons steadily inched upward at a slow yet determined pace. Though the prospect of leveling up seemed distant, he understood that as long as he stood there, with his twin pistols roaring in defiance, the southern gate would remain unbreached. Come on, experience points. Let me see what you've got. Lin Feng licked his lips. EXC Chapter 40. The Arrival of the God of Death. Who dares to challenge me? Beyond the southern sky gate, the landscape has transformed into a bloody inferno. Countless low-level zombies swarm like moths to a flame, crashing against the shield wall formed by 50 NPC guardians. Yet, under Lin Feng's relentless gunfire, reminiscent of the scythe of death, they fall in droves, vanishing into light. Beneath the low wall, the remnants of the undead, chiefly an assortment of discarded copper coins and refuse, accumulate into a small mound as the white light dissipates. Dark crimson blood mingles with greenish pus, staining the ground into a nauseating mire. The air is thick with the acrid scent of blood, decay, and gunpowder, inducing a wave of nausea. The battle has raged for nearly 2 hours. The NPC guardians atop the city wall are utterly exhausted. Many bear wounds, their weapons dulled and battered. They persist solely through sheer willpower and Lin Feng's timely interventions. Old Wang is particularly worn out. Though he does not face the onslaught of zombies head-on, he is constantly occupied with those that slip through or attempt to scale the wall, requiring him to wield his shield and war hammer to dispatch them. His strength wanes, arms aching to the point of near immobility, yet he endures, driven by the conviction not to let Lin Feng down. Only Lin Feng remains undaunted. Standing atop the Arrow Tower, he resembles an unyielding war machine. His twin desert eagles have not ceased their thunderous roar since the battle commenced. Bang! 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 Golden projectiles whip through the air like the lashes of death, striking mercilessly into the horde. Zombies below level 8 scarcely survive a second in his presence. Even the occasional level 8 gagging ghoul, or level 9 wailing woman, requires but a few extra shots or a slight repositioning to avoid their skills, before being instantaneously dispatched with a headshot. His 50,000 zombie slaughter title amplifies his damage by 20 against all undead, resulting in explosive output. Although the fear effect has a low activation rate, it is amusing to witness low-level zombies inexplicably halt and tremble upon approaching his vicinity, only to be swiftly eliminated with a casual shot. It is quite humorous. Slaughter. An unending spree of carnage. Lin Feng feels as though he has become intoxicated by the bloodshed. No, rather, he has grown somewhat numb to it. Initially, he found it exhilarating and satisfying, watching the experience points accumulate as foes fell in waves, feeling a sense of accomplishment. However, after 2 hours of repeating the same motions, even the most fervent of battles can become monotonous. Why can't these creatures vary their approach? There is no creativity whatsoever. This zombie bears such a vacant expression, truly disappointing. Oh, this jungle zombie is surprisingly swift. Alas, it has taken a wrong turn. Another wailing woman? How tiresome. Is my mental resistance merely for show? As he mechanically pulled the trigger, he unleashed a torrent of frenzied thoughts in his mind, an attempt to alleviate the mental exhaustion wrought by the unending slaughter. He even began to assign scores to the zombies, evaluating them based on their appearance, charging postures, and the decibels of their roars. Absurd criteria indeed. Were there others present to hear his inner musings, they might well conclude that this formidable individual had succumbed to madness in his relentless killing spree. Yet, despite the turmoil within, Lin Feng's actions remained unwavering, precise, efficient, and lethal. Alone, armed with 1 or 2 firearms, he transformed the southern gate, the most perilous of defenses, into an impenetrable zone for the undead. Although the onslaught of corpses continued with ferocity, they could not breach his formidable line of defense. This scene did not go unnoticed. For some astute observers concealed in the darkness or lurking in the corners of the village witnessed it all unfold. Approximately 500 meters from the southern gate, behind a small hill, a few figures lay in wait. Well-equipped and at around LV9. They wore the uniform emblem of the Dragon Fury Guild, a cadre of spies dispatched to monitor the situation. Hiss, boss this. Lin Feng is astonishingly fierce, isn't he? A marksman tasked with observation, wielding a basic reconnaissance tool, spoke in disbelief, his voice trembling. It has been nearly 2 hours. He is still firing away atop that wall. The ground outside the southern gate is nearly buried in corpses. Just how many zombies has he dispatched? The one referred to as the boss, a warrior brandishing a shield, nodded gravely. Indeed, this exceeds expectations. I conducted a rough estimation. While his shooting speed may not rival that of the elite marksman, he excels in endurance and precision. Moreover, it appears as though his ammunition is inexhaustible. Inexhaustible? How can that be? Exclaimed a nearby player, incredulous. Even a tycoon couldn't sustain such an intense expenditure. How many copper coins would that require? I can't say. The shield-wielding leader shook his head, a flicker of unease in his eyes. Yet the evidence lay before them. He resembled an unending artillery platform. At this rate, it's not just that he might tire out. I reckon he could single-handedly clear the southern gate of the undead. What do we do then? The guild leader is waiting for our report, and mentioned that when Lin Feng falters, we should move in to take over, remarked the marksman. Take over? The shield-wielding leader chuckled wryly. What a ridiculous notion. Look at him. He is brimming with vitality, as if on the brink of collapse. If we were to approach now, we'd likely leave empty-handed, perhaps even become his unwitting targets. Then, shall we simply watch? What else can we do? The shield-wielding leader sighed. Let us report the situation to the guild leader as it stands. This Lin Feng, Undoubtedly a monster. We cannot afford to provoke him. At least, not at this moment. Similar scenes unfolded in other directions as well. Several formidable teams, such as Iron Blood Alliance and Spark of Revolution, have discreetly dispatched personnel to monitor the situation at the southern gate. Initially, their intentions mirrored those of the Mad Dragon Guild, adopting a spectator's mentality, eagerly awaiting the opportunity to gain an advantage or even exploit the situation to their favor. After all, while Lin Feng was undeniably powerful, confronting an unending tide of corpses, compounded by the potential emergence of formidable bosses, it seemed inevitable that he would meet his demise alone. They merely needed to bide their time, anticipating the moment when Lin Feng would exhaust his strength or be severely injured by a boss, at which point they would swoop in as saviors, reaping both fame and fortune. What a flawless script. However, reality delivered a resounding slap to their expectations. 2 hours had passed, and the gunfire at the southern gate continued to echo like a relentless barrage. The figure standing atop the arrow tower remained as steadfast as a deity of death. To Lin Feng himself, not only had he not faltered, but he appeared even more invigorated than at the onset of battle. The players tasked with surveillance transitioned from initial anticipation and schadenfreude to shock, numbness, and ultimately, profound feelings of helplessness and dread. Was this even human? Was he a war god descended from the heavens? Infinite bullets? Infinite stamina? How could they possibly contend with such a being? Quickly, they relayed urgent messages to their leaders. The plan was to be scrapped. The individual at the southern gate was a monster. Do not provoke him. Taking over? Whoever dares will surely perish. That man slaughters zombies without a hint of hesitation. He would likely do the same to us. In an instant, anxiety pervaded the ranks of various teams, and the schemes they had concocted against Lin Feng withered away. They finally grasped that this enigmatic player, who had consistently dominated the leaderboard and had received the blessing of the ancestors, possessed abilities that far exceeded their wildest imaginations. He was no mere pawn to be manipulated, but rather a prehistoric crocodile clad in human guise. Who would dare to grasp the tiger's whiskers, lest they be devoured to the last bone? Amidst all this, Lin Feng remained blissfully unaware. He was still engrossed in his monotonous endeavor of monster grinding. Twin Desert Eagles, Golden Edition LV8, Infinite Bullets, Experience 2. Twin Desert Eagles, Golden Edition LV8, Infinite Bullets, Experience 2. The experience bar for his weapon advanced at a steady, yet exceedingly gradual pace toward the distant target of 25,000 points for LV9. Time meandered on amidst the relentless slaughter and the retreat of numerous teams. The night deepened, and the unsettling atmosphere grew increasingly intense. The onslaught of corpses appeared to be more ferocious than before. Strikingly robust and grotesque figures, far stronger than ordinary zombies and ghouls, began to emerge in greater numbers from the tide. Lin Feng even caught sight of some abnormally colossal shadows, exuding an ominous aura, lurking ominously behind the horde of corpses. Lin Feng shook his slightly sore wrist, a cold smile gracing his lips. The main event, is it finally about to commence? Rather than displaying any trepidation, a fervent battle spirit ignited in his eyes. Come forth. Let me witness how you so-called elite monsters and bosses withstand the barrage of my treasured dual pistols. His fingers once again rested upon the trigger. Chapter 41. The Emergence of the Boss. In 40 seconds, I shall show you death. Gurgle. Roar. At that moment, a terrifying roar erupted, distinct from all previous zombie cries, filled with viscous malice and overwhelming deathly energy. Reverberating like a thunderclap surging from the depths of a swamp, shattering the silence from the darkness behind the tide of corpses. This sound seemed to carry a tangible force, with sound waves mingling with nauseating miasma, causing even the city walls to tremble slightly. The NPC guards of lesser strength turned ashen, their stomachs churning violently, nearly retching on the spot. It has arrived. Everyone's heart leapt to their throats. The endless black tide of corpses appeared to part, as if manipulated by an invisible hand, slowly retreating to either side, revealing a broad passageway. From the darkness emerged a massive, writhing shadow, seemingly composed of countless decaying corpses and viscous pus. slowly oozing forth, step by agonizing step. It lacked a fixed form, resembling more a mountain of cadavers and ooze. Countless twisted arms, shattered leg bones, and faces etched with agony or confusion intermittently surfaced on its vast, bloated body, continuously being engulfed and expelled by the thick, foul-smelling dark green pus. At the pinnacle of this mound of corpses, a disproportionately large single eye, seemingly forcefully assembled from innumerable eyeballs of the deceased, bloodshot and grotesque, suddenly opened wide. Within that eye resided chaos, madness, and an unrelenting hatred for all living beings. As it moved, it left behind a long, bubbling trail of putrid, viscous fluid on the ground, the surrounding air seemingly tainted, the temperature dropping several degrees. Master of Corpses level, 10 health. Attack. Defense. Skills. Corpse Mountain Crash, Leap Attack, 1000 Corpse Arms, extends numerous arms for area grabs and rips, Plague Pus Spray, long-range toxin attack. Corruption Aura, continuously inflicts corrosion damage on nearby enemies and lowers defense. Abomination Regeneration, accelerates recovery when health drops below a certain threshold, potentially consuming nearby ordinary zombies to replenish itself. Description: a manifestation of the core, abominable energy of the corpse tide, a conglomeration of countless vengeful spirits of the deceased. A moving calamity. Its very existence is a desecration of life. Its weakness may lie hidden within its ever-changing core. Good heavens! This thing is utterly revolting. Old Wong gazed at the terrifying creature below, resembling a moving mountain of refuse, feeling as though his dinner would come back up, his complexion as pale as parchment. This aura is undoubtedly more potent than that of the previous Plague Lord, by at least twofold. How are we to combat this? The NPC guard captain, Carl, wore an ashen expression, his one eye filled with despair and a tinge of disgust. It is the physical embodiment of the core of the corpse tide. We are doomed. Such a creature is beyond our capacity to confront. The morale of the other guards plummeted even further, as the effects of the corruption aura began to erode their will and armor. Even Lin Feng, upon witnessing this skeletal overlord, furrowed his brows. Good heavens! Its appearance is truly extraordinary. He stifled the discomfort in his stomach. The attributes remained elusive, and the skills appeared rather grotesque, quite troublesome. This was his initial impression. However, that was merely the beginning. After a brief assessment, Lin Feng's gaze regained its icy composure and confidence. No matter how repulsive or resilient it may be, before my infinite bullets, it shall kneel. He took a deep breath, raising his twin Desert Eagles. The barrels aimed squarely at the vast, nauseating form below. Captain Carl, command your men to hold the passage at all costs. We must not allow those minions behind to interfere with me. Lin Feng's voice was as frigid as ice, resolute and unwavering. But Lin Feng, hero, the overlord. Carl hesitated, still unconvinced that Lin Feng alone could confront such a terrifying creature. There is no but. Execute the order. Lin Feng's voice rose abruptly, imbued with an undeniable pressure. It was the natural suppression of undead beings bestowed by the title 50,000 Corpses Slayer. Understood. Carl, though still shrouded in despair, was compelled by Lin Feng's imposing aura and gritted his teeth to comply. He turned to the remaining, demoralized guards and bellowed, "Brothers, fight to the death. Buy time for the hero Lin Feng." Roar! The skeletal overlord evidently sensed the threat emanating from Lin Feng. Its enormous single eye fixated intently upon him, and its massive form lunged forward. Mountain of corpses! Its body, resembling a small mountain, surged towards the city wall with a speed utterly incongruous to its size, intent on crushing both the wall and Lin Feng beneath it. "Come at me." Lin Feng, rather than being startled, broke into a laugh. He had no intention of dodging. What a joke. With 136 agility points, that boss's charge seemed like a slow-motion replay in his eyes. Just as the colossal shadow of the skeletal overlord was about to envelop the city wall, Lin Feng sprang into action. His figure darted across the wall, as if teleporting, effortlessly evading the boss's assault. Boom! The skeletal overlord's massive body collided violently with the southern gate's wall. The sturdy fortification emitted a thunderous roar under the strain. It trembled violently, countless stones cascading down, and visible cracks appeared. The shockwave from the impact sent the surrounding low-level zombies flying. Yet, this seemingly indestructible wall ultimately failed to withstand the terrifying blow entirely, as a massive breach was forcibly created in the center. Hiss! Old Wong and the NPCs collectively gasped in astonishment. Such power, if it had struck truly, wouldn't a person be reduced to mere pulp? However, Lin Feng had already appeared on the other side of the wall, completely unscathed. He even took the time to straighten his, it seems he has no hair, so he adjusted his helmet instead. Is this it? Impressive strength, but alas, it couldn't land a hit. Lin Feng curled his lips and, without hesitation, raised both guns. The opportunity had arrived. The boss crashed against the wall, momentarily immobilized. Taste my grand treasure. Bang, 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 bang. The twin desert eagles erupted with the most ferocious firepower. Golden bullets surged forth like two raging dragons, roaring and spiraling as they struck fiercely at the enormous, bloodshot single eye of the corpse overlord, likely its critical weakness. Minus 155. Minus 168. Hit the core critical weakness. Minus 80. Minus 75. Hit the surrounding hard corpses. Minus 162. Minus 170. Hit the core critical weakness. Minus 158. A cascade of damage numbers ascended from above the corpse overlord's head like a waterfall, although this boss possessed astonishing defensive capabilities, significantly reducing damage dealt to non-vital areas. Lin Feng's attack frequency was simply overwhelming. Each shot relentlessly targeted the core weakness. The title 50,000 Corpses Slaughtered granted a 20 damage increase against undead creatures, elevating his output to a terrifying level. Roar! The corpse overlord let out a howl of unbearable agony. Its single-eyed core was instantly battered to a pulp by the relentless barrage of bullets, green pus splattering everywhere. It frantically swung countless twisted corpse arms extending from its body, unleashing 1,000 corpse arms, attempting to seize and tear Lin Feng apart. Simultaneously, the pus-filled sacs on its body ruptured, spewing forth vast amounts of plague pus. The fetid venom rained down like a deluge upon the city walls. A mere trifle, Lin Feng moved with the grace of a specter. He nimbly navigated through the onslaught of grasping corpse arms and spraying venom. With 136 agility points, he possessed an extraordinary ability to evade. What appeared to be impenetrable assaults revealed themselves to him as glaring weaknesses. He even had the leisure to fire a few shots at the missed corpse arms, shattering them. Meanwhile, the twin guns in his hands showed no sign of diminishing firepower, steadfastly locking onto that colossal, single-eyed core. Bang, 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 bang. Minus 160. Minus 175. Minus 166. The damage numbers continued to rise steadily. The corpse overlord's health, estimated by Lin Feng's instincts, plummeted at an astonishing rate. Although its abhorrent regeneration ability was in effect, the green light flickering as it attempted to mend its wounds, the meager amount of recovery was utterly trivial against Lin Feng's seemingly inhuman, sustained fire. The entire battle unfolded with breathtaking speed. From the moment the corpse overlord unleashed mountains of corpses against the wall, to Lin Feng seizing the chance to unleash a frenzied barrage, and then the boss's desperate struggles with 1,000 corpse arms and plague pus spray, effortlessly countered by Lin Feng. All of this transpired in a mere less than 40 seconds. 40 seconds. This was the time Lin Feng required to slay this LV-10 leader of the undead horde. A roar echoed. No, it was impossible. The colossal, singular eye of the corpse sovereign revealed for the first time an expression of disbelief and terror. It could not comprehend why this diminutive human possessed such terrifying power. Its regenerative capabilities, its venomous assaults, its area control. Before this human, all of these abilities appeared as mere jest. Yet, Lin Feng granted it no time for further contemplation. It was over. With a frigid gaze, Lin Feng unleashed the final brilliance from the twin Desert Eagles. Bang! Bang! 2 bullets, infused with his entire strength, struck with unwavering precision into the already ravaged core of the singular eye. A de l'explosion ressonnetait. The enormous eye of the corpse sovereign burst forth like a punctured balloon. Countless foul, putrid fluids and shattered ocular tissues splattered everywhere. Its vast, unwieldy form began to dissolve and collapse, as if it had lost its core support. A multitude of contorted corpses and viscous pus scattered about, ultimately transforming into a massive pool of foul, smoke-emitting sludge, which then vanished completely into the air. Congratulations! You have successfully slain the LV-10 Corpse Tide Leader, Corpse Sovereign. Chapter 42. The First Global Kill. As the colossal and grotesque form of the Corpse Sovereign disintegrated into nothingness, the suffocating sense of oppression that had pervaded the battlefield dissipated like mist. Beyond the southern gate, the once relentless tide of corpses seemed to lose its direction, displaying signs of confusion and disarray. Upon the city walls, after a brief silence, a more fervent and ecstatic cheer erupted than before. We won. Is it truly so? The Corpse Sovereign, a creature of such terrifying might, has simply vanished. Lin Feng, the hero. Are you a divine being descended from the heavens? My goodness, what has transpired? Am I hallucinating? How could the boss be defeated so swiftly? Captain Carl and the surviving NPC guards gazed at Lin Feng with the same awe one might reserve for a mythical creature, their eyes brimming with disbelief and fervent admiration. That brief skirmish had utterly shattered their understanding. This was the Corpse Sovereign, a being capable of annihilating everything. Yet it was effortlessly vanquished by Lord Lin Feng. Indeed, the title had subtly shifted. Old Wang was so exhilarated that his face turned crimson. He rushed forward, eager to embrace Lin Feng. However, Lin Feng deftly sidestepped his enthusiasm. Lin Ye, you are incredible, truly beyond human. Old Wang stammered in admiration, his gaze fixed on Lin Feng as if he were beholding his idol. Lin Feng waved his hand nonchalantly, his expression remaining composed, though internally he reveled in joy. Basic skills are essential. That fellow appeared daunting, yet was merely a paper tiger, easily defeated. In his mind, he mused, 40 seconds to conclude the battle. Not bad. The buffs were powerful, the title impressive, and my weapon has reached level 8. Without these, it might have taken longer. Just as he prepared to descend and collect the seemingly abundant spoils of war, suddenly, ding-dong, a grand announcement resounded, echoing throughout the entirety of the new Century game world, exploding forth without warning. Global announcement. Repeated thrice, a miracle has been born. Player, Lin Feng. Server, Huaxia region, newbie village number 888. With unparalleled strength, successfully slayed the LV-10 Corpse Sovereign Corpse Master. He becomes the first player in the world to defeat a Corpse Sovereign level boss. His bravery and wisdom shall be eternally etched in the annals of New Century. Global announcement repeated thrice. Global announcement repeated thrice. Yet again, 3 repetitions. Another global announcement. Although the content bore resemblance to the previous one, the impact it delivered remained undiminished. Players across the globe plunged into frenzied discussions and speculations. The name Lin Feng had irrevocably transformed into the most radiant and enigmatic legend since the launch of New Century. Countless individuals regard him as an idol and a goal, while equally numerous detractors perceive him as a thorn in their side, eager to locate him, strip him of his gear, and uncover the secrets of his formidable power. Yet, Lin Feng himself remains remarkably composed amidst this newfound global fame. I know, enough shouting already. Hurry and send me my rewards. He silently urges. The system seems to resonate with his thoughts, or perhaps this is merely the established protocol for the first kill reward. A series of increasingly enticing system notifications begin to flood his screen. Congratulations! As the first player globally to defeat the zombie horde leader, you have been awarded special rewards. Reward 1. Additional unique equipment component. Iron plate boots, LV-10, has been dispatched to your inventory. Reward 2. All server horn. 1 has been dispatched to your inventory. Reward 3. You have received the special title, Child of Destiny, pseudo. Here it comes. Another splendid gift package. Lin Feng's eyes gleam as he promptly opens his inventory. First, he examines the boots. Iron plate boots, unique equipment, footwear, and additional equipment attribute extraction opportunity has been activated. From the enchantment system, quality, special, grows with the host, level, LV10, experience points, 10,000 meters, growth, gain 1 experience point for every meter moved. Upon reaching full experience, automatic upgrade occurs, enhancing basic attributes, defense, 10 stamina, 2 movement speed, 5 special effect 1. Swiftness, passive, permanently increases movement speed by 10 and attack speed by 5, special effect 2. Enchantment slot, 1, can extract and attach an additional attribute, description, a unique piece of equipment forged from the essence of the world's primordial energy. Bound to your soul, don it and traverse this world, allowing it to grow alongside you. Wow, these boots, they actually level up by walking? Lin Feng marveled at this novel upgrade mechanism. Gaining 1 experience point for every meter? To reach LV11 requires 10,000 meters, which is equivalent to 10 kilometers. This sounds a bit arduous, doesn't it? Lin Feng stroked his chin, but it's not all bad. Now, during his journeys, he can simultaneously upgrade his equipment. Moreover, the basic attributes surpass those of his previous LV5 blue shoes. The built-in swiftness is simply exquisite. He swiftly replaced his LV5 bloody battle boots with the brand new iron plate boots LV10. It feels somehow lighter. He is overwhelmed by an impulse to run a staggering distance of 100,000 meters to level up. Next up, attribute extraction. Lin Feng rubbed his hands together, eyeing the extra attribute extraction opportunity. A virtual roulette appeared, spun, and then halted. 3 options emerged. Please choose the attribute you wish to attach to the iron plate boots. 1. Blue attribute, resilience LV1. Increases boot defense by an additional 15 points. 2. Blue attribute, agility LV1. Increases agility by an additional 3 points. As Lin Feng contemplated the 3 options before him, he hesitated momentarily. Boosting defense? Quite appealing, as it would enhance his resilience. Increasing agility? Although it offered merely 3 points, the doubling effect would yield 6 points, which would certainly contribute to his overall prowess. Restoring health? A recovery of 1% per minute. While it may seem modest, with his current health exceeding 1,500, it would translate to a restoration of approximately 15 health points each minute. Better than nothing, and a continuous benefit that could potentially save his life in critical moments. After some reflection, Lin Feng ultimately made his decision. Although agility was enticing, an increase of 6 points was relatively insignificant compared to his existing base of over 50. As for defense, he primarily relied on positioning, so opportunities to endure damage were few. Therefore, he chose health restoration, a prudent choice. Sustained endurance was paramount. He was a man who prepared for a prolonged battle. He decisively selected the 3rd option. It was settled. Vitality LV1. Selection successful. Now applying the blue attribute, Vitality LV1, to your designated equipment, iron-plated boots. Application successful. Iron-plated boots, designated equipment, footwear quality, special level, LV10 experience, 10,000 meters, defense, 10 stamina, 2 movement speed, 5 special effect 1, swift, passive, permanently increases movement speed by 10 and attack speed by 5, special effect 2, Vitality LV1. Passive. Restores 1 of maximum health every minute. Description. May you grow alongside me. Quite splendid. The boots not only enhance speed, but also provide health restoration. I am thoroughly satisfied with this pair. Next, there is the server-wide horn, which I shall keep for future use. Finally, there remains the title that has left him somewhat conflicted. Title, Child of Destiny, pseudo, wearing effect. Luck 5, Charm 10, initial favorability with all NPCs 20. There exists a minuscule chance to trigger a destiny event. Description, you seem to be favored by this world, but is it truly so? Luck Charm NPC favorability. As Lin Feng surveyed these attributes, they felt somewhat ethereal yet undeniably impressive. particularly the 20 favorability with NPCs. Wouldn't that means starting interactions with them on a note of friendliness? He recalled his previous dealings with Aunt Mary and village chief Old John, pondering how advantageous it would have been to possess this title earlier. Let us give a try. Lin Feng resolutely replaced 50,000 corpses slaughter with Child of Destiny, pseudo. In an instant, he felt as though he had genuinely transformed, not in terms of attributes, but rather a subtle, ineffable change in his aura. Instinctively, he flashed a smile at Captain Carl, who was still catching his breath nearby. Captain Carl had been gazing at him with a look of reverence, and upon receiving Lin Feng's sudden smile, he inexplicably blushed. Straightening his posture and speaking with newfound respect, Lord Lin Feng, do you have any instructions? What the effect is this pronounced? Lin Feng was astounded. This charm increase of 10 and a favorability boost of 20 is rather impressive. He touched his face, sensing that he might indeed have become more handsome. Lin Feng emitted a delightfully mischievous chuckle. As for the unease brought about by this pseudo label and its description, who cares? As long as it proves useful. So long as no peculiar fate events are triggered. Chapter 43. Firearm Modifications. A promising future. Lin Feng, feeling a sense of satisfaction, finally recalled an important matter. Oh, the loot dropped by the boss. Rubbing his hands together, he dashed towards the gleaming spot left behind by the vanquished corpse sovereign. Upon arriving at the site where the corpse sovereign had melted away, Lin Feng discovered a collection of items radiating various hues, lying quietly on the ground. Although the quantity was not as abundant as he had envisioned, each piece appeared remarkably extraordinary. Let me see what treasures have been acquired this time. Lin Feng squatted down to begin gathering the spoils. First, he found a large number of copper coins, over 700. In fact, exceeding the amount dropped by the Plague Lord last time. Lin Feng accepted them with unreserved delight. Next, he encountered a crystalline object, pulsating faintly like a heart, exuding a thick, dark aura and possessing an irregular shape. Core of abomination, quality, special type, material description, the core energy condensation of the LV-10 Corpse Tide Leader. The Corpse Sovereign, harboring an immense and chaotic force of abomination and death. It serves as a vital material for crafting top-tier plague undead equipment, items, or conducting certain forbidden research. Note, prolonged contact may lead to mental erosion. Another core. This one appears even more advanced than the previous plague core. Lin Feng's eyes sparkled as he hurriedly stored it away. Such high-grade materials would surely prove invaluable in the future. Following this, he discovered an ancient-looking blueprint crafted from some tan black leather. Design blueprint for gun barrel stabilizer, quality. Blue type. Forging blueprint engineering blueprint learning requirement. Forging engineering skill, beginner, effect. Upon learning, one can master the creation of gun barrel stabilizer, blue. Gun barrel stabilizer, blue. Firearm accessory, barrel component, that, when equipped, slightly reduces recoil during shooting, enhancing accuracy during sustained fire. Materials required: refined iron ingot, 5, sturdy gear, 2, magic crystal fragment, 1. Despite the passive ability already reducing recoil, who would complain about further stability? Greater precision translates to a higher headshot rate. Increased efficiency. Fantastic. However, it requires forging or engineering skills to learn. Lin Feng frowned at the learning requirement. It seemed that upon reaching the main city, he would need not only to change his class, but also to seek out a crafting skill to learn. He resolved to pursue engineering, as it seemed perfectly suited to firearms. Carefully, he tucked away this invaluable blueprint. Lastly, he found a final item shimmering with a ghostly purple glow. It was a peculiar core, no larger than a thumb, translucent like crystal, yet seemingly containing liquid energy that flowed gently within. Energy conversion core, quality, purple type, special firearm modification component requirement, firearm modification skill, intermediate, or assistance from special NPC. Effect can be used to modify handgun-type weapons at their core. It allows the bullets fired to possess special energy attributes and may slightly enhance the weapon's base power. Caution: The transformation process carries a significant risk of failure and necessitates a considerable amount of rare materials. Each weapon may undergo core energy conversion only once. Purple quality weapon modification components. Lin Feng gazed at the attributes of this item, feeling as though his heart might leap from his chest. This is nothing short of a divine artifact. It can bestow elemental damage upon firearms. It can also enhance base power, although the modification carries risks and requires intermediate skills or a special NPC. If successful, he envisioned his twin Desert Eagles, firing flame bullets or lightning chain bullets. The imagery was so splendid it was almost unbearable to behold. What fortune! This opportunity is truly a leap forward. Lin Feng was so exhilarated he nearly crushed the core in his grasp. He carefully stowed the energy conversion core deep within his backpack, treating it like a rare treasure. This was undoubtedly one of the most valuable items he had acquired thus far. Even more thrilling than the epic zombie-tied core fragment. Having collected all the boss drops, Lin Feng stood up, thoroughly satisfied. Level LV 10, Blessing of the Ancestors. Approximately 18 hours remaining. Title: Child of Destiny, pseudo, 50,000 zombie kills. Most of his gear was blue. He stood upon his LV1 signature, iron plate boots, health regeneration speed. In hand, he wielded an LV8, twin Desert Eagles, infinite ammunition. His backpack also contained exceptional weapon modification components, blueprints, core materials, and several thousand copper coins. With this wealth, who else in the entire new era novice phase could compare? Lin Feng, hands on his hips, felt as though he stood at the pinnacle of his life, the pinnacle of the novice village. He observed the NPC guards still clearing away the remaining zombies and listened to the diminishing sounds of battle from other city gates. It appeared the main forces of the zombie tide had indeed been vanquished by him. He stroked his chin, surmising that other areas must also be nearing completion. The effects of the Child of Destiny, pseudo, title seemed to be manifesting as Captain Carl approached him with an expression of immense respect and gratitude. Lord Lin Feng, the threat at the South Gate has been largely eradicated. Thanks to your heroic intervention. Please allow me to bow before you. He began to kneel on one knee. Oh, no. Lin Feng hastily supported him. Captain Carl, you have worked hard. The defense of the city is a collective effort. He had to mind his image, now that he enjoyed a 20 NPC favorability rating. Lord Lin Feng, you are too humble. Were it not for you. Carl attempted to continue, but Lin Feng interrupted him. Enough with the pleasantries. Since the South Gate is secure, you all should rest and tally the casualties and losses. I will check other areas. Although he could afford to wait for the conclusion, he was anxious to find his parents. Moreover, the iron plate boots, which required walking to level up, made him eager to take a stroll. Lord Lin Feng, please take care. The village will forever be grateful for your kindness. Carl bowed respectfully once more. Lin Feng nodded slightly, casting one last glance at the battered yet steadfast southern gate, before turning to the side where the ever-gleeful and adoring Lao Wang stood, waving a hand in farewell as he made his way into the village. Hey, Xiao Feng, where are you going? I'll go with you. Lao Wang instinctively tried to follow. No need. You should rest well. I'll be back shortly. It won't take long. Lin Feng waved his hand dismissively, jokingly noting that his forthcoming actions were beyond the capabilities of Lao Wang, a mere level 6. With that, Lin Feng did not wait for Lao Wang to utter another word. He took a deep breath as the power of ancestral blessing surged within him. The ominous aura of 50,000 corpses slaughter, flickering subtly, and the swift effect of iron-plated boots activated fully. His terrifying agility surged to an astounding 136 points. Chapter 44. The brightest star of the arena. The benevolent Lin Feng. Whoosh! Under the astonished gaze of Old Wang and a multitude of NPC guards, Lin Feng's figure darted forward like a released arrow. No, it was more akin to a cannonball shot from its barrel. In an instant, he transformed into a streak of golden light, primarily due to the luminous effects of his weapon and gear, racing along the inner passage of the city wall towards the nearest eastern gate. The speed, so swift that only a blurred silhouette and a cloud of dust could be discerned. Oh my goodness. Old Wong rubbed his eyes, his mouth agape as if it could accommodate a whole egg. Little Feng, did he just fly past? Captain Carl was equally astonished, muttering to himself, Is this the power of a hero? It's terrifying. Meanwhile, at the eastern gate of Novice Village number 888, the battle raged fiercely, though the intensity was noticeably less than that at the southern gate. The defense here was primarily led by Qin Shiming, the president of the Mad Dragon Guild, along with a majority of level 10 players and NPC guards. Armed with a sword emitting a blue glow, Qin Shiming maintained a stern demeanor, occasionally casting spells to control flying swords that transformed into piercing streaks of azure light, accurately penetrating the ranks of higher-level mutated zombies. His sword control technique, honed through diligent practice, had become increasingly refined, enhancing its power significantly. Beside him were the core members of the Mad Dragon Guild and several smaller teams allied with them, their levels generally ranging from LV8 to LV10. They formed a relatively tight defensive line, with shield warriors at the forefront, melee classes responsible for clearing zombies that breached the line, and range classes providing fire support from the rear. The NPC guards flanked the sides, filling in any gaps in the defense. Overall, while the pressure at the eastern gate was considerable, it was far from the brink of collapsing at the southern gate. Though the zombie tide surged fiercely, it lacked the presence of a formidable boss like the Corpse Sovereign. The highest level threats were merely scattered LV9, wailing female zombies, or mutated elite monsters, swiftly targeted and eliminated by Qin Shiming or coordinated by elite teams. President, the left flank is under considerable pressure, requesting reinforcements. A shield warrior player shouted as he struggled against the onslaught of several LV8 ghouls. Ollie, take your team to fill the gap. Archers, focus fire on those ghouls. Qin Shiming calmly directed, simultaneously flicking his flying sword to pierce a wailing female zombie attempting a sneak attack. Although the scene appeared somewhat chaotic, Qin Shiming's command was clear and structured, maintaining a relatively orderly defense, though he harbored a simmering frustration for failing to secure the first kill on the southern gate boss. He recognized that this was not the time for rashness. Holding the eastern gate was paramount. Lin Feng. Even if you slay the boss, what then? Once the tide of zombies recedes, and we arrive at Hope City, devoid of the Novice Village's protection and that damn buff, let us see how arrogantly you can behave. Qin Shiming silently scoffed, venting his anger on the zombies before him. At that moment, whoosh, a radiant golden light, nearly imperceptible to the naked eye, appeared abruptly atop the eastern city wall, as if it had been teleported instantaneously. As the light dissipated, the figure of Lin Feng emerged, clad in an ostentatious dark red ensemble and wielding twin pistols. What? Who is that? Is it Lin Feng? How did he arrive here? Such astonishing speed. Wasn't he stationed at the southern gate? The players engaged in fierce combat atop the wall, whether members of Wild Dragon or other teams, were startled by this unexpected descent. They turned to glance in his direction. Qin Shiming's pupils constricted as he gripped his long sword tightly, casting a wary gaze towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng, what brings you here? A multitude of thoughts flashed through his mind. Could the southern gate have fallen? That is impossible. He distinctly heard the announcement of the boss's demise. So, is he here to steal kills? To demonstrate his prowess? Or perhaps? Lin Feng had no time to entertain Qin Shiming's speculations. He casually scanned the battlefield at the eastern gate, his brows furrowing in discontent. What is going on? Such sluggishness. Below the wall, although the defensive line held, the tide of corpses surged relentlessly. Various LV7 and LV8 zombies continued their relentless assault. Players and NPCs fought valiantly, yet their efforts yielded little efficacy. From time to time, players fell victim to the zombies due to miscommunication or slow reactions, creating a scene of utter chaos. Is this the extent of your efficiency? By the time you clear these minor foes, it will be too late. Lin Feng scoffed in dissatisfaction, thinking he might as well lend a hand. He had no interest in engaging in idle chatter with Qin Shiming or acknowledging the bewildered gazes of the surrounding players. Without hesitation, he strode to the edge of the wall, looking down from his vantage point, raising his twin desert eagles high. Watch closely. This is what true efficiency looks like. Boom, 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 boom. In the next moment, the thunderous gunfire erupted like a tempest. Golden projectiles swiftly engulfed the most densely packed area of zombies below the wall, with LV-8 twin Desert Eagles and LV-10 attributes, enhanced by the blessing of the ancestors doubling effects and a 20 damage increase from mass zombie slaughter. Lin Feng unleashed a torrent of firepower. Minus 450. Critical hit. LV-7 Plague 1. Minus 480. Critical hit. LV-8 Ghoul. Minus 350. Penetration. LV awakens. Moins 420. Critical hit. LV-9 Banshee. A multitude of staggering damage figures erupted on the screen. Rising in a frenzy, the bullets, akin to the scythe of death, cut through all in their path, be it the ordinary walkers, the resilient plagued ones, the swift ghouls, or even the ethereal banshees soaring in the air. They all burst apart as if made of paper, exploding into a shower of flesh and brilliant light. In merely a matter of seconds, the once thundering wave of zombies crashing against the Eastern Gate's defenses was violently repelled by Lin Feng alone, wielding 2 guns, creating a vast, shocking vacuum in their ranks. The area beneath the wall was instantly cleared, transformed into a far more tranquil scene. Only a few scattered, bewildered low-level zombies, paralyzed by the terrifying gunfire, spun aimlessly in place. The entire eastern city wall was suddenly engulfed in a profound silence. All players engaged in fierce combat. Whether the elite of Frenzied Dragon or members of other teams stood in stunned disbelief, halting their actions as they gazed at the figure on the edge of the wall. The twin gun barrels still emitting wisps of smoke. Qin Shiming, struck as if by lightning, felt his hand, which gripped the long sword, tremble slightly. The icy demeanor on his face transformed into an expression of utter incredulity. What? What kind of damage is this? Is this really a handgun? The firepower. Could it be more ferocious than a Gatling gun? His proud sword mastery, in the face of this apocalyptic hail of bullets, seemed no more than child's plaything. Done and dusted. Lin Feng puffed at the non-existent gun smoke, turning to the petrified Qin Shiming and the other players. Shrugging his shoulders. Stop gaping. Hurry up and clear out the remaining small fry. I'm waiting for the tide of corpses to end. Having spoken, he gave them no time to react. His figure transformed once more into a streak of golden light, swiftly darting towards his next target, the Western Gate. He left behind a group of players on the eastern city wall, questioning the very meaning of their existence, as the wind tousled their hair. What was that just now? What kind of monster was Chapter 45? The yellow flash of Village 888. The situation at the Western Gate mirrored that of the Eastern Gate. Guarding this area was another contingent of level 10 players and NPC sentinels led by the formidable Iron Blood Alliance president, Iron Blood Danshin. A towering figure wielding a massive axe, Iron Blood Danshin was a berserker of remarkable ferocity, exhibiting an audacious combat style that was both bold and relentless. Most members of the Iron Blood Alliance were similarly intrepid melee fighters, their aggressive tactics momentarily suppressing the tide of zombies beyond the city walls. However, as time wore on, the overwhelming numbers of the undead began to take their toll, compounded by sporadic ambushes from level 8 and level 9 elite monsters, leading to a precarious situation for the Western defense, with casualties steadily mounting. At that moment, as Iron Blood Danshin struggled to fell a level 9 enhanced ghoul with his mighty axe, he was doused in the creature's dying acidic spray, rendering him a pitiful sight. Suddenly, a flash of golden light streaked across the air. Lin Feng appeared on the western city wall, as if descended from the heavens. Who goes there? Iron Blood Danshin and the surrounding players gasped, instinctively raising their weapons. Hey there, it looks like you're having quite the battle. Lin Feng grinned at the grimy, battle-worn warriors before him. Lin Feng. Iron Blood Danshin recognized the newcomer, his expression shifting to one of complexity. He had certainly heard of the events that transpired at the southern and eastern gates. Jealousy and resentment surged within him for this unexpected rival who was stealing the limelight. However, upon witnessing the pristine condition of Lin Feng's equipment in stark contrast to his own disheveled state, a wave of helplessness washed over him. What? What brings you here? Iron Blood, Danshin tightened his grip on the massive axe, wary of the visitor's intentions. Relax, my muscular friend. Lin Feng waved dismissively, gesturing towards the chaos outside. Seeing you all struggle so hard, I felt compelled to come and lend a helping hand. Helping hand? Iron Blood Danshin was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, Lin Feng flashed a benevolent smile before suddenly raising both guns. Watch closely. A complimentary lesson. Bang, 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 bang. The sound of gunfire erupted once more, even more frenzied and intense than at the eastern gate. This time, Lin Feng appeared to be reveling in the chaos. Or perhaps he simply could not be bothered to aim. He unleashed a barrage of firepower, his twin desert eagles roaring like hand cannons, unleashing a torrent of bullets upon the horde below. Golden projectiles wove a lethal tapestry of death. Although accuracy waned, with many bullets failing to strike vital points, the sheer force was undeniable. Even a mere body shot was sufficient to dispatch level 8 zombies with just 2 or 3 rounds. Not to mention previously, the LV-8 ghouls and LV-9 wraiths that caused considerable distress to the members of the Iron Blood Alliance found themselves utterly powerless against the terrifying metallic tempest, unable to even approach the city walls before being reduced to mere scraps. Iron Blood's unwavering heart and all the members behind him, including the supporting NPC guards, once again fell into a state of collective paralysis. Their mouths agape, they gazed at the figure atop the walls, pouring forth a relentless barrage of firepower, overwhelmed by the sheer magnitude of the spectacle. Could this truly be the strength possessed by a mere player? The intensity of the onslaught was staggering. Iron Blood's heart burned with embarrassment. He had been contemplating whether to assert dominance over Lin Feng. Yet now it seemed he would be unable to withstand even a single volley. In less than 30 seconds, a vast vacuum had been created in the tide of corpses surrounding the western gate, leaving only a few insignificant monsters that posed no threat. All was settled. Thanks, bro. Do remember to leave me a 5-star review. Lin Feng remarked, blowing away the non-existent smoke as he winked at the utterly stunned Iron Blood. Without waiting for any reaction, he shot forth. Whoosh. The golden light flickered once more as he sped towards his final target, the northern gate. This left a group of bewildered warriors on the western wall, amidst the chaos and remnants of battle. At the northern gate, the defenders comprised the blacksmith Barton and his burly apprentices, alongside a few scattered players who preferred to remain unaffiliated with any large guilds. Here, the pressure was the least among the 4 gates, as the terrain outside was relatively complex, with forest providing a barrier that hindered the massing of undead hordes. Yet even so, a continuous stream of jungle walkers and some mutated walkers from the factories surged forth from the thicket, assaulting the defenses. Blacksmith Barton wielded his iconic heavy hammer with great ferocity, each blow reducing a ghoul to a pulp. However, even the mightiest of warriors cannot withstand the overwhelming numbers. The mixed capabilities of his apprentices and the independent players led to a somewhat lax defense, allowing the occasional zombie to breach the line, creating chaos. Hold the line. Stand firm. Whoever dares to take a step back will be forged into ingots when I return. Barton bellowed, striving to bolster morale amid the fray. At that moment, a voice, somewhat flippant yet filled with vigor, rang out from above. Master Barton, I'm here to assist you, accompanied by the familiar glimmer of golden light. Lin Feng leaped high from within the village, soaring over the city walls to gracefully land beside Barton. The precision of his landing and the lightness of his form left everyone around in sheer astonishment. Lin Feng, is that you? Master Barton exclaimed, momentarily taken aback before his face broke into a joyous grin. What brings you here? What about the southern gate? Consider it taken care of. With a swift gesture, Lin Feng interrupted him, raising his twin guns to aim at the zombies, still attempting to breach the defenses ahead. Master Barton observed closely. This is what art looks like. The sound of gunfire erupted. Bang, 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 bang. There was no need for any aim. The twin desert eagles blazed like 2 golden streaks of lightning, covering all moving targets within the frontal arc. The thunderous echoes of bullets piercing flesh filled the air, Those level 1 and level 2 zombies, the walkers and jungle walkers, could not withstand even a second against such overwhelming firepower, instantly reduced to mere fragments. In just a few fleeting seconds, the remaining dozens of zombies outside the North Gate were eradicated by Lin Feng single-handedly. The battlefield fell silent. Only the wisps of smoke curling from the barrels of his guns remained, accompanied by the expressions of Master Barton and the onlookers, who looked as though they had seen a ghost. All done. Lin Feng stylishly spun his twin guns in his hands, almost dropping them, then holstered them at his waist. A mere gesture to return items to his inventory. He glanced at the system notification. Current threats in all areas have been largely eliminated. Final assessment in progress. Success. A surge of joy filled Lin Feng's heart. Indeed, nothing beats his own intervention. Efficiency is paramount. System notification. Congratulations to all players and NPCs in Novice Village 888. Through collective efforts, primarily thanks to a certain dashing individual, the attack of the zombie horde has been successfully repelled. System notification. The threat of the zombie horde has been lifted. Novice Village is secure. System notification. Settlement of contributions from this defense against the horde is underway. System notification. The teleportation portal to City of Hope will soon open. All players at level 10 and above, please prepare to advance to the main city for class change. Finally, it was over. Lin Feng let out a long sigh of relief. Although the journey had been somewhat convoluted, he had ultimately brought an end to the zombie horde through his own strength and the aid of powerful enhancements. Class change. Here I come. His eyes sparkled with determination as he disregarded Master Barton, still in a state of shock, and the other players around him. He turned and dashed towards the village center, the square where the teleportation portal was said to be opening. He aimed to be the first to rush into the City of Hope. He would be the first to complete his class change. He intended to leverage the last moments of blessing of the ancestors to level up madly. He aspired to become the most dazzling, the strongest, and the most audacious individual in this gaming world. Chapter 46. The experience of online literature never deceives me. Where have the NPCs gone? The City of Hope. Job change. Here I come. Lin Feng's current state of mind is more exhilarating than winning a 5 million lottery. The issue of being level locked is finally about to be resolved. As long as he completes the job change, he can continue to gain experience and level up. At that time, with his luxurious equipment, extraordinary buffs, and powerful titles, along with the impending unlocking of professional enchantments. The prospect is simply too beautiful to contemplate. As he indulges in fantasies of wreaking havoc post-job change, striking the Southern Mountain Nursing Home and kicking the Northern Sea Kindergarten, he hastens towards the central square of the village with utmost speed. At this moment, the square is already bustling with players who have also received the system prompt. Most of them have just emerged from fierce battles against hordes of enemies, their bodies still stained with blood and fatigue. Yet their faces radiate joy from having survived and anticipation for the future. Especially those who have just reached or fortuitously leveled up to LV10 during the onslaught. They are all eager, brimming with excitement, ready to rush to the main city and embark on their professional journeys. Finally, they can change jobs. I want to become a berserker. I will crush everything. Can I also specialize as a gunner? Lin Feng is simply too powerful. We must have a mage. We must choose a mage. Destruction incarnate. I wonder if there are any hidden professions. How delightful it would be to become a dragon knight. The players engage in animated discussions, the square buzzing with excitement. When Lin Feng's figure bursts into the square like a whirlwind, all chatter comes to an abrupt halt. Every gaze instinctively converges on this mysterious figure who has single-handedly brought the onslaught to an end and firmly occupies the top of the leaderboard. Awe, curiosity, envy, jealousy. A myriad of complex emotions spreads throughout the crowd. Yet, Lin Feng is utterly indifferent to these stares. He scans the square and notices that in the central area, faint spatial fluctuations are indeed beginning to manifest, as a vague outline of a glowing white portal slowly takes shape. It seems we must wait a little longer. The system prompt indicated it would soon open, not that it would open immediately. The waiting period is always a tad tedious. Lin Feng strokes his chin. and a peculiar thought suddenly strikes him. Speaking of which, based on my decade of experience in online literature, shouldn't I visit key NPCs like the village chief before leaving this novice village and heading to the main city? Perhaps it could trigger some hidden quests or clues for concealed professions. Once this thought emerges, it spreads like wild grass. Indeed, it is highly probable. Isn't this how online literature typically unfolds? Before departing from the novice village, the protagonist often receives a life-altering quest from an inconspicuous old man or an injured soldier. Old John, yes, he is indeed the old village chief who appears to be deeply concerned for the welfare of the country. Lin Feng's eyes sparkled with excitement. Previously, he had received the hero's quest from an NPC, which had led him to defeat the Blood Corpse, ultimately rewarding him with ancestral blessing. This was evidently a pivotal character steeped in narrative significance. Perhaps he held within his grasp hidden career transition items, such as Gunslinger's Legacy or Master Mechanic Scroll. The more Lin Feng pondered, the more plausible it seemed. He felt as though he were a genius of logic. Truly, the web novels did not deceive him. No time to waste. He had to investigate. Resolutely, he decided to rush to the village chief's office before the teleportation portal fully activated, hoping for a stroke of luck. Without hesitation, Lin Feng ignored the puzzled gazes of surrounding players, who were curious about his intentions, and swiftly made his way toward the village chief's office. In mere moments, he arrived at the familiar, relatively grand wooden house. However, upon reaching the entrance, he was taken aback. The two sentinel NPCs that were supposed to guard the door had vanished. The post was entirely deserted. What happened to the guards? Had they taken a break? A frown creased Lin Feng's brow, sensing something was amiss. He pushed open the office door and stepped inside. The room was utterly vacant. The desk, which had once been cluttered with maps and documents, was now spotless, and the old, slightly worn chair that Chief John often occupied lay toppled to one side. An atmosphere of desolation pervaded the office, as if it had been abandoned. What on earth? Where is old John? Where is my hidden career mentor? Lin Feng stood dumbfounded. Unwilling to accept defeat, he circled the office twice and even peered beneath the desk, yet found nothing. This was impossible. Had he arrived too late? Was the chief out for a stroll? Undeterred, Lin Feng sprinted to the nearby blacksmith shop. Master Barton, are you there? Inside, the forge had long since cooled, but the brawny, hot-tempered blacksmith Barton was nowhere to be found. A sense of foreboding washed over Lin Feng. He dashed to the general store next. Aunt Mary's ever-smiling figure had also vanished. Only a few scattered goods remained on the counter, as if their owner had merely stepped away momentarily. The quest issuer, Lena, disappeared. The old man with the goatee from the Adventurers Guild vanished. Even the ordinary guard NPCs who had previously stood at the village entrance, cautioning him about the dangers of the night. Lin Feng specifically returned to the village entrance to check, and they too were nowhere to be seen. The entire newbie village number 888, aside from the players still awaiting the portal's activation in the square and a handful of bewildered low-level guards attempting to maintain order, was devoid of all the named, functional NPCs he had interacted with. They had all disappeared in the brief interval following the tide of corpses. It was as if they had evaporated from existence. What on earth is happening? Lin Feng stood at the entrance of the desolate village chief's office, gazing at this seemingly soulless novice village, feeling a chill ascending from his feet to the crown of his head. This was utterly unlike the script he had envisioned. Where have the hidden quests gone? What of the promised secret professions? Why have all the NPCs seemingly vanished? This does not align with the conventions of online literature. Could it be that this game world is even more peculiar and authentic than he had envisioned? Or have these NPCs disappeared too? Has the system reclaimed them? Or has something transpired that he remains oblivious to? For the first time, Lin Feng felt a profound sense of doubt and unease regarding this seemingly game-like world of New Century. At that moment, a tremendous spatial rumble echoed from the direction of the square. A brilliant white light surged skyward, illuminating the entire novice village. The portal to City of Hope had fully activated. Charge forth. Time to change classes. Ha ha ha. Here I come. Excited cheers and the thrumming of eager footsteps filled the square. Lin Feng abruptly snapped back to reality. He glanced at the empty village chief's office, then at the dazzling light gate in the square. Never mind. If I can't comprehend it, I shall not dwell on it. He shook his head, temporarily suppressing his questions. Regardless of where the NPCs had gone, the pressing matter at hand was to reach City of Hope, to complete his class change. As long as my strength is sufficient, I can effortlessly crush any zombies in my path. Chapter 47, The City of Hope. The glory of the gunsmith and the challenge of class transition. Make way. Clear the path. I am in a hurry to change my class. Lin Feng was filled with an urgent yearning, akin to an arrow shot toward hope. He was indifferent to the order of arrival, propelled by the nearly 140 terrifying agility granted by the blessing of ancestors, buff, along with the speed enhancement of the iron-plated boots. In an instant, he transformed into a streak of golden lightning. Whoosh! He forcefully weaved through the hesitating, observing, or sluggishly queuing players in the square. The gust of wind he created caused several nearby players to stumble, nearly losing their balance. Wow, it's Lin Feng. He just barged in like that. This speed is unbelievable. I could hardly see him. The prowess of this remarkable individual even made entering the teleportation portal seem so uniquely assertive. Hey, don't push. We need to catch up. Stimulated by Lin Feng's audacious actions, the other level 10 players could no longer maintain their composure. Fearing that they would be left behind, they surged toward the massive portal radiating a soft white light, as if invigorated by a surge of adrenaline. A sensation of temporal displacement, even more intense than when they exited the dungeon, enveloped Lin Feng, accompanied by a slight dizziness. When he finally set foot on solid ground, the blinding sunlight and the refreshing air, in stark contrast to the novice village and various zombie-infested areas, instantly revitalized his spirit. Wow! Even though Lin Feng had prepared himself mentally, he could not help but exclaim in awe upon truly taking in the spectacle before him. Much like a rustic country bumpkin entering a grand city, before him lay an expansive plaza that defied description in its vastness. The ground was paved with an extraordinary, immaculate stone that seemed to emanate a gentle glow, reflecting light beautifully. In the center of the plaza stood an elegant statue of a goddess, towering at a height of 100 meters. Her visage radiated compassion, cradling the stars in her hands, while a sacred light bathed the earth in reverence, evoking an involuntary sense of awe. Surrounding the plaza was a series of magnificent architectural marvels. Each edifice, distinct in style, exuded grandeur and majesty. There was the warrior's sanctuary, resembling a colossal sword piercing the heavens, gleaming with a metallic sheen. The mage's alliance tower, crowned with a massive magical crystal, pulsated with arcane energies. The druid's nature temple, entwined with ancient vines and guarded by a stone bear statue at its entrance. The enigmatic Rangers and Assassins Guild, adorned with a crest of crossed bows and daggers. And the Mechanics and Engineers Association, forged entirely of black steel, belching thick smoke from its chimneys, with colossal mechanical arms and steam-powered automatons adorning its entrance, exuding an aura of hardcore technology. Even on the opposite side of the plaza, Lin Feng spotted a vast area marked by signs for forging, alchemy, enchanting, sewing, and cooking, the Life Professionals Alliance. Before each building, clear floating text marked its name and function, even detailing level requirements and professional inclinations. The sky was a brilliant blue, with fluffy clouds drifting lazily. In the distance loomed colossal city walls, reaching for the heavens, shimmering with the glow of magical runes. On these walls, elite guards of level 20 and 30 stood like statues, emanating an aura of immense power. Goodness gracious, this is the true visage of a main city. Lin Feng stood rooted to the spot, his mouth agape, feeling as though his eyes were insufficient to absorb the grandeur before him. Compared to this, the novice village was nothing more than a slightly upscale refugee camp. He was utterly awestruck by the magnificence and opulence of City of Hope. Just then, the portal behind him flickered with light, and a throng of level 10 players, including Qin Shiming, Iron-Blooded Heart, Dragon Out Yin, and Feng Xingyang, began to materialize one after another. Like Lin Feng, they were equally astonished by the spectacle, erupting into waves of exclamations and admiration. My heavens, is this truly the City of Hope? It's astonishingly spectacular. Mother, I've made it. I've arrived in the Grand City. Look at that mage tower. I can feel the call of magic. The warrior's sanctuary. Here I come. My great sword is itching for action. The Mechanic Association. Haha, I knew I made the right choice. Technology is the future. After a brief moment of shock, all players surged forward with renewed vigor, their eyes ablaze with ambition for their chosen careers, rushing towards their desired professional buildings. Lin Feng quickly regained his composure. Yes, class change. I almost forgot the main objective. His gaze immediately fixed upon the Mechanic and Engineer Association, a structure brimming with a steampunk aesthetic. Though the warrior and mage classes sounded appealing, he was a gun enthusiast. The Mechanic and Engineer Association seemed like a perfect match for him. Gun masters, ammunition specialists, mechanical modifiers. They must all be housed within. He chuckled to himself, ready to dash forward toward his hidden profession. However, just as he was about to set off, his peripheral vision caught sight of a relatively inconspicuous building beside the Mechanic and Engineer Association, which had a not-so-short queue forming at its entrance. The architecture was peculiar, resembling a fortress constructed from massive gun parts and scopes, with a gigantic emblem made of bullet casings, the crossed revolvers, hanging above the doorway. The building bore an impressively straightforward and commanding name, the Gunsmith Sanctuary. What the heck? There's even a dedicated Gunsmith Sanctuary? Lin Feng's eyes widened in astonishment. While mechanics and engineers were certainly related to technology, they felt more like creators or mech enthusiasts. But this Gunsmith Sanctuary, just hearing the name, it was evident that this was the ultimate destination for gun aficionados. Marksmen. It was undoubtedly meant for sharpshooters. This is it. Without hesitation, Lin Feng pivoted and charged towards the Gunsmith Sanctuary. He paid no heed to the queue, and with remarkable agility, like a fleeting shadow, he effortlessly pushed his way to the front, inciting a wave of discontent and astonished gasps from the players behind him. Hey, that guy, cutting in line. Damn, it's Lin Feng. The legend is cutting in. Well, that's fine then. The legend is impressive. Please go ahead. Lin Feng disregarded their voices and lifted his gaze towards the entrance of the temple. There stood a rather unique NPC mentor. She was a tall and striking woman, clad in a form-fitting black leather outfit that accentuated her perfect curves. Her silver hair was cut short in a sharp style, and she wore a pair of striking red goggles, her lips curled into a faint, enigmatic smile that exuded a hint of danger. Most notably, slung across her back was an exaggerated and sci-fi-esque anti-material sniper rifle, taller than she was. The enormous barrel seemed capable of obliterating an entire building with a single shot. This formidable mentor leaned casually against the doorframe, nonchalantly polishing her fearsome sniper rifle while casting a scrutinizing gaze upon the players queuing before her. Her commanding presence rendering the very air around her seemingly still. Weapon Mentor 0 level. Class. Status. Appears to be bored with most novice players seeking class change. What intriguing mentor. Lin Feng's eyes lit up as he beheld this cool and fierce mentor. Her aura, her equipment. Clearly, she was a force to be reckoned with. Associating with her surely promised a bright future. When it was Lin Feng's turn to step forward, Mentor 0 lifted her eyelids, glancing at him through her red goggles. Upon noticing Lin Feng's impressive gear, albeit somewhat mismatched, especially the two gleaming desert eagles at his waist, a flicker of interest danced in her eyes. Oh, level 10? Dual pistols? It seems. You possess some merit. Her voice was cool and magnetic, tinged with a hint of languor. Seeking to become a sharpshooter? Indeed, Mentor. Lin Feng replied promptly, standing at attention and displaying what he believed to be his most earnest and charming smile. The effect of the chosen one title activated. Mentor 0 appeared to regard Lin Feng favorably, perhaps influenced by the title's bonus. She lowered her sniper rifle and slowly articulated. The path of the sharpshooter. cannot be traversed merely by flaunting one's style. It demands precise judgment, a calm mind, ironclad will, and the courage to survive amidst a hail of bullets. She paused, her gaze sharpening. If you wish to become my student and inherit the legacy of the sharpshooter, you must first prove your worth. A surge of excitement coursed through Lin Feng's heart. The class change quest had arrived. Please, mentor, guide me. I am willing to face any trial. System notification. Do you accept the class change quest, Trial of the Sharpshooter? Quest objective, solo or team. Clear the biohazard dungeon, level 10 to 15 team dungeon, on normal difficulty. Task difficulty, challenging. Task reward. Upon successful completion, you will gain the qualification for a class change to sharpshooter. Note, this dungeon features 5 levels of difficulty: easy, normal, hard, nightmare, and hell. For normal difficulty, a standard team of 5, 1 tank, 1 healer, and 3 damage dealers is recommended. A biohazard dungeon, a team dungeon for levels 10 to 15. Lin Feng raised an eyebrow as he glanced at the task prompt. A team dungeon? A suggested party of 5? He stroked his chin, surveying his explosive attributes and the luxurious gear in his inventory. Heh, a team dungeon, is it? I'm a one-man army. Without hesitation, he chose to accept the mission. Chapter 48. Is it a dungeon? Wait, I must first greet my parents. Just as he rolled up his sleeves, ready to charge towards the dungeon entrance and impart some lessons to those biohazard creatures, a thought struck him like a bolt of lightning. Wait, Lin Feng abruptly halted, stroking his chin, his expression taking on an odd demeanor. How could I have forgotten my parents? But now, he had arrived at City of Hope. This was the main city. Logically, the communication functions should be more refined, right? Even if direct private messaging wasn't feasible, there ought to be some means of contact, surely? After all, the system had previously indicated that friend communication and other features required specific conditions to be met. And arriving at the main city must surely account for some of those conditions, right? Moreover, although the blessing of the ancestors buff was formidable, it was dwindling down to less than 10 hours. While the class change was undeniably important, leveling up was pressing. But what if my parents are still struggling in some novice village? What if they encounter danger? Though he knew his parents were likely ordinary people, struggling to survive in this apocalyptic world, they were still his parents. Lin Feng's heart tightened at the thought. Previously, in the novice village, he had been preoccupied with leveling up and preparing for the zombie tide, allowing him to temporarily suppress his worries. However, now that he was in a broader realm with greater possibilities, the thought of finding his family sprouted like a tender shoot breaking through the earth. Impossible to restrain any longer. The dungeon could wait. The class change quest was not time-sensitive. Lin Feng immediately resolved that locating his parents must be done at once. Not a second could be wasted. First, he would contact Lao Wang to inquire about the situation on his end. The avatar remained gray, indicating that he was either offline or in an area unable to communicate. Lao Wang is offline? Lin Feng's brow furrowed. He pondered for a moment and sent Lao Wang a brief message. Lao Wang, I have arrived at the City of Hope. How about you? Please reply when you see this. After sending the message, Lin Feng reflected. Lao Wang was probably still in that novice village, right? He recalled that the system had not stated that all players from the 888th novice village would be teleported to the same City of Hope. Never mind Lao Wang for now. He would wait for a reply later. What mattered most now was how to find his parents. In the vast expanse of the Huaxiao region, who could fathom how many novice villages and main cities there were? Relying solely on himself would be like searching for a needle in a haystack. Wait, the NPCs. My chosen one pseudo title. Lin Feng's eyes lit up. Luck 5, Charm 10, Initial NPC Favorability 20. This was practically a divine technique tailored for gathering information. He immediately turned around, no longer glancing at the various professional sanctuaries, and began to stroll through the immense Hope Square, seeking out an NPC that appeared to be rather talkative. Before long, his gaze fell upon an individual seated beside a fountain in the square, clad in a faded scholar's robe. An elderly NPC, deeply engrossed in an ancient tome, was found by Lin Feng. Erudite scholar Eli level. Status: immersed in a sea of knowledge, indifferent to the surrounding clamor. "It is you, the old man." Lin Feng rubbed his hands together, instantly adopting a benign and eager demeanor, akin to a diligent student, and hurried over. "Greetings, esteemed elder. I apologize for the intrusion." Lin Feng was quite courteous, and with the charm of Child of Destiny, enhancing his presence, he could almost astonish anyone. The old scholar Eli indeed raised his head. His initial displeasure of being disturbed softened considerably upon seeing Lin Feng, even revealing a hint of benevolence. "Oh, a young adventurer, I see." Eli adjusted his reading glasses and inquired gently, "What assistance can this old man provide? You appear to have just ventured from the novice village. Intrigued by this city of hope, I presume?" "Wow, your insight is remarkable, elder," Lin Feng flattered, while internally he mused, "Obviously, my expression of I am a novice. Please take advantage of me is quite evident, isn't it?" "Well, you see, elder," Lin Feng promptly transitioned to the matter at hand. "I have just miraculously survived from novice village number 888 and have arrived in this magnificent city of hope, feeling rather unfamiliar with everything here. I would like to ask a few questions." Hee. Eli appeared to take a liking to Lin Feng's inquisitive nature, setting aside his book. "Anything I know, I shall gladly share with you. Thank you ever so much." Lin Feng's heart soared with joy, and he quickly inquired, "Elder, may I ask how many main cities like City of Hope exist in our Huaxiao region? Do players emerging from different novice villages travel to different main cities?" Eli stroked his graying beard, a flicker of nostalgia passing through his eyes. According to ancient treaties and existing records, after the Great Cataclysm, the surviving sages of humanity exerted their utmost efforts, utilizing the residual powers of the world tree and ancient technology, to establish 10 hope barriers across the vast lands of Huaxia, which you now refer to as 10 main cities. They are City of Hope, Sky City, Iron City, Forest City, Thunder City, Winter City, Magma City, Deep Sea City, Holy Light City, and Central Divine Capital. As for the various survivor encampments, novice villages, Ili goeseth. To my knowledge, in order to mitigate risks and manage better, each survivor camp does indeed transport its members to the nearest of the 10 main cities after passing the initial trial, the zombie tide. Thus, it is entirely possible that you and your separated relatives may not reside in the same main city. Lin Feng felt a weight in his heart. 10 main cities in Huaxia. The scope is vast. So, can these main cities communicate with one another? Lin Feng hastily pressed on, for this was the crux of the matter. Indeed, Eli nodded, explaining that between the 10 main cities, stable spatial transmission arrays had been established, allowing for swift movement provided a certain fee was paid. However, his expression suddenly turned grave. As it stands, the cost of such transportation is likely beyond the means of you adventurers who have only just arrived. Moreover, we are in a particularly critical period. A particularly critical period? Lin Feng keenly seized upon this phrase. Indeed, Eli sighed and lowered his voice. Although you have just endured a terrifying tide of the undead, this is likely just the beginning. He gestured towards the enormous statue of the goddess in the center of the square, then pointed at the towering city walls in the distance. While the City of Hope is sturdy, the world outside has been utterly engulfed by endless darkness and frenzied zombies. The reason we can still live, learn, and train here in relative safety is due to the Hope Barrier that encompasses the entire city, which is barely holding on. The Hope Barrier? Yes, it is a powerful shield constructed by the goddess's statue and the runes on the city walls, capable of repelling the vast majority of undead creatures and dark forces. However, because of this, we currently cannot leave the confines of the main city. Beyond the city gates lies a true realm of death. Eli explained that, therefore, if you wish to enhance your abilities at this stage, you can only do so through the various tasks issued by the profession temples or guilds within the city, as well as by venturing into those mystical dungeons connected by spatial rifts for training. Mystical dungeons? Lin Feng recalled his class change quest, realizing that the biohazard dungeon was likely one of them. So, what exactly is this critical period? Is there something more terrifying than the previous tide of the undead about to occur? Lin Feng pressed on, sensing a foreboding omen. Eli paused for a moment. A deep concern and fear flickering in his murky eyes. He glanced around to ensure no other players were nearby, and then spoke in a heavy tone, audible only to the two of them. "Child, heed my words, this may concern the lives of all, according to the revelations of the stars and ancient prophecies. The true disaster is yet to come. In approximately 50 days, a calamity far greater than any before, one that could even shake the very foundation of the hope barrier. A world-ending tide of the undead will descend. 50 days. A world-ending tide of the undead." Lin Feng's pupils constricted, a chill instantly rising from the depths of his heart. Chapter 49. A search for kin across the entire server. The temptation of the exorbitant skill book. 50 days. A cataclysmic tide of the undead. Lin Feng felt his heart skip a beat. He had initially believed that successfully enduring the seemingly grand tide of the undead in the novice village meant he had surmounted a significant obstacle, allowing him to catch his breath, methodically change classes, level up, and explore this new world. However, reality once again delivered a resounding slap to his face. The tide of the undead in the novice village, when compared to the impending cataclysmic event 50 days hence, was merely child's play, a mere appetizer. A tide of the undead capable of shaking the very foundation of the main city's hope barrier. What a terrifying spectacle that would be. A sea of zombies blotting out the sun? Super boss creatures as colossal as mountains? Just the thought sent shivers down Lin Feng's spine. It seemed that the tide in the novice village was not an end, but rather the prologue to an even greater crisis. "Old man, are you certain? It's 50 days? Lin Feng's voice was tinged with dryness. The trajectory of the stars rarely errs. The old scholar Eli nodded gravely. Although there might be slight deviations in the exact timing, the overarching direction was unlikely to change. 50 days, perhaps that is all the time we have left. For our final preparations. Final preparations. Lin Feng's heart sank to the depths. 50 days. It seemed lengthy, but when faced with an apocalyptic catastrophe, it was but a fleeting moment. Though he was currently at level 10, adorned with opulent equipment and boosted by buffs, in the face of a tide of the undead that could engulf the entire main city, he would likely not even create a ripple. He must elevate his strength with utmost urgency, not just for himself, but also to find his parents, to protect them. No, he could not afford to wait any longer. He sprang to his feet, his face etched with urgency and determination. "Old man, there is one crucial question I must ask." Lin Feng stared intently at Eli. "Is there any way to swiftly contact or locate my estranged kin? Even knowing which main city they are currently in would suffice." Eli looked at Lin Feng's anxious demeanor, a flicker of sympathy crossing his eyes, and he shook his head. "My child, I understand your feelings. The great cataclysm has scattered countless families, and seeking lost relatives in this chaotic world is exceedingly difficult. At present, while teleportation between main cities is possible, the costs are exorbitant. Moreover, there is no comprehensive missing persons system covering all servers. The only potential solution," Eli pondered, "might be those exceedingly rare items with special privileges or formidable functions. World-class artifacts? For instance, the legendary Horn of Truth or Mirror of Destiny? But those items, let alone you newcomers, even the city lords may not possess. World-class artifacts." Lin Feng's gaze dimmed momentarily. Such items seemed far beyond his reach. "Indeed, how could I have forgotten this? I possess the server-wide horn. That is indeed the reward for the world's first kill of a boss. A colossal announcement that reverberates throughout the entire server. This is perfect for searching for family, although it may expose one's location and intentions, potentially inviting unnecessary troubles. At this moment, in his quest to find his parents, he cares little for such risks. "Thank you so much, old man. You are truly my guiding light." Lin Feng was so overwhelmed with emotion that he nearly bowed to Eli. He felt that his title of Chosen One was nothing short of miraculous. Any NPC could divulge pivotal information. "Ah, it's merely a small effort. I hope you find your family soon," Eli replied with a smile, nodding as he picked up his ancient tome once more. Lin Feng, no longer hesitating, turned and dashed back to the center of the square. Taking a deep breath, He retrieved from his bag the dazzling, stylishly designed, server-wide horn, resembling a miniature gramophone. The moment he brandished it, the attention of surrounding players was instantly captivated. What is that? It looks so sophisticated, golden and glowing. Is it equipment? It seems to be a horn. What is it for? In an instant, the entire Hope Square fell silent, with all players holding their breath, craning their necks to witness what monumental announcement the legendary Lin Feng was about to make with this unique server-wide horn. Prominent figures like Qin Shiming and Tai Shui, who had just been queuing at their respective class sanctuaries or engaging in initial discussions with their mentors, were also drawn to the commotion, casting curious glances in that direction. Lin Feng ignored all the gazes around him, lifted the horn to his lips, prepared his emotions, and then poured all his excitement, anxiety, and hope into a powerful shout. The sound, amplified by the server-wide horn, surged forth like a tidal wave, resonating not only throughout Hope City, but also echoing like an oracle into the ears of every player in the Huaxiao region. Whether they were exploring the main city, struggling in the novice village, or battling in a secret dungeon, it reached them all. Ahem. To all brothers and sisters in Huaxiao region, listen closely. I am Lin Feng, the very one who has just made 2 global announcements. I am currently waiting for my parents at the center square of Hope City. My father, Lin Guodong. My mother, Wang Shufan. If you hear this broadcast or know them, please let them know. Their son is waiting for them in Hope City. Hurry over. Additionally, Lin Feng's tone shifted, rising with a hint of the allure characteristic of a cunning merchant. I have just acquired a hot, one-of-a-kind, blue skill book suitable for warriors and knights at level 10. Plague Stomp. Area damage. With slowing control. ISNT it powerful. ISNT it impressive. To all the warriors and knights who desire it, hurry and bring your copper coins or valuable items to the central square of City of Hope to find me. Lin Feng. The highest bidder wins. This is a final call. I repeat, my father, Lin Guodong, my mother, Wang Shufan, rushed to the City of Hope Square. An auction for the extraordinary warrior knight skill book, Plague Tread. The highest bidder wins. After shouting this twice, Lin Feng felt as if his throat might burst into flames. Yet the impact was explosive. The entire Huaxiao region, after a brief silence, erupted in fervor. Countless players, struggling for survival in various locations, were stunned by this sudden and information-laden server-wide broadcast. What? Lin Feng, the one who first defeated the boss. He is actually using a trumpet to seek his family. Lin Guodong, Wang Shufan, such ordinary names. The parents of such a prominent figure sound so down-to-earth. An exceptional warrior knight skill book. Plague Tread. Area damage with a slowing effect. My goodness. Drooling. I must go to the City of Hope. I'll bankrupt myself to acquire this skill book. This is a divine skill in the early stages. Quick, quick, quick. Notify the guild leader. Our dominance. Guild must secure this skill book. At any cost. The City of Hope, you say? Just wait. I will find a way to teleport there. In an instant, the entire Huaxiao region was in turmoil. Countless players altered their plans due to Lin Feng's server-wide broadcast. The frenzy to locate Lin Guodong and Wang Shufan, along with the desire for the Plague Tread skill book, swept through major cities and beginner villages alike. As the instigator of all this commotion, Lin Feng contentedly tucked away the server-wide trumpet. What an extraordinary effect. He knew that as long as his parents were alive and anywhere in the Huaxiao region, there was a great chance this message would reach their ears. As for the skill book, that was merely a side note. The primary aim was to attract more people to the City of Hope, thereby increasing the likelihood of finding his parents. Of course, if he could sell it for a sky-high price in the process, that would be even better. Now, what remained was to wait. Lin Feng glanced around, observing the players who had become increasingly agitated and chaotic due to his broadcast. He found a spot near the central statue of the goddess, where visibility was ample and attention-grabbing. Then, he pulled out a tattered cloth from his backpack and laid it on the ground. Next, he placed the skill book glowing with a blue light. Skill book, Plague Tread, upon the cloth. Finally, he picked up a small stone from the side and a wooden sign he had unearthed from somewhere, on which he scrawled in a crooked manner, Plague Tread Skill Book. Limited Edition Divine Skill. The highest bidder wins. Inquire about the price in line. Also searching for family. Father, Lin Guodong. Mother, Wang Shufan. A makeshift stall, rudimentary to the point of absurdity, yet brimming with an air of grandeur, had thus been set up under the watchful eyes of the multitude. Lin Feng settled himself comfortably behind the stall, crossing his legs with a casual flair. He produced 2 gleaming desert eagles, taking his time to polish them, chiefly for the sake of ostentation, exuding an air of leisurely indifference akin to Jiang Taigong fishing, inviting willing souls to take the bait. The players in the square beheld this spectacle, once more rendered collectively speechless. A master has set up a stall. Chapter 50. The big shot sets up a stall. 1,000 copper coins? Let the poor depart. Before the astonished gazes of players who had just arrived at the main city, eager to showcase their prowess, a tattered cloth was laid out, a skill book displayed, and a crooked sign was hastily written. Thus the stall was established. This scene was even more shocking than the recent appearance of the corpse-tied boss, the skeletal overlord. It was utterly bewildering. How could this be? This defied logic. This was not mere magic. It was a profound affront, in a complimentary sense, to the esteemed image of the big shot. Am I seeing things? What is Lin Feng doing? A young warrior player, freshly emerged from the warrior sanctuary and filled with admiration, rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Ah! The big shot is indeed a big shot. Even his method of earning money is so unpretentious and mundane. A seemingly clever player stroked his chin, pondering thoughtfully. Unpretentious, my foot. This is performance art. The realm of the big shot is beyond the comprehension of mere mortals. A fervent fan of Lin Feng, who had just recently joined the ranks, immediately countered. Quick, take photos, capture screenshots, post on the forum. Shocking. Global first kill. Big shot sets up stall in Hope City. The reason behind it is players with a nose for news began frantically documenting the event. Was the office upstairs part of the shock department before entering the game? Is there even a forum in this new century? Countless players, having just teleported to Hope City and not yet reported to their respective class sanctuaries, flocked around. They formed layers upon layers, encircling Lin Feng and his shockingly shabby stall, sealing it off completely. The spectacle was even more magnificent than the recent siege of the novice village by the corpse tide. Numerous eyes, brimming with curiosity, inquiry, envy, jealousy, and a fervent desire for gossip, fixated intently on Lin Feng behind the stall. And before him lay a skill book radiating an enticing blue glow. Skill book, Plague Tread. Plague Tread. Usable by Warrior's Knight at level 10. Area damage. Inflicts slow control. Just hearing Lin Feng's earlier announcements over the loudspeaker was enough to make all melee class players salivate. This was a divine skill for dungeon raiding. In a game where monsters are notoriously tough and numerous, a skill that offers area damage and control signifies what for melee classes? Higher monster farming efficiency, enhanced survival capabilities, greater maneuverability, a more elevated status within teams. This was undoubtedly an essential artifact for standing out early on and reaching the pinnacle of one's journey, the pinnacle of the novice period. Gulp. Countless warriors and knights within the crowd gazed longingly at that skill book, swallowing hard, their eyes nearly glowing with greed. Even the nearby president of the Iron Blood Alliance, Iron Blood Danshin, who had just queued at the entrance of the warrior sanctuary for his instructor's preliminary assessment, along with his group of burly companions, couldn't help but glance over with fervent eyes. In a state of profound contemplation, the resolute warrior found himself ensnared in a web of conflicting emotions. As a berserker, he was theoretically incapable of mastering the knightly skill of Plague Tread. Yet lo, his guild boasted knights among its ranks. Should he acquire this skill and bestow it upon the core knights of his guild, the enhancement to their collective strength would be monumental. However, the question lingered. Would Lin Feng be willing to part with it? What price would he demand? Then there was Qin Shiming of the Mad Dragon Guild, a sword master by trade, yet possessing the acumen of a merchant capable of discerning the value of this skill book. Undoubtedly, it stood as one of the premier blue skill books available at this juncture, perhaps even unparalleled. if he could procure it at a bargain, only to resell it at a premium. The gleam in Qin Shiming's eyes as he regarded Lin Feng grew increasingly complex and fervent. Yet, amidst the ravenous gazes of onlookers and the cacophony of speculation that threatened to engulf him, our esteemed Lin Feng displayed an extraordinary calmness. His focused demeanor, coupled with his graceful movements and the two distinctly extraordinary golden desert eagles, exuded an air of undeniable prestige. This was accentuated by his eclectic yet striking ensemble and the enigmatic aura bestowed by the title of Child of Destiny, Pseudo, which radiated an ineffable charisma of a true leader. He even took a moment to survey the thronging crowd, a playful smile dancing upon his lips. The crowd was indeed substantial. It seemed his allure remained as potent as ever. Lin Feng relished the thought that, with so many eyes upon him, his parents would surely spot him at a glance. As for the skill book, that was merely his secondary concern. Reuniting with family was his primary objective. Selling the book was merely a side endeavor. Yes, that was precisely the case. System notification, your ancestral blessing, remaining time, 9 hours and 58 minutes. Lin Feng cast a fleeting glance at the system notification, a flicker of anxiety coursing through him. Goodness, how swiftly time passes. It felt as though he had only just arrived in Hope City, and yet less than 10 hours remained on his blessing. This was unacceptable. He needed to act swiftly. While seeking his family was paramount, he could not afford to procrastinate on his class advancement quest. It was crucial for his continued progression and survival amidst the impending apocalypse of the undead in 50 days. A decisive resolution settled within him. At that moment, someone could no longer contain their curiosity and squeeze through the throng to approach Lin Feng's stall. It was a formidable shield warrior, adorned with a blazing guild emblem. Evidently a scout dispatched by a prominent guild. Taking a deep breath to steady his nerves, he cautiously inquired, esteemed Lin Feng, may I ask how much you intend to sell the Plague Tread skillbook for? As his question hung in the air, a profound silence enveloped the surroundings. Every ear was attuned to Lin Feng, all eyes fixed upon him in anticipation. At last, the moment of truth had arrived. What price would the esteemed figure propose? Lin Feng lazily lifted his eyelids, casting a languid glance at the Inquisitor, and extended a single finger. The shield warrior player's pupils constricted. 100 copper coins? He felt that this price was rather low, not in line with the style of a prominent player. Yet what if? The surrounding players were also in a stir. 100 copper coins? Such a bargain? Was this not a frenzied steal? Lin Feng's mouth twitched, nearly causing him to hurl the Desert Eagle in his hand. 100? Are you mocking me? He retorted, pointing at the sign he had scrawled that read, Price. Highest. Bidder. Wins. He paused, gesturing towards the crooked characters of the price he had just written, then languidly declared, the base price is 10,000 copper coins. 1 copper less. And we're done here. Gasp. 10,000. What the hell? Is this highway robbery? A blue skill book selling for 10,000 copper coins. Why not just go rob a bank? Has he lost his mind? Who can possibly produce 10,000 copper coins right now? Lin Feng's statement fell like a bucket of cold water into a boiling pot of oil, instantly stirring up a tempest. The entire square erupted once more. 10,000 copper coins. What does that even mean? An ordinary player, after tirelessly grinding for an entire day, might earn a few dozen copper coins. And even elite players from major guilds would consider themselves fortunate to have a few hundred or even 1,000 copper coins on hand. 10,000 copper coins. This was an astronomical figure. Many players even suspected that Lin Feng was deliberately toying with them. Lin Feng, dear sir, you can't be serious, right? 10,000 copper coins? The shield warrior, known for his fiery spirit, wore a countenance more sorrowful than tears. At this stage, let alone 10,000, even 1,000 copper coins would be hard to come by. Too expensive? Lin Feng raised an eyebrow, ceasing his cleaning of the gun, and slammed both Desert Eagles onto the tattered cloth before him with a resounding thud. He surveyed the shocked, questioning, and even furious faces of the players around him, a smirk of derision gracing his lips. If you think it's too expensive, consider whether you've been diligently battling zombies these past few days. Lin Feng replied coolly. This plague trample is a one-of-a-kind treasure across the entire server. The strength of its attributes, you all know well. 10,000 copper coins, a chance to take off in the early game, a ticket to a core position in the team's future. Is that too dear? Let me tell you, it is not expensive at all. These so-called major guilds like Mad Dragon, Iron Blood, Starfire, they sound impressive, but they probably barely scrape together a few tens of thousands of copper coins. To me, this amount is akin to pocket change. Lin Feng's words dripped with arrogance and power. He directly named several major guilds, claiming their entire wealth was mere pocket change in his eyes. Outside the crowd, Qin Shiming and Tai Shui Danxin's faces darkened upon hearing this. Although Lin Feng's statement might hold some truth, indeed, their guild's funds were merely in the tens of thousands of copper coins. It was utterly inappropriate to voice such things in front of so many people. It was a slap in the face. Lin Feng did not go too far. Iron Blood's heart could not contain his fury and roared. Excessive? Lin Feng scoffed, glancing at Iron Blood from afar. Calm down, my muscular friend. I am merely speaking the truth. If you believe my price is exorbitant, you are under no obligation to purchase. I am not coercing anyone. He shifted his tone, raising his voice once more, as I previously stated over the loudspeaker. This skill book is not primarily for profit. He gestured toward the two prominent characters on the sign that read searching for family. As long as my father, Lin Guodong, or my mother, Wang Shufan, makes an appearance here, this skill book shall be given freely, without a penny in return. Do you comprehend? If I fail to find my parents, the bidding will start at 10,000 copper coins, and the highest bidder shall claim it. However, should I locate my parents, I will not sell this book for any amount, no matter how extravagant. Lin Feng's declaration resonated powerfully, restoring silence to the bustling square. The onlookers observed the earnest expression on Lin Feng's face and the fleeting sincerity in his eyes when he mentioned his parents. Those who initially perceived Lin Feng as merely attempting to inflate the price or show off now harbored more complex emotions. It became apparent that this prominent figure was genuinely searching for his family. The exorbitantly priced skill book transformed into bait, or perhaps a bargaining chip. In an instant, many players directed their gazes toward Lin Feng, their skepticism and dissatisfaction gradually giving way to understanding and even sympathy. Of course, more individuals began to stir with ideas. Lin Guodong, Wang Shufan, those names seemed vaguely familiar. Quick, mobilize all guild members. Investigate these names. If we can locate Lin Feng's parents, the skill book will be ours for free. Yes, yes, even if we cannot secure the skill book. Helping the esteemed Lin Feng find his parents would forge a good relationship. Damn it, I also bear the surname Lin. Should I impersonate his father? Nearby player, get lost. If you want to die, don't drag us down with you. The fervor of the search for family surged to new heights. Meanwhile, Lin Feng, observing the change in the expressions of the surrounding players, silently nodded in approval. Indeed, the plan was working splendidly. Now, all that remained was to wait. Time passed, ticking away second by second. Although the crowd of onlookers remained substantial, few approached to inquire about the price or express a desire to purchase. After all, the astronomical price of 10,000 copper coins was beyond the means of ordinary players or small guilds at this stage. The larger guilds, such as Mad Dragon, Iron Blood, and Starfire, while coveting the skill book, appear to be hesitating, either scrambling to gather funds or waiting for a more opportune moment. Lin Feng was well aware of this. His gaze occasionally swept over the crowd, hoping to catch sight of those two familiar figures. Yet, there was none. An hour passed, 2 hours elapsed. The throng in the square continued to ebb and flow, with new players teleporting from various novice villages to join the assembly. Yet the parents whom Lin Feng eagerly awaited never made an appearance. Lin Feng's heart gradually sank. Anxiety, disappointment, and worry began to permeate his thoughts. System prompt. Your ancestral blessing. Remaining time. 7 hours and 42 minutes. Damn it. I can no longer afford to wait. Lin Feng abruptly rose to his feet, his gaze sharpening with determination. He cast a glance at the throng of people that remained tightly packed around him, then at the blue skill book quietly resting on the tattered cloth. A class change. I must utilize the remaining time of the buff to complete the class change. Chapter 51. The family search sign is established here. I shall venture into the instance first. Time waits for no one. The notification of ancestral blessing, akin to a countdown of life itself, incessantly flickered in the corner of Lin Feng's vision, urging him to seize the moment, for this extraordinary buff would soon vanish. Without the ancestral blessing, which doubled all attributes and bestowed boundless stamina, although he remained formidable, sweeping through challenges and soloing team instances would no longer be as effortless. Moreover, there loomed the impending cataclysmic wave of undead in 50 days. Pressure. It weighed upon Lin Feng's heart like an invisible mountain. He must hasten to complete his class transition, unlock new skills and growth paths, and, in the fleeting moments of ancestral blessing, fervently elevate his level and prowess. Only by becoming stronger could he hope to survive the impending catastrophe and possess the capability to seek out and safeguard his parents. Father, mother, your son can wait no longer. Once I finalize my class transition and grow stronger, I shall undoubtedly find you. Lin Feng inhaled deeply, his eyes brimming with determination. He hesitated no more, bending down to retrieve a stone tablet inscribed with crooked letters from the ground. After pondering for a moment, he rummaged through his backpack to produce a sturdy-looking wooden stick of uncertain origin, and with a piece of rope likely dropped from a foe, he clumsily affixed the tablet to the stick. Then, with a decisive thrust, he firmly planted the makeshift sign, adorned with the family search and auction advertisements, into the pristine, smooth cracks of the tiles beside his stall. A strikingly postmodern family search notice abruptly stood at the heart of Hope Square. The sign is established. Lin Feng dusted off his hands and proclaimed loudly to the surrounding players, who were still in a state of bewilderment, that the rules remained unchanged. Find my father, Lin Guodong, or my mother, Wang Shufan. Bring them here to await my return. Skill books are free. If no one finds them, or if my parents cannot come at the moment, those wishing to purchase books should prepare 10,000 copper coins. We shall discuss it upon my return from the instance. Did you hear that clearly? Lin Feng's voice resonated, imbued with undeniable authority. The players exchanged glances, then instinctively nodded. Whatever the esteemed one declared was law, although his abrupt departure after setting up the sign seemed somewhat irresponsible. Who could argue with a figure of such stature? The Great One always acted with such nonchalance. You there? Lin Feng's gaze swept through the crowd, finally landing on a rather earnest-looking novice clad in novice garb, who was gazing at him with admiration from a distance. Yes, you. The novice in the white robe. Startled at being singled out, the novice jumped slightly, nervously pointing at himself. Me? Great One? Yes, it is you. Lin Feng flashed a grin, revealing what he believed to be a benevolent expression, though to others it might have appeared somewhat menacing. I see you possess an extraordinary physique and remarkable talent. You are destined for greatness. The novice, overwhelmed by the praise, felt his cheeks flush. You flatter me, esteemed one. Clearing his throat, Lin Feng continued, I have a small favor to ask. Please keep an eye on this stall. This sign. Ensure it remains untouched or unaltered. If anyone approaches my parents or wishes to bid on the books, have them wait here for me. I shall return shortly. Once the task is complete, you shall not be left empty-handed. With a reassuring pat on his chest, he exuded an air of protection. Upon hearing of the reward, the novice's eyes sparkled with excitement. To assist the legendary Lin Feng and reap benefits? It felt like a stroke of fortune. He straightened his posture and fervently declared, Rest assured, esteemed one, I will fulfill this task. The sign is secure. If anyone dares to tamper with it, I shall confront them. Promising indeed. Lin Feng nodded in approval, casually retrieving 100 copper coins from his backpack and tossing them to the novice. Here, consider this a down payment. Do well. 100 copper coins. The novice stared in disbelief at the weighty coins in his hand, his eyes widening in astonishment. This was a sum he could scarcely earn in a day or two. Thank you, esteemed one. Thank you. I vow to safeguard this sign with my life. His excitement rendered him nearly speechless, almost bowing before Lin Feng. The surrounding players watched this exchange with envy and jealousy. If only they had known that merely guarding a sign for the esteemed one could yield 100 copper coins, they would have behaved more dutifully. Lin Feng chose to disregard the reactions around him, feeling considerably lighter after arranging the matter. He turned, his gaze fixed on the distant square, where a foreboding red glow emanated from the entrance of the dungeon, swirling ominously like a colossal vortex. Biohazard Dungeon. The target of his class advancement quest. The sharpshooter approaches. With a low exclamation, Lin Feng felt the surge of ancestral blessing coursing through him once more. The rapid effect of the iron-plated boots activated. Whoosh! In the awe and admiration of countless players, Lin Feng's form transformed into a streak of golden lightning, moving with an unparalleled swiftness, leaving behind a trail of afterimages as he sped toward the entrance of the biohazard dungeon. His velocity surpassed even his previous pace, indicating a genuine urgency. He must complete everything before the buff dissipated. Like a cannonball, Lin Feng propelled himself to the entrance of the biohazard dungeon. It loomed before him, a dark red vortex suspended in midair, twisting and swirling, exuding an unsettling scent of blood and decay. Surrounding the vortex was a faint veil of black mist, within which shadowy figures flickered, emitting chilling, guttural growls. Beside the entrance of the dungeon, a stone tablet stands, clearly inscribed with the dungeon information. Mystic Dungeon, Biohazard, Recommended Level, LV10, LV15, Dungeon Type, Team, Recommended, 5 players, Optional Difficulty, Easy, Normal, Hard, Nightmare, Hell. Background introduction. Once a thriving modern metropolis, it has been utterly transformed into a hell on Earth following a sudden outbreak of a biohazard virus. Countless citizens have been infected, becoming mindless zombies, ravenous for flesh. Deep within the city lurk terrifying mutated beings hidden in the shadows. Brave adventurers, venture into this city of death to investigate the source of the virus and put an end to this crisis. Beneath the stone tablet, several NPC guards, clad in leather and armed, presumably from the gunsmith sanctuary, maintain order and guide players into the dungeon. At this moment, a multitude of players has gathered at the entrance, either forming parties or waiting. Upon seeing Lin Feng's radiant figure appear as if by teleportation, everyone gasped in astonishment. Wow, it's the esteemed Lin Feng. Is he here to tackle this dungeon as well? Wasn't he just at his stall? How did he arrive so swiftly? Lin Feng, would you like to team up? We have knights and healers here. We seek your guidance. An eager player, resembling a team leader, rushed forward, his face alight with anticipation. Their party was in dire need of a powerful damage dealer. If they could ally with the illustrious Lin Feng, conquering the normal difficulty would be a breeze, and perhaps they could even attempt the hard mode. Lin Feng cast a brief glance at him, dismissively waving his hand and coolly uttering 2 words, solo clear. Solo. Clear. The team leader and all nearby players who overheard were left in collective shock. Soloing a team dungeon, especially one meant for LV10-15 players. Such audacity. Lin Feng, however, paid no heed to the astonishment of these mere mortals. He strode directly to the dungeon entrance and presented his task certificate to the guiding NPC guard, automatically acquired upon accepting the class change quest. Trial of the Marksman. Normal difficulty, solo. Lin Feng stated succinctly. The NPC guard momentarily froze, confirming Lin Feng's task information and choice, before mechanically responding, confirming acceptance of Trial of the Marksman. Difficulty, normal, number of entrants, 1. Please be advised, the dungeon is fraught with peril, and solo challenges carry significant risk. Please ensure. Before the guard could finish, Lin Feng stepped resolutely into the ominous, dark red vortex, his figure swiftly engulfed and vanishing from sight, leaving behind a group of players dumbfounded and disheveled in the wind. Along with the NPC guard, who continued dutifully reciting the risk warning. Please ensure, good luck. Chapter 52. Welcome to Raccoon City. A novice dungeon? My playground. System notification. You have entered the novice dungeon, abandoned police station of Raccoon City. Dungeon difficulty, normal, current status, solo mode. Warning, this dungeon is designed for multiple players, Solo challenges are extremely risky. Please proceed with caution. Mission objective: eliminate the primary threats within the abandoned police station, defeat the final boss, and restore safety to the area. Tip: your current level has reached LV10, but you have yet to complete your job change and cannot earn experience points. A barrage of system notifications flashed before Lin Feng's eyes. Extremely risky? Pfft. That's a concern for the average person. Lin Feng scoffed at the system's warning, dismissing it with a mere curl of his lips. He surveyed his surroundings and found himself standing in a rather dilapidated and eerie hall. This must be the infamous lobby of the abandoned police station in Raccoon City. The lofty ceiling was draped in cobwebs, and several chandeliers hung precariously, flickering with a faint, ghastly green light, casting the entire hall in a spectral glow. The floor was covered with marble tiles, their original color long obscured, littered with scattered documents, overturned furniture, desiccated dark red stains, and some unmistakably human remains. The air was thick with a pungent blend of dust, disinfectant, and a nauseating stench of decay. TSK, 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 the artistic style here is quite immersive. Lin Feng pinched his nose, keenly observing the environment around him. Eerie, oppressive, terrifying. Any normal LV10 player, even in a 5-man team, would likely be trembling with fear and treading cautiously at this moment. But who is Lin Feng? Blessed with the ancestral blessing that doubles all attributes. Armed with golden quality dual guns with infinite ammunition, adorned with the title 50,000 Corpses Slayer, inflicting 20 damage to undead creatures, with an agility of 136, attack power exceeding 500. In such a place, for him, it was akin to wandering through his own backyard, or rather, merely stepping outside the novice village into a small grove. Roar as if to corroborate Lin Feng's thoughts. A low, raspy growl echoed from the depths of the hall. Moments later, several figures clad in tattered police uniforms, with ashen gray skin, grotesquely contorted movements, and an unknown viscous substance dripping from their lips, staggered out of the shadows. Police station zombie level, LV10 health points, 1500 attack power, 70 defense power, 40 skills, bite, claw strike, horde effect. Here they come. An appetizer. Lin Feng's eyes sparkled with delight, and instead of fear, a playful smile reminiscent of a child with a new toy spread across his face. He didn't even bother to seek cover. He boldly stood in the center of the hall, raising his hands as the two gleaming golden desert eagles were firmly grasped in his grip. Bang, bang, bang. No need to aim. With the extraordinary precision and minimal recoil afforded by the Gemini heart effect, coupled with his unnaturally agile attributes that grant him a terrifying neural reflex speed, 3 bullets struck the head of the foremost police zombie with an uncanny accuracy. Minus 556. Minus 556. Minus 556. 3 vivid crimson damage numbers erupted almost simultaneously above the zombie's head. With a base attack power of 503, diminished by the zombie's meager 40 defense, the foundational damage amounted to 463. Adding the 50,000 Corpse Slayer title's 20 damage bonus against undead creatures, a single shot resulted in 556 points of damage. 3 shots, no more, no less, precisely depleted the health bar of this LV10 ordinary zombie, which boasted 1,500 points of vitality. With a splat, the police zombie's head burst open like a watermelon struck by a heavy hammer, splattering red and white everywhere. Its massive frame swayed twice before collapsing straight down, dissipating into specks of black light. Ding. Killed. Police zombie LV10, unable to gain experience. The cold system notification resounded once more. TSK. No experience is quite frustrating. Lin Feng pouted, yet his hands continued their relentless assault. Bang, 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 bang. He scarcely bothered to shift his position, standing resolutely like an unyielding artillery platform. The Gemini Desert Eagle in his grasp spat forth deadly tongues of fire. Golden projectiles traced deadly arcs through the dimly lit hall. Minus 556. Minus 556. Minus 556. Minus 556. Minus 556. minus 556. The police zombies that had just emerged from the shadows, unable to close the distance of 10 meters to Lin Feng, fell like wheat before the scythe, collapsing in swathes. Their movements were exasperatingly slow in the face of Lin Feng's astonishing 136 agility. Their attacks? With a mere 70 attack power, they couldn't even breach Lin Feng's formidable 95 defense. Even if they were fortunate enough to land a hit, it would merely result in a forced deduction of 1 health point, or worse, a complete miss. In less than 10 seconds, the dozen or so police zombies that had surged from all directions toward the center of the hall were reduced to mere black light and system notifications. The entire hall returned to a deathly silence once more. Is this it? Is this truly it? Lin Feng blew on the muzzle of his gun, revealing an expression of profound disappointment. LV-10-15 dungeon? This intensity, are they serious? He felt as though he had transformed into a max-level, fully equipped overlord, returning to the novice village to confront a horde of minions that could only chant Demacia. It was utterly uninspiring. He hoped the subsequent enemies would prove more formidable. Otherwise, this class transition quest was dreadfully tedious. While complaining, Lin Feng commenced his looting. Regrettably, these ordinary zombies were as impoverished as they come, yielding only a few copper coins and not a single piece of white equipment. Stingy, Lin Feng grumbled as he picked up the copper coins and began to survey the structure of the hall. Before the entrance stood a tall reception desk, still bearing the remnants of the R.P.D. Raccoon City Police Department insignia, albeit now marred by grime and claw marks. Behind the desk, a passageway seemingly led to the internal office area. On either side of the hall, several closed doors bore signs such as archive room and duty room. The entire layout bore a striking resemblance to the police station depicted in the game. According to the quest's progression, the next step was likely to venture into the office area or corridor. Lin Feng recalled the information provided by the NPC mentor. He chose not to rush forward, but instead slowed his pace slightly. The dim lighting, the silent atmosphere, and the faint echoes of distant growls contributed to an increasingly tense ambience. Just as Lin Feng stepped into the corridor connecting to the office area, a piercing shriek, akin to metal scraping against glass, erupted from above. Instantly, a swift shadow, accompanied by a sharp whoosh, leaped down from the ceiling, targeting the nape of Lin Feng's neck. The exposed, muscular body was imposing. The glinting, scythe-like claws promised peril, and the creature had no eyes, only a gaping maw and a long, flickering tongue. Devourer level, LV-13 health, 5,000 attack, 150 defense, 60 agility, extremely high skills. Tongue whip, leaping claw strike, ceiling crawl. Death lurking. This devourer had evidently employed the death lurking skill, silently adhering to the shadows of the ceiling, awaiting the perfect moment to strike. Its timing was impeccable. It chose the instant when Lin Feng's attention was diverted by the corridor ahead. Its speed was lightning fast, and those razor-sharp claws could tear through steel in an instant. Any ordinary player, regardless of how swift an assassin they might be, would likely succumb to a swift demise against such a sudden lethal blow. However, it faced Lin Feng. Just as the claws were about to graze the skin of Lin Feng's neck, a mischievous smile crept across Lin Feng's lips. Finally, a worthy adversary. His body did not make any exaggerated evasive maneuvers. Rather, his neck bent at an uncanny angle, as if boneless, to the side. Simultaneously, the golden eagle in his right hand appeared as if teleporting beneath his left rib, the muzzle pointing upwards at an astonishing angle. Bang! The deafening gunshot echoed through the narrow corridor. A near point-blank shot, minus 532. A massive damage number erupted from the abdomen of the descending devourer. It emitted a pained screech, and the force of that shot abruptly interrupted its powerful leap. Its body momentarily stiffened in midair. And this was the opportunity Lin Feng had been waiting for. Little treasure, crawl for me. A glimmer of cold light flickered in Lin Feng's eyes. His left hand wielded the desert eagle, resembling a venomous serpent emerging from its lair. Bang, 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 bang. A rapid succession of precise shots erupted. The golden bullets fell like the scythe of death, mercilessly raining upon the exposed, pulsating heart of the devourer, paralyzed and unable to evade. Minus 532. Minus 532. Minus 532. Minus 532. Minus 532. The damage numbers cascaded like a torrential waterfall. The level 13 elite monster, the Devourer, boasted a staggering 5,000 health points. Yet under Lin Feng's tempestuous assault, its health bar plummeted like a dam burst. From the moment of its ambush to Lin Feng's counterattack that rendered it immobile, and finally to the frenzied barrage, the entire sequence unfolded in less than 3 seconds. Hiss! Ow! The Devourer emitted one final, reluctant roar, its massive form crashing heavily to the ground, convulsing twice before dissipating into a swirl of dark light. Only a few copper coins and an item exuding a faint blue glow remained. Lin Feng landed steadily, a hint of lingering curiosity on his face. Is that it? Just this? An elite monster? It was indeed slightly stronger than the previous weaklings, yet far too fragile. He shook his head and bent down to retrieve the drops. A handful of copper coins and decayed police badge, quality, white type, quest item trinket description. A police badge so corroded that the inscriptions are nearly illegible, seemingly imbued with some peculiar energy fluctuation. Perhaps it holds some purpose? Lin Feng held the tattered card, his expression one of bewilderment. After all that, the elite monster yielded this trinket? A quest item? What a letdown. He casually tossed the worthless item into his backpack, then lifted his foot, continuing deeper into the corridor. His face was etched with profound disdain for this novice dungeon. This was hardly a dungeon. It was clearly a shooting range for him. Chapter 53. Equality among all before the young master. Navigating through the corridor where the liquor had ambushed him, Lin Feng officially stepped into the interior office area of the police station. The scene here was even more chaotic and disheveled than in the lobby. Rows of cubicles lay in disarray, file cabinets overturned, and papers and debris were strewn about haphazardly. Most of the ceiling lights had extinguished, with only a few stubbornly flickering, casting erratic shadows that enhanced the eerie atmosphere. The stench in the air had intensified, and, faintly, one could hear the distant growls of zombies and the nauseating sound of gnawing flesh. TSK, the working environment of these policemen wasn't too great even when they were alive. But now it's quite lively after their demise. Lin Feng muttered his thoughts while vigilantly surveying his surroundings. Although he had dispatched the liquor in an instant, it served as a reminder. He could not underestimate the strength of these ordinary zombies. Elite creatures and special mechanisms could still pose a threat. Roar! As Lin Feng entered a relatively spacious office hall, from the shadows of the surrounding cubicles, behind the overturned desks, and even from the ventilation ducts, a multitude of police zombies surged forth. The sheer number was staggering, at least 20 to 30 of them. Furthermore, these zombies seemed to be bound by some invisible force. Once they amassed in sufficient numbers, a faint, unsettling black aura began to emanate from each one of them. Their eyes transformed from murky to a blood-red hue. Their movement speed appeared slightly faster, negligibly so. System notification. Horde effect has been triggered. Attack power of police zombies within range 5, defense 5. Oh, so this is the Horde effect? Lin Feng raised an eyebrow, a look of intrigue crossing his face. He nearly burst into laughter. Is this it? Just this minor enhancement? He felt slightly insulted. This increase was practically negligible to him. Still 3 shots for 1. After all this is the extent of the enhancement? He had expected to transform into a Super Saiyan zombie. How disappointing. Lin Feng shook his head in dismay. He could not be bothered with tactical positioning. He simply stood his ground, arms outstretched. Come on, let me show you what absolute firepower suppression looks like. The infinite bullets from his twin Desert Eagles roared once more in a frenzy. This time, Lin Feng didn't even bother aiming for headshots. He activated the spray and pray mode. After all, bullets were of no cost. Besides, these creatures had pitifully low defenses. Golden projectiles, like 2 frenzied fire dragons, instantly swept across the entire office hall. Minus 554. Minus 554. Minus 554. Minus 554. Minus 554. The damage numbers exploded like a barrage of fireworks within the horde. The once formidable police officers, who had triggered the horde effect, crumbled before Lin Feng's overwhelming firepower. As fragile as paper, what did it matter about the horde or the multitude? In the presence of my dual pistols, all beings are equal. All shall meet their demise. The few at the forefront were instantly transformed into a sieve, their bodies torn apart like ragdolls, exploding in chaos. Those behind them had yet to comprehend the situation before being engulfed by a torrential downpour of bullets. Their so-called enhanced attack and defense were nothing but a jest in the face of such firepower. Within mere moments, the entire office hall was once again cleared. The ground was strewn with severed limbs, which rapidly dissipated into darkness, several hundred copper coins, and a few items emitting a faint white glow. Time to clean the battlefield. He hummed a cheerful tune as he began to collect the spoils. Copper coins. Most welcome. Damaged baton, white trash. Bloodied walkie-talkie, white trash. A pack of expired donuts, white trash, potentially poisonous if consumed. What is this? Lin Feng's face darkened, questioning the drop rates of this instance. After vanquishing so many foes, not a single blue item, he felt like a weary farmer toiling away, only to reap a harvest of weeds. Ah, well, even the smallest mosquito is meat. Lin Feng consoled himself, tossing the white trash into the corner of his backpack, preparing to seek out an NPC shop to sell them. With the office hall cleared, he pressed onward. According to the map, the next area should be the holding cells or the interrogation room. The environment there was bound to be more cramped and dimly lit, and, as per the instance description, it was a mandatory encounter zone for the lickers. Finally, something thrilling might be on the horizon. Lin Feng licked his lips, a glimmer of excitement flashing in his eyes. Battling ordinary minions was simply too dull. Elite monsters were where the real thrill resided. Navigating through a darker corridor, walls marred with scratches and mysterious stains, Lin Feng arrived before a heavy iron door. An electronic keypad lock adorned the door, its screen shattered, clearly out of order. Beside it was a card reader, indicating that a corresponding key card was required for access. TSK. Just as I suspected, a puzzle element. Lin Feng smirked, grateful that he had recently acquired a rotten police badge. He wondered if it would serve any purpose. With a mindset of trial and error, he retrieved the tattered card from his backpack and inserted it into the card reader. Beep. Insufficient privileges. A cold electronic voice rang out. What? Insufficient privileges? Lin Feng was taken aback, bewildered by the uselessness of the item. He felt as though the system was mocking him. Did he need to find a specific key card? Lin Feng furrowed his brow. This dilapidated police station was vast. Who knew where the key card might be? He had no time to play a game of escape room here. The time for the ancestral blessing was precious. Damn it, what a wretched door. Behold, a master of physical unlocking. A flicker of impatience danced in Lin Feng's eyes as he retreated a couple of steps and inhaled deeply. Then, with a swift motion, he lifted his right foot high. The iron-plated boots gleamed with metallic luster. Open for me, he bellowed. With a thunderous crash, Lin Feng delivered a powerful kick, infused with an astonishing 64 points of strength, doubled by titles and equipment, directly to the formidable iron door. The robust barrier buckled inward as if struck by a battering ram, producing a sound of agonizing metal distortion. The hinges and locking mechanism, utterly incapable of withstanding such a catastrophic force, gave way with a clatter. Accompanied by the sound of flying metal fragments, the entire door, along with a portion of the frame, was launched outward by Lin Feng's kick, landing heavily on the corridor floor and stirring up clouds of dust. Brutal, simple, effective, task accomplished. Lin Feng dusted off his hands, a satisfied grin illuminating his face. What need had he for passwords or keycards? In the face of absolute power, they were but trifles. Striding confidently past the ejected iron door, he entered the dimly lit area beyond. Here, the air was thick with the stench of blood and decay, almost palpable in its intensity. Along the narrow corridor, cells lined both sides, their iron bars mostly twisted and deformed. Some doors stood ajar, revealing emptiness within, while others remained shut, from which unsettling sounds of impact and growls could be faintly heard. With a roar and hiss, as Lin Feng stepped into the corridor, shadows sprang forth from the cells, from the darkness ahead, and even from above. Not one, but 3 ravenous creatures launched an ambush from various directions, evidently roused by the thunderous noise of the shattered door. One lunged at him head-on, claws aimed directly for his face, while another erupted from a left-side cell, its long tongue striking like a viper towards his waist, attempting to ensnare him. A third creature descended silently from the ceiling, targeting Lin Feng's back. 3 elite level 13 monsters, perfectly synchronized, had sealed off all possible escape routes. In such a predicament, any 5-man team would likely face immediate casualties, if not total annihilation. Yet, on Lin Feng's face, there was no hint of panic. Instead, a more exhilarated smile emerged. Come on me, 3 at once. Saves me the trouble of hunting you down individually. In that instant, his body transformed into an ephemeral shadow. As the creature charged from the front, he did not retreat, but rather advanced, lowering his form as if gliding just above the ground, narrowly evading the creature's claws. Simultaneously, his twin pistols, as if guided by an unseen force, fired bang, bang, striking precisely at the exposed weak point of the creature's abdomen. -532. -532. Unfazed by the whipping tongue from the left, Lin Feng did not even glance. With a powerful stomp of his left foot on the ground, he prepared for the ensuing chaos. The effect of the iron boots' swift activation is unleashed. His body shifted laterally half a meter as if teleported. The whip-like tongue, capable of severing steel, grazed the edge of his attire, striking the wall opposite with a resounding thud, leaving a profound scar. In response, Lin Feng retaliated. Bang, bang, bang. 3 shots. The bullets spiraled, plunging directly into the gaping maw of the devourer. -532. -532. -532. As for the one ambushing from the ceiling, Lin Feng didn't even glance back. Utilizing his extraordinary agility, coupled with a terrifying sense of awareness and reaction, he deftly dodged the first devourer's strike, while his right hand, akin to having eyes in the back, swung upward. Bang, 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 bang. Blind firing. 4 shots. The bullets struck true, piercing the heart of the descending devourer. -532. -532. -532. -532. In the blink of an eye, Lin Feng danced like a specter on the edge of a blade. With mere millimeters to spare, he flawlessly evaded the lethal trio of devourers' coordinated assault. Simultaneously, he inflicted tremendous damage upon each one. This was not a battle, it was an artful massacre. Those 3 arrogant elite devourers appeared before Lin Feng as nothing more than slightly robust insects. Their attacks couldn't even graze the hem of his garment. Meanwhile, every counterattack from Lin Feng was precise and lethal. Bang, bang, bang. The gunfire echoed continuously. Lin Feng's figure weaved through the narrow corridor like a wraith. He was Marco Polo. With the golden desert eagle in each hand, he unleashed furious tongues of flame. In less than mere seconds, all 3 devourers lay vanquished, transformed in a black light, and 3 identical rotten police badges. Lin Feng gazed at the 3 tattered cards on the ground, his lips twitching with madness. More? Is this never-ending? What purpose do these serve? 3 amalgamated into 1 police badge. Is it? He felt his blood pressure rising. The designer of this dungeon is undoubtedly a sadistic fiend. Chapter 54. The S.T.A.R.S. office. I have come to check the water meter. Confronting the tyrant. Struggling against the impulse to tear up those 3 wretched police badges, Lin Feng cursed under his breath as he shoved them into his backpack. Damn it. Once I get out of here, I will definitely file a complaint. What a disastrous place. Bullying honest people, is it? Despite his verbal complaints, his steps did not falter. As he traversed the corridor of the detention area, thick with the stench of blood and despair, he soon arrived at a crossroads. The left path appeared to lead deeper into the prison, or perhaps the interrogation room. The light was exceedingly dim, and he could faintly hear the sound of dragging chains, suggesting it was not a pleasant place. To the right lay a slightly more spacious staircase, ascending towards the upper echelons of the police station. A sign, crookedly hanging at the staircase's entrance, was smeared with filth, yet he could barely discern the words S.T.A.R.S. office. The S.T.A.R.S. office? Lin Feng's eyes lit up. This was a hallmark location from Resident Evil, the protagonist's stronghold, a treasure trove of critical items and plot triggers. He chuckled to himself. I must go take a look. The allure of the S.T.A.R.S. office was undeniably greater than the sinister, foul-smelling prison area to the left, which surely hid some grotesque secrets. Perhaps he might uncover something valuable, such as the protagonist's clandestine weapons, or perhaps a certain alluring female team member's private diary. Lin Feng, what am I thinking? Am I that kind of person? Without hesitation, he ascended the staircase to the right. The staircase was also littered with debris and bloodstains, with numerous bullet holes and marks of explosions marring the walls, clearly indicating that fierce battles had once raged here. Lin Feng climbed the steps and soon reached the second floor. The corridor on this level was somewhat brighter than the first, yet it still exuded an aura of death. At the end of the hallway, a pair of double doors stood ajar, the sign above the frame having lost half of its letters, yet the remaining portion clearly read S.T.A.R.S. This was it. Lin Feng's spirits soared as he gripped his twin pistols, cautiously approaching. Though he felt confident, who could say what horrors might lurk within this famed office? Perhaps a perverse figure like Weskia? He peered into the office. Inside, chaos reigned. Desks and chairs lay. The office space was relatively spacious, divided into several areas, including a communication room, an armory, which had been brutally forced open and lay empty, in the captain's office. Lin Feng, like an inquisitive child or perhaps a scavenger in search of supplies, began to rummage through the office. Let me see. Is there anything of value? In a collapsed desk drawer, he discovered a fragmentary document. Subject B. Vu. T002. Preliminary test results far exceeded expectations. Strength, speed, and recovery abilities all met the design standards. However, there seems to be a flaw in intelligence. Excessive aggression makes it difficult to control. It is recommended to implant a power limiter. The content at the end of the document had been torn away. T002? Power limiter? Lin Feng stroked his chin, realizing this referred to the tyrant. He instantly recalled the final boss described in the mission briefing. That hulking figure clad in a trench coat, formidable and chaotic. It seemed he was not far from the boss. He searched elsewhere and found some useless odds and ends, such as damaged radio headphones, an empty emergency spray and a vintage magazine featuring a sultry woman on the cover. Lin Feng, cough, I shall critically collect this. Apart from that, nothing of value was discovered. TCH, a miserly office. Lin Feng pouted in dissatisfaction, having expected to find a few rocket launchers with infinite ammunition. Just as he was about to leave the S.T.A.R.S. office and proceed to the next area, which, according to the mission flow, should be the underground parking lot or the entrance to a secret laboratory, a heavy, oppressive footfall suddenly echoed from the depths of the corridor outside the office. The sound seemed to pound against Lin Feng's heart with every step. Slow, yet resolute, it exuded an undeniable sense of power. Lin Feng's pupils contracted sharply. This sound of footsteps could not possibly belong to an ordinary zombie or licker. He immediately reacted. No way. Could the boss have arrived so soon? He quickly turned, raised his dual pistols, and warily fixed his gaze on the open door of the office. The footsteps grew closer and louder. Thud, thud, thud. An exceptionally tall, burly figure appeared in the doorway, clad in a distinctive, stained, and torn dark green trench coat. Beneath it lay muscles as hard as steel. His skin bore a ghastly pale hue, his face devoid of expression, with only a pair of cold, merciless eyes locking on a Lin Feng within the office. That terrifying aura, that suffocating pressure, without a doubt, he was the final boss of this mission, the tyrant T002. Tyrant T002 level, LV-15 type, boss bioweapon health, 20,000 attack, 250 defense, 100 skills, devastating fist, tyrant charge, resilient skin, power limitation release, titan tread. This creature. Its stature is truly formidable. Lin Feng gazed at the towering boss before him, standing at least 2.5 meters tall, resembling a small giant, and couldn't help but whistle in awe. Despite the distance, he could sense the raw, murderous aura radiating from it, a palpable terror born for the sole purpose of slaughter. With 20,000 health points, 250 in attack, and 100 in defense, its attributes were undeniably more formidable than the previous Scourge Overlord, particularly that 100 points of defense. Tyrant T002 clearly had no intentions of engaging in amicable discourse with Lin Feng. Fixating its icy gaze upon him, it wasted no time, striding forward with heavy steps. Thud, thud, thud. Each step sent tremors through the office floor. Hey, big guy, no need to be so serious. Smile a little. Lin Feng retreated, increasing the distance while simultaneously hurling taunts. Yet, the response he received was that of the tyrant's fist, the size of a cauldron. Whoosh! The tyrant surged forward with an astonishing acceleration, its massive frame displaying an unexpected swiftness. In an instant, it closed several meters of distance. A colossal fist, imbued with terrifying power, sliced through the air with a howling rush, aimed squarely at Lin Feng's head. Devastating fist. This punch, it carried tremendous force, potent enough to crush a tank. Lin Feng could even feel the oppressive pressure of the punch's wind. Holy moly! So fast. Lin Feng was taken aback. He hadn't anticipated that this seemingly cumbersome creature could be so swift. However, no matter how fast, could it surpass his own speed? In the critical moment before the fist connected with his face, Lin Feng's body floated backward like a willow fluff, retreating several meters. Simultaneously, his sand eagle was raised in an instant. Bang, 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 bang. The vengeful bullets poured forth like a torrential storm, targeting the tyrant's unprotected visage. Minus 484. Minus 484. Minus 484. A flurry of damage numbers erupted above the tyrant's head. Although the 100 points of defense indeed mitigated some damage, Lin Feng's attack power was overwhelmingly high. Coupled with the 20 boost from 50,000 corpse slash, each shot still inflicted nearly 500 points of damage upon the tyrant. However, a shocking scene unfolded. In the face of Lin Feng's firepower, capable of annihilating the devourer in an instant, the tyrant did not flinch or evade. It didn't even blink. It allowed the powerful bullets to rain down upon its face and body without resistance. Minus 484. Minus 484. Damage numbers continued to rise, and the tyrant's health bar slowly dwindled. Yet, its advance showed no signs of abating. It continued to advance with heavy steps, drawing closer to Lin Feng. On that expressionless face, there was only a chilling intent to kill, as if Lin Feng's attacks were merely a light tickle to it. What on earth? So resilient? Lin Feng gazed at the slowly descending health bar above the tyrant's head, feeling a chill run down his spine. This tough exterior is extraordinarily abnormal, isn't it? Not only does it boast high defense, but it also seems to possess significant damage mitigation or an indomitable effect. Fascinating. This is becoming increasingly intriguing. Rather than feeling alarmed, Lin Feng felt a surge of excitement. Now this is a challenge. Come on, you hulking brute. Let me see whether you will demolish this building first, or if I shall reduce you to a sieve. With a hearty laugh, Lin Feng ceased his retreat, his feet striking the ground with force. Like an arrow released from its bow, he charged forward to meet the terrifying bioweapon akin to a moving fortress. Chapter 55, The Boss Battle. A Clash of Titans. The tyrant's iron fist meets Lin Feng's dance. Bang, 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 bang. The twin sand eagles unleashed a torrent of furious flames once more. The golden barrage danced like two frenzied whips, striking mercilessly at the tyrant's impassive visage. Minus 484. Minus 484. Minus 484. The damage numbers incessantly flickered And although each figure paled in comparison to the assaults on lesser foes, Lin Feng's rapid-fire pace was unyielding. That was an infinite ammo, golden weapon. Coupled with his extraordinary agility and the enhancement of twin hearts, the recoil was almost non-existent, and his firing rate was astonishing. In the span of a mere second, he unleashed a barrage of bullets. Kato Eagle's hand. He forcibly diminished the tyrant's health by thousands as it charged forth. Yet the tyrant T-002, a true embodiment of its ominous title, remained unfazed by such a tempest of firepower. Not even a blink betrayed its steely resolve as the bullets, capable of rending steel, struck with muffled thuds upon its form. Its advance persisted without a hint of hesitation, its cold, unyielding gaze fixated upon Lin Feng. The distance closed rapidly. 5 meters, 4 meters, 3 meters. Just as the tyrant's colossal fist was poised to strike once more, Lin Feng sprang into action. His body glided to the left at an angle that defied human capability. Meanwhile, his twin guns continued their relentless barrage. Bang, bang, bang. The bullets grazed the fierce wind of the tyrant's punch, landing precisely upon its chest and neck. Minus 484. Minus 484. Minus 484. The tyrant's punch missed. That terrifying force crashed into the hard floor of the S.T.A.R.S. office. A resounding boom echoed. At the impact point, the floor instantly fractured, debris flying in all directions, leaving behind a shallow crater. The power was staggering. Goodness, such strength. A demolition crew, perhaps? Lin Feng's eyelids fluttered in disbelief. Had that punch connected, his nearly 1,600 health points would have plummeted significantly, likely accompanied by debilitating effects such as dizziness or fractures. No direct confrontation. Absolutely not. Lin Feng swiftly assessed the situation. His greatest advantage lay in his unparalleled speed and agility, with an astounding 136 agility points. Enhanced further by 15 speed boost from iron plate boots, he moved like a wraith amidst the relatively spacious yet cluttered S.T.A.R.S. office. He circled the tyrant, engaging in a high-speed dance of gunfire. At times, he darted behind the desk, using it as a fleeting shield. Other times, he maneuvered beside a support pillar, evading the tyrant's linear onslaught. Occasionally, he even leapt high, standing atop a toppled filing cabinet, raining down his firepower from above. His form was so swift that only shimmering golden afterimages remained in his wake. In his hands, the twin desert eagles resembled two relentless venomous serpents, incessantly dispatching lethal bullets from various cunning angles into the body of the tyrant. Bang, bang, bang. The gunfire reverberated without respite. The S.T.A.R.S. office had been utterly transformed into Lin Feng's personal stage. Meanwhile, the tyrant T-002 resembled a clumsy bear, ensnared in the dance of Lin Feng, the agile hunter. It boasted formidable strength and defense, yet speed remained its Achilles heel, although it charged forward with commendable velocity. It could hardly graze Lin Feng's attire in the face of his near-instantaneous evasion. The destructive heavy fist? A miss. The tyrant charge? Whoosh. The tyrant once more locked on a Lin Feng, its massive form hurtling forward like a cannonball, unstoppable. It obliterated every desk, chair, and filing cabinet in its path. However, just as it was about to collide with Lin Feng, a smirk of derision appeared on his lips, as if to say, "Too slow." He pushed off from a partially collapsed metal cabinet with his left foot, executing a splendid side flip midair like a gymnastics champion, landing gracefully beside the path of the tyrant's charge. Simultaneously, the Desert Eagle in his hand continued its relentless barrage. Bang, bang, bang. The bullets pursued the back of the tyrant's head, causing sparks to fly. Minus 484. Minus 484. Minus 484. Minus 484. The tyrant's charge crashed directly into the far wall of the office. Boom! The entire building seemed to tremble. A colossal hole appeared in the wall, bricks raining down. Goodness, what destructive power. I hope I won't have to pay for the damage once this is over. Lin Feng couldn't help but comment as he gazed at the disfigured wall. The tyrant slowly extricated itself from the breach in the wall, unscathed, though its coat was now more tattered. It turned to face Lin Feng again, its icy gaze locking onto him. Despite Lin Feng having depleted nearly a third of its health, approximately 6,000 points, it appeared impervious to pain. It showed no signs of fatigue, maintaining that cold, merciless demeanor, born solely for slaughter. TSK, what a dullard. Lin Feng sighed, feeling a tinge of boredom. This boss, aside from its tough skin and considerable strength, seemed rather unremarkable, as long as he maintained his distance and utilized his speed to kite it. Wearing it down was merely a matter of time, though it might take a while. Lin Feng glanced at the remaining duration of his Blessing of Ancestors buff. There were several hours left, ample time indeed. However, he was reluctant to squander his precious minutes on this dullard. He needed to devise a strategy to enhance his efficiency. Lin Feng pondered, should he confront it head-on? No, the risk was too great. Seek out a weakness? The creature appeared as solid as iron, devoid of any apparent vulnerabilities. Wait, the documents. Lin Feng suddenly recalled the incomplete document he had discovered on the table earlier. It mentioned the power limiter. It also referred to the boss's flawed intelligence and excessive aggression. Flawed intelligence, excessive aggression. Lin Feng stroked his chin, his eyes gleaming with excitement. He chuckled wickedly, abruptly ceasing his aimless shooting. Instead, he sprinted towards the center of the office, to the sturdy load-bearing pillar adorned with the S-T-A-R-S emblem. Come on, big guy. Chase after me. If you catch me, I'll show you something. As he ran, Lin Feng provocatively beckoned the tyrant with his finger, reveling in the challenge. Sure enough, the tyrant's already limited intelligence was ignited by Lin Feng's taunts. It emitted a low, furious roar, abandoning all other actions, and lumbered towards Lin Feng with heavy strides. The target, that very load-bearing pillar. Now's the moment. A glint of determination flashed in Lin Feng's eyes. Just as the tyrant was nearing the pillar, preparing to unleash a devastating punch, Lin Feng's figure suddenly darted aside, akin to teleportation. The bullets he had left suspended in the air seemed to have been perfectly calculated. Bang, bang, bang. They accurately struck the tyrant's knee joint, which had slightly lost its balance due to the force. Minus 484. Minus 484. Minus 484. Although the damage was still modest, it successfully caused the tyrant to stumble ever so slightly. Consequently, its fist veered off course, missing Lin Feng and the pillar. Boom! The terrifying punch crashed into the wall adjacent to the load-bearing pillar, creating yet another gaping hole. Ha ha ha! Iron fool! Missed, didn't tee you. Lin Feng placed his hands on his hips, bursting into laughter. He realized that by exploiting the boss's low intelligence and its susceptibility to taunts, combined with his precise shooting and masterful evasive maneuvers, he could effectively toy with it. In response to this mockery, the tyrant appeared even more enraged. It let out a deeper growl, its muscles seemingly swelling with fury. Once again, it charged at Lin Feng. Come on, keep it coming. Let me see just how foolish you can be. Unfazed, Lin Feng deftly maneuvered around the office's various obstacles, enticing the tyrant in a new round of a cat-and-mouse game. Gunfire, explosions, the sound of crumbling buildings, and Lin Feng's brazen taunts, all intertwined in the S-T-A-R-S office, creating an extraordinarily bizarre, yet comically delightful battle symphony. The tyrant's health steadily declined in this playful skirmish. Soon enough, its health plunged below the critical 50 threshold. Chapter 56, The Lifting of Power Restrictions. At the instant the tyrant's health plummeted below the critical threshold of 10,000 points, a roar erupted from the depths of its throat, starkly contrasting with previous sounds. This new cry was imbued with ferocity and anguish, a wild cacophony of madness and euphoric liberation. Accompanying this roar, the form of Tyrant T-002 underwent a staggering transformation. Crack, crack, a series of terrifying sounds, akin to bones shattering and reforming, resonated from within it. Its already formidable physique swelled further, completely tearing apart the tattered, dark green trench coat. revealing a grotesque musculature that resembled wrought iron. The skin, once a pallid gray, now bore an unnatural dark red hue, marred by the marks of ruptured veins. Its eyes were entirely consumed by a frenzied crimson light, an aura of terror, exponentially more powerful and laden with a desire for destruction, swept through the entire S.T.A.R.S. office. System notification: Tyrant T-002, health below 50. Power restrictions lifted, activated. Tyrant T-002, entering berserk state. Attack speed increased by 20. Movement speed increased by 20. Defense decreased by 10. New skill, Titanic Stomp, unlocked. What? It could transform to? Lin Feng gazed in astonishment at the behemoth before him, whose demeanor had shifted dramatically, now radiating an overwhelming presence. The previously formidable yet somewhat cumbersome creature had metamorphosed into a relentless killing machine, exuding an aura of annihilation. Speed, power, intimidation, all escalated to unprecedented levels. Particularly notable was the increase in movement speed. What had once seemed to Lin Feng like an inferior competitor was now, after a 20 enhancement, able to keep pace with his own regular speed augmented by the rapid effect. This signified that evading the tyrant as effortlessly as before would no longer be a simple task. A 10 decrease in defense? Lin Feng noted another crucial piece of information from the system notification. The tyrant's defense had dropped from 100 to 90. This meant, bang, without hesitation, Lin Feng raised his weapon and fired. Minus 496. Indeed, damage had increased. Though only by a few points, any improvement was welcome. The output efficiency had markedly enhanced. Come on, you're in a frenzy now, are you? Let me see just how wild you can be. Lin Feng took a deep breath, his gaze sharpening. His opponent had grown stronger, and he too must summon greater strength. No longer would he toy with the creature. All his focus shifted to evasion and output. The extraordinary neural reflexes and body control bestowed by the ancestral blessing reached their zenith at this moment. Roar! The berserk tyrant's desire to attack was palpably intensified. It abandoned its previously rigid pursuit mode and launched a tempestuous assault directly at Lin Feng. Devastating heavy fists. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The formidable punches, accompanied by a terrifying sound of breaking air, descended upon Lin Feng like a torrential downpour. The speed had increased by at least 20 compared to before. Each strike contained the power capable of crushing steel. Lin Feng's figure darted through the flurry of fists, resembling a leaf caught in a tumultuous storm, surrounded by peril. Yet, he always managed to evade the fatal blows by the narrowest of margins. The iron plate boots beneath his feet transformed into mere phantoms. With each step, he precisely landed on the optimal points of exertion and evasion. Bang, bang, bang. The gunfire of the twin Desert Eagles grew increasingly frantic. He even began to target the slightly darker joints on the tyrant's body, exposed by its bulging muscles. Although unsure if they were vulnerabilities, it was certainly preferable to striking its iron-like chest. Minus 496. Minus 496. The damage numbers continued to flicker. The tyrant's health bar was persistently descending. Yet, the rate of decline seemed slower than before. No, it was not slower. The tyrant's attack frequency was simply too high. In order to evade the torrential onslaught of heavy fists, Lin Feng had to devote more energy to dodging, naturally affecting his offensive output. This could not continue. He would be worn down to nothing. Just as Lin Feng pondered a strategy, the tyrant appeared to grow weary of this whack-a-mole game. It abruptly ceased its punching motion and let out a deafening roar. Then, its colossal body sank down with force. The right foot, like a pillar of heaven, it slammed down upon the ground. Titan stomp. Oh no, the ultimate move is here. Lin Feng's pupils constricted. He had long anticipated this maneuver. As the tyrant crouched, he wasted no time. With a powerful thrust of his legs, he propelled himself backward, as if equipped with rocket boosters. Almost the moment he had retreated 7 to 8 meters, a visible shockwave erupted from the tyrant's landing point, rapidly expanding outward. The ground trembled violently, as if an earthquake of magnitude 8 had struck. Where the shockwave passed, the earth cracked, and debris flew in all directions. Those office desks and filing cabinets that had not yet been destroyed were shattered into countless fragments, as if struck by an invisible hammer. The tremendous force even sent a rush of air towards Lin Feng, who had barely escaped the edge of the impact zone. What a close call. Lin Feng patted his chest, still shaken. If he had been hit head-on, even if he survived the 5 seconds of dizziness would have been sufficient for the tyrant to reduce him to pulp. This boss, now enraged, was indeed exponentially more formidable. There was no time to dawdle. A swift resolution was imperative. Lin Feng's gaze sharpened. He glanced at the tyrant's health bar, which still held approximately 40, equating to less than 8,000 points. He must eliminate it before its next release of Titan's Wrath, or before his own energy is completely depleted. With determination flashing in his eyes, Lin Feng no longer pursued mere evasion of extremes. Instead, he began to take risks. He endeavored to draw as close to the tyrant as possible during the fleeting moments between its assaults, for the closer he was, the higher his accuracy and the greater the effective damage he could inflict. Of course, the risks escalated exponentially. With a whoosh, another devastating blow grazed the tip of Lin Feng's nose. Now was the moment. Seizing this ephemeral opportunity, he advanced rather than retreated, lunging forward with fervor until he was nearly pressed against the tyrant's colossal frame. The twin desert eagles in his hands were almost nestled against the tyrant's armpit, a spot rendered vulnerable by its frenzied state. Die, you wretch! The advantage of infinite ammunition was vividly illustrated in that instant. A torrent of golden bullets surged forth, resembling 2 high-speed drills, mercilessly drilling into a singular target. Minus 496. Minus 510. Minus 496. Minus 525. Critical hit. Minus 496. Minus 496. Minus 510. The damage figures flashed across the screen with unprecedented velocity. The tyrant, clearly taken aback by Lin Feng's audacity to engage at such a perilous proximity, emitted a pained roar, attempting to swat Lin Feng away with a swing of its arm. Yet Lin Feng clung to it like a persistent adhesive, deftly adjusting his position to evade each of the tyrant's strikes. All the while, his twin guns remained unwaveringly focused on the breach he had meticulously chosen, the tyrant's health bar plummeting like a dam burst. 7,000, 6,000, 5,000. Chapter 57. The completion of the dungeon. The tyrant's wail and abundant spoils at this moment. He was in a state of utmost concentration. The blessing from his ancestors bestowed a complete doubling of attributes, not merely enhancing numerical values, but also elevating his sensory perception, reflexes, and physical coordination to unprecedented heights. His mind functioned like the most intricate supercomputer, meticulously analyzing every movement of the tyrant, the trajectory of each attack, and calculating the optimal evasion routes and counterattack timings. His body, resembling a flawless killing machine, executed his brain's commands with impeccable precision. Dodge, slide, crouch, step. The twin desert eagles in his hands unleashed a torrent of fire at maximum speed. His target remained fixed on the area beneath the tyrant's armpit, which he had chosen to focus on. Roar! The tyrant had completely lost its mind. It experienced an unparalleled agony and the looming threat of death. Its massive form twisted violently, arms flailing in an attempt to shake off this incessantly bothersome little pest, to crush it. But Lin Feng's speed was simply too swift, too agile. He was like a slippery eel, always managing to evade attacks in the most astonishing ways at the most perilous moments. The office's load-bearing columns, toppled filing cabinets, shattered walls. Everything became tools for Lin Feng to leverage and evade. Minus 496. Minus 510. Minus 496. Minus 525. The numbers indicating damage continued to jump wildly. The tyrant's health was precariously low. 3,000. 2,000. 1,000. Give it to me, explode. A dazzling brilliance erupted in Lin Feng's eyes. He sensed that the final moment had arrived. A sound like leather being torn filled the air. The area he had incessantly targeted could no longer endure such terrifying onslaughts. It burst open violently. Dark green, foul-smelling liquid gushed forth like a fountain. The tyrant's movements suddenly froze. Its eyes, filled with frenzied bloodlust, stared in disbelief at its pierced body. Then, it slowly lifted its head to gaze at Lin Feng. Within those cold, merciless eyes, there seemed to flicker a glimmer of complex emotions. Was it pain? Was it resentment? Or perhaps relief? Roar! The final roar caught in its throat. Its colossal body, like a statue stripped of all support, crashed backward with a thunderous roar. Boom! The weighty mass hit the ground, producing an earth-shattering sound that stirred a cloud of dust. Following that, the enormous form began to dissipate into tiny black specks of light, reminiscent of the previous zombies and lickers, ultimately vanishing into thin air, leaving behind a scene of devastation and several items emanating an alluring glow of spoils. System notification. Congratulations. You have successfully defeated the final boss, Tyrant T-002, of the abandoned police station of Raccoon City. The dungeon of the abandoned police station in Raccoon City has been successfully cleared. The evaluation, SS, slight imperfections. Due to your incomplete class change, you're unable to receive experience points and standard completion rewards, reputation, basic currency bonuses, etc. Special drop assessment in progress. Lin Feng gazed at the desolate ground before him, along with the few spoils lying quietly in the vicinity, finally exhaling a long, relieved breath. The adrenaline surged through him, only to be swiftly replaced by a profound sense of fatigue. The recent intense close-quarters battle had drained both his mental and physical reserves significantly. Had it not been for the state of ancestral blessing, which granted him boundless energy, he would have long since succumbed to exhaustion. Damn it, finally. Accomplished. Lin Feng wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead, most of which stemmed from tension and exhilaration, a victorious smile gracing his face. Although the process had been somewhat perilous, he had ultimately brought down the final boss all on his own, an SS-level evaluation. He wondered, however, if this time the drops would be generous. Rubbing his hands together, he approached the gleaming spoils with eager anticipation. First, he was met with a considerable pile of copper coins. This time, the quantity was quite substantial, over 1,500 pieces. Quite satisfactory. Lin Feng nodded approvingly as he pocketed the coins. Next, he discovered a core pulsating with a powerful energy wave, akin to a beating heart. A dark green core, heart of the tyrant, quality, purple. Type, special material core component description. The core energy source of the LV-15 biological weapon, Tyrant T-002. Containing terrifying power and regenerative factors produced through the modification of a special virus. It is a precious material for crafting top-tier biotechnological equipment, conducting advanced genetic modifications, or powering certain unique devices. It may also serve as a credential for the class change advancement of specific professions. Note, the internal energy of the core is highly unstable. Please handle with care. A purple quality core material. It can even serve as a class change credential. Lin Feng's eyes widened in disbelief. This item is undoubtedly exceptional. It appears even more impressive than the previous abomination core. He carefully stowed it away, feeling that this dungeon run had been worthwhile. Next, he came across an item emanating a faint blue glow. A bracer? T-Virus Enhanced Bracer, quality, blue requirement level, LV-10 requirement profession, none location, armed defense, 25 strength, 5 stamina, 5 special effect, virus power LV-1. Passive your melee attacks have a 5 chance to infect the target with the T-Virus, weakened version, causing a slight slow, -10 movement speed, and poisoning effect, losing 10 health points per second, for 5 seconds. Description: a standard-issue bracer equipped to soldiers enhanced with T-Virus technology by a certain special organization. Although it is an early model, it still possesses formidable power. Oh, a blue bracer that increases strength and stamina? And it comes with a special effect? Lin Feng's eyes lit up. He currently wore the Decayed Lord's Gauntlet, which, despite its blue hue, offered merely 18 defense for strength and 4 stamina. Its special effect, resilient decay, provided only a meager increase in resilience, rendering it rather lackluster. In contrast, the T-Virus enhanced bracers boasted 25 defense, 5 strength, and 5 stamina, significantly surpassing the former. Although its special effect, viral might, activated in close combat, which was not particularly beneficial for him as a range gunner, one could never discount the possibility of needing to engage in melee combat in the future. Moreover, the 5 chance to trigger slow and poison effects, albeit minimal, was better than nothing. Without hesitation, Lin Feng exchanged the decayed Lord's Gauntlet for the brand new T-Virus enhanced bracers. Instantly, he felt a surge of power coursing through his arm, and his attributes received yet another enhancement. Exhilarated by this boost, Lin Feng reveled in his good fortune. Finally, he had acquired a piece of usable equipment. He turned his gaze to the last item that had dropped. It was a skill book. Furthermore, it radiated a mesmerizing purple glow. Skill book, biochemical modification, passive, quality, purple, class restriction, gunsmith, mechanic, engineer, biologist. Learning requirements, LV15, mentality 30. Effect, grants you fundamental knowledge of biochemical modification. Unlocks a special manufacturing slot, biochemical modification, allowing you to utilize special biological materials, such as virus samples, mutation cores, etc., to modify firearms or personal equipment to a certain degree, bestowing unique effects. Leveling up this skill unlocks higher-tier modification options and success rates. Description: inherited from the forbidden knowledge of a mad scientist, it merges cold machinery with distorted flesh, perhaps creating unexpectedly formidable powers. But it may also lead to self-destruction. Good heavens! A purple passive skill book, one that a gunsmith can learn. Lin Feng felt as if his heart might leap from his chest. This was the divine skill tailored just for him. Biochemical modification. He immediately recalled the purple energy conversion core in his backpack and the recently acquired Heart of the Tyrant. If these were combined, could his Desert Eagle become a T-Virus energy Desert Eagle? The mere thought sent shivers of excitement down his spine. This was a monumental win. Lin Feng was nearly ready to take flight from exhilaration. He cradled the purple skill book in his hands as if it were an unparalleled treasure. This expedition had proven immensely worthwhile. Although the journey had been arduous, primarily due to the formidable boss, the rewards were simply explosive. He chuckled foolishly as he stowed away the skill book along with the Heart of the Tyrant. Casting a glance at the remaining time for ancestral blessing, he noted there were still about 2 to 3 hours left. That would suffice. The dungeon was complete. The spoils were in hand. Next, a glimmer sparked in Lin Feng's eyes. It was time to see if my family's search notice had yielded any results. He opened the dungeon panel and chose to exit the dungeon. In a flash of white light, his figure vanished from the disarrayed confines of the S office. Chapter 58. The Return of the Great One. With a swish, a familiar radiance flickered, and Lin Feng's figure reappeared on the technologically vibrant streets of the City of Hope. He found himself near the dark red vortex entrance where he had previously entered the biohazard dungeon. The moment he materialized, he instantly captured the attention of the majority of players surrounding him. Those drawn to him were the very players who had seen Lin Feng in the central square moments earlier. Wow, look, it's the Great One, Lin Feng. Has he returned already? How long has it been? An hour? Or perhaps 2? Could it be that he single-handedly cleared the dungeon? But that a team instance meant for 5 players. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. He must have escaped, exclaimed a player who looked as if he had been reborn as a lemon, dripping with envy. Just look at the gear on him, gleaming as if brand new. His aura is so composed. I reckon he has succeeded. Succeeded? Is that true? Players murmured among themselves, their gazes toward Lin Feng filled with astonishment, curiosity, envy, and a hint of reverence. At that moment, however, Lin Feng was entirely unfazed by the surrounding players' glances and chatter. His heart had already soared back to the central square. He was solely focused on one thing. Father, mother, any news? Make way. Good dogs don't block the path. Lin Feng called out, dismissing any need for explanation. The power of the ancestral blessing surged forth once more. Like a streak of golden lightning, he tore through the crowd, racing towards the central square, leaving a cacophony of gasps and chaos in his wake. Wow, the Great One is speeding again. What a pace. In the central square, it was still a sea of people, bustling with activity. Some players were exchanging strategies about the dungeon, others recruiting teammates, while many were selling the equipment and materials they had just acquired. A significant number were gathered around the makeshift notice board Lin Feng had planted in the ground, advertising his search for his parents alongside an auction. They were pointing and whispering among themselves. The unfortunate player tasked with guarding the board sat beside it, looking utterly despondent as he tried to ignore the incessant prodding of curious onlookers and potential buyers. When Lin Feng's figure burst into the square like a whirlwind, heading straight for the notice board, the guard's eyes lit up as if he had seen a beacon of hope. Great One, you have finally returned. He sprang up from his seat, filled with excitement as he rushed forward. What is the news? Lin Feng, barely pausing for breath, blurted out, his voice loud and laced with urgency and a barely perceptible tension. The previously boisterous players around them instinctively fell silent, their collective gaze honing in on the guard, awaiting his response. Confronted by Lin Feng's gaze, which seemed to pierce through the very soul, Yidao recoiled, awkwardly shaking his head. Boss, there is still no news about your parents. No news. Lin Feng's heart plummeted, akin to plummeting into a frigid abyss. He had created such a commotion before, broadcasting across the entire server and offering a princely reward for information on his parents. Logically, if they were indeed in this game and had heard the announcements, they would surely find a way to come. How could there be not a single shred of news? Was it possible they were not within the territory of City of Hope? Had they been transported to one of the other 9 major cities? Or perhaps they had never managed to enter this game at all? Lin Feng dared not delve further into such thoughts. A profound sense of loss and unease engulfed him like a relentless tide. The smile on his face dissipated, replaced by a cloud of gloom and bewilderment. The surrounding players, witnessing Lin Feng's disheartened demeanor, fell silent. The once audacious and domineering figure, celebrated for achieving the world's first kill, now appeared somewhat pitiable. As the atmosphere in the square descended into a stifling silence, a frail-looking young player, clad in tattered leather armor, his face bearing fresh scratches, hesitated for a moment before mustering the courage to push through the crowd and approach Lin Feng cautiously. Lin Feng, sir. The young player's voice trembled, laden with anxiety and uncertainty. Lin Feng abruptly lifted his head, a flicker of hope igniting in his eyes. Do you have news about my parents? And no, that is not it. The young player, startled by Lin Feng's intense gaze, hurriedly gestured, I don't know where your parents are right now, but he swallowed hard, seemingly searching for the right words. I just came from Novice Village number 686. Village 686? Lin Feng furrowed his brow. Yes, the young player nodded, a shadow of sorrow and fear crossing his face. Our Novice Village was attacked by a horde of corpses a few days ago. It seemed even worse than what happened to your village, number 888. We lost many lives, and only a small portion of us managed to survive, transported here. Get to the point. Lin Feng interrupted impatiently, his mind not in the mood for reminiscing about hardships. The young player trembled at the abruptness and quickly continued. During our village's final stand, I think I heard someone call out, your parents' names? What? Lin Feng's heart raced. Could it truly be? The young player nodded hastily. The scene was chaotic, filled with zombies and anguished screams. Yet, I vaguely recall a middle-aged couple who, in a noble act of selflessness, charged into the horde to shield others during their retreat. And then, they never emerged. I was somewhat distant at the time, unable to hear clearly, but I distinctly remember others calling out their names, which seemed to be Lin Guodong, and Wang Shufan. The young player's voice dwindled, his gaze evasive, as if he dared not meet Lin Feng's eyes. Lin Feng stood frozen, his mind a blank slate, as if struck by an invisible bolt of lightning. Lin Guodong, Wang Shufan, sacrificing themselves to protect others, and not returning. These words pierced his heart like the sharpest of blades. He felt as if he were suffocating under an unprecedented weight, nearly unable to breathe. He wished to believe it was merely a coincidence, a case of mistaken identity. Yet, charging into a horde to protect others. This was precisely the kind of reckless valor his kind-hearted father and his tough, yet tender-hearted mother would exhibit. In an instant, a torrent of memories flooded his consciousness. His father's endearing smile, his mother's stern admonitions. Those moments he had once taken for granted now felt achingly distant, almost extravagant. Tears threatened to spill from his eyes, as an icy wave of despair began to gnaw at his sanity. No, it couldn't be. Absolutely impossible. They were such life-loving individuals. How could they be so foolish? This had to be a fabrication. The boy must have misheard, or misremembered. Yes, that had to be the case. Lin Feng clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging painfully into his palms, the sharp sting momentarily restoring a flicker of clarity. He gazed at the trembling young player before him, inhaling deeply, and croaked. "Are you certain?" I'm not entirely sure." The young player stammered, sensing the ominous pressure emanating from Lin Feng, nearly on the verge of tears. It was all so chaotic. The sound were overwhelming. I truly only heard it vaguely. Perhaps I misheard. Perhaps," Lin Feng murmured, his expression marked by turmoil and anguish. He longed for this to be a mere misunderstanding. But what if? What if it were true? The thought was unbearable. The surrounding players watched in silence, acutely aware of Lin Feng's inner torment. In this brutal world of despair, news of loved ones often came at the gravest of costs. After a long pause, Lin Feng slowly unclenched his fists. He lifted his gaze, and the pain and confusion in his eyes gradually transformed into a fierce resolve and steely determination. "What is this news worth?" he inquired, directing his gaze at the young player, his voice chillingly composed. No, it doesn't cost anything. Please, great one, I simply feel it is necessary to inform you." The young player hastily waved his hands. However, Lin Feng resolutely extracted 200 copper coins from his backpack and pressed them directly into the young player's hands, expressing his gratitude regardless of the veracity of the information. He then turned away from the young player and addressed the one beside him, who had remained silent and anxious, stating, "The sign must remain upright." He rummaged through his backpack once more, producing a sizable pouch of copper coins, presumably containing no less than 500, which he tossed to the other person. This amount, combined with the previous wages, served as a deposit. "Continue to guard it for me. For a day, no. For half a day. Report back every half day. Should there be any definitive news regarding Lin Guodong or Wang Shufen, regardless of its nature, once confirmed, I shall reward you with 1,000 copper coins. 1,000 copper coins." The eyes of the other individual widened in astonishment, his breath quickening. This was akin to manna falling from the heavens. Merely guarding a sign could yield such riches. "Rest assured, esteemed one," he proclaimed, thumping his chest and spitting words in fervent assurance. "Even if I were to forego food, drink, and sleep, I shall ensure that this sign is guarded with utmost vigilance. No rustle of wind or blade of grass shall escape my notice." Lin Feng, his expression stoic, nodded slightly. He refrained from saying more, casting one last profound glance at the sign bearing his parents' names, as if etching those two names into the depths of his soul. Then he abruptly turned, striding purposefully toward the direction of the gunsmith's sanctuary. His silhouette remained tall, yet his steps carried an unprecedented weight and resoluteness. The conviction to find his parents remained unwavering. But before that, he must grow stronger, strong enough to defy fate itself. Chapter 59. Encountering the Sage Again. A change in the class transfer quest. The Elder's special consideration. Before him stood the grand edifice, imbued with a chilling metallic essence and a futuristic aesthetic. At the entrance lingered the striking, silver-haired mentor, a formidable figure burdened with an exaggerated sniper rifle. Lin Feng approached with a somber expression, his silence betraying the turmoil within. His spirits were exceedingly low, weighed down by an overwhelming sense of frustration that necessitated an outlet, a means to divert his attention. Thus, submitting his quest, completing the class transfer, and enhancing his strength were his sole recourses. "Hey, you again?" The silver-haired mentor, Emily, evidently remembered Lin Feng, the notorious line cutter. As he drew near, she arched an eyebrow, a playful grin curling at the corners of her lips. Have you managed to complete the class transfer challenge already? Let me see your evaluation. TSK, an SS level rating? And you did it solo? Impressive, young man. As she spoke, she summoned Lin Feng's dungeon records, her tone laced with surprise and admiration. Lin Feng, however, had no desire for banter. He cut straight to the chase. Quest completed. Submission. His voice was cold and harsh, tinged with a suppressed fury, and anger directed at fate and his own impotence. Noticing the shift in Lin Feng's demeanor, Emily's smile faltered slightly as she nodded, preparing to process his class transfer. Yet, at that moment, a gentle, aged voice emanated from the side entrance of the temple. Ah, wait a moment, Emily. Both Lin Feng and Emily turned to see an elderly scholar, clad in humble robes, his white beard and hair contrasting with his keen, intelligent gaze. He leaned upon an ancient wooden staff, a warm smile gracing his face as he emerged from the doorway. It was none other than the sage NPC, Eli, who had previously enlightened Lin Feng about the 10 major cities and the cataclysmic undead tide in the Hope Plaza. Eli, master? Emily regarded the elder with a look of deep respect, bowing slightly. What brings you here? Ah, I sensed a familiar yet somewhat unique fluctuation of power, prompting my visit. Eli replied, his gaze settling upon Lin Feng. He scrutinized him with a glimmer of curiosity and intrigue. It appeared he perceived something within Lin Feng, nodding slightly. The blessing of your ancestors lingers, now tinged with a hint of brutal and resilient bioweapon essence. Fascinating, truly fascinating. Lin Feng felt a shiver under Eli's scrutinizing gaze and frowned, asking, old man, what do you want? I'm in a hurry to transfer. His sole desire was to expedite the acquisition of his class and commence leveling up, with no time to waste on the elder's cryptic musings. Patience, young man, Eli chuckled, stroking his beard. His demeanor was affable, yet his next words nearly sent Lin Feng leaping. You have indeed excelled in the entrance examination for the gunsmith's sanctuary. And remarkably so. Eli first acknowledged Lin Feng's achievements, then abruptly shifted his tone, stating, however, your path seems destined to be extraordinary. The usual path of a gunsmith may not fully accommodate your potential. What? What do you mean, old man? Are you saying I can't become a gunsmith? Lin Feng was taken aback. All his efforts in completing dungeons were aimed at transitioning to the gunsmith profession and reaching the pinnacle of his life. How could this old man now tell him that it was no longer an option? No, it's not that you cannot transition, Eli clarified, but rather, you require a more suitable and challenging trial. With a shake of his head, a mysterious smile graced his face. He extended his withered hand, and in an instant, a quaint, sealed black scroll materialized within it. The scroll emitted a faint purple glow, intertwined with a subtle hint of electrical energy. What is this? Emily gazed at the scroll, her eyes reflecting surprise as she seemingly recognized its origin. Take it, young man, Eli urged as he offered the scroll to Lin Feng. This is a class transition trial, tailored specifically for you. Instinctively, Lin Feng accepted the scroll. It felt icy and heavy in his grasp, inscribed with symbols he could not comprehend. Quest item, unknown trial scroll quality. Type, special quest item description, a mysterious scroll bestowed by the sage Eli, seemingly pointing toward a unique path. Unveiling it may grant unparalleled power, but it could also lead you into an irretrievable abyss. Quest trigger, accept the sage Eli's special class transition trial? Yes, no. Warning, accepting this trial will forfeit the conventional gunsmith transition route. Please choose wisely. Lin Feng stared at the system prompt before him, utterly dumbfounded. Forfeit the conventional gunsmith transition. What did that mean? Was this old man offering him a hidden class? His heart raced uncontrollably. A hidden class. That was the hallmark of protagonists in online gaming novels. It sounded far superior to an ordinary gunsmith. Yet, warning, you may tread into an irretrievable abyss. The risk seemed staggering. What if this hidden class turned out to be a disastrous choice? Or if the transition task was insurmountably difficult, rendering him unable to complete it? That would be a complete waste of effort. Moreover, he was in urgent need of strength. The time for ancestral blessing was not on his side. While the conventional gunsmith path might be rather ordinary, it was at least reliable. He could immediately acquire professional skills and commence leveling up. But this unknown trial, who knew how long it would take? Lin Feng found himself ensnared in an unprecedented dilemma. On one side lay a broad and easily accessible path. On the other, a narrow trail filled with uncertain risks, yet potentially leading to the apex of his existence. Under normal circumstances, he might have unhesitatingly chosen the latter. After all, fortune favors the bold. Yet now, a disquieting thought flitted through his mind. The possibility of his parents encountering misfortune. The image of the apocalyptic tide of corpses that would emerge in 50 days loomed before him. Time. It was the one thing he desperately lacked. He craved power, immediately, without delay. Old man. Lin Feng lifted his gaze, his expression a tapestry of emotions as he regarded Eli. This trial, is it arduous? Does it consume much time? Eli's enigmatic smile revealed little, suggesting that the gifts of fate often came hand in hand with commensurate trials. As for time, that depends on your own fortune. It was akin to saying nothing at all. Lin Feng felt as though he were on the verge of madness, driven to distraction by this old charlatan. He cast a glance at his mentor, Emily, who was also awaiting his decision. This silver-haired enchantress appeared equally taken aback by Master Eli's pronouncement, yet she refrained from voicing any dissent, merely observing him in silence. What should he do? Which path to choose? Lin Feng's mind raced at breakneck speed. A conventional gunsmith. Reliable, yet possibly limited in potential. In the face of impending calamity, it might prove insufficient. The unknown trial, fraught with peril, yet could yield remarkable rewards. Should he miraculously discover a hidden class of unparalleled prowess, the rate of advancement and ceiling of strength would undoubtedly surpass that of any ordinary vocation. He would gamble. Damn it, I am destined to be a king. How could I tread the well-worn path? It is merely an unknown risk, a leap into the abyss. What is there to fear? The blessing of ancestors still lingers. Who shall I fear? A spark of madness and resolution ignited in Lin Feng's eyes. He decisively pressed the option that read, "Yes, I accept." Chapter 60. The Black Carnival. Path to Survival. Excellent. Observing the fierce determination and unwavering choice reflected in Lin Feng's eyes, the old scholar Eli nodded with satisfaction, stroking his beard and revealing a smile of approval, indicating the youth's potential for growth. A wise decision, young man. The path of true strength has never been a smooth one. Beside him, the silver-haired lady Emily regarded Lin Feng with a changed expression. Since you have made your choice, the conventional process for transitioning to a gunsmith is hereby terminated. Emily stated in a businesslike manner, simultaneously canceling Lin Feng's application on the interface. From this moment onward, you must complete the trials set forth by Master Eli to truly attain the power of your profession. Lin Feng curled his lip, internally grumbling. It's as if I've gained some great advantage, when in reality, I've been ensnared by you all. He glanced down at the black scroll in his hand, which still emitted an aura of mystery. As he pressed this option, the scroll flickered with light, and a torrent of information flooded his mind. Ding! You have accepted the special task, Trial, Black Carnival. Task objective, survive alone and clear the Black Carnival dungeon. Dungeon entrance, City of Hope. West District, Old Entertainment Street. Entrance to the abandoned Joyful Times amusement park. Dungeon information, Black Carnival, LV 15-20, normal difficulty, solo. Dungeon description, an amusement park long abandoned and now occupied by terrifying monsters. The carousel no longer brings laughter, and beneath the Ferris wheel, only wails remain. Beware of the hunters lurking in the shadows. Evade the bloated explosives, avoid the weeping ladies, and confront the final nightmare that looms like a hill. Recommended items, ample ammunition, lighting equipment, a courageous heart. Task rewards, unlock special profession, failure penalty, level permanently locked at LV10. The Black Carnival, an amusement park dungeon? Lin Feng scrutinized the task details, initially furrowing his brow before it relaxed into a peculiar smile. Hunters? Explosives? Weeping ladies? Final nightmares? Good heavens, is this not akin to the game Left 4 Dead? Suddenly, Lin Feng realized, although he was not a hardcore gamer, He was familiar with the classic zombie game Left 4 Dead. He had even played it with classmates at an internet CAF. The iconic special infected left a profound and somewhat torturous impression on him. The hunter's pounce, the boomer's bile and self-detonation, the witch's terrifying rage at a mere touch, and the tank's earth-shattering throws and assaults. To his astonishment, the world transition trial turned out to be a solo run of Left 4 Dead? How intriguing. Absolutely fascinating. Lin Feng licked his lips, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Simple, brutal. Let us do this. Eliminate all the obstructive monsters, and that is the end of the matter. This is the essence of what a true warrior should engage in. Although, the penalty for failure remains that infuriating permanent lock on level 10. Lin Feng is brimming with confidence. Is it not merely a path to survival? Admittedly, I was somewhat inexperienced back in the internet CAF days. Yet now I bear the blessing of the ancestors and wield the golden desert eagle, a formidable weapon with explosive attributes. Those mere hunters and boomers? They shall fall like autumn leaves. As for the witch and tank, they shall serve as the perfect test for my current prowess. Old man Eli, you display a modicum of discernment. I find this dungeon to my liking. Lin Feng chuckled with satisfaction, feeling as if his previous frustrations had dissipated. The Black Carnival dungeon sounds thrilling, yet its difficulty is marked at levels 15 to 20. Moreover, the special infected within are undoubtedly far more formidable than the ordinary zombies and lickers encountered in the Raccoon City Police Department, particularly the witch and tank. They could potentially devastate even a four-man squad. Though his attributes are remarkable, he must remain vigilant, as this is a solo endeavor. First, he shall inspect the entrance. Without further delay, Lin Feng stowed away his skill book and oriented himself. The West District of Hope City. It sounds like a chaotic and tumultuous area. He opened the map, pinpointing the approximate location, and transformed into a streak of golden lightning, racing towards his destination. He must seize every fleeting moment. The duration of the blessing of the ancestors is limited. In the West District of Hope City, in stark contrast to the bustling Central Plaza and the solemn temple area, this place appeared somewhat dilapidated and desolate. The number of players here was noticeably diminished. He swiftly located the Happy Times amusement park indicated in the quest prompt. It was a long-abandoned theme park, where the enormous clown face sign at the entrance was rusted and peeling, revealing a grotesque metal skeleton beneath, appearing particularly eerie under the dim light. Beneath that decaying clown sign, a portal emanating an eerie purplish-red glow, undulating like a stage curtain, quietly hovered in the air. Surrounding the portal were remnants of shattered balloons, colorful streamers, and faintly visible, distorted phantoms. Dungeon entrance, Black Carnival, LV-15-20, solo. This is the place. Lin Feng's gaze sharpened. He could sense that the aura emanating from the portal was infused with an even more intense madness and a thirst for blood than the previous biohazard dungeon. He checked the duration of his blessing. Blessing of the ancestors, remaining time, approximately 2 hours. Lin Feng took a deep breath, tightening his grip on the twin desert eagles. A path to survival, is it? Special infected, you say? Come fort. Let me witness whether it is your revelry or my hunt. He hesitated no longer. With resolute strides, he plunged into the ominous, purplish-red portal. Chapter 61. Welcome to the Carnival. Buzz. As he regained his senses, he found himself standing in a desolate land imbued with an aura of eeriness and decay. Before him loomed the dilapidated entrance of the abandoned Joyful Times amusement park. The towering, rusted wrought iron gates stood ajar at an awkward angle, adorned with a gigantic, peeling clown face. In the dim light, its smile twisted into a ghastly arc, seemingly mocking all who dared to venture into this forsaken realm. Scattered around were decrepit ticket booths, overturned trash cans, and tattered cartoon posters, their colors long faded. A few flickering emergency lights cast a patchy glow, illuminating the entrance area like a scene from a horror film. In the distance, the distorted strains of carnival music echoed from a broken speaker, hauntingly reverberating through the still night air, adding an extra layer of dread. TSK, TSK, TSK. This atmosphere is far more immersive than that police station. Lin Feng surveyed his surroundings, feeling not fear but intrigue, whistling softly as his curiosity piqued. He glanced at his status bar. Status: Blessing of the Ancestors. Remaining time: 1 hour 55 minutes 48 seconds. What? Time is so tight. Lin Feng felt a jolt in his chest upon seeing the countdown. He tightened his grip on the twin Desert Eagles, his mind sharpening as he began to tread cautiously, primarily to avoid stepping on anything repulsive, making his way into the park. Roar! Almost as soon as he stepped through the gates, a deep, guttural growl echoed from the shadows ahead. Moments later, several zombies clad in tattered carnival attire emerged, their movements sluggish but their gazes menacing. Reveler, level, LV 12 health, 1800 attack, 85 defense, 45-0? A new breed of minion? Lin Feng raised an eyebrow, noting that these creatures appeared slightly more robust than the ones at the police station. Yet, only slightly. Bang, 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 bang. Lin Feng raised his hand and fired 4 shots. Minus 550, minus 550, minus 550, minus 550. His precise shots obliterated the health bar of the foremost staggering creature. Splatter. Its head exploded. Clean and decisive. Indeed, they are mere fodder. Lin Feng smirked, unleashing a torrent of fire. Bang, 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 bang. The gunfire erupted like popping beans. The remaining staggerers, unable to close the distance, shared the same fate as their companion, disintegrating into a swirl of dark light and a few copper coins. Goo. Fatty Boomer. Level: LV 14 type. Special undead mutant health points. 800 attack power. 50 defense power. 20 alas. Boomer. Lin Feng's pupils constricted. This creature is notoriously repugnant in the game, though its combat prowess is feeble. Its Valspittle not only renders one momentarily blind, but also summons an unending horde of the undead. Even in death, it explodes, inflicting further devastation. It is, without a doubt, a moving biochemical bomb and summoner. It must not be allowed to approach, nor to unleash its noxious spray. Blast it, Lin Feng commanded without hesitation, raising his weapon for a shot. His target was the boomer's enormous belly, which seemed ready to burst at a mere poke. Bang! Minus 580. Minus 580. A terrifying damage exceeding 1,000 points instantly obliterated the boomer's meager 800 health points. Puff! Like a balloon filled with decayed entrails and green slime. The boomer's form erupted violently. Foul liquid and chunks of flesh splattered in all directions, creating a contamination zone with a radius of approximately 5 meters. System notification. You have slain Fatty, but the bile produced by its explosive demise may attract nearby infected entities. Indeed, the system notification chimed. From the previously quiet shadows, a cacophony of roars erupted. Growl! Growl! 7 or 8 frenzied creatures, drawn by the scent, rushed toward the explosion site like flies to carrion, their eyes gleaming with anticipation. Perfect. Saves me the trouble of hunting them down one by one. Lin Feng smirked. He had anticipated this very scenario. As he shot the boomer, he had swiftly retreated from the epicenter of the explosion and the oncoming horde. Now, standing in a relatively secure position, he raised both pistols. Tat, 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 tat. The golden bullets, akin to the scythe of death, precisely harvested the approaching staggerers. Though their numbers had increased slightly, they were still insufficient against Lin Feng's overwhelming firepower. In less than 10 seconds, the wave of undead summoned by the boomer was utterly eradicated. TSK. Truly bothersome. Lin Feng frowned, cautiously circumventing the vile, biocontamination zone still exuding its foul stench. He had come to understand the insidious nature of this dungeon. These special infected entities may be manageable individually, but their synergy and the chain reactions they could trigger, the horde, were the most lethal threats. One must remain ever vigilant, prioritizing the elimination of those high-threat special infected. Taking a deep breath, Lin Feng pressed onward. Passing through the entrance plaza, he arrived at the so-called Midway Paradise area. This is a gathering place for various outdoor game booths and food stalls, where remnants of facilities such as ring toss, balloon darts, and spinning chairs can be found scattered about. The ground is littered with broken plush toys and food wrappers. Compared to the entrance, this area is more expansive yet chaotic, filled with toppled stalls and debris, providing excellent concealment for adversaries. Suddenly, a few shamblers emerge from behind a collapsed ice cream cart adorned with a ghastly face. Lin Feng, lacking the will to aim, raises his hand and fires several shots, dispatching them effortlessly. As he advances, his vigilance sharpens, scanning the towering structures around him. Damaged awnings, the rooftops of two-story buildings, and even the top of a massive game apparatus decorated with a comically exaggerated grin. From his scant knowledge of the game Left 4 Dead, he knows that hunters favor launching lethal ambushes from above. Just then, out of the corner of his eye, Lin Feng seems to catch sight of something. At the pinnacle of a nearby Ferris wheel, a shadowy figure clad in a hoodie is curled up, seemingly watching him. "Found you, you little brat." Lin Feng's heart scoffs coldly. He feigns ignorance and continues forward, all the while maintaining acute awareness, poised to counter any aerial assault. Indeed, as Lin Feng steps directly beneath the Ferris wheel, entering the optimal strike zone of his foe, an ear-splitting roar erupts. The shadow, akin to a predatory leopard, leaps from the dizzying heights of the Ferris wheel, hurtling toward him with blinding speed, aiming directly for the nape of his neck. The sound of slicing air and the glint of lethal claws threaten him with greater ferocity than the previous biomechanical foes he had encountered. However, he is prepared. In a mere fraction of a second before the hunter can pounce upon him, Lin Feng's body reacts instinctively, executing a sharp sidestep as if he had eyes on the back of his head. Simultaneously, his golden eagle rises to meet the challenge, its muzzle locking on to the agile figure mid-flight. "Get down here," he roars. The rapid succession of gunfire resonates. Bang, 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 bang. The golden bullets, as if guided by an unseen force, strike true against the airborne hunter, whose momentum is violently disrupted. Damage indicators flash wildly. 520, minus 520, minus 520, minus 520, minus 520. The hunter emits a pained shriek as its ferocious assault is abruptly halted, akin to a kite sever with pinpoint accuracy. The shot struck Hunter's head. Minus 1,040. Minus 1,040. In an instant, Hunter's remaining health bar was obliterated. This level 15 elite monster, from its ambush to its retaliatory demise, was dispatched in under 5 seconds. Clean and efficient. Ding. Killed Hunter. Experience points not awarded. While it was slightly tougher than the liquor and a tad quicker, yet still insufficient, Lin Feng blew on the muzzle of his weapon, a look of solitary mastery gracing his features. He stepped forward and kicked the spot where Hunter had transformed into a wisp of darkness, discovering merely a few copper coins and a white trash item, tattered hoodie. What a miser! Lin Feng expressed his dissatisfaction with a disdainful pout. He pressed onward, casually retrieving a blood-stained employee journal from behind an overturned game stall. The number of visitors is dwindling. The boss says if we can't hold out for another month without paying wages, we'll have to shut down. Oh dear, how will I pay my rent next month? It seems something strange is happening in the park. At night, peculiar sounds can be heard, and some staff claim to have seen unclean entities. The outside world is in chaos. Man-eating monsters are everywhere. The park is under lockdown. We are trapped here. Who will rescue us? They come in. Clowns. It's those clowns. They aren't props. They're alive. Help. The journal abruptly ceased here, with large patches of dried, darkened blood trailing off. Clowns? Lin Feng furrowed his brow as he scrutinized the contents of the journal. In this instance, apart from the creatures from the survival path, could there be local specialties? Moreover, they seem rather formidable. A sense of caution crept into Lin Feng's mind as he stowed the journal away, his gaze warily sweeping towards the next area, the foreboding entrance of the haunted castle. Chapter 62. The Haunting of the Haunted House. The Hunter's Paradise. Once a flagship attraction of the Joyful Times amusement park, this expansive indoor haunted house now stands in a state of disrepair, its exterior marred by age and draped in withered vines. The gargoyle sculpture at the entrance, with its menacing grin, is missing a wing, and the dark, gaping door resembles the maw of a beast, exuding a chilling aura. Eerie sound effects, faint yet spine-tingling, drift from within, mingling with a distant sobbing. A haunted house? Huh. I have always relished the thrill of such places. Lin Feng, far from feeling fear, displayed an exhilarated grin. Taking a deep breath, he gripped his dual pistols tightly and boldly stepped through the ominous entrance. With a sudden crash, the wooden door behind him slammed shut. The interior of the haunted house was shrouded in near-total darkness. Only a few flickering atmosphere lights, casting a ghastly green or deep red glow, struggled to illuminate the narrow, winding passage. The air was thick with the scent of dust, a faint mildew, and a whisper of blood. Along the walls, grotesque decorations abounded. Grinning skulls, coffins ensnared in cobwebs, dismembered hand models that appeared to twitch, and vague bloodstains smeared across the surfaces. Occasionally, sound effects would punctuate the atmosphere, such as the clanking of chains, the piercing scream of a woman, and eerie laughter. Is this all the VE got? It pales in comparison to the ghost stories told by Master Wong at the entrance of my village. Lin Feng scoffed as he walked, dismissing the deliberately crafted terror surrounding him as mere child's play. He even found the leisure to poke at the lifelike corpse props, curious to see if anything would fall from them. However, just as he approached a corner, ready to transition to the next area, whoosh, the vent cover above him burst open. A shadow descended silently like a specter. It was the hunter. This dim, narrow environment was the perfect hunting ground for it, utilizing the blind spots of sight and sound. It launched a flawless ambush. Oof, I was prepared for you. Lin Feng snorted coldly, not even bothering to lift his gaze. With a sudden roll forward, his golden eagle pistol, seemingly with eyes in the back of his head, fired rapidly upward. Bang, bang, bang. Minus 520. Minus 520. Minus 520. 3 bullets struck the hunter as it landed, causing it to stumble. Before the hunter could recover, Lin Feng sprang to his feet, unleashing a torrential barrage of bullets from both guns. Bang, 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 bang. Minus 520. Minus 520. Another hunter, effortlessly dispatched by Lin Feng in mere seconds. Is there more? Come out, do not hide away. Lin Feng stood still, calling into the depths of the dark corridor. The only response he received was an oppressive silence, accompanied by a faint sound of weeping, seemingly drawing nearer. Lin Feng furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss. This haunted house felt far too desolate. Aside from the recent ambush by a hunter, not a single ordinary staggerer was in sight. Such anomalies surely heralded danger. Heightening his vigilance, he slowed his pace, cautiously advancing. The corridor narrowed, and the light dimmed further. Glass display cases began to emerge along the walls, showcasing an array of eerie dolls, specimens, and implements of torture. The intermittent sobbing grew increasingly distinct. Just ahead, it seemed to emanate from a slightly more spacious room. Lin Feng held his breath and peered forward. Before him lay a chamber arranged like a demonic court, with a crucifix at its center, devoid of a victim, and scattered models of torture devices around. In the corner of the room, with her back turned to the entrance, curled a gaunt figure clad in a tattered white dress. Her head hung low, and her shoulders trembled incessantly, emitting a heart-wrenching, suppressed sobbing. Her pale, skeletal arms were exposed, with nails that appeared alarmingly long, glistening with a dark sheen. Which? Level: LV-18 type. Special Elite Undead Mutant. High Risk. Health: 10. 000 Attack Power. 300 Defense. 50 Skills. Sorrowful Weeping Passive State Effect. The witch curls up or wanders aimlessly, releasing loud and mournful cries. In this state, she moves slowly. Her defense is active, but she does not initiate attacks. She's extremely sensitive to nearby entities and sound. Any harm or prolonged disturbance will immediately trigger Frightened Fury. Frightened Fury, core mechanism trigger conditions, producing a loud noise nearby, such as gunfire, or taking any damage. Effect: the witch emits a piercing scream and enters a frenzied state. Her agility skyrockets, granting her exceptional speed, as she disregards all other targets and charges to attack the first entity that disturb her. Lethal claws attack in frenzy state effect. She strikes with her long claws at an incredibly high frequency, each attack inflicting 300 points of physical damage. She can eliminate a target in mere moments. Lin Feng's heart lurched. It truly was a witch, and it seemed she was in a passive state. Unperturbed, what'd it do? Countless thoughts raced through his mind. Should he stealthily slip past? This room was unavoidable. To proceed, he would have to traverse within 5 meters of her. The darkness was profound, and without a flashlight, he could hardly discern the path. What if he accidentally bumped into something and caused a noise? The consequences would be dire. Or should he strike directly, take advantage of her condition and end her life, eliminate her before she even realized what was happening? This notion is exceedingly enticing. Although the witch's attack power soars to an impressive 300 when in a frenzied state, her defensive capability remains a mere 50 in a passive state. Moreover, the health points amount to merely 10,000, with Lin Feng's current damage of 544 per shot. As long as he can ensure a high accuracy rate, theoretically, he would only require approximately 19 shots to eliminate her. It is done. A glint of determination flashed in Lin Feng's eyes. Time was of the essence. He could not afford to dawdle in this place, indulging in stealth. Moreover, he possesses unwavering confidence in his current abilities. Is she not merely a whimpering little girl? Even if she were to become enraged, what difference would it make? With a deep breath, Lin Feng steadied himself, lifting the twin desert eagles with unwavering resolve, ready to transform you into a sieve. The muzzle was precisely aimed at the witch's lowered head, her face obscured in shadow, right at the back of her skull. Now was the moment. Bang! A sharp gunshot shattered the silence of the haunted house. Minus 1,088. Headshot. Damage doubled. A colossal number of damage erupted from the witch's head. The next moment, a piercing scream echoed through the air. A shrill scream, sharp enough to pierce the eardrum, erupted from the curled figure, filled with endless anguish and frenzied malice. Witch, she cried, not vanquished in an instant. She suddenly lifted her head, reveal a visage contorted by anguish and fury, as pale as parchment. Those eyes, which were once meant to be filled with sorrow, now blaze with a frenzied crimson flame. She has been provoked. The witch surged towards him at a speed almost imperceptible to the naked eye. That velocity surpassed Hunter's by more than double. It was akin to a bolt of white lightning. My goodness! Lin Feng was utterly terrified, his soul nearly escaping him. Without a moment's thought for decorum, he turned and fled. Simultaneously, the twin guns in hand unleashed a relentless barrage of fire towards the rear. Bang! 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 Minus 544. Minus 544. Miss. Minus 544. Miss. The speed of the witch is truly astonishing. Moreover, she appears to have entered a frenzied state of evasion. In the span of mere seconds, at least 3 or 4 of Lin Feng's 10 bullets missed their mark. The witch had already closed in on Lin Feng's position. The obsidian-hued, terrifying claws gleaming with a sinister sheen, measuring over 10 centimeters in length, tore through the air with a piercing shriek as they viciously slashed toward Lin Feng's back. Thud! Minus 198. Agony, excruciating, soul-rending pain surged through his body. Lin Feng felt as though his back had been brutally pierced by several searing daggers. His vitality plummeted dramatically in an instant. He plummeted directly from full health to approximately 85. This is still the outcome despite his impressive defense rating of 102. Had it been a more fragile profession, that single swipe would have undoubtedly spelled instant demise. Damnation! The excruciating pain was unbearable. Lin Feng grimaced in agony as his survival instincts surged forth. With a desperate lunge, he propelled himself forward, utilizing a roll to dissipate some of the impact. He continued to flee recklessly forward without looking back. He understood the gravity of his situation. He could not afford to be ensnared by the witch, for failure would mean certain death. As he ran, he unleashed a barrage of frantic gunfire, even activating a mode of chance shooting, forsaking aim entirely, merely spraying bullets behind him in hopes of inadvertently striking true. Bang, bang, bang. Miss. Miss. Minus 544. Fortunately, although the witch possessed remarkable speed and formidable attacks, she seemed to lack intelligence, pursuing him in a straight line. Lin Feng adeptly maneuvered through the narrow and convoluted corridors of the haunted house, constantly changing direction and weaving around pillars, managing to maintain a dangerously tenuous distance from the witch. Time stretched unbearably in that moment. Each second felt like a heartbeat away from death. Lin Feng felt his heart racing as if it might leap from his throat, his mind taut with tension. The effect of the ancestral blessing, granting boundless energy, seemed to wane slightly under this extreme strain, imparting a hint of fatigue. At last, just as Lin Feng felt he had nearly exhausted his ammunition, well, technically, infinite bullets could never be depleted, he sensed that the white streak behind him had momentarily slowed. This was the moment. Seizing the fleeting opportunity, Lin Feng abruptly halted and pivoted, aiming the gun at the witch's chest, which was exposed momentarily due to inertia. Take that. D. Tot. The final onslaught erupted. The witch emitted a chilling scream, her chest erupting into a gaping wound of crimson. Her frenzied charge halted abruptly, her form freezing like a robot deprived of power, collapsing straight down. She writhed a couple of times before disintegrating into a swirl of black light. Gasping, panting, Lin Feng observed the dissipating black light on the ground along with several shimmering blue-purple items that had dropped. His legs grew weak, nearly succumbing to the ground beneath him. He was drenched in cold sweat, breathing heavily, his heart still racing. What a harrowing experience. This was undeniably the most perilous battle he had faced since entering the game. He had come perilously close, just a fraction away, from meeting his end. Damn it. From now on, he vowed never to recklessly provoke the witch again. Lin Feng reflected, still gripped by lingering fear. Chapter 63. The Carousel Battle. The chain explosion of the Fat Man and the surge of the undead. Damn, I almost met with disaster. Lin Feng gasped for breath as he inspected the spoils that had just erupted from the witch, attempting to soothe his racing heart with the joy of his bounty. A few copper coins were insignificant. A necklace, emanating a faint blue glow. Witch's Wail, quality. Blue required level. LV10 required class. None slot. Necklace Spirit. 8 agility. 5 special effect. Whispers of Resentment LV1. Passive when you receive fatal damage. There's a 10 chance to trigger a powerful mental shock, instilling a brief state of fear in all enemies within a 5-meter radius, lasting 1 second, and granting you a resentment shield that absorbs a small amount of damage, 100 points, lasting 3 seconds. Cooldown, 10 minutes. Description: a necklace infused with the endless sorrow and hatred of the witch. Even in death, her fierce resentment lingers, perhaps offering a glimmer of hope in dire straits. Oh, a blue necklace that enhances spirit and agility, and it possesses a life-saving effect? Lin Feng's eyes sparkled. His neck was bare, and he was in dire need of a necklace. Although the triggering probability of this effect was rather low at only 10, and the condition required receiving fatal damage, sounding somewhat disheartening. Yet, a free life-saving skill. One should not refuse such a gift. Should fortune favor him one day, and it triggers at a critical moment, it could mean the difference between a counterattack or escape. Excellent. Without hesitation, Lin Feng adorned himself with Witch's Wail. Instantly, he felt invigorated, and his attributes saw a slight enhancement once more. Next, he turned to the final item, radiating a soft purple glow. It was a potion. Witch's Wrathful Tears, quality. Purple type. Special potion consumable required level. LV10 effect. Upon consumption, your body will be eroded by the witch's frenzied energy. For the next 30 seconds, your attack speed increases by 30. Your movement speed increases by 30. However, your defense decreases by 50. Furthermore, you lose one of your maximum health every second. After the effect ends, you will enter a weakness state for 1 minute, all attributes reduced by 20. Warning: This potion contains extremely volatile and unstable energy. Use with caution. Unpredictable side effects may occur. Description: formed from the tears shed by the witch in extreme rage and anguish, or perhaps some other bodily fluid. It harbors her apocalyptic and frenzied power. Those daring enough to consume it may either gain an explosive surge or be utterly consumed. What the hell? A purple-quality explosive potion? Lin Feng gazed at the ominous purple liquid, his eyes wide with astonishment. An increase of 30 in attack and movement speed for 30 seconds? This was essentially a switch for berserk mode. Although the side effects are terrifying, 50 reduction in defense, continuous health loss, and subsequent weakness, the effectiveness is undeniable. In critical moments, it can be used for explosive output or desperate escapes. Truly a game changer. Such a remarkable item. Lin Feng cautiously stowed the vial of witch's frenzied tears deep within his backpack. This substance must not be recklessly employed unless absolutely necessary. However, once utilized, it could very well be the decisive factor in victory or defeat. I nearly met my end, but this time, it was worth it. Lin Feng glanced at the newly acquired equipment and potions, feeling somewhat uplifted. He checked the time. Remaining duration of Ancestral Blessing, 1 hour and 23 minutes. Goodness, has that nearly consumed half an hour? Lin Feng was taken aback. It felt like no time had passed, yet the hours slipped away so swiftly. No time to waste. He dashed out of the terrifying haunted house. The exit of the haunted house opened into another area of the amusement park, the carousel and children's play zone. In stark contrast to the eerie confines of the haunted house, this space was far more expansive. A massive, rusted and stained double-decker carousel stood silently in the center of the square. The paint on the horses had mostly flaked away, revealing the decayed wood beneath. Some even had missing heads or legs, presenting an utterly bizarre sight. Scattered around the carousel were several small, dilapidated children's attractions, such as rocking cars, slides, and swings, all similarly in a state of disrepair. As Lin Feng stepped into this area, the enormous carousel suddenly began to move without warning. Accompanied by a jarring, nails-on-a-chalkboard screech of metal grinding and a disjointed, off-key melody, the carousel began to rotate on its own. Though the movement was slow and exceedingly jerky, as if it might collapse at any moment, this scene in the silent, abandoned amusement park was particularly unsettling. What the hell? Is it haunted? Lin Feng was startled by this sudden turn of events, nearly firing his weapon at the decrepit carousel. To his greater horror, as the carousel activated and the eerie music played, figures began to emerge from the shadows, those that had previously appeared to be mere decorations. From behind the broken attractions, and even from the ground, a horde of carnival shamblers began to appear. Their numbers exceeded any previous encounters. There were at least 20 or 30 of them, and they kept multiplying. They were drawn to the sound of the carousel. Damn it, another swarm of corpses. Lin Feng's expression shifted dramatically. He quickly realized that this carousel was likely a scene trigger. Activating, it would summon enemies. Gurgle, gurgle. Just as he feared, familiar, nauseating gurgling sounds began to emanate from various directions. Lin Feng's peripheral vision caught a glimpse of the target he needed to lock onto. There are as many as 3 boomers. They are swaying towards him from 3 distinct directions of the carousel. Their intentions are glaringly evident. They aim to engulf him in bile, only to be subsequently overwhelmed by a tide of corpses. A fanciful notion indeed. A glint of cold light flickered in Lin Feng's eyes. He would grant these repulsive brutes no further opportunity. Without awaiting their approach, Lin Feng surged forth like a spectral apparition. His body weaved swiftly through the dense horde of the deceased, akin to a slippery loach. The staggering figures are utterly unable to match his pace. Not even the hem of his garment could be touched. The dual pistols in his hands resembled precision surgical instruments. Bang! 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 One boomer detonated with a resounding explosion. A verdant expanse of bile spread across the terrain, capturing the attention of several staggering figures. Bang! Bang! At the moment just before the second boomer was about to unleash its explosive fury, Lin Feng, standing several meters away, skillfully aimed and delivered a precise shot to its head, despite its larger girth. The creature erupted once more, drawing the attention of another group of staggering foes. Only one remained. Lin Feng's gaze fixed upon the final boomer. However, at the very moment he prepared to pull the trigger, the boomer appeared to sense the impending peril. To everyone's astonishment, it did not opt for a jet propulsion. Instead, it charged directly towards Lin Feng. What could its intentions be? A suicidal assault? Using one's own body to explode and contaminate Lin Feng? Holy shit, so ruthless. Lin Feng was momentarily stunned. Just this split-second delay. The boomer had already charged within 10 meters of Lin Feng. Damn it, halt right there. Lin Feng reacted with lightning speed, raising his arm and firing a shot. Bang! The boomer erupted with a resounding explosion. However, the proximity was far too great. Although Lin Feng withdrew in a timely manner, he was still affected by the shock wave of the explosion and the splattered bile. The damage may be minimal, yet the most repugnant aspect is that his entire field of vision was abruptly shrouded by a thick, viscous green slime that incessantly dripped downward. System prompt. You have been struck by the bile of fatty. Your vision is severely obstructed. Additionally, you will continuously attract nearby infected entities. Damn, my eyes. Lin Feng's vision was a blur. One could barely discern some flickering verge shadows. What was even more alarming was the clarity with which he could hear the increasingly dense and deafening roars emanating from all directions. And the sound of heavy footsteps. Those staggerers, initially drawn away by the other two boomers, along with the newly spawned infected entities, have now all set their sights upon him. Roar, hiss. He could even hear the roars of hunters, at least two of them, coming from different directions, charging straight toward him like a tantalizing prey. His vision was obstructed, surrounded by hordes of zombies, and elite monsters ambushing from the shadows. This is simply a dire predicament. Chapter 64, Soaring Beyond the Death Orbit. Damn it, what a turn of events. Lin Feng found himself engulfed in a sea of green, barely able to discern vague shadows and shifting outlines. His ears were assailed by a cacophony of roars, footsteps, and that distinctive sound of the hunter. An overwhelming sense of peril coiled around his heart like a frigid serpent. His vision was obstructed, surrounded by a tide of corpses, with at least two hunters lurking in the shadows. This predicament was far more perilous than being chased by the witch moments ago. If a hunter were to pounce on him, he would have no means to retaliate in the absence of sight. In that case, he would surely be torn to shreds by the oncoming horde. What to do? Stay calm. He must remain composed. Lin Feng forced himself to suppress the rising panic within. The formidable mental fortitude bestowed by the ancestors' blessing enabled him to retain the most basic capacity for thought, even when teetering on the brink of despair. Though his vision was compromised, he still possessed his hearing and perception. He could hear it, the distinctive sound of air being sliced through by the swift movements of the hunters to his left front and right rear. They were about to strike. He could not afford to be passive. With a fierce resolve, Lin Feng made an audacious decision. Instead of retreating, he charged forward toward the dimly visible, colossal carousel that was slowly rotating. He intended to use the carousel as both cover and a vantage point. Get out of my way! Like a raging bull, Lin Feng disregarded the staggering zombies blocking his path, crashing into them with his shoulder. With his strength now at a staggering 74 points, these ordinary undead were utterly no match for him, sent sprawling in every direction. Bang, bang, bang. Even as he charged, he did not cease firing. Though his targets were obscured, he unleashed a frenzied barrage toward the area where the sound were most concentrated. Minus 550. Miss. Minus 550. Bullets rained down as if they were free, carving a narrow passage through the relentless horde. Just as he was about to reach the carousel, the wind from the left front suddenly quickened. A shadowy figure lunged toward him with ferocity. It was a hunter. I've been waiting for you. Lin Feng scoffed inwardly. Despite his impaired vision, he relied on his extensive combat experience and exceptional reflexes. He swiftly sidestepped, his left hand instinctively raising the Desert Eagle. Bang, bang, bang. At the very moment he leapt into the air, The position he had just vacated was violently struck by another hunter pouncing from the right rear, leaving behind several deep claw marks. What a narrow escape. Lin Feng found himself suspended in midair, a cold sweat trickling down his brow. Fortunately, his quick reflexes saved him. Had he been caught off guard, the consequences would have been dire. Thud! Lin Feng gracefully descended onto the platform of the carousel's second tier. The vista here is relatively expansive, and the advantage of elevation allows him to temporarily evade the onslaught of the ground's relentless horde. Most importantly, as time passed, the repulsive green bile before his eyes gradually faded and dissipated. His vision was slowly being restored. At last, clarity has emerged. Lin Feng let out a long sigh of relief. He glanced downwards and beheld a throng of revelers, densely packed beneath the carousel, swaying unsteadily in the festive atmosphere. They are tilting their heads back, emitting impotent howls towards him. The two failed ambushers, akin to agile monkeys, commenced their ascent along the pillars of the carousel, attempting to launch another assault upon him. Yet, do they dare to come up again? A mere fantasy. A glint of cold light flashed in Lin Feng's eyes as he surveyed them from his elevated position. This is indeed his most favorite style of combat. Rat-a-tat-tat. The twin desert eagles roar once more. Golden bullets, akin to the scythe of death, rained down upon the two hunters who were tirelessly ascending. The constraints of vision have vanished. With the interference of the ground's corpse tide eliminated, these two hunters stood before him like live targets. Moments later, two formidable elite monsters were mercilessly riddled with holes in midair, their anguished cries echoing as they plummeted, only to be instantly engulfed by the tide of corpses below. Having dealt with Hunter, Lin Feng then directed his firearm towards the throng of staggering figures below. So you wish to pursue me? Transform everything into points. Oh no, let it be copper coins. From a position of superiority. A frenzy barrage. This is nothing short of a one-sided massacre. In less than a minute, beneath the carousel, it has been emptied once more, leaving only a scattering of dark light and copper coins. Done. Lin Feng clapped his hands, feeling invigorated and refreshed. The recent crisis has been navigated with a sense of relief, as it turned out to be more of a scare than a true danger. He has once again come to realize that the difficulty of this particular instance is indeed significantly greater than that of the previous biochemical scenario. The collaboration among special infected individuals, coupled with the adverse effects of the environment, such as obstructed visibility and the onslaught of corpses, poses a significant threat. He glanced at the time. Ancestral blessing. Remaining time, 1 hour and 5 minutes. Almost 20 minutes had passed. Lin Feng furrowed his brow. The urgency of time was becoming increasingly palpable. He dared not linger any longer. With a swift leap from the carousel, he quickly gathered his spoils, primarily copper coins, and then, orienting himself, he dashed towards the next area, the roller coaster track zone. The roller coaster track area, the locale of the most exhilarating attractions within the amusement park. The colossal, rust-covered roller coaster tracks twist and turn like a steel serpent, soaring high into the clouds in some areas, while in others, they hug the ground closely. Beneath the tracks lies a labyrinth of maintenance passages and supporting structures, shrouded in dim light and fraught with unseen dangers. Lin Feng chose to traverse the roller coaster tracks, suspended several meters above the ground. Although the view was expansive, it also meant he was more susceptible to becoming a target for enemies. Moreover, the tracks beneath his feet were uneven, with some sections marred by damage and fractures. A moment's inattention could lead to a perilous fall. Each step was fraught with trepidation. Lin Feng cautiously advanced along the narrow track, while vigilantly observing his surroundings. Above him loomed a somber sky, and below lay an abyss of darkness. Occasionally, the eerie creaking of the roller coaster's steel structure, stirred by the wind, sent shivers down his spine. Suddenly, a sharp sound pierced the air from below. Out of the corner of his eye, Lin Feng spotted a hunter rapidly ascending the support column from the shadows of the maintenance passage, moving with the agility of a gecko before launching itself towards him. Another one. Lin Feng was already on guard. He sidestepped, raised his weapon, and fired. Bang, bang, bang. -520. -520. The motions were fluid and decisive. The hunter met the same fate as its comrade, screaming as it plummeted from the air, before Lin Feng could exhale in relief. The repugnant sound of a boomer echoed from below. Almost immediately, a massive green ball shot forth from a maintenance hatch like a cannonball, targeting Lin Feng on the tracks. Good heavens! It can launch projectiles too. Lin Feng was taken aback, hastily executing a clumsy roll to narrowly evade the vile substance. The bile splattered onto the tracks, sizzling with a corrosive hiss. Damn it! Is this never-ending? Lin Feng was incensed. He positioned himself at the edge of the track and unleashed a flurry of gunfire at the maintenance hatch below. Bang! 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 Although he could not see his target, he was confident that some of his bullets would find their mark in that confined space. Indeed, moments later, a muffled explosion resonated from below. Oomph! Trying to play tricks on me, are you? Lin Feng scoffed disdainfully. He continued his advance along the track, his mind sharply attuned to the danger. Along the way, he encountered several ambushes from hunters and boomers lurking below or from the side support structures. Even a few shamblers like reckless engineers attempted to scale the steep tracks. Each one was effortlessly dispatched by Lin Feng. However, the constant tension, coupled with the vigilance against attacks from all directions, was taking a considerable toll on his psyche. He even sensed a slight dullness creeping into the boundless energy bestowed by his ancestral blessing. He needed to pass through this area swiftly. A glance at the time revealed the urgency. Ancestral blessing. Remaining time, only 51 minutes. Time was exceedingly tight. He quickened his pace, racing towards the forefront of the track. Ahead loomed what appeared to be the pinnacle of the rails, connecting to a colossal structure reminiscent of a castle. This was the terminus of the roller coaster, the gateway to the ultimate realm. However, just as he was on the verge of reaching the station, a wave of oppressive and sorrowful weeping once again reached his ears. The sound seemed to emanate from the depths of the dark maintenance passageway below. Lin Feng paused momentarily, casting a glance downward. It was Witch. He was certain of it. That unmistakably was the sound of her lamentations. Should he descend to confront her? This thought flickered in Lin Feng's mind for a mere fraction of a second before he promptly extinguished it. What nonsense! He had no time to engage in a life-and-death game with her again. Having learned from past experiences, Lin Feng now kept his distance from Witch. Better to avoid unnecessary troubles. He must take a detour. Ignoring the cries below, he surged towards the entrance platform of the station with utmost speed. Chapter 65, The Final Stage. The Arrival of the Tanks. With a resounding crash, Lin Feng forcefully kicked open the rusted iron door of the roller coaster's terminal and dashed inside. This place resembled a vast indoor dispatch area, spacious yet cluttered with an assortment of discarded mechanical parts and debris. The dim light was barely sufficient, provided only by a few emergency lamps casting a feeble glow. Without pausing, he swiftly traversed the dispatch area until he reached the exit on the other side. Pushing through the door, a breathtaking scene unfolded before him. He had arrived at the heart of the amusement park, a colossal open-air amphitheater. At the center stood a dilapidated, enormous stage, its backdrop dominated by a giant Ferris wheel, long out of operation and encrusted with rust. The audience seating, arranged in a tiered fashion around the stage, was overrun with moss and littered with various refuse, lending an air of desolation. This must be the final zone of the Black Carnival. Taking a deep breath, Lin Feng tightened his grip on his twin guns and cautiously stepped into this grand theater reminiscent of ancient Roman colosseums. Roar! Just as he stepped onto the stage, a horde of revelers emerged from the shadows of the audience seating, the gaping holes of the stage, and even from the cabins of the Ferris wheel. Their numbers were staggering, surpassing even that of the previous wave from the carousel. Moreover, interspersed among these staggering figures were several hunters and boomers. Was this the final revelry? Lin Feng's eyes narrowed. This was merely an appetizer before the ultimate boss battle. Or perhaps a means to wear him down and consume his time. Such an naive thought. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Feng unleashed a torrent of firepower. The fleeting time granted by the blessing of the ancestors left no room for restraint. Tot-tot-tot-tot-tot-tot. The twin desert eagles roared to life, like two awakened fire dragons unleashing a barrage of destruction. Lin Feng's figure darted across the expansive stage with lightning speed, like a wraith. He prioritized eliminating the boomers lurking among the corpse pile to prevent their explosive chaos, swiftly dispatching the hunters attempting sneak attacks with precise shots. Only then did he turn his attention to the sluggish staggerers. The sounds of gunfire, explosions, the monstrous roars reverberated through the vast amphitheater, weaving a symphony of death imbued with the aesthetics of violence. Lin Feng moved with the efficiency of a killing machine, calm, precise, and lethal. With the final surge from the blessing of the ancestors and his honed combat skills, in mere minutes the stage area was cleared once more. Only a ground littered with black ichor and repugnant slime remained. The entire theater fell into a profound silence. Only Lin Feng's slightly labored breathing and the distant creaking of the Ferris, while swaying in the wind, broke the stillness it hung above like a sword of Damocles. Precariously poised, he knew the final boss was imminent. Indeed, the very moment the thought crossed his mind, a resounding thud echoed from the rear of the stage, akin to a colossal hammer striking the ground. Followed by a succession of booming sounds, the earth began to tremble violently, reminiscent of a seismic event. The massive castle model, serving as a backdrop, was suddenly breached by an overwhelming and terrifying force from within. Debris flew as dust enveloped the air. A figure, as imposing as a small mountain, brimming with explosive musculature, slowly emerged from the gaping hole. Tank, level, LV-20 type, boss mutated beast health, 30,000 attack power, 280-300 defense, 120-10 physical damage reduction. A thunderous roar erupted from the tank, reverberating through the air. The sound waves even caused some debris on the stage to leap, its eyes aglow with a sinister crimson light, instantly locked onto Lin Feng at the center of the stage. A terrifying sense of oppression bore down upon him, palpable and overwhelming, more ferocious than the previous Tyrant T-002, more primal and undeniably powerful. At last it had arrived. Lin Feng's pupils constricted, and his heart raced uncontrollably. Was this truly the ultimate boss? The LV-20 tank, with 30,000 health points, nearly 300 in attack power and 120 in defense, augmented by a 10 damage reduction. Such attributes rendered it a veritable mobile fortress. Lin Feng quickly calculated. A single shot could only inflict 414 points of damage. To diminish 30,000 health, he would need to fire approximately 73 shots. And that was under the assumption every shot would hit. Glancing at the clock, he noted less than 20 minutes remained. On average, he would need to land nearly 4 shots per minute, not accounting for evasion, maneuvering, or the tank's potential regenerative abilities. Comme fort, beast. A fervent battle spirit ignited in Lin Feng's eyes. He cast aside all fear and distractions, focusing every ounce of his mental acuity and strength into his twin pistols. Today, it would be either your demise or mine. With a resounding cry, Lin Feng charged towards the terrifying behemoth that loomed like a hill. The ultimate boss battle had begun, the high-stakes race against time for survival. The tank's combat style was wilder and more direct than that of the Tyrant. It appeared to rely solely on sheer power and speed, crushing everything in its path. With a feral charge, the tank roared and barreled towards Lin Feng like an uncontrollable heavy truck. Lin Feng's pupils dilated as he instinctively dodged to the side. Boom! The tank collided with several large sound equipment pieces at the edge of the stage, shattering them into fragments. A fist as heavy as a mountain swung from the tank's arm, its massive hand slicing through the air with a deafening roar as it descended upon Lin Feng. Lin Feng once again rolled clumsily to evade. His fist struck the stage, leaving behind a massive crater. Rocks were hurled. The tank roared, lifting a cement slab over a meter in diameter straight from the ground. It hurtled fiercely towards Lin Feng. Astonished, Lin Feng was taken aback. If that thing hits, it would be an instant fatality. He frantically retreated while firing wildly at the incoming concrete slab. Bang! Bang! Bang, bang. Minus 414. Minus 414. The bullet struck the concrete slab, sending a shower of sparks and debris into the air. Yet, it was utterly incapable of halting its advance. In the blink of an eye, the concrete slab was poised to collide with the face. Lin Feng suddenly leapt forward with a dramatic dive, narrowly skimming the edge of the concrete slab before tumbling out with an alarming intensity. Boom! The cement slab crashed down at his previous position, causing the entire stage to tremble. Damn it! This fellow is incredibly fierce. Lin Feng, disheveled and covered in dirt, struggled to rise from the ground, feeling as though his bones were on the verge of disintegration. It had only been less than a minute since the confrontation began, yet he found himself in a perilous predicament, utterly disheartened. Yet Tank's health bar has scarcely diminished. Now let us consider the passage of time. Chapter 66. Pyrrhic Victory and the Uncharted Path Ahead. 18 minutes. Lin Feng's heart plummeted to the depths of despair. At this rate, victory was utterly unattainable. Time trickled by second. On stage, Lin Feng's figure flickered like a candle in the wind, struggling to evade the tempestuous assault of the tank. His health had plummeted below the critical threshold of 50, relying solely on the meager vitality provided by the iron plate boots, which restored a mere 1 per minute. In stark contrast, the tank, though gradually losing health under Lin Feng's relentless barrage, still retained an overwhelming vitality and terrifying destructive power. It resembled an unyielding war machine. With every heavy blow, every charge, and every thrown projectile imbued with cataclysmic force, the stage had been reduced to a scene of utter devastation. Massive craters, shattered stones, and twisted metal littered the ground. There was scarcely a single spot left to stand upon. Lin Feng's room for evasion had been severely constricted. This could not continue. Absolutely not. As he awkwardly dodged yet another colossal rock hurled by the tank, anxiety surged within him as he pondered his strategy. He glanced at the timer. Ancestral blessing. Remaining time, 5 minutes and 12 seconds. Only 5 minutes remained. If the blessing expired, his speed and attack power would plummet. He was at a loss for how to secure victory. The tank still boasted nearly 8,000 health points. 5 minutes. How could he inflict 8,000 damage? That meant an average of 1,600 damage per minute. Translated into bullets, he needed to land at least 4 precise shots every minute. And that was assuming every shot hit its mark. This did not account for the time wasted evading and repositioning. Despair, a profound sense of hopelessness began to engulf Lin Feng's heart like a frigid tide. Was he truly destined to fail? To have his level permanently locked at LV10? The very thought of such a dire consequence sent shivers down his spine. No, absolutely not. He was destined to be a king. How could he falter here? A renewed fire ignited in Lin Feng's eyes. Since conventional strategies had proven ineffective, then he would gamble his life. He would no longer prioritize maintaining a safe distance. Instead, he would take risks, charge, engage at close quarters. As the tank once again initiated furious charge, barreling towards him, Lin Feng did not retreat. Rather, he surged forward to meet that terrifying onslaught. His target was not the tank's front, but its flank. In that fleeting moment of crossing paths with the tank, he aimed to unleash his highest burst damage. This was an extraordinarily reckless maneuver. Should he misjudge the timing or be struck by the tank's charge, he would be obliterated in an instant. Yet, Lin Feng had no other options. His mind raced at breakneck speed, calculating every variable, time, distance, speed, angle, all coalescing in a whirlwind of strategy. Now was the moment. Lin Feng's physique resembled the most precise of gyroscopes. In the fleeting moment of weaving past the colossal tank, he executed a sudden spin. The twin desert eagles in his grasp, akin to two venomous serpents, had their muzzles nearly pressed against the tank's relatively softer flank. You wretched beast! Lin Feng bellowed in a frenzy, pulling the trigger. Tot. A torrential barrage of bullets erupted forth with unprecedented ferocity, all aimed at the same target. Minus 414. Minus 414. Minus 430. Weak point, -414, -455. Critical hit. Damage figures cascaded across the screen like a waterfall. Clearly taken aback. The tank had not anticipated this diminutive human's audacity to provoke it at such close proximity. It emitted a roar of agony and rage, attempting to pivot and strike with its fist. Yet, Lin Feng clung to its side like an unyielding adhesive, deftly maneuvering to evade the tank's assaults, redirecting its attacks into empty space. Meanwhile, the twin pistols in his hands operated like relentless power drills, mercilessly dismantling the tank's defenses. The tank's health bar plummeted at a visibly alarming rate. 7,000, 6,000, 5,000, 4,000. Time: 3 minutes, 2 minutes, 1 minute. The countdown of ancestral blessing flickered before Lin Feng's eyes like a deathly curse, growing increasingly blinding. He sensed his consciousness beginning to blur, his body protesting under the strain of overexertion. Yet he pressed on. In his gaze, only the descending health bar remained, and that unquenchable fervor for battle. D. Perish, you fiend. 10 seconds. 9 seconds. 8 seconds. The tank's health dwindled to less than 1,000 points. 7 seconds. 6 seconds. Lin Feng felt the golden aura surrounding him dimming. His strength was rapidly dissipating. 5 seconds. 4 seconds. He poured his remaining power into his arms. Bang, 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 bang. The final 5 bullets. 3 seconds. 2 seconds. With a piercing sound, a massive wound erupted at the tank's flank. Its enormous form crumpled to the ground as if all vitality had been siphoned from it, emitting a reluctant wail. 1 second. The ancestral blessing buff vanished entirely. Lin Feng felt an abrupt heaviness in his body. An unprecedented wave of weakness and excruciating pain engulfed him. His attributes, his strength, his speed, all reverted to their original states. And right before his eyes, system notification: congratulations. You have successfully slain the final boss of Black Carnival, the tank. Dungeon Black Carnival has been cleared. Dungeon rating: SSS perfect. Unlocking hidden profession. Victory. Lin Feng gazed at the system notification before him, and the tension that had gripped him finally dissipated entirely. Unable to sustain himself any longer, his legs gave way, and with a thud, he collapsed to the ground. Covered in blood, he gasped for breath as if he had just been pulled from the depths of water. He glanced down at his health bar, which indicated a mere 10 remaining. Just a moment ago, had he been grazed by the tank once more, he would have truly perished, surviving a calamity. A tremendous wave of joy and terror enveloped him like a tide. He accomplished it. In the final second before the ancestral blessing vanished, he successfully eliminated the tank, accomplishing this nearly insurmountable trial. Although the process was exceedingly harrowing, the outcome is favorable. He gazed at the colossal body of the tank as it transformed into a myriad of dazzling lights, revealing several enticing trophies that shimmered with alluring brilliance. A weary yet contented smile finally graced his face. Chapter 67. The Moment of Harvest. Lin Feng slumped on the cold, chaotic stage floor, gasping for breath, feeling as though every muscle in his body was moaning in agony. The weakness brought about by the disappearance of the ancestral blessing surged over him like a tidal wave, rendering even the act of lifting a finger a Herculean task. A glance at his health bar revealed it had dwindled to less than 2 digits. He had truly danced on the precipice of death moments ago. Damn it, he nearly met his end in this wretched amusement park. Lin Feng cursed under his breath, struggling to retrieve the last bottle of inferior red potion from his backpack, which he downed as if it were merely water. It was a drop in the bucket, yet better than nothing. His gaze fell upon the spoils left behind by the tank boss after its demise. In the dim light, these items emitted an enticing glow, silently proclaiming the joy of victory. He chuckled to himself, thinking, having nearly perished, I ought to be compensated with something worthwhile, right? With great effort, he managed to rise, dragging his weary body toward the loot. First, there was an abundance of copper coins, surpassing even the amount dropped by the tyrant. A total of over 2,000 coins clinked as they fell into his backpack, providing a slight balm for Lin Feng's wounded, mostly psychological, spirit. Next, he discovered a heart-like object radiating a dark red glow, as unyielding as rock, yet seemingly with magma flowing within. A colossal heart? Heart of the tank mutation, quality, purple. Type, special material core, component description. The core of the LV-20 mutated behemoth tank, containing an immense and ferocious physical force along with mutated energy. For some unknown reason, this heart has undergone a peculiar mutation, possessing resilience and explosive power far exceeding that of its peers. It is a crucial item for crafting top-tier physical equipment, undergoing special power modifications, or serving as a key item for advancing certain high-tier professions. Note, the energy within the heart is highly unstable. A strong sense of oppression will be felt when approached. Another purple core, and it's the physical power type. Lin Feng's eyes sparkled with excitement. This item appeared even more ferocious than the heart of the tyrant. Undoubtedly a top-tier material, although he was unsure of its immediate use. He decided to stow it away for future purposes, confident that it would prove invaluable. He carefully tucked it away and turned his attention to the next item. It was a pair of boots, radiating dazzling purple light. Titan's heavy tread boots, quality, purple. Required level, LV-20 required profession, warrior knight. Heavy armor class part, feet defense, 45 strength, 10 stamina, 12 special effect. Titanic stride, passive slightly reduces movement speed, -5, but significantly enhances resilience, reducing knockback and knockdown effects by 30. Special effect, earth-shattering tread, active consumes 50 mana points, forcefully stomping the ground, dealing 5 strength, physical damage to enemies within a 5-meter radius, with a 30 chance to inflict a 1-second stun effect. Cooldown, 30 seconds. Description, crafted meticulously by dwarven artisans using the mutated leather and bones of a tank. These heavy battle boots promise to bestow upon the wearer a foundation as steadfast as that of a tank, coupled with earth-shaking power. However, one might also find oneself moving slower than a tortoise. What? Level 20 purple heavy armor boots? Lin Feng gazed at the attributes of these boots, nearly drooling. With a defense of 45 points, 10 points of strength, and 12 points of stamina, the attributes are simply explosive. Furthermore, they possess 2 special effects. One enhances resilience against knockback, while the other inflicts area damage with control effects. This is truly a masterpiece tailored for a main tank, though the negative effect of a 5 reduction in movement speed is somewhat bothersome. It pales in comparison to their merits. Alas, I am not a warrior, Lin Feng lamented with a slight pout. Currently, he is a sharpshooter. What he desires is speed, grace. Wearing such a clunky piece of iron that also hinders movement speed would be tantamount to courting death. However, selling it would surely fetch a handsome price. Lin Feng's eyes sparkled with excitement. This is indeed a level 20 purple gear. At this stage, it is an exceedingly rare find. Those warrior players would surely go mad vying for it upon sight. I've struck gold. With a contented heart, Lin Feng stowed away the Titan-heavy tread boots, feeling a renewed sense of hope for his life. Just as he prepared to collect the final item, the one that glimmered the least among the blue items, a series of delightful system notifications resonated in his mind. System notification, your destined weapon, Twin Desert Eagles, Golden Edition, has leveled up. Current level, LV-9. System notification, your destined gear, Iron Plate Boots, has leveled up. Current level, LV-11. What? Lin Feng was momentarily stunned. Then, a wave of ecstasy surged within him. Double joy. Both of my treasures have leveled up. To his astonishment, following the life-and-death trial of the Black Carnival, they had both upgraded? Eagerly, he opened his equipment panel to inspect the newly upgraded attributes. Twin Desert Eagles, Golden Edition LV-9 quality, Golden type, handgun destined weapon attack power, 125, increased from LV-8's 110. Agility, 10, unchanged special effect. Infinite bullets, core effect. Non-upgradable, special effect. Heart of the Twins, LV-2. When dual-wielding Twin Desert Eagles, accuracy is slightly enhanced, increased from slight enhancement. Recoil is slightly reduced from slight reduction. And shooting speed is marginally improved, newly added. Bound to Lin Feng weapon experience. 50,000 attack power has increased by 15 points. The Heart of the Twins has also leveled up, and it even added shooting speed. Incredible. Lin Feng gazed at the new attributes of his Desert Eagles, nearly bursting with excitement. The enhancement in base attack power signifies an overall increase in his total attack power. The upgrade of the Heart of the Twins and the added shooting speed further elevate his explosive potential when firing both guns simultaneously. Although the experience required for upgrading has escalated to a daunting 50,000 points, this is of little concern. He then turned his gaze towards the boots. Iron plate boots, LV11 quality. Special, personal equipment requirement level. None position. Feet defense, 15 stamina. 3 movement speed, 6 special effect. Swift LV2. Movement speed increased by an additional 12. Attack speed increased by an additional 6. Attribute. Vitality LV2. Recovers 2 of maximum health per minute. Binding. Lin Feng upgrade requirement. Cumulative walking running 0.20,000 meters. Defense. Stamina and base movement speed have all improved. The Swift effect has also been upgraded. Even Vitality has transformed into LV2, recovering 2 health per minute. This sustainability. I am enamored. Lin Feng gazed at the splendid transformation of the iron plate boots, overwhelmed with joy to the point of faintness. These personal boots are truly a bespoke artifact for him, a perfect combination of speed and endurance. With LV2 Vitality, even if he suffers some injuries, as long as they're not too severe, he can likely recover fully while on the run. Delightful. Utterly delightful. The dual upgrades of his weapon and boots have brought about a tremendous enhancement, making Lin Feng instantly feel rejuvenated. The sense of weakness and loss brought about by the disappearance of ancestral blessing has significantly diminished. Although his base attributes have plummeted, the formidable upgrades of his core equipment still afford him substantial strength. Excellent. Feeling good. It is time to examine the final rewards. Lin Feng took a deep breath and opened his character panel. Chapter 68. An S-Class Hidden Profession. The character panel unfolded slowly. Lin Feng took a deep breath, his gaze fixated on the data that felt both familiar and foreign. Character panel name, Lin Feng level, LV10 experience, 15,000 profession, unknown. Title, 5,000 corpses slayer, equipped, effect, all attributes 15, damage to all undead creatures 20, certain chance to induce fear in mid-level undead. Status, light injury, weakness, aftermath of buff disappearance, attributes, strength, 44 agility, 84 stamina, 69 spirit, 43 combat values, based on diminished attributes health, 327, 1090 mana, 276 attack power, 350 defense. 61. After Lin Feng meticulously scrutinized his rejuvenated panel data, he fell into silence. A full 3 seconds of silence ensued. Then, what the hell is this garbage attribute? A roar filled with indignation and disbelief erupted from him, nearly shaking the abandoned theater's ceiling to its core. This was an utterly different realm compared to his previous panel when he wielded Ancestral Blessing, where his attack power soared above 500. One was in the heavens, the other in the depths of a mire. Where were my divine arms? Where were my swift movements? Where was my indomitable resilience? All gone. Lin Feng felt as though his heart were bleeding. Where his attributes had surged previously, he truly grasped his own might. Now, with the buff vanished, witnessing this nearly halved, or even more diminished, attribute, he profoundly realized just how reckless and unrestrained he had been. Attack power 350. Defense power 66. Lin Feng muttered to himself, envisioning the earlier battle scenario. If he were to engage a tank in his current state, not to mention battling, just a single flying rock throw would likely obliterate him and his equipment into mere dust. Even against a witch, that 300 attack power striking against his 66 defense. His 234 points of damage. With a total health pool of 1090, he could withstand no more than 5 hits. At most 5 strikes, and he would meet his demise on the spot. As Lin Feng wallowed in the immense sorrow of his plummeting strength, unable to extricate himself, even beginning to question his existence. Ding dong! A sound more grand, more solemn, and more ostentatious than any previous notification reverberated in his mind like a divine decree from beyond the heavens. Accompanying this resounding alert, brilliant golden light cascaded from the void above like a waterfall, enveloping Lin Feng entirely. Warmth, sanctity, magnificence. In that instant, Lin Feng felt as though he were submerged in a hot spring, his weariness and pain rapidly dissipating. Even his heart, chilled by the drastic reduction in attributes, was suddenly filled with warmth. What is this? Immediately following, a series of exhilarating system notifications followed in quick succession. System notification. Congratulations to the player Lin Feng. In the face of adversity, you have successfully cleared the high-risk trial dungeon, Black Carnival, at levels 15 to 20, achieving a perfect SSS rating. Your courage, wisdom, and combat skills have garnered the recognition of fate. System notification. The fervor you exhibited for firearms during the trial, your instinct for slaughter, and a hint of a sacred trait hidden deep within your soul have successfully attracted the attention of higher dimensional beings. System notification. Based on your unique performance and potential assessment, you have successfully unlocked the S-grade hidden profession, Holy Gun Ranger. System notification. It has been detected that the Holy Gun Ranger is a special growth-type profession, serving as a precursor to the legendary profession, Future Warrior. LV-100. Strive to enhance yourself and pursue greater power. System notification. Profession confirmed. Your level cap has been lifted. Current level, LV-10. Experience points, 0, 15,000. A barrage of system notifications. Like an intense bombardment, Lin Feng was momentarily overwhelmed. He stood frozen, bathed in the lingering golden light. His mouth agape, as if to accommodate a goose egg. S-grade hidden profession, Holy Gun Ranger, and a precursor to the legendary profession, Future Warrior? I can't believe it. After a brief moment of stupor, an eruption of elation followed. Lin Feng leapt into the air, ecstatic, flailing his arms and speaking incoherently. A hidden profession, truly a hidden profession, and it's S-grade. Ha ha ha, I knew it. I am indeed the child of destiny. Holy Gun Ranger, just the name sounds impressive, and it's a precursor to the Future Warrior. Ha ha, the Future Warrior. One can only imagine wielding a laser cannon, effortlessly dominating the battlefield. Elder Eli, I misjudged you. You are not a charlatan. You are my reborn parent, my guiding light, my destined, Elder. Lin Feng was so exhilarated that he nearly erected a shrine for Elder Eli. The previous feelings of disappointment, frustration, and anger were instantly swept away by this tremendous surprise. What does a drop in attributes matter? In comparison to an S-grade hidden profession, that's trivial. As long as the profession is formidable, attributes can always be regained. Quickly, let me see. What incredible skills does my Holy Gun Ranger possess? Lin Feng eagerly opened the newly unlocked profession panel. There, the profession section, once unknown, had transformed into a badge shimmering with sacred and sharp light, a pair of crossed revolvers, their barrels ablaze with golden flames. Below was a detailed introduction to the profession skills. Profession, Holy Gun Ranger. Profession tier, hidden special growth. Profession traits, proficient in dual wielding. Agile in movement, able to navigate through a hail of bullets, purging enemies with divine gunfire. It is a formidable range class that balances explosive power, mobility, and sustained output. Class skills, passive skill, dual gun enhancement LV1. When you equip firearms in both hands, your weapon's base attack power receives an additional 50 boost, while your shooting accuracy and stability experience a slight improvement. Note, upgrading your class level can enhance the bonus ratio and effects. Active skill, Holy Gun Baptism LV1. Upon activation, your mind becomes intensely focused, and your hands seem to possess a will of their own. For the next 10 seconds, You will unleash a total of 100 bullets at maximum firing speed. The bullets inflict pure physical damage based on your current attack power, without the ability to inflict elemental or special effects. Casting cost, 100 mana points. Cooldown time, 5 minutes. Casting range, 30 meters. Note, increasing the skill level can enhance the number of shots, the number of targets, or reduce cooldown time. Lin Feng gazed at the descriptions of these two skills, trembling with excitement. The passive dual gun enhancement directly adds 50 to the base attack power of weapons. This significantly compensates for the loss of attack power due to the absence of buffs. Incredible. Invincible. Lin Feng felt as though he could already glimpse a radiant future. The Holy Gun Ranger. This class. It is undoubtedly tailor-made for him. Ha ha ha. Indeed, I am. Just as Lin Feng reveled in the immense joy of acquiring a god-tier class, the system prompt sounded once more. Chapter 69. Enchantment of the Crimson Profession. Ding. Enchantment system notification. You have triggered. Choice of professional enchantment. Please select one of the following 3 options as your permanent exclusive enchantment ability for the Holy Gunner profession. Accompanied by the sound of the notification, a shimmering selection interface appeared before Lin Feng. The interface displayed 3 options radiating a mysterious aura through their runes. One was a fiery red, seemingly imbued with the power of creation, while the other 2 glowed a deep azure, emanating pure and formidable energy waves. The professional enchantment had arrived. Lin Feng's eyes widened in astonishment. He stifled his excitement and carefully scrutinized the detailed descriptions of the 3 options. Option 1. Capitalist. Quality. Red legendary. Type. Passive talent professional ability effect. Enchantment. You may attempt to transfer existing enchantment attributes, gold quality and below, onto other players' firearm weapons, bestowing them with corresponding attribute effects. Experience sharing. Capitalist privilege. When a player you enchanted kills zombies using that enchanted weapon and earns experience points, you will automatically receive 1,001 of their earned experience as a commission. This effect disregards distance and party affiliation. Description. Young man, I see extraordinary potential in you. A rare talent in firearms. This 15-foot Dragon Slayer sword. No, I mean the 5-fire attribute revolver. Care to learn more? No deceit here. Refunds are out of the question. A mysterious power whispers in your ear. It seems to be a path towards becoming a firearms tycoon or a shadowy figure behind the scenes. Option 2. Precision lock quality. Blue. Rare. Type. Passive talent effect. Your mastery over firearms, especially pistols, is significantly enhanced. When using pistol-type weapons, your physical critical hit rate is permanently increased by 10, and critical hit damage is permanently enhanced by 25. Description. Bullets should strike at the most lethal points. This enables you to deliver fatal blows amidst a hail of gunfire more effortlessly. Option 3. Saint Step. Quality. Blue. Rare. Type. Active skill effect. Upon activation, your steps become as light and ethereal as holy light. For the next 5 seconds, your movement speed increases by 30, and you gain a 10 physical evasion rate, completely avoiding physical attacks. Cost, 50 mana points. Cooldown, 60 seconds. Description. Dance gracefully on the precipice of death. This allows you to navigate the battlefield with greater agility, evading deadly threats. Gazing at these 3 options, Lin Feng feigned deep contemplation. The second option, Precision Lock, was straightforward and brutal. It directly enhanced critical hit rate and damage, particularly for his favored pistols. For someone whose profession relied on shooting, this improvement was exceedingly intuitive. It would elevate his output capabilities to new heights. The third option, Saint Step, offered an active mobility and evasion skill, a life-saving technique. The acceleration of 30 for 5 seconds, coupled with a 10 evasion, proves to be remarkably practical, whether in pursuit, fleeing, or dodging skills. This greatly enhances his survivability. Both of these blue options are exceedingly useful and align perfectly with his current needs. However, his gaze ultimately settles upon the first option, the one emanating an alluring crimson light. Capitalist. This option is extraordinarily unique, profoundly enigmatic, and brimming with imaginative possibilities. Enchanting others' weapons? Furthermore, being able to extract experience? This is nothing short of a fusion of a weapon master and a pyramid scheme leader. Although it appears that this ability offers virtually no enhancement to his direct combat capability in comparison to the other two blue options, its potential is boundless. Imagine this. Every impressive attribute he encounters, gold and below, could potentially be replicated. Then, he could brand others' weapons? What about infinite bullets, blue fire, and so forth? As long as he has triggered them, would he not be capable of mass-producing divine artifacts? In a lower-tier version, at that point, wouldn't every player in the Huaxia region, seeking to give their beloved firearms a touch of brilliance, have to come to him, Lin the Capitalist? Wealth, status, connections, all would come pouring in, not to mention the experience extraction, although it may seem minimal at 1,000th when considering the vast number of players. If thousands of players wield weapons enchanted by him to grind monsters, would he not be able to level up effortlessly? Experience points would surge rapidly. This is simply the ultimate form of passive income. Moreover, this ability boasts red legendary quality. The other two are merely blue rare. It is obvious that the higher the quality, the greater the potential, and the more formidable it is, although it may seem somewhat impractical in the early stages. Requiring substantial time and resources to enhance proficiency, gather materials, and accumulate attributes. Once developed, it would be an existence capable of cataclysmic impact. It is decided. A newfound brilliance ignites in Lin Feng's eyes. Risks? Impracticality? Lengthy development cycles? None of these pose a concern. I am a protagonist. What I desire is uniqueness. What I seek is limitless potential. Enhancing direct combat power is certainly advantageous. Yet this ability, which can alter the very fabric of the game and influence the rule-making of the entire player community, aligns far more with his identity as Lin the Capitalist. He chose Capitalist. Without hesitation, Lin Feng clicked on the enticing crimson option in the selection interface. System notification. You have chosen the occupational enchantment ability, Capitalist. This ability has been bound to your soul. Wishing you prosperous business? The system notification carries a hint of whimsical jest. Yet, Lin Feng feels a wondrous warmth melding into the depths of his soul. He gazed once more at the twin desert eagle in his hand, as if he could faintly discern the inscriptions of infinite bullets and twin hearts LV2, shimmering like two luminous points etched upon the surface of the firearm. A sinister chuckle escaped his lips, reminiscent of a villain's laughter. The enchantment of Capitalist was now his. He had successfully attained the S-rank hidden class of Holy Gunner. The level cap had been lifted. Both his weapon and boots had undergone remarkable upgrades. Furthermore, he had acquired exquisite purple gear and potions. This journey through the Black Carnival, though perilous, had yielded an astonishing bounty. Chapter 70. Are you stuffing me with trash? At that moment, a most inopportune system notification chimed in. System notification. Congratulations. You have successfully completed the job transfer trial. As an additional reward, you have received a piece of equipment that resonates highly with your soul. Please check your inventory. An extra reward? Lin Feng's eyes brightened. Could it be that the system has finally shown some benevolence? Let me see what treasure awaits. He eagerly opened his inventory, only to find in the corner a rather unassuming item, which appeared to be a tactical vest. It was a deep gray vest, crafted from what seemed to be a blend of high-tech fibers and leather, adorned with various pockets and clasps, exuding a modern military aesthetic. It looked, well, quite cool. Special tactical vest, quality, special level, LV10, experience, 10,000 points of damage received, damage absorption upgrade, for each point of effective damage received from enemies, non-force deduction. Gain 1 experience point. Upon reaching full experience, you automatically level up, enhancing your base attributes, defense, 30 stamina, 5 strength, 2 weight capacity enhancement, passive, increases weight capacity limit by 20, quick change, passive, reduces preparation time for switching weapons or using items by 15, enchantment slot, 1, can extract and add an additional enchantment, description, a tactical vest designed for high-intensity combat, closely connected to your soul. Want to strengthen it? Then, endure more damage, young man. Lin Feng gazed at this freshly acquired piece of equipment, his smile gradually fading. Endure damage. To level up, each point of effective damage grants 1 experience point. To reach LV11, he needed to withstand 10,000 points of damage. What sort of lunatic designed this? Lin Feng could hardly believe his eyes. What was his combat style? It relied on exceptional agility to dodge attacks, utilizing infinite bullets for ranged output. He pursued a strategy of evasion, striking down enemies from afar without a scratch. Endure damage? He could barely avoid it. How could he possibly seek it out? Even if he were forced to take hits, given his current frail state, even a single touch from a high-level monster would cost him a significant portion of his health. How could he withstand such training? This equipment was, to him, nothing more than a decoration. Useless. A mere trinket in the realm of combat. What the hell? System, are you targeting me? Lin Feng was so enraged he nearly hurled the vest to the ground and stomped on it. You want me, an agile marksman, to take hits? You must be deliberately trying to vex me. Although the base attributes were decent, 30 defense, 5 stamina, 2 strength, far superior to his current LV5, bloodstained chestplate, defense 15, stamina 3, the weight capacity enhancement was somewhat irrelevant, as his inventory was perpetually empty. As for the quick change effect, it seemed of little use to him, as he primarily wielded dual pistols. A slight improvement in item switching speed? It was hardly significant. The most crucial aspect lies in that enchanting slot. The true essence of one's main equipment is encapsulated in the enchantments. If only I could draw a remarkable enchantment, perhaps it could salvage the situation. Lin Feng inhaled deeply, suppressing the urge to voice his grievances, silently imploring, "Grant me a divine enchantment. Please, anything like damage reflection, health recovery upon being struck, or unyielding resilience would suffice." With a last flicker of hope, he accessed the enchanting extraction interface. The virtual roulette reappeared, spinning and finally halting. 3 options emerged. Please select the enchantment to be added to this special tactical vest. Choose 1. Blue enchantment, sturdy LV1. Increases the vest's physical defense by an additional 10 points. 2. Blue enchantment, enhanced LV1. Increases the vest's attributes by 1. 3. Blue enchantment, camouflage LV1. Slightly reduces the likelihood of being detected by enemies. Lin Feng gazed at these 3 unremarkable blue enchantments, rendered utterly speechless. Additional defense? What he truly needed was to avoid being struck altogether. The encounters were nothing but relentless attacks. Even if he was given a lackluster piece of equipment that only upgraded upon receiving damage, was it too much to ask for a decent enchantment? With a look of disdain, Lin Feng reluctantly removed the special tactical vest, contemplating before begrudgingly donning it beneath the bloodied chestplate. It seems they can be worn in tandem. The system appeared not to impose a restriction on wearing more than 1 chest piece. Or perhaps the tactical vest was classified as innerwear. System notification. Equipping both the bloodied chestplate and special tactical vest simultaneously results in combined defense. Though agility will be slightly affected, -2 points, and the quick change effect will temporarily be disabled. Is it truly possible? Lin Feng was momentarily taken aback, then elated. Although his agility was reduced by 2 points and the quick change effect was lost, his defense had undeniably increased. The bloodied chestplate provides 15 points of defense. This special tactical vest adds 30 points, and with the blue enchantment, sturdy LV1, contributing an additional 10 points. The 2 pieces alone grant an impressive 55 points of defense. He hastily checked his panel. Defense, 61, 114. Has my defense surpassed 100? Lin Feng gazed at the number, his eyes sparkling with excitement. While he had lost 2 points in agility, 96-94, this minor loss seemed a fair trade for such a substantial boost in defense. Perhaps a worthy bargain? At the very least, he felt slightly more resilient. Lin Feng touched the 2 layers of armor enveloping him, sensing a significant increase in his sense of security. Very well, I concede, you possess some merit. He reluctantly accepted this notion of an upgrade through receiving damage. However, Such meager benefits were insufficient. Lin Feng's mind raced. He had just completed the hidden class transition, destined to become a future warrior. How could he settle for such paltry rewards? He needed to seek counsel. He recalled the cryptic old man who had guided him to undertake the unknown trial. The sage Eli, that old man, certainly was no ordinary NPC. He must possess considerable insider knowledge. Perhaps there are still some benefits to be gleaned from him. Lin Feng immediately resolved to take action. After all, he bore the illustrious title of the Chosen One. To neglect the opportunity to seek favors from NPCs would be a disservice to such a prestigious designation. He recalled that the old man, Eli, had previously been seen reading by the fountain in the central square. He wondered if he still lingered there. It was imperative to find out. Without further hesitation, Lin Feng adjusted his helmet, slightly askew from his earlier excitement, and strode purposefully toward the central square of Hope City. This time, he was not there to set up a stall or search for kin. He was determined to extract from the NPCs. Chapter 71, The Lord's Summons. The Savior Buff Quest. With grand aspirations of seizing opportunities, Lin Feng raced towards the central plaza of Hope City. The plaza was bustling with activity. Players hurried about, some forming teams, others engaged in trade, while a few gathered around the abandoned quest board, exchanging comments. The novice tasked with guarding the board, despite his diligent post, was easily dispatched by Lin Feng, who swept past him like a gust of wind, offering not even a glance. Ah, the esteemed one has returned. And departed again? The bewildered novice stared after Lin Feng's retreating figure, utterly perplexed. Lin Feng's objective was clear, the fountain in the plaza. However, upon his arrival, he was dismayed to find it deserted, save for a few players lounging and chatting, with no sign of the scholarly elder, Master Eli, in his long robe. The old man is absent? Lin Feng pondered briefly before inquiring of a nearby player who seemed lost in thought. Hey, brother, have you seen that white-bearded elder NPC who used to sit here? The white-bearded elder? Oh, you mean Master Eli? The player snapped back to reality, shaking his head. No, I haven't seen him. I believe he left yesterday afternoon after being summoned by the Lord of the city for some important matters. Summoned by the Lord? Lin Feng's brows furrowed, a sense of foreboding washing over him. Could it be related to the impending apocalyptic wave of undead? He recalled the grave expression on Master Eli's face earlier, sensing that the situation was indeed serious. The council chamber? Where is it? Lin Feng pressed on eagerly. Just north of the plaza, that grand white edifice. The player gestured. Thanks, brother. Lin Feng expressed his gratitude, hastily abandoning the search for Eli, and turned towards the imposing white structure that loomed with an air of authority. The council chamber sounded like the Lord's office. Perhaps he could engage in a meaningful dialogue with the Lord himself. As he sprinted, Lin Feng contemplated his position. Having garnered knowledge of quests from the village chief in the novice village, it was evident that Hope City would soon face a similar undead onslaught. Thus, there must also be a buff quest forthcoming. With the city on the brink of catastrophe, it was a time of great need. He, Lin Feng, was indeed the savior they sought. The Lord, upon recognizing such potential, would surely treat him with utmost hospitality, perhaps even bestowing upon him powerful gear and a significant buff. Yes, that was how the narrative should unfold. The more he thought it over, the more plausible it seemed, quickening his pace. Before long, he arrived at the magnificent white building. As anticipated, it was heavily guarded, with 2 rows of elite guards clad in silver armor, wielding energy spears, all at least level 30. As Lin Feng approached, adorned in a rather eclectic ensemble, blood-stained attire, a tactical vest, and a steel helmet, the guards immediately cast wary glances in his direction. Halt! You are entering a restricted area, commanded one of the guard captains, stepping forward with an air of authority. Had this been an ordinary player, they would likely have been intimidated by such a commanding presence. But who was Lin Feng? He was a man of the esteemed title, Child of Destiny. Straightening his posture, he adorned his face with the most amiable, sincere, and innocuous smile. Greetings, esteemed sir. Lin Feng's voice was gentle and courteous, imbued with just the right amount of respect. I am the adventurer Lin Feng, just returning from an exceptionally secretive mission. I seek an audience with the lord of the city to report some urgent matters. His words were a blend of truth and fabrication, primarily intended to leverage the allure of his title and the accompanying goodwill. The guard captain, initially stern, softened his demeanor upon witnessing Lin Feng's benevolent smile and the gleaming buff icon hovering above his head. The effect of the Child of Destiny title, granting 20 in favorability, began to manifest. The guard captain scrutinized Lin Feng with a thoughtful gaze, as if recalling something or perhaps receiving an internal directive. After a moment's contemplation, he surprisingly nodded. Ah, so it is the hero Lin Feng. My apologies. The lord of the city and Master Alai have indeed just mentioned you. I did not expect your arrival so soon. Indeed, they spoke of me? Lin Feng's heart swelled with delight, realizing that the old man Alai had been speaking favorably of him to the Lord. Yes, the Lord instructed that if you arrived, you should be allowed immediate entry. The guard captain stepped aside, gesturing for Lin Feng to proceed. Hero Lin Feng, please follow me. A wave of joy washed over Lin Feng. His strategy had proven effective. Maintaining a composed demeanor befitting a master, he followed the guard captain into the grand assembly hall. Inside, the hall was spacious and well-lit, adorned with a simplicity that exuded dignity and solemnity. At the center, around a colossal circular conference table, sat several formidable NPCs. Contrary to Lin Feng's expectations of a venerable elder in the main seat, there sat a striking woman, appearing to be in her 30s, exuding a commanding presence. Clad in a fitted silver military uniform, adorned with stars of rank, her neatly cropped black hair framed a face of exquisite features, radiating an aura of authority without the need for anger. Her gaze was sharp as a winter star, piercing through the assembly as if she could read their very souls. This was evidently the supreme ruler of Hope City, Lord Anya. Beside her sat the jovial, white-bearded elder, Wise Alai. Upon spotting Lin Feng's entrance, Alai winked at him, wearing an expression that suggested he had anticipated this moment. In addition to the two of them, several other NPCs sat at the table, likely high-ranking military leaders or heads of various professional sanctuaries, each emanating a calm demeanor, exuding authority without the need for wrath. Upon the arrival of Lin Feng, the ongoing discussion momentarily halted, and all eyes were drawn to him. Lin Feng felt an immense pressure. This atmosphere was even more nerve-wracking than his college entrance examination interview. "Are you Lin Feng?" inquired the city lord, Anya, from her prominent seat. Her voice was cold and authoritative, yet there lingered a hint of curiosity. "Indeed, it is I, my lord," Lin Feng responded, standing at attention, striving to present his best self. "There is no need for formality," Anya waved her hand, signaling him to relax. "Master Alai has already mentioned you. We are aware of your performance in the novice village and your recent accomplishment in clearing the Black Carnival trial solo." Her gaze swept over Lin Feng, as if appraising him. Young, promising, courageous, and seemingly fortunate. Lin Feng inwardly mused. Fortune? That must be sheer strength. Or perhaps skill. Anya continued. "Master Alai surmises that you may very well become a pivotal variable in our city's future amidst the impending cataclysm." "A variable?" Lin Feng was taken aback. "Indeed," Anya affirmed, her expression growing grave. "You must have heard from Master Alai that in just over 48 days, an unprecedented disaster will befall us. We refer to it as the final zombie tide, based on the fragmented intelligence and prophetic deductions at our disposal. The scale and intensity of the final zombie tide will far surpass any historical event. Even our very lifeline, the hope barrier, may struggle to withstand it." Anya's tone was laden with seriousness and concern, tightening Lin Feng's heart in response. Thus, her gaze sharpened once more. "We require strength. We need more power. We need heroes like you, who possess immense potential and dare to create miracles in preparation for the impending crisis, and to provide genuine support to those capable and determined to protect this city. We have established a special identity and mission. Savior." "Savior?" Lin Feng's eyes widened in astonishment. The title alone sounded extraordinary. "Indeed," Anya nodded. "Savior, is not a formal occupation, but rather a unique identity recognized and empowered by the will of the city. Those who bear this title will be granted a series of privileges and formidable buffs. However, Anya's tone shifted. The identity of savior is not easily attained. It requires you to complete an exceedingly arduous trial, one that could be described as a matter of life and death. You must demonstrate your worth and resolve through your actions to this city and to all those who struggle to survive. She rose and approached Lin Feng, her gaze unwavering, as she enunciated each word with gravitas. Lin Feng, do you dare to accept this savior buff task? System notification. Do you accept the epic unique quest, Inheritance of Hope, Trial of the Savior? Task objective. Journey to the city of Hope's secret realm, the severely polluted Forgotten Zone, to locate and reactivate 3 lost ancient energy beacons, thereby infusing new vitality into the Hope barrier. Task difficulty, infernal. Task area, Forgotten Zone task reward. Upon successful completion, you shall be bestowed with the unique title of Savior of the City of Hope, alongside a permanent, powerful buff known as the Radiance of the Savior, effect unknown, yet undoubtedly formidable. Additionally, you will gain the highest level of authority and resource support from Lord Anya. Task failure penalty. No direct penalties. However, failure to reactivate the beacons will result in the depletion of the Hope barrier's energy in 48 days, leading to the city's downfall, and the fate of all will be sealed. Warning: this task is of extreme difficulty. The danger level is astronomical. The mortality rate approaches 100. Please choose with utmost caution. Lin Feng gazed at the resplendent task notification, radiating an aura of undeniable prowess, then turned to meet Lord Anya's expectant and pressured gaze. His heart ignited in an instant. Infernal difficulty, mortality rate nearing 100. Was this not tailor-made for him? It merely sounded a tad intimidating, did not? Fear? Nonsense. I shall accept this challenge, Lin Feng declared resolutely, his voice booming with confidence. Upon witnessing the unwavering determination in his eyes, Lord Anya finally revealed her first genuine smile since entering the council chamber. Excellent. You have not disappointed me. She nodded, receiving an ancient-looking map and a peculiar, faintly glowing compass from a nearby guard. This is a partial map of the Forgotten Zone. Although the information may be outdated, I hope it assists you. This tracking compass will provide a general sense of the energy beacon's locations. Remember, time is of the essence. You must complete the task before the final undead tide descends. Otherwise, all shall become meaningless. Lord Anya's tone turned grave once more. Now set forth. The future of the City of Hope may very well rest in your hands. Lin Feng accepted the map and compass, feeling their weighty significance, and nodded firmly. Without further ado, he turned and strode purposefully out of the council chamber, leaving behind the complex gazes of Lord Anya and Master Alai, filled with anticipation and concern. Chapter 72. Gloomy Lin Feng dragged his legs, which felt as if they were laden with lead, step by step out of the ostentatious yet overwhelmingly oppressive white council hall. He felt as though he had just completed a marathon, only to be subsequently subdued and rubbed into the ground repeatedly by a dozen burly men. A profound sense of weakness and fatigue enveloped him, permeating from his very core. Damn, that ancestral blessing. It arrived with a grand flourish, but departed silently, leaving behind a host of aftereffects. Feeling the significant diminishment of his strength and speed, Lin Feng's spirits plummeted. The arrogance he once exuded was now replaced with palpable anxiety. His attack power barely scraped 350. If he were to encounter a boss of Tang's caliber again, a mere sneeze could send him flying. Damn it, a pitiful weakling. I am nothing but a pathetic weakling now. Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter curses under his breath as he kicked violently at the air beside him. Though he had just assumed the illustrious S-rank hidden class of Holy Gun Ranger and acquired the seemingly boundless red capitalist enchantment, such distant prospects were of no solace in his immediate plight. The class skills, one active and one passive, presented a stark contrast. While the active skill, Holy Gun Baptism, promised explosive power, it boasted a 5-minute cooldown and considerable mana consumption. The passive skill dual gun enhancement, however, was straightforward, directly augmenting his weapon's base attack power by 50%, preventing his statistics from appearing too dismal. Yet, compared to his previous state of invincibility, where he could slay gods and Buddhas alike, he felt utterly diminished. Moreover, the so-called Savior buff mission loomed ominously. Forgotten Zone, the very name signaled a treacherous locale. Never had an adventurer returned alive from such a place. Hellish difficulty? One outrageous jest. At his current stature, even the lesser foes inside would likely find him an easy meal. The hopeful gazes of Lord Anya and the old man Eli, in this moment, appeared to Lin Feng as two old tricksters attempting to dupe a Na'vi lad into a perilous fate. Not a chance. I refuse to go. Lin Feng resolved firmly in his heart. Savior? Let others take on that mantle. All I desire now is to level up in peace and regain a semblance of security. As for the final corpse tide, looming in 48 days, a path will surely reveal itself when we reach the mountain. We'll cross that bridge when we come to it. Perhaps by then, I will have leveled up significantly, piloting a giant mech to save the world. Lin Feng habitually painted himself a grand vision, and his mood lifted, albeit slightly. The pressing concern was not to recklessly challenge some hellish task, or to delve into the intricacies of enchanting others as a boss. Rather, it was to level up. Only by enhancing his level could his attributes recover. Only then could he learn more formidable skills. Only then could he wield superior equipment. Only then could he reclaim that intoxicating sense of control over everything. And yet, Lin Feng's gaze dimmed as he recalled the unresolved question that still hung in the air. Father, Mother, where on earth are you? Given the uproar he had created in the central square, with server-wide announcements and exorbitantly priced skill books, the news should have spread throughout the entirety of the Huaxia region by now, should it not? But why? Is there still not a single echo? Could it be that the words of that novice from Village 686 were true? The mere thought of such a possibility gripped Lin Feng's heart like an invisible hand, squeezing tightly and leaving him breathless. No, he must not let his thoughts spiral into despair. Until he receives concrete news, everything remains mere speculation. His parents, being such astute individuals, surely must be safe. Perhaps they are simply in some remote novice village, yet to arrive at the main city. Or perhaps they have been transported to one of the other 9 major cities. Yes, that must be it. Lin Feng forcibly suppressed the unease within him and quickened his pace, sprinting towards the central square. Though he would temporarily refrain from undertaking the perilous savior quest, the urgency to level up surged within him. He needed strength, desperately. Only with sufficient power could he traverse the distances between major cities. Only then could he locate his parents in this vast gaming world. Only then could he protect them in the potentially harsher days of a looming apocalypse. The central square was still bustling with voices, a cacophony of activity. Lin Feng's search and auction notice stood forlornly amidst the crowd, and beside it, the unfortunate novice was disconsolately gnawing on a piece of black bread, resembling a laborer who had been denied his wages. Upon seeing Lin Feng rush towards him like a whirlwind, the novice's eyes lit up, and he abruptly stood. Bread forgotten, boss. You have returned. Without further pleasantries, Lin Feng, now devoid of patience, directly inquired, "What is the situation? Has anyone inquired about my parents during these past hours? Or has anyone bid on the book?" Though he held little hope regarding the sale of the book, given the exorbitant starting price of 10,000 copper coins, a sliver of hope lingered in his heart. The novice's expression fell instantly, and he cautiously shook his head. "Boss, still, no one has come forward with news about your parents. As for the book," he hesitated for a moment, then, with a pained expression, continued, "There were a few groups that seemed like they belonged to major guilds who came to inquire about the price. But upon hearing your starting price of 10,000 and that they must wait for your return to negotiate, they all left." As he finished, he puffed out his chest, attempting to convey a sense of accomplishment for having been of some assistance. Lin Feng's heart sank once more. Still, no news. He was not surprised by the lack of buyers for the skill book. Those guild members were shrewd, and they certainly wouldn't easily part with 10,000 copper coins. They were likely biding their time. Perhaps waiting for him to lower the price? Or waiting for his buffs to expire, hoping to devise some underhanded scheme? A bunch of short-sighted fools. When I become an enchanting master in the future, and they come begging me to enchant their items, just wait until I raise the prices to the heavens. Lin Feng silently vowed, but the disappointment on his face was impossible to conceal. He waved his hand dismissively and, with a hint of disinterest, addressed the player known as 1/Cuts You. All right, I understand. You may continue your watch. I appreciate your efforts. With that, he turned to leave. At this moment, he sought a tranquil spot to thoroughly examine the dungeon information of the City of Hope and chart a course for his upcoming leveling route. Wait, big shot. 1/Cuts You suddenly called out to him. Lin Feng turned back, frowning as he regarded him. Is there something else? Esteemed one. 1/Cuts You rubbed his hands together, a servile smile spreading across his face. You see, I have diligently stood guard for you for quite some time, working earnestly and with no complaints, not allowing even a potential saboteur to slip by. About what you mentioned earlier, he left his sentence unfinished. Yet the implication was clear. Surely a token of appreciation for his hard work was in order. Lin Feng then recalled that he had indeed promised this fellow that as long as he fulfilled his duty to guard the sign, he would be rewarded. Although his spirits were dampened by the absence of his parents, Lin Feng was not the type to be untrustworthy. He casually retrieved 200 copper coins from his backpack and tossed them to 1/Cuts You. Here, your wages for today. We'll continue tomorrow. If there is still no news, you'll be paid regardless. Thank you, esteemed one. You are magnanimous, truly generous. 1/Cuts You exclaimed as he accepted the coins, his previous gloom lifting instantly. He thumped his chest in assurance. Rest assured, I shall return without fail tomorrow. Come rain or shine. Lin Feng, uninterested in further conversation, turned away and made his way toward the city information bulletin board at the edge of the square. He needed to swiftly find a suitable leveling location. The city information bulletin board in the City of Hope was a sprawling, suspended magical light screen. It displayed a myriad of information: city announcements, quest postings, team recruitments, dungeon introductions, player rankings, and more. Lin Feng promptly selected the section detailing mystery dungeons. An array of enticing dungeon information unfolded before his eyes. Abandoned subway tunnels, LV 10-12, solo team. Drops, basic materials, small amounts of copper coins, white-blue equipment, infected biochemical laboratory, LV 12-15, team drops, virus samples, mutation materials, blue equipment, rare potion recipes, haunted municipal hospital, LV 13-16, team drops, medical supplies, special soul fragments, blue-purple equipment blueprints, perilous sewers, LV 14-18, team complex terrain, drops, rare ores, mutated beast hides, blue weapons. As he perused the dungeons, most were designed for teams, offering a diverse assortment of drops, equipment, materials, blueprints, and potions. Lin Feng's head spun with the possibilities, yet his frown deepened. These dungeons appeared quite promising, with alluring drops. However, the pressing issue was that what he needed most was not equipment or materials, but rather experience points. He sought a place where he could swiftly, efficiently, and consistently amass a substantial amount of experience points. It would be ideal to find a location where monsters respawn rapidly, are numerous, present a moderate level of difficulty, and do not require competition with others for kills or loot. Yet, these conventional dungeons either necessitate a team, feature random drops, possess complicated terrains, or have slow monster respawns. None of which align with his vision of a perfect leveling sanctuary. Damn it, is there truly no designated spot within this wretched main city for gaining experience? Lin Feng, feeling increasingly agitated, continued to scroll through the list of dungeons. After a lengthy search, just as he was about to lose patience and settle for any random solo dungeon, his attention was abruptly captured by a rather inconspicuous dungeon entry at the very bottom of the list. The entry was gray, seemingly neglected by most, and bore a rather ordinary name: Tide of Corpses, Dungeon Level, LV10-, Dungeon Type, Special Challenge, Solo Team. Dungeon Description: Alert, Alert, High-intensity spatial fluctuations detected. An endless tide of corpses is surging into this area through an unknown rift. Brave adventurers, seize your weapons and fend off the onslaught of the undead. Hold your ground. For survival, dungeon drops, none. Special note, in this dungeon, defeating any level of zombie grants full experience points. No level suppression penalties. However, no items will drop within the dungeon, including copper coins. As Lin Feng meticulously read through the description of this Tide of Corpses dungeon, particularly the last two notes, his eyes widened in astonishment, his breath quickened in excitement. No item drops, including copper coins, but defeating any level of zombie grants full experience points, and there's no level suppression penalty. This is precisely the pure experience treasure trove he has longed for. Chapter 73. Old Wang's message, haha. Found it. At last, he discovered it. Lin Feng gazed at the few simple lines describing the zombie tide and was so elated he nearly leapt from the ground. His mood instantly transformed from a prior gloom and irritation to a radiant sunshine. No drops? That's of little concern. He currently had the purple Equipment Titan heavy tread boots in his backpack waiting to be sold, along with a plethora of miscellaneous core materials. Money was no object. Copper coins? If they didn't T-drop from monsters, so be it. He had several thousand copper coins on hand. With careful expenditure, it would suffice. The most crucial point was full experience. No level restrictions. This was practically a tailor-made upgrade opportunity for him. With his current attack power, although devoid of buff bonuses, he could still slice through those LV-10 and LV-12 ordinary zombies with ease. Moreover, with the absurd endurance of infinite bullets, he could comfortably find a spot, just like in the abandoned factory of a novice village, and activate his mowing mode. Experience points. Wouldn't they just surge upwards? Levels. Wouldn't they soar? The twin Desert Eagles reaching LV-10 was just around the corner. At that moment, he would be able to extract new weapon attributes. Perhaps he might even obtain spectacular effects like explosive shots or chain lightning. And that infuriating special tactical vest. Although the leveling up through taking damage was quite vexing, he was certain that once he reached a higher level and improved his attributes, he could always find opportunities to challenge higher level monsters and elevate his own level in the process. Not to mention that coveted biochemical modification skill. Once he reached LV-15, he could learn it. At that time, using Heart of the Tyrant or Heart of the Tank mutation for a biochemical upgrade on his Desert Eagle. The imagery, just thinking about it filled him with excitement. Delight. Absolute delight. It was akin to a pillow arriving just as one felt drowsy. Lin Feng rubbed his hands together, sensing a bright future on his path to leveling up. He was itching to plunge into the zombie tide dungeon right away and commence his grand experience gathering endeavor. However, he glanced down at his attire, stained with blood and dirt from the recent battle, and felt a wave of fatigue wash over him. No, sharpening the axe does not delay the chopping of wood. Lin Feng forced himself to calm down. Having just undergone a life-and-death struggle, he had yet to fully recover. Moreover, the ancestor's blessing had just faded, and his body still needed to adapt to its current attributes. He ought to find a place to rest, adjust his condition to its peak before proceeding. After all, the zombie tide dungeon was rated LV-10-. The question mark at the end filled him with a sense of foreboding. What if the monsters inside were of excessively high levels or possessed some special mechanics? Entering in his current state could indeed lead to disaster. For prudence's sake, it would be best to find a resting spot, sleep a while, eat something, replenish his health, and prepare thoroughly before venturing forth. Resolute in his decision, Lin Feng ceased to peruse the information on the bulletin board, turning away from the announcement area to seek out accommodations within the City of Hope. As a main city, it boasted a plethora of amenities. In addition to the various professional sanctuaries and dungeon entrances, there existed commercial districts, residential areas, entertainment zones, and workshops for various tradespeople. Lin Feng's objective was crystal clear: to find a budget-friendly yet secure inn or rental. Although he possessed several thousand copper coins, he was mindful of future expenses, including transportation fees between main cities and the costs associated with learning life skills. Thus, he needed to be prudent with his spending. After wandering through the residential area, He was dismayed to discover that the rental prices were exorbitantly high. Even a modest-looking apartment commanded a daily rent of several hundred copper coins. Outrageous. Reluctantly, he opted for a secondary choice and ventured to the area frequented by adventurers, seeking out and specifically catering to their needs. Here, the lodging prices were somewhat more reasonable, though still not inexpensive. The cheapest single room was priced at 100 copper coins per night, and the accommodations, while they could only be described as barely habitable. The room was small, furnished with a hard bed, a table, and a chair. Nothing more. There was no window, only a dim magical lamp affixed to the wall providing minimal illumination. Sighing, he decided to make do for one night, locked the door securely, and collapsed onto the bed. The moment his body made contact with the hard surface, an overwhelming wave of fatigue washed over him, rendering him motionless. He closed his eyes, intending to indulge in a restorative slumber. However, just as he was on the brink of sleep, a series of beeping notifications from his friend communication system jolted him awake. Groggily, he opened his eyes and checked the communication interface. It was Old Wong. Old Wong loves brick moving. Little Feng. Little Feng, are you there? Reply when you see this message. It's urgent. Accompanying the message was a flurry of anxious emojis. Huh? Old Wong? Lin Feng's senses sharpened. 10,000 fires urgent? What had transpired? He hastily responded. I'm here, Old Wong. Just saw your message. What is going on that S so urgent? Barely had he sent the message when Old Wong replied almost instantaneously. Old Wong loves brick moving. Little Feng, you finally replied. Let me tell you, I successfully changed my class. Ha ha ha. Super Shield Warrior. What do you think? Am I impressive or what? Excitement and boastfulness dripped from his words. Lin Feng couldn't help but smirk, wondering if this fellow's priorities were a tad misplaced. With patience, he replied, I got it. Congratulations, Old Wong. Now, let us talk business. What's the urgent matter? Old Wong loves brick moving, oh right? The business. Little Feng, listen. After the zombie tide, I accepted a guiding mission and got transported to the City of Steel. The City of Steel? Lin Feng raised an eyebrow. Old Wong loves brick moving. Yes, but that is not important. What is crucial is, Little Feng, you're all alone in the City of Hope. It must be quite dangerous, right? How about we form a guild? Old Wong was evidently brimming with enthusiasm for the idea of creating a team, enthusiastically sharing a plethora of visions for the future. Lin Feng, upon reading Old Wong's messages, fell into deep contemplation. The notion of assembling a team had, to be honest, crossed his mind before. While being alone affords a sense of freedom, it also signifies vulnerability, particularly after experiencing the perils of the recent dungeon and recognizing the impending threat of an apocalyptic horde. He realized that while solitary endeavors might offer fleeting satisfaction, enduring survival, especially in safeguarding those he cherished, necessitated the strength of a collective. Old Wong, despite his average abilities, was a person of integrity, and he was the first friend Lin Feng made in this gaming realm. If they were indeed to form a team, Old Wong was a viable candidate. Moreover, Lin Feng recalled the newly acquired enchantment ability, Capitalist. This skill allowed him to imbue others' firearms with enchantments, while also providing him with a share of the experience. It was a tailor-made boon for establishing a team and nurturing a foundation. If he could find a trustworthy group of promising allies, he could leverage Capitalist to swiftly enhance their capabilities. For instance, he could enchant their weapons with blue attributes like blue flame. Furthermore, once their bond strengthened, or if a recognized guild system with contractual obligations were to emerge, he could even contemplate enchanting the weapons of core members with infinite bullets. Imagine a squad where every member possesses limitless firepower. The vision was simply too splendid to ignore. However, Lin Feng quickly regained his composure. Although the Capitalist ability held immense potential, its application was fraught with considerable risk. Without any contracts or system constraints, if he painstakingly bestowed formidable attributes upon others, only to have them betray him or flee, whom would he turn to for recourse? Although the system allowed for a share of experience, the minuscule 1,000th ratio was utterly inadequate in the early stages, rendering it inconsequential compared to the value of the enchantments. Moreover, the most formidable attribute he currently possessed was infinite bullets, golden, along with some trivial attributes from previous weapon upgrades. A strategic attribute like infinite bullets was certainly not something he would readily share with outsiders. Chapter 74. The spoiled young lady seeks trouble, he would not take such risks. As for those worthless blue attributes, it was likely that only a free giveaway would entice anyone. It appeared that the capabilities of capitalists could only be viewed as a mere futures investment for the time being. Lin Feng thought with a hint of resignation. At this stage, he could only contemplate the possibility of acquiring more practical blue attributes in the future, such as enhancements to attack, penetration, or additional elemental damage. Perhaps he could experiment with minor enchantments for players to gauge the effectiveness. As for the golden attributes, he would defer that discussion until a guild system was established or other reliable constraints were found. Having clarified these thoughts, Lin Feng began to respond to Old Wang's message. Lin Feng, Old Wang, the idea of forming a team is worth considering. However, it is still too early. We have only just arrived at the main city, and our footing is not yet secure, nor is our strength sufficient. Lin Feng, focus on familiarizing yourself with the environment in Steel City, level up, and gather some equipment. I also need to concentrate on leveling up here in Hope City to enhance my capabilities. Lin Feng, once we have stabilized ourselves a bit more, we could discuss meeting up and forming a team. Let us keep in touch. His response was rather diplomatic, neither a direct refusal nor an immediate agreement. It was essential to keep Old Wang reassured. After all, having more friends means more avenues. Old Wang loves to move bricks. Oh, is that so? That works. You're right, Xiaofeng. I was a bit too impatient. Ha ha ha. Old Wang loves to move bricks. Just be careful on your own in Hope City. Old Wang loves to move bricks. If you need any assistance, do not hesitate to let me know. Although my strength is lacking, I can certainly wield a shield to block a few hits. Seeing the caring words from Old Wang warmed Lin Feng's heart. Lin Feng, rest assured, Old Wang, I am well aware. You take care of yourself too. After concluding the communication with Old Wang, Lin Feng felt an increase in mental fatigue. He rubbed his temples, deciding not to dwell on it further, and resolved to get a good night's sleep. Tomorrow he would embark on his intense leveling journey. A night passed without incident. Perhaps the previous battles and mental strain had taken a significant toll, for Lin Feng slept exceptionally soundly. When he finally opened his eyes, it was to the clamor of the street outside the inn. It appeared the day had dawned brightly. He stretched lazily, feeling much of the fatigue dissipate, and his spirits revived considerably. Though he no longer possessed the boundless energy granted by the blessing of ancestors, his youthful vitality remained, and his recovery abilities were quite commendable. He glanced at his health bar. After a night's rest, coupled with the effect of the iron plate boots LV2 vitality attribute, restoring to a maximum health per minute, he was in optimal condition. Well, he was feeling quite good. Lin Feng nodded in satisfaction. He got up, freshened himself, and nibbled on 2 pieces of hard bread he had purchased yesterday to replenish his strength. He pondered for a moment and resolved to take a final glance at the stalls in the central plaza before embarking on his journey to the Tide of Corpses dungeon. His primary motive was to seek any new information regarding his parents. Although hope seemed faint, he remained undeterred. Additionally, he was curious to see if there was any unwitting fool prepared to spend 10,000 copper coins on his Plague Trample skill book. While he did not expect to amass wealth from this endeavor, should he manage to sell it, it would indeed be a substantial fortune. With a glimmer of anticipation, Lin Feng departed from the humble inn and made his way towards the central plaza of Hope City. Along the way, he distinctly sensed that the atmosphere in Hope City had grown more tense and oppressive compared to when he had first arrived the previous day. Players hurried past, most wearing expressions of gravity and anxiety. Although the shops lining the streets remained open, customers were scarce. In the plaza, while a considerable number of players congregated, their discussions predominantly revolved around strategies for rapid power enhancement and the profitability of various dungeons. He quickened his pace and reached the familiar area of the central plaza. From a distance, he spotted his makeshift family search and auction sign, still standing resolutely in place. Beside the sign, an NPC named 1/ to cut you continued to sit with a forlorn expression, resembling a stone statue waiting for a husband. However, today's atmosphere appeared somewhat different. The crowd surrounding the sign had increased since yesterday, and a palpable tension seemed to permeate the air. Lin Feng furrowed his brow and pushed through the throng. Before he could approach, a sharp and haughty female voice rang out. "Hey, I'm talking to you, gatekeeper. Are you deaf or mute? This lady is addressing you. That worthless skill book, 1,000 copper coins. Will you sell it or not?" Following the sound, Lin Feng observed a petite yet imposing young lady, brimming with confidence. Hands on her hips, commanding attention as she berated one slash to cut you. The girl appeared to be around 16 or 17. Strikingly beautiful with fair skin and delicate features, her hair styled in adorable twin ponytails. Yet her gaze and tone were as abrasive as they were arrogant. Behind her stood 4 players clad in uniform armor, towering and expressionless, clearly serving as bodyguards or lackeys. They seemed to be around level 12. Lin Feng had long fallen off the leaderboard due to the time consumed by his dual-class quests, their equipment indicating they were far from ordinary players. At that moment, one slash to cut you, the target of her scorn, was visibly flushed, a mix of anger and urgency on his face. Yet, he seemed hesitant to offend her, opting instead to stammer his explanation. "I've told you. This book isn't mine. It belongs to the great Lin Feng," he said. He said the minimum price is 10,000 copper coins, and that we must wait for his return to negotiate. I cannot decide. 10,000 copper coins. The spoiled girl scoffed, her voice rising sharply. "Why doesn't he just go steal it? It is merely a tattered blue skill book. I, the young lady, am willing to offer 1,000 copper coins for it. That is a show of respect. I have given him face. You must, at once, immediately, contact him and retrieve that wretched book for me. Otherwise..." The girl huffed coldly, threateningly declaring, "Do you believe I can make you unable to survive in this city of hope? I will strike you down." Her words left him pale and trembling, casting a desperate glance at the surrounding players. However, despite their dissatisfaction with the girl's brazen demeanor, the onlookers, intimidated by the 4 imposing bodyguards behind her and her lavishly valuable attire, opted for self-preservation, whispering among themselves, none daring to speak up. "Oh, who has failed to secure their trousers, leaving themselves exposed?" A languid voice, laced with mockery, suddenly emerged from the back of the crowd. Everyone paused, turning to the source of the voice. It was Lin Feng, hands tucked into his non-existent pockets, striding nonchalantly from the throng with an air of indifference. A smirk played upon his lips as his eyes, filled with playful intrigue, surveyed the obstinate young lady. Chapter 75. The storm subsides. Finally, you have arrived. Upon seeing Lin Feng, Yi Daopai Lu felt as though he had encountered